The Strongest Sect of All Times Chapter 1492 to Chapter 1562. After returning to the sect, the first thing Xianxia did was to order Li Qingyang to survey the terrain and find the best place to place the mother of real stones. Although 10 billion true stones were not bad, this thing was even more valuable because it could allow chickens to lay eggs, and eggs to lay chickens, obtaining an endless amount of resources. In the various sects, it would definitely be regarded as a priceless treasure. Not long after, Li Qingyang found a good place. Although the size of the sect of all times did not change much from the lower realm, the entire Aeon Immortal Mountain was still quite big, so it was easy to place the mother of real stones there. Page dug a deep pit in the chosen place, and the disciples built a palace-like basement inside, piling up a high platform in the center. Shua. Xianxia placed the heavy mother of real stones on top, and the flowing light covering the surface began to drift irregularly, gradually seeping into the cracks of the bricks and merging into the soil. Brother, Gu Zhaoxi said, it will condense true stone soon. How long will it take? 400 to 500 years if it's fast, and 1,000 years if it's slow. Xianxia was speechless. This speed was too slow. If he did not complete the main mission during this period, the grass on his grave would have grown to the sky. Although the mother of real stones could nurture true stones, it needed time. For example, the previous mining vein, conservatively estimated that it would take tens of thousands of years to reach such a large scale. Can I use the space-time secret realm to speed it up? Xianxia pondered. The system said, the acceleration effect of the secret realm is very limited. Even if it can increase the overall growth speed, it can't nurture a large number of true stones in a short time. Xianxia was silent. This kind of nurturing cycle was too long, and there was no time to wait. Unless, buy goods through the system? The system said, the space-time secret realm is used for martial artists to cultivate, so it's not suitable to speed up the mother of real stones. However, if you can buy the corresponding goods, you might be able to speed up the nurturing process, such as the seed nurturing pool and nourishing soil. Xianxia was silent. Although the system was suspected of promoting this time, it was exactly what he wanted. AI. Gosheng sighed and then opened the system store skillfully. He prayed secretly, I can only rely on this. Chapter 1. I, Xianxia, did not cheat. Once again, he shamelessly used this chapter. As expected of the patriarch of the Eternal Truth sect. The mother of real stones could bring about future prospects for the sect, so he had to find a way to increase the speed of development. Thus, even if he risked being cursed at, he had to try. Ding. Ding. He swiped it 5 times in a row, but he didn't see anything. Xianxia hugged his head and said, you're forcing me to rush to the VIP section. In order to make the sect even more prosperous, Gosheng made a difficult decision and decided to activate the monthly VIP mode. Once again, he obtained 5 respawn chances, but in the end, he didn't get what he wanted. The money has already been recharged. Why haven't you given it to me yet? TSK. This kind of monthly VIP was nothing more than a first attempt. Did they really think that they would be given godly equipment at the start of the game, and that they would have to rely on fighting for higher quality equipment? Ingot received in seconds. Don't be stupid, the 5 respawn chances had been used up. If he wanted to continue, he would have to wait for the next month or recharge for the whole year. However, he only had 200,000 contribution points, which was not allowed at all, so he could only give up. It's too difficult. Xianxia said helplessly, it's too difficult for me. The mother of real stones had been settled down. But it required a lot of time to nurture real stones. It was destined that it would not be able to bring about the fastest benefits to the sect of all times. However, a powerful sect would definitely exist for a long time. Thus, it could be said that the merit was in the present and the benefits were in the future. Next, Xianxia began to distribute the real stones. This kind of martial arts resource, which was of a higher grade than the profound stone, definitely could not be used for consumption. Thus, it was undoubtedly the best choice for the disciples to absorb and quickly increase their realm. 10 billion true stones. After splitting it evenly, each person could get 100,000. Of course, Xianxia would definitely not share it with the disciples directly. Instead, he would first give each of them 10,000, and leave the rest in the vending machine, exchanging them with the disciples' contribution points that were rewarded by the sect's missions. The advantage of this was that he would not be negligent because he did not reap what he sowed. Instead, he would work harder to build the sect for the sake of resources. Moreover, after coming to the upper realm, the value of the disciples' shops gradually weakened. Everyone had nowhere to spend the contribution points they earned. Now that they had real stones, their enthusiasm was greatly aroused. "Junior brother, let's go do missions." "Let's go." After a large number of real stones were invested in the vending machine, the sect's atmosphere of doing missions was stronger than before. Of course, Xianxia would also distribute a certain amount of martial arts resources at a fixed time every month. He would not let them become mission maniacs and neglect their cultivation progress. Humanizing. It was the core of the sect. I'm speechless too. After arranging the real stones, Xianxia sat in the study and said, "This epic mission is too rigid. It has to wait for half a year before it's settled. It's not like you're being given it." "What's the hurry?" the system said. Time passed day by day. Due to the more powerful martial arts resources, the disciples' breakthrough speed increased. In just half a month, there were disciples who went from lower position to middle position, and from middle position to upper position. "It's too powerful," Xianxia exclaimed. The system said, "Real stones are a higher level of martial arts resources. They contain heaven and earth attributes and mysteries, which are incomparable to black stones. It's reasonable that they can help disciples improve quickly. If there are Tao stones and immortal stones, won't they break through in minutes?" It was difficult to satisfy the human heart. After Goxing experienced the power of real stones, he hoped to obtain higher-level martial arts resources to greatly improve the sect's strength. Some readers would say, "How many times has the mind plot appeared? How can it not repeat itself?" In fact, a large sect that exists in the world relies on the accumulation of resources. If the sect of all times wants to become stronger, it is necessary to obtain mineral veins. Even if it was in another dimension, it would still do the same. What I can do is to simplify the process as much as possible and add some new elements, such as patriarch. One day, Li Qingyang exclaimed, "Come out and see the phenomenon." Xianxia hurriedly walked out and saw a dazzling ray of light piercing through the clouds in the northwest direction. The sight of this ray of light was extremely shocking, the Taishan old man said, "Exactly 30 days. Kikik." Xianxia covered his face and laughed strangely. "Empress Lingyao, I hope you like this gift of mine." The phenomenon of the mineral vein appearing in the northwest direction could be seen from the southeast. It would definitely cause a huge commotion in the upper realm, that was right. After the light shot into the sky, various regional families and sects began to move, sending their most elite martial artists to the northwest. The sudden appearance of a phenomenon meant that a treasure had appeared. Real stone vein. The real stone vein has appeared. Many powerhouses who had done research on mineral veins could tell from the appearance of the phenomenon, which caused many martial artists to go crazy. It could be said that the light that connected heaven and earth was like a burning pillar of fire, attracting countless moths to it in the most beautiful form. The trap set up by the itinerant cultivator called Crazy for Love 100 years ago seemed to be very successful today. However, he would never have thought that the ultimate move that he had been holding back for 100 years would be released today. However, the real stones and various formation systems that existed inside were dug out and forcibly closed, completely losing their value. In the beginning, Xianxia could have let the formation system continue to exist, but in order to avoid suffering, he had the Taishan old man close it. What was this? This was a kind of chivalry, this was a way to clear his name. The drizzle hall moved quickly. Members were frequently dispatched and placed in various areas, forming a communication network to pass on information. Beep beep beep. Beep beep beep. The sound of a radio station was heard frequently. Xianxia sat in front of the hall of the drizzle hall, as if he had turned into a general who had experienced hundreds of battles, and the disciples around him had turned into intelligence receivers. Patriarch. Li Luoqiu said, "According to the information sent from the front line, there are already 2 powerhouses from Taoist-level sects rushing over. Their strength is at least in the truth-seeking realm. TSK, TSK. Jun Changxiao touched his chin and said, "Is a real stone lode so attractive? If it was just a very ordinary small lode, the Taoist-level sects might not be serious. However, the heaven and earth phenomenon rising this time was too strong, which meant that the lode must be big, so they had to be serious. Of course. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures could only be obtained by fate. Many powerful itinerant cultivators also rushed over. Half a day after the phenomenon rose, no less than 50 truth-seeking realm cultivators had gathered on the green grassland. This intensity is definitely a large lode. Because of the Lingyao wonderland, the heaven and earth attributes are not strong here. Why is there a large lode? Could it be, the truth-seeking realm cultivators present were all old experts? They were immediately sure that the mother of real stones might be in the lode. If so, they had to snatch it no matter what. Swish. Swish. More and more martial artists flew over from all over the world. In just a few days, the number of people increased from thousands to tens of thousands, until it grew to millions. Although Jun Changxiao was not present, his spies had been set up in advance. Therefore, when he heard the news from the drizzle hall, he grinned and said, "This must be a big scene. Has Empress Lingyao come out yet?" "Not yet. Strange, there's a phenomenon in front of her door, but she can still sit still?" Jun Changxiao was not in a hurry. Because the show had just begun. When the heaven and earth phenomenon disappeared and the experts went in, they would definitely be suspicious and point the finger at Empress Lingyao. In fact, Goshing's plan was not too clever. If the other party was powerful enough, they might be able to resolve it easily. But it did not matter. Jun Changxiao's goal was simple, to disgust that woman. He succeeded. Empress Lingyao had not appeared yet, but she was in the grand hall. Her tone was a little irritated. Why would a large real stone lode appear outside the wonderland for no reason? "My lord." The hunchbacked old man smiled. "Perhaps this is an opportunity for you." Empress Lingyao shook her head. "The appearance of the lode has attracted so many forces. If something happens, I'm afraid it will affect the wonderland." In fact, she was irritated that a lode had appeared in front of her door without her noticing at all. Now that the whole world knew about it, even if they wanted to get it, they would have to pay a high price. Sigh. She sighed. "I'll take it one step at a time." On the green grassland, more and more martial artists and itinerant cultivators rushed over. 70% of them were just there to watch the show. They knew that a lode of this level could only be obtained by someone with absolute strength. Whoosh whoosh. The light that pierced through heaven and earth continued. After about 3 days, the special effect of 100 years finally ran out. The soil that buried the lode gradually cracked, and then a majestic heaven and earth attribute was released. "It's out. Let's go." Whoosh. 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 In an instant, everyone rushed over and used their domineering true spirits to lift the cracked soil. If the array system was still there, it would definitely be a beautiful scene if they accidentally touched a real stone. Whoosh whoosh. The crack expanded infinitely, and the heaven and earth attribute was even more intense. This made the powerful cultivators even more excited, and they began to imagine how many real stones there were in there. Dig, dig, everyone was even more invested. However, when they completely opened the tunnel, and the last portion of the heaven and earth attribute ticket was sent out, they were all dumbfounded. They were in the lode. Since it had just appeared, why was there a lode? Could it be? Everyone hurriedly looked around the walls, and when they saw the obvious signs of excavation, they finally could not suppress their emotions and burst out in unison. F*CK, someone else got here first. PS3400 plus experts from all over the world had been camping in the green grassland for a few days, waiting for the phenomenon to end and the true stone mine to appear. Who would be able to accept that? They had been dug out, someone had beaten them to it. Experts from all over the world leaned against the wall, their faces pained. They had roughly guessed from the remnants of the mine that there must have been a large number of true stones here before. Who? Someone couldn't control his emotions and roared, "Who is it?" The appearance of a true stone mine caused a huge commotion. Many factions and experts had spent a lot of money to rush here, only to enter such a large mine and not see a single true stone. It was undoubtedly a heavy blow. Be content. If Xianxia hadn't shut down the array system in advance, not to mention true stones, they would have been blown up by now. Who else could it be? An expert said coldly, it must be Empress Xianxia. The mineral vein was right in front of her house. She was close to the water and enjoyed the moonlight first. She could figure it out if she used her brain a little. Of course. Those experts who believed that it was Empress Xianxia who had dug out the true stones were actually blaming her. After all, such a large mine had been dug out first, so there had to be someone, even if it was a scapegoat. No wonder that woman didn't appear after the phenomenon. She had already dug out the mine and is probably secretly laughing at us. If the mine was still in the Jade Tripod Mountains, the various experts might not have suspected Empress Xianxia, but now that it was near the connection point, it was too easy to make the connection. In fact, they even felt like they were being toyed with. Let's go. Let's go find her. It was true that natural treasures were obtained by fate, but a large true stone mine had been dug out, so the various factions couldn't accept it. So, they planned to ask Empress Xianxia for travel expenses. Otherwise, this trip would have been wasted. Whoosh, whoosh, streams of light flew out of the mine and hovered at the vortex connected to Empress Xianxia. What's going on? Aren't they fighting for the mine? The passers-by were a little confused. When a true stone mine appeared, the various sects would fight for the right to mine it. Why did they fly out so peacefully as soon as they entered? Wait. Why aren't there any true stones in the mine? He was poached away in advance? The experts from various forces flew out. Only then did many people dare to release their spiritual senses into the mine. When they saw that it was empty inside, their expressions immediately became sluggish. Could it be? Empress Xianxia had dug him out. Why would a passerby think that way? This was because the experts of the various sects had all gathered at each other's doorstep. Buzz, it was then that Empress Xianxia appeared out of thin air, shrouded in clouds and mist. Why are you standing outside my territory instead of fighting for the mine? She asked in a displeased tone. The experts of the various sects became even more furious. They felt that this woman was deliberately humiliating them. Humph, a powerhouse with a slightly irritable temper said coldly, the true stones of the mine have all been dug out by you, so what are we still fighting for? Poached by me? Due to the mist covering her face, he could not make out Empress Xianxia's features. But from her tone, he could guess that she was probably in a daze right now. Actually, she had thought about it carefully before the mine had appeared. In the end, she had decided to give up on fighting for it because there were too many Dao sects, and she might end up offending them. But now, that person had really not participated in anything, and now she was saying that she had poached him, framed? Framed? What? A Dao sect higher-up said coldly, Empress Xianxia, you dared to do it, but you don't dare to admit it? My apologies. Empress Xianxia said, I didn't dig the mine, so why should I admit it? She paused. Even if I did, what can you do to me? Her tone was overbearing. What she meant was that the mine had no owner. Even if she had gotten it, were they going to fight for it? However, the experts of the various sects unanimously agreed that this woman had admitted to it. Girl. One of the higher-ups said coldly, although you hold a position in the World Hall, don't think too highly of yourself. A person from the lower realm who ascended thousands of years ago was able to sneak into the World Hall in such a short time. Who knows what kind of underhanded methods she used? Someone next to him said disdainfully. The World Hall was very powerful in the upper realm, but it was only limited to low-level sects and itinerant cultivators. The Dao sects did not care about it at all, and would only bow their heads if the 10 great immortal sects came forward. Women. Aren't those the only ways to get to the top? Someone sneered. Empress Xianxia said coldly, you've gone too far. One of the experts said angrily, you dug up the true stone mine and purposely released the vision of heaven and earth to attract us here. Aren't you going too far? In fact, they were not being unreasonable. If the mine had been found by someone else, they would have accepted it. But you've already gotten it, yet you still released the vision of heaven and earth to attract everyone here. Cut the crap. The impatient expert said, hurry up and give us a portion of the true stones. The other sect's intentions were simple. Since they had been tricked by you, they would not return empty-handed. At least 3 to 5, no, 8 to 9 million true stones, they had underestimated this large mine. If they had known that Jun Changshao had dug up 10 billion true stones, they would have demanded a few 100 million true stones. If they had known that there were true stones, they would have fought with all their might. I don't have any true stones, how can I share them with you? Empress Ling Yao was really depressed. If she had gotten the mine, she could have shared some with them to avoid trouble. But the problem was that she had not taken anything and knew nothing, so how could she share it? Hugh. The experts of the other sects all released their cultivation. Clearly, they were using their actions to tell this woman that this was not over until they had shared the true stones. Patriarch. An intelligence agent of the sect of all times said, the experts of the other sects have all released their cultivation. They will clash with Empress Ling Yao at any time. Jun Changshao picked up the goblet next to him with his right hand and gently swirled the tea inside. He smiled and said, "This feels good." Although the trick was a little low-level, it seemed that the effect had far exceeded his expectations. This woman represents the realm hall after all. If she clashes with the other sects, she will probably be scolded by her superiors. She might even lose her job. The more Jun Changshao thought about it, the more comfortable he felt. Patriarch. At this moment, Jing Ji, who was temporarily acting as an intelligence agent, said, the front line sent news that a white-haired old woman suddenly appeared at the entrance of the realm. Who? Enlightened cultivator Qing Wei. Is she also here for the mine? To be worthy of an enlightened cultivator, he must be at the peak of the truth-seeking realm. It seemed that things were getting out of hand. Wait a minute, if one day I also reach the peak of the truth-seeking realm, what title should I give myself? Perfected Super Handsome? Perfected Jun Shui? Perfected Go Sheng? The system complained. Get lost. Patriarch. Jingji said, it has been confirmed that Perfected Qing Wei is Empress Ling Yao's master. Jun Changshao looked stunned and said, I didn't expect this woman to have a master at the peak of the truth-seeking realm. She really can't be underestimated. Patriarch. Jingji reported again, after Perfected Qing Wei appeared, the situation changed. The experts of the various sects left the green grassland one after another. They didn't fight? No. Did the woman give you any money? No. Jun Changshao leaned back in his chair and said with a broken face, this trap that I carefully set up was easily broken just because Perfected Qing Wei appeared? Damn it. Gosheng held the goblet tightly, not caring at all. However, the face reflected on it gradually changed, and a sinister smile appeared. Empress Ling Yao, this is only the first round. There will be more tricks waiting for you in the future. Sigh. The system said helplessly, I can't tell who is the protagonist and who is the villain at all. The green grassland. The cultivators of the various sects left one after another, and so did the spectators. The tense atmosphere faded away. All of this was thanks to the beautiful white-haired woman who was hovering in the air. She was Perfected Qing Wei. It was hard to imagine that such a beautiful woman would be the demoness who had massacred her entire clan out of hatred, and was even labeled as a traitor. Wait a minute, didn't the intelligence say it was a white-haired old woman? Why was it a white-haired beauty? The Drizzle Hall members mixed in with the spectators were too far away to determine her appearance, so they could only judge from her back and hair color. Thank you, Master. Empress Ling Yao's tone was very respectful. If Perfected Qing Wei hadn't appeared, the two sides might not have fought, but they would have compromised and handed over a large number of true stones. Jun Changshao would have been very satisfied with such an outcome. At least that woman would have lost her resources. The plan had to be done step by step, and it was unrealistic to kill her directly. Perfected Qing Wei landed at the entrance of the mine and asked with her spiritual sense, did you dig out the true stones inside? Look. Even her master was suspicious. Empress Ling Yao answered honestly, no. That's strange. Perfected Qing Wei was puzzled. Such a large mine, why is it so empty when it just appeared? Could it have been dug out by someone in advance to frame you? Empress Ling Yao guessed. She had been wondering why a mine would suddenly appear on the grassland. After all, she often came here and didn't find any clues. It was as if it had appeared out of thin air. Someone dug out the true stones and brought the mine here? Perfected Qingwei asked. It's hard to say. Empress Lingyao wasn't too sure. After all, who would do such a boring thing for no reason? Or was it just to disgust her? Jun Changxiao was bored and had nothing better to do, so he did it to disgust her. I told you not to join the World Hall because there are many people who hate this organization. Perfected Qingwei said. Now that you've been framed, I'm afraid it's also because of the World Hall. Empress Lingyao didn't say anything. Forget it, forget it. Perfected Qingwei said. This is the path you chose. I won't interfere. I hope you can be careful in the future. Yes. Empress Lingyao's tone was respectful throughout, and it was clear that her master still held some weight in her heart. Reverend Qingwei said, You went to the extreme cave not long ago? Not bad. You saw Tongguer? Yes. I heard that this old fellow has taken in a disciple called Jun Don't Cry. Jun Changxiao. To be able to ascend with a mountain and an entire sect, this Jun Buxiao must be extraordinary. Empress Lingyao corrected her, Shifu, his name is Jun Changxiao. More or less, said Daoist Qingwei. One doesn't smile, while the other smiles frequently. Their meanings are completely different. Empress Lingyao understood her master's personality, so she didn't dwell on the name. I heard that Jinren Tonggu and Gu Hongzhenren have agreed to a 10-year duel between their disciples. Oh? Daoist Qingwei was a bit surprised. Those two old fellows have been fighting for so long, and now they're up to something again? No, I have to go ask and see if I can participate. Empress Lingyao said, Shifu, I have to focus on breaking through to the truth-seeking stage. I don't have time to fight with them. As soon as she finished speaking, Daoist Qingwei disappeared. Empress Lingyao thought to herself, she didn't really go to Jinren Tonggu, did she? She knew that her Shifu was very competitive. If she forced herself to participate in the game set up by the two seniors, as a disciple, she would definitely have to face the 10-year duel. Sigh. Empress Lingyao sighed and landed in the empty mine. Who's scheming against me? Extreme cave. Boom. There was a loud explosion, and the entire chessboard exploded. Jinren Tonggu and Masato Katana were in the middle of playing chess. One was furious, the other secretly delighted, and the other looked up at Daoist Qingwei who had suddenly appeared. Old woman, I almost won, you, Jinren Tonggu was so angry that he couldn't speak. Who are you calling old? Daoist Qingwei frowned. True spirit gradually gathered in her palm, and the special effect was instantly activated. Jinren Tonggu, who had been quite irritable, suddenly calmed down. As a martial artist of the same generation, he knew this woman very well. Once she was completely enraged, she would definitely go berserk. Humph, Jinren Tonggu waved his sleeve and said indifferently, What business do you have in my cave? I heard that you and Guhong Old Man made a 10-year duel, and the winner will be determined by the disciples taught by each other? That's right. Count me in. Jinren Tonggu was stunned. Daoist Qingwei said, When the time comes, I will bring my disciples to fight with yours. Jinren Tonggu's mouth twitched. Your disciple, Empress Lingyao, has already reached the 9 transformation dance stage. Isn't this bullying? Afraid of losing? Daoist Qingwei said. Holy shit, this woman is so arrogant. Jinren Tonggu couldn't suppress his anger and said angrily, Okay, let your disciple fight for the 10-year duel. Masato Katana was speechless in his heart. Just saying that he's afraid of losing provoked him. Is this the mentality of a peak truth-seeking realm cultivator? It's settled then. Daoist Qingwei said, I'll go find Guhong Old Man. Swish. After saying that, she disappeared. Masato Katana shook his head and said, I haven't seen her for many years, but this woman is still so domineering. Guhong Old Man is not a pushover either. If she really goes to find him, the two of them will probably fight, Jinren Tonggu said. You'd better care about your disciple. Masato Katana said, There's one more 9 transformation dance stage opponent. Jinren Tonggu broke down. The gap between the two of them is so big, how can they fight? Although Jun Changxiao who broke through to the 6th transformation gave him an absolute shock, compared to Empress Lingyao, he was only a little brother. Moreover, his talent was not weak either. He might even enter the truth-seeking realm within the 10-year duel. You shouldn't have agreed. It's not like you don't know that woman's bad temper. If I had refused, I'm afraid I would have already fought with her. True. No, no. Shinran Tonggu said, I have to quickly go to the Sect of all times and tell my disciple this unfortunate news, so that he can prepare for a beating in advance. Admitting defeat before even fighting, Shizuan, there's no one else like you. Masato Katana was speechless. Sect of all times. Jun Changxiao held his head and broke down. Shizuan, next time you come, can you tell me not to force my way in? Disciple. Shinran Tonggu said seriously, Master has bad news for you. What news? Seeing Shizuan's serious expression, Jun Changxiao immediately became serious. Even the atmosphere of the Sect of all times became normal. There's another opponent for the 10-year duel. Who? Empress Ling Yao. What? Jun Changxiao's eyes widened. Shinran Tonggu told him about Daoist Qing Wei's visit and said encouragingly, although the opponent is a little strong, Master believes that you can overcome it. Jun Changxiao fell silent for a moment, then lowered his head and said, Shizuan, disciple will not fight with that woman. You're admitting defeat? Shinran Tonggu was disappointed. Although he did not think that his disciple could defeat Empress Ling Yao, as a man, he could not say no. Even if he lost, he had to lose standing. No. Jun Changxiao looked up and pointed into the distance. Empress Ling Yao's opponent is him. Shinran Tonggu looked over and saw a calm-looking young man standing at the back of the mountain. He clenched his fists and his eyes flashed with murderous intent. I will fight her in the 10-year duel. Empress Ling Yao had joined the promise of 10 years, but Jun Changxiao would not fight with her. She was An You's enemy, and he had to defeat her personally to take revenge. No. The Taishan elder said, this kid is too weak. He did not have high hopes for the 6th transformation Go Sheng, much less the 2nd transformation Yi Xingchen. Of course. It was not that he was underestimating An You, but the gap between them was too big. If he went over, he would definitely be beaten to a pulp. Master. Jun Changxiao said, have you heard of a saying? What saying? 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not bully the young for being poor. Shinran Tonggu rolled his eyes. Don't give me these useless words of encouragement. Jun Changxiao said, there are still 6 to 7 years until the promise. I believe that An You can defeat Empress Ling Yao, because... He looked at Yi Xingchen again and said proudly, he is a disciple of the Sect of all times. His words were loud and clear, echoing throughout the sect for a long time. Crack! Yi Xingchen clenched his fists again. The blood in his body seemed to boil under the encouragement of the Sect of all times. Shinran Tonggu was speechless. If she doesn't improve, won't she grow? He was most worried that Empress Ling Yao would enter the truth-seeking realm. By then, there would be no suspense. Master. Jun Changxiao said seriously, she can improve, she can grow, but she won't be as fast as my disciple. Gosheng did not know if he could make An You stronger, or even surpass Empress Ling Yao, but that did not stop him from setting a goal for himself. People must have goals, must have dreams. Yi Xingchen. Tell me loudly, can you defeat her? Patriarch, Yi Xingchen stood at the back of the mountain, his blood boiling. He looked up and roared, not only will I defeat her, I will kill her myself. Shinran Tonggu's expression was interesting. Did my disciple's head get kicked by a donkey? With only rank 2 cultivation, he dares to say that he can kill a rank 9 reincarnation Dan cultivator? AI. He sighed and said, I've told you everything. Prepare well. Don't let me down during the promise of 10 years. Swish, with that, he flew out of the Sect of all times. After he left, Li Qingyang and the others appeared one after another. They stopped in front of Yi Xingchen and gave him encouraging looks. Junior brother Yi. Su Xiaoma punched him in the chest and said, Xixiang believes you can do it. Yi Xingchen's expression remained cold, but his heart warmed. Right now, he was no longer fighting alone. A large number of disciples gathered at the back of the mountain. They stood near Yi Xingchen. The camera moved past them and finally stopped at the plaque with the words "Unyielding Steel" on it. Li Tiantian naturally would not miss this opportunity. He quickly found a good angle and pressed the shutter button, creating a picture that symbolized unity. On the mountain peak, Xianxia sat alone on a huge rock, looking at the sea of clouds in the distance. Even though he had declared that he was going to defeat Empress Lingyao, he knew better than anyone else in his heart that if he were to fight against that woman, he had no chance of winning at all. "I'm still too weak." Xianxia's eyes were filled with dejection. In the past, he would never have such a mentality when facing a strong enemy. Because Night Emperor's pride did not allow him to lower his head. But now, it was different. Because fighting with Empress Lingyao would not only represent himself, but also the sect. The pressure was immense. Xianxia's attitude towards rows of flowers had changed. Xianxia's attitude towards the sect of all times was even more obvious. They had truly become one, although it was difficult to change their prideful personalities. Ta! Suddenly, a sound came from behind. Turning around, there was a jar of drunken dreams beside him. Junior brother Yi. Xiao Ziji sat on a tree in the distance, one leg dangling casually. He held a jar of wine in his hand and smiled. "How about we have a showdown?" Xianxia's eyes were filled with disdain. He did not dare to say that he was the strongest disciple in the sect of all times in martial arts, but he was not afraid of anyone in the way of wine. "Come." Anyo skillfully opened the jar and took a sip of drunken dreams. It was very irritating. It was a good way to relieve his worries with wine. Xiao Ziji lifted his jar of drunken dreams as well. One sat on a huge rock, the other on a tree, drinking to their heart's content. The atmosphere was instantly set off. "Junior brother." Xiao Ziji wiped the wine stain from the corner of his mouth and recalled the past. "Back then in the lower realm, I had no cultivation and was a complete piece of trash. But the patriarch still set a 3-year promise for me. Do you know why?" Hearing this, Xianxia understood why he wanted to drink with him. So he replied, "Because of the goal, the motivation?" "No." Xiao Ziji took another sip of wine and said, "Because the patriarch has the confidence to make me stronger." Xianxia's expression became interesting. This answer was completely different from what he had expected. "Facts have proven it." Xiao Ziji said, "The patriarch has the ability to make a piece of trash like me stand up again in 3 years and regain the dignity that I once lost." "What are you trying to say?" "Believe in the patriarch and believe in yourself." Xianxia fell silent. Then, he lifted the wine jar and drank. Xiao Ziji did not continue. Simple words were enough to express the meaning. There was no need to repeat it because it would seem more deliberate. The lower realm, the 3-year promise. The upper realm, the 10-year promise. They had both been hurt by a woman and had the same battle promise. These two were really good friends who would walk together for life. Gulp, gulp. Xianxia drank the entire jar of drunken dreams. Then, he stood up shakily and threw it out. He spread his arms and shouted, "I, Xianxia, will definitely defeat that woman." Bang! The empty jar drew a beautiful arc and fell directly from the mountain peak. It accurately hit the Purple King's head. That bastard threw it from high up. "Don't you know it's dangerous?" After drinking, Xianxia's confusion was gone. He focused more on cultivation and believed that the patriarch must have a way to make him stronger. In fact, Xianxia was very conflicted. Although he had set a small goal for Anyo, how could he make him stronger quickly? Sigh. The system was speechless. "Don't make your disciple raise flags again. Don't talk nonsense." Xianxia rolled his eyes. "Hurry up and think of a way to make Anyo stronger quickly. Use all the martial arts resources of the sect on him alone." The system said. "Can he surpass Empress Lingyao?" "No." "Then what the hell are you talking about?" The system said, "With the power of the entire sect, he should be able to make a qualitative leap in a few years. But Empress Lingyao also cultivates. So, at this time, he will need the help of the system store." As expected. Xianxia was speechless. "We still have to rely on it." The system said, "The gap between Xianxia and Empress Lingyao is too big. If he wants to catch up or even surpass her in 6 or 7 years, there is only one way. Or he can jump off a cliff. Who knows, he might accidentally get the inheritance of a powerful person and be able to reach max level immediately after he comes out. Jun Xianxia facepalmed. Then let's do it. At least it's more realistic. Since he had decided to let Xianxia fight Empress Ling Yao in the promise of 10 years, it was important to find a way to make him stronger in the next 6 or 7 years. There was no other way but to cheat. Actually, the system said, you can make yourself stronger and help your disciple take revenge. Jun Xianxia shook his head. What happened in the lower realm has hurt Anyo too much. Only by breaking his inner demons can he improve. All I can do is help him as much as I can. There was no joke. Gosheng might not be a good person, or a good husband, but from the perspective of the sect, he was a good patriarch. Even the biggest dog, Go Hei, agreed. So the host must be prepared to spend a lot of resources to help a disciple, the system said. Jun Xianxia said, if I can help him break free from his inner demons, any price is worth it. For now, the sect of all times martial arts resources were evenly distributed. Even if the core disciples received more, they still cared about balanced development. If they wanted Xianxia to break through quickly, they could only use the power of the entire sect to help him. This was a common practice among the major sections. For example, they would invest all their martial arts resources on a talented junior to help them grow in the shortest time possible. With Xianxia's talent and potential, he deserved such treatment. But the problem was, Lu Qianqian, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, Su Xiaoma, and other disciples could all be promoted. So, the sect of all times had always treated all core disciples equally. They did not really train any one of them, because there were too many geniuses to choose from. Any one of them would have the life of a main character. It would be impossible to promote all of them. On the other hand, if other sects encountered a top genius, they would definitely use all their resources on him, betting on the future of the sect. The next day, Jun Xianxia took out a few spatial rings and said, there are 10 million true stones in here. Take them and cultivate. If you don't have enough, come find me. Xianxia was a little confused. 10 million might not be a lot for a sect, but for a person, it was definitely a huge amount of martial arts resources. Patriarch, isn't that a little too much? Although Big Brother Anyo was arrogant in the past, he had always been active in all kinds of competitions and fights in order to obtain more resources to improve himself. Now that the Patriarch had given him 10 million true stones for free, he actually felt that it was a bit too much, and his mentality had changed greatly. Should I take some more? Shua. Xianxia hurriedly took the interspatial ring. Just now, he was just trying to decline. In fact, he was feeling quite good. After all, such a large amount of resources would definitely allow him to make a substantial improvement in his cultivation base. Jun Xianxia said, we'll begin immediately. Don't do any sect missions for the time being. Focus all your attention on cultivation. Yes. Xianxia left the hall and entered the spacetime secret realm. 6 or 7 years wasn't a long time, but it wasn't short either. He had to work hard at all times to raise his cultivation level as soon as possible. Only then would he be able to live up to his patriarch and his fellow disciples. Of course. Cultivating in seclusion was equivalent to building a car behind closed doors. The path of cultivation required actual combat. Therefore, in the following days, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others took turns to spar with Anyo. The standard of the spar was very high because the special effects of the words were activated. In terms of overall strength, Xianxia was stronger than many core disciples, but not by much. Therefore, the level of excitement in the battle was still very high. Boom! Boom! On the martial arts field supported by various arrays, the heaven-crossing palm print and other martial arts techniques were frequently used. It could be said that the battle was very beautiful. Thump, thump, thump. After a while, Xianxia took more than 10 steps back and bent over to gasp for breath. Senior brother. He woody cupped his hands and said, thank you for letting me win. Xianxia wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to himself, this guy is too strong. He challenged Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others one after another. His overall strength was slightly better, but he was defeated by He Wudi. He even felt that he couldn't see through him anymore. It wasn't just Yi Xingchen. Jun Changxiao also realized it. This last disciple usually kept a low profile in the sect. He didn't even make a sound. However, every time he fought, there would always be a big change. It was as if he suddenly became stronger. Senior brother, He Wudi said, although the heaven-crossing palm print you used just now was not bad, there were obvious flaws in the process of using it. If you can fix this problem, you should be able to improve quite a lot. Tsk Yi Xingchen snorted coldly. This guy in charge of closing the door was actually giving him pointers? I see. In the cultivation room, after carefully listening to the explanation and analysis of the heaven-crossing palm print, Yi Xingchen walked out with a sudden realization. His eyes were shining with a bright luster. He will understand after a little guidance. This senior brother Ye's aptitude is also not bad. He Wudi walked out and thought to himself. Originally, he planned to continue to be an invisible person in the sect. However, after seeing Yi Xingchen working hard to cultivate for the 10 years night, he decided to help him improve his understanding of martial arts. Invincible. Just as he walked out of the cultivation room, Jun Changxiao stood in front of the main hall and waved. He smiled and said, "Come here." He Wudi felt an ominous feeling in his heart. Sure enough. Arriving at the main hall, Jun Changxiao sat at the head of the table. His 10 fingers were clasped together and he said meaningfully, "You are not simple." Goxing saw clearly that he was guiding Yi Xingchen in the cultivation room. He was even surprised that this guy had such a high understanding of the heaven-crossing palm print. Perhaps even Gu Xiaoxi could not compare to him. In the past, He Wudi had discussed with the system, but it did not attract much attention. Now, it was a good opportunity to ask if this last disciple had any unspeakable stories. Patriarch, everyone has their own secrets. If you don't want to tell me, I will not force you. He Wudi fell silent. Jun Changxiao walked down and patted him on the shoulder. He said, "Actually, when I first met you, I knew that you were not simple. That was why I took you in as my last disciple." He Wudi wanted to cry at the mention of being his last disciple. Because this was really just a way to close the door. If I am not wrong. Jun Changxiao said, "You should be from the upper realm like the black and white Rakshasas, right?" When he was in the lower realm, he used the dazzling light sunglasses to analyze that the other party had a super divine grade spirit root. Now that he was in the upper realm and his strength was gradually revealed, he was even more determined. That's right. He Wudi did not deny it. Why did you appear in the lower realm? Jun Changxiao asked. Because. He Wudi thought for a while and confessed, the 7 mysterious rays broken scroll. Oh? Jun Changxiao was surprised. He Wudi immediately told him about how he obtained the scroll and how he was hunted down by various powerhouses and forced to the lower realm, forcing his body and level to be completely reset to 0. However, he hid a very important piece of information, which was that it did not happen in the upper realm, but in another world. How many scrolls are there? 1. Jun Changxiao looked calm on the surface, but in fact, his heart was breaking down. The case was solved, the case was finally solved. The first 7 mysterious rays broken scroll that he bought in the store was snatched from this unlucky guy. Based on the past, Jun Changxiao could roughly confirm that anyone who bought a remnant scroll must have stolen it from somewhere else, such as the Rose of Flowers from Volume 2 and the Black and White Rakshasa from Volume 3. But what about the first remnant scroll? There should be a victim here, right? Today, when He Wudi told part of his story, the mystery of many years was finally solved. It turned out that he was the first unlucky person. Fate. The system said, "This is fate." Bah. Jun Chang laughed and said, "My max level account was reset to 0 because of you." But the one who benefited was the host, the system said. I didn't know. In this matter, Jun Changxiao could not be said to be at fault. After all, he did not know that there was such a trap in the system store. If he had known, there would be no ifs. Later, I understood. He Wudi said, the disappearance of the remnant scroll was actually fate. Because without it, I would not have joined the sect created by Senior Qixuan to pursue higher martial arts mysteries. To be honest, falling from a high-level world to a low-level world and having his cultivation level reset, if it were anyone else, they would not have been able to bear it. He must have been in pain at first, but only after joining the sect of all times did he have a deeper understanding. Fate. All of this was fate. Wudi even often wondered if it was Senior Qixuan's arrangement that he could find the remnant scroll and come to the Falling Star continent. Some might say that his imagination was too much. In fact, when one's cultivation reached a certain level, one would believe in such things very much. Especially Senior Qixuan, who had a very high position in Wudi's heart. He even worshipped him as God. Omnipotent, moreover, because the remnant scroll disappeared, he was forced to come to the lower realm. In the end, he saw a copy in the sect of all times, and even the full set. How could he not imagine? What realm were you at before you came? Jun Changxiao asked. Wudi thought for a while and said, truth-seeking realm. When he explained the reason just now, he deliberately hid important information, so he had to hide his realm as well. Otherwise, it would be easy to be exposed. No wonder. Jun Changxiao said, you have such a deep understanding of the sect's martial arts. The strongest fighter in the sect of all times was Gu Xiaoxi, who was only at the 8 refinement transformation realm. Cultivators at the truth-seeking realm were undoubtedly at a higher level and stronger. AI. Wudi sighed and said, although my understanding of martial arts is very high, I still need to improve my realm step by step. Her meaning was very clear. She was telling Jun Changxiao that she was now a phoenix in dire straits. She was even worse than a chicken. Don't count on her to support the sect. Wudi was really too low-key. If one had to use a word to describe him, it would be King Go. The reason for this kind of personality was that the world he lived in was not weak, but it was definitely not top-notch. He could only struggle his way up. He did not have the experience of controlling lightning like the Night Emperor did in his previous life. To put it bluntly, Wudi was just a small figure in a high-level world. He kept a low profile and gradually grew up. His personality was destined not to be too ostentatious. He even had to endure at all times. He and Xianxia were two extremes. They represented Go and Fu respectively. So, Jun Changxiao patted his shoulder again and said, guide I know more during this period of time so that he can become stronger faster. Huh? Wudi was dumbfounded. Of course. Jun Changxiao added, if you have time, you can also teach Wu Tang and replace Elder Ge and the others to explain martial arts problems to your fellow disciples. I understand that your level is reset to 0. But after all, he used to be at the truth-seeking realm. His martial arts knowledge must be rich. It was the best choice to bring benefits to his fellow disciples. Patriarch, it's decided. When Wudi revealed his former identity and realm, he was immediately given a good job to be in charge of guiding Xianxia and the other sections. Of course, the premise was that he had to do it after closing the door. It's too difficult for me. Contribution points. Sitting on the chair in the study, Jun Changxiao rubbed his temples. Giving Xianxia a lot of resources and letting Wudi, who had rich martial arts experience, teach him could only be a conventional way of improvement. If conditions permitted, he would definitely cheat. However, the contribution points were not enough. Jun Changxiao did not believe that after the free refresh CD, he could get the items he wanted as he wished. Moreover, even if he could not afford it with only 200,000 points. Do the task. Let the disciple do the task faster. Fortunately, the appearance of the new sect task gave Jun Changxiao a stable channel to obtain the 3 contribution points, instead of relying on the system to trigger the side task. By the way, there is an epic task. I hope that there will be a lot of rewards after the settlement, such as the elixir formula to upgrade to the truth-seeking realm. Say something. No problem at all. The host will get what he wants. The system finally spoke. In view of its previous ability to reverse the milk, this time it directly said something good. Come on, wait for the slap in the face, The news of a large real stone vein being unearthed in the green grassland gradually spread in the upper realm and instantly became the hottest topic. Of course, everyone was more concerned about who had dug the vein away. Who else could it be? It must be Empress Lingyao. I heard that all the sects gathered at the entrance of the immortal land to interrogate her. If immortal Qingwei did not appear, I'm afraid they would have fought. This woman does not have much power in the realm hall, but she dares to compete with so many sects for the vein. She has guts. From the discussion, it was not difficult to see that Xianxia's trick was very successful. All the martial artists believed that Empress Lingyao had dug the large vein away. If a lie was told too often, it would become true. If a rumor spread too often, it would gradually become the truth. Master. In the magnificent palace, a stooped old man frowned. The upper realm is talking about you. Empress Lingyao said, only fools will listen to rumors. The realm hall knows that you are immortal Qingwei's disciple and wants you to go to the headquarters as soon as possible. The stooped old man said. Empress Lingyao was irritated. She had been maliciously framed this time. Other than arousing suspicion, she had not suffered any substantial losses. She was only a little hurt that her master was immortal Qingwei. After all, the latter had a grudge with the realm hall and was classified as a traitor. I thought I could hide it for a little longer, but since they know, it doesn't matter. Empress Lingyao asked, how's the investigation? Master. The stooped old man said, no suspicious person has entered the northwest in the past few months, and no one has entered the Green Plains. She had been tricked, so of course she had to investigate. However, Xianxia had done well in this regard. He had either traveled at full speed on the ancient warship or set up an isolation array, so he had not been discovered by passers-by. It made sense. Knowing that the vein had appeared from the mission in advance, he had to be careful when he came. Otherwise, if others found out, he would attract suspicion and trouble. Empress Lingyao said, the person who set me up is not simple. Could it be that the buried moon pavilion has found out that I killed their spy in the realm hall? It's possible. The stooped old man agreed. Whoosh! Xianxia walked out of the space-time secret realm, his aura stronger than before. That's right. He had broken through to rank 3. It took him 4 months. From a normal cultivation point of view, it was not slow at all, but super fast. However, it took tens of millions of true stones just to raise 1 level. This was not a price an ordinary martial artist could afford. If he relied on resources, it would not be a problem. After all, Xianxia still had a lot of resources, he could use them all to help Xianxia. However, as one's realm got higher, they could not rely on resources to break through. They also needed to comprehend it. For example, Xianxia had already reached the peak of Qi-changing stage. 1 more step and he would reach spirit-changing stage. He could not rely on resources to break through, he had to rely on his own comprehension. To put it bluntly, there were 3 stages in rank 9. One could eat resources to break through, but when one reached a certain threshold, they could only rely on their own abilities. The most typical example was the Taishan Elder. His realm was the same as Xianxia's, rank 3, but he was still far away from rank 4. Why? Because this was a threshold that needed to be seriously comprehended. The Taishan Elder's heart was not on martial arts, but on divination. In the past, he could break through to rank 3 while cultivating, but he had to be extremely focused as he advanced. If he broke through carelessly, then he would have to continue wasting time. 3, 6, 9. Core changing stage bottleneck. Of course, this bottleneck did not apply to Xianxia. Because he only needed to complete the epic mission to break through to a higher level. There was no need for him to calm down and comprehend. I hope I won't be stuck for too long. Xianxia prayed in his heart. But after cultivating for another half a month, he found that he had no gains at all. If there was a problem, he would find the patriarch. Xianxia scratched his head and said, ask the black and white guardians. This guy had leveled up by doing missions, so he had no understanding of the cultivation process. He could not pass on the relevant martial arts experience. Xianxia found the black and white rakshas. The Qi conversion stage is the transition from the spirit conversion stage to the spirit conversion stage. Its purpose is to pry into the profound power of the true spirit hidden within the heaven and earth attribute. Only by transforming the energy core within the body can it be sublimated, the black Rakshasa explained to him. How long did the two of you take? Xianxia asked. 500 years. More than 400 years. Bullshit. The white Rakshasa roared, you're 1 year faster than me. 499 years is also more than 400 years. Am I wrong? The black Rakshasa said calmly. The two brothers quarreled again. Xianxia left with a look of despair on his face. The two guardians in the upper realm were also considered as martial artists with talent. It took them hundreds of years to advance from third transformation to fourth transformation. How could he do it in just 6 or 7 years? Anyo. Xianxia encouraged him, as long as your thinking doesn't decline, there will always be more solutions than difficulties. Xianxia took a deep breath and said, Patriarch, whether or not I can break through quickly will depend on you. Hurry up and give me some elixirs. Don't be anxious. Xianxia said, I should have it soon. There were only a few days left until the 4th epic mission settlement day. He placed his hopes on the reward. He would not be so extravagant as to give a formula for breaking through to the truth transformation realm. Even a formula for the spirit transformation realm would be fine. What if you don't give it? The system asked. Xianxia said, then I can only go to the merchant shop. In the past 5 months, the disciples had done missions one after another, and their 3 points had all increased evenly. Now that they had accumulated quite a lot, if they really had no other choice, they would spend money like crazy. For example, they could buy VIP tickets for the year. A few days later. Ding. Epic mission settlement. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the large true stone vein in the Jade Tripod Mountains. You have met the requirements. Epic mission completed. Completion rate, 100%. Host has received 1 million contribution points. Ding. Sect contribution points, 344,000. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the Upper Realm Epic Mission number 4. You have received Seal Opening Talisman, 4x1, must do what you say x1. That's it? Hearing the reward, Xianxia's expression collapsed. Could it be that because the completion rate was only 100%, he only received a 4th-generation Seal Opening Talisman and, must do what you say? Xianxia said happily, that's good stuff. Back then, he had also received one when he completed a mission. Its function was to raise one's cultivation level by a large realm for no reason. Now that he had completed the Upper Realm Epic Mission, he had received another one. Perhaps it could help Xianxia break through to the truth-seeking realm in an instant. Haha. Xianxia covered his face and laughed. This is better than the pill recipe. The pill recipe still required him to find the herbs. The must do what you say, he could directly take it out and call out its name. It could not be more convenient. The system was speechless. Am I not a toxic healer? It was hoping that the host would get what he wanted, but in the end, he got what he wanted, and it was even better than what he had imagined. Sigh, I'm having a harder time than he would. Ding. The host has successfully broken through to the 7th transformation core realm. Huff huff. Just as Xianxia was about to go wild with joy, he suddenly froze on the spot. His thoughts and soul seemed to have merged into some kind of illusion. The 7th transformation was classified as the reincarnation stage. Therefore, he, who had once again relied on missions to level up, instantly entered a brand new martial Dao world, and then crazily absorbed the profound meaning that existed inside. Buzz. A moment later, Xianxia returned to reality, holding his head in pain. Because he had relied on cheating to level up, he did not experience the process of comprehending the reincarnation stage. Therefore, now that he had suddenly entered it, he naturally had to experience the pain of his soul becoming stronger. In short, he forcefully poured all kinds of knowledge and energy into his sea of consciousness and body. Phew! The pain lasted for an hour. When he gradually adapted to the higher realm, Xianxia directly leaned on the chair as if he had collapsed. Then, he broke down and said, only one level. It's normal. The system said indifferently. If he skipped a level every time, would the upper realm survive? The completion rate of Epic Mission 4 was only 100%. Therefore, whether it was the contribution points, rewards, or even the improvement of the realm, they were all very limited. This made Jun Changxiao very dissatisfied. Forget it, forget it. Let Anyao break through to the truth-seeking realm first. He hurriedly contacted Xianxia and asked him to come to the main hall as soon as possible. Jun Changxiao's first thought was to let his disciple level up. It was enough to show that he was a very qualified patriarch, a selfless person. He could not make it up anymore. The reason was that the item could not be used by the person himself. Patriarch. Xianxia came to the main hall and said, "What's the matter?" Jun Changxiao interlocked his fingers and said with a smile, "If you were given a chance to choose, what level would you want to be promoted to?" "The strongest in the upper realm." Jun Changxiao almost fell off his chair. This wish was a little too big. With the promise mechanism, it was definitely impossible. Lower it. The peak of the truth-seeking realm. Lower it a little more. Then break through the core transformation stage and enter the truth-seeking realm. Snap. Jun Changxiao snapped his fingers and said, "As you wish." "As I wish?" Just as Xianxia was dumbfounded, he saw the patriarch take out a large conch and shouted, "Improve Xianxia." Reason. My disciple. Meets the requirements. The promise mechanism instantly disintegrated and turned into powder that stuck to Xianxia's body, causing his realm to instantly improve. He then exclaimed, "I've broken through to the fourth transformation." Of course. A smile appeared on Jun Changxiao's face. However, the next second, his expression froze and he widened his eyes. Not the truth-seeking realm? Xianxia was especially excited now. Because he had suddenly entered the fourth transformation from the third transformation, the attributes in his energy core had turned into pure true spirit energy. Xiao Ziji was right, whether he could become stronger or not, he must believe in the patriarch. Xianxia was excited, but Jun Changxiao who was sitting on the chair felt heartache. Didn't they say that he would advance by a whole realm? Why did the epic mission from the previous version only allow him to advance from the third transformation to the fourth transformation? It's very simple. The system said, either the first transformation is a whole realm, or the spirit-changing stage is a whole realm. Based on the host's previous breakthrough, the latter is more likely. Jun Changxiao clutched his chest and said, "I was thinking too much. Although the items in the system are magical, they won't be too heaven-defying. After all, we still have to pay attention to the ecological balance. If it had not been used, the system would not have said it so confidently." "Anyao." Jun Changxiao calmed down and said, "Work harder on your cultivation, don't let me down." "Patriarch," Xianxia said weakly, "didn't you say that I could enter the true spirit realm?" "Scram." Jun Changxiao pointed at the door and said, "Quickly." Xianxia retreated, but after walking out of the main hall, his eyes shone. Previously, he had been conflicted about breaking through the fourth transformation, but now that he had achieved it, he was full of hope for the future. As long as he was in the spirit-changing stage and had enough martial arts resources, breaking through quickly would not be a problem. As for whether he could enter the soul-changing stage after reaching the sixth transformation, that depended on the patriarch. After breaking through, Xianxia had more motivation, so he came up with a new cultivation plan. Although Jun Changxiao was depressed that his words did not meet his expectations, but after thinking about it, it was worth it to let his disciple cross a hurdle easily. At least, the time saved was immeasurable. "Who?" He took a deep breath and said, "Use the store." Goxing was a little worried that if he didn't use up the few million contribution points he had saved up in the past 6 months, they might be reset to 0 one day. Besides, Xianxia had only leveled up by 1 level. There was still a gap between him and Empress Lingyao. It would be even better if he could find something that could help him level up. Bathing and burning incense. After everything was ready, Jun Changxiao opened the shop. Ding! Ding! After 5 times, there was nothing. Jun Changxiao was used to it, and his emotions did not fluctuate at all. Ding! The host has already reached the limit of 5 free refresh times per month. Would you like to activate the monthly or annual VIP package to unlock more refresh times? As the voice faded, 2 options appeared in front of him. One was a monthly VIP, and the other was a yearly VIP. Xianxia clicked on the second option without any hesitation. Ding! You have successfully recharged your account. Congratulations to the host for becoming a VIP user. The monthly refresh rate has increased from 5 times to 30 times. You have also received additional rewards such as the nouveau riche interface and the sweet voice of a young lady. Ding! Sect contribution points, 294,000. Whoosh! In an instant, the shop turned into a golden and dazzling state. It was simply inhumane. After coming to the upper realm, the system interface had been upgraded once, and now it had become a nouveau riche interface. This was what it meant to be a successful person. This was the symbol of nobility, Xianxia said lightly, I feel it. The huge change in the system interface was a feast for his eyes. He finally realized that the lives of the rich could be so simple and unadorned. Ding! Honorable VIP host, would you like to activate the sweet voice of a young lady? Of course. Xianxia said, I've tolerated that crazy retort for a long time. The system. Ding! Activate the sweet voice of a young lady. When the voice spoke, it had changed from a man's voice to a woman's, and it was very pleasant to the ears. The visual and auditory changes fully proved what it meant to be a noble VIP, however, Xianxia was on the verge of collapse. Only this? What else? The system said. Hearing its voice as usual, Xianxia finally understood that the so-called young lady's voice was a replacement for the previous voice, and the system assistance was not changed. As everyone knew, the system's voice and the system assistants were absolutely independent. One was mechanical, the other was human. If the emotionless voice was changed and the complaining voice was left, what was the use of this function? Change it back, Xianxia said irritably. Ding! Young brother's magnetic voice activated. Young brother's magnetic voice. Xianxia did not care about the nouveau riche interface and the sweet voice, because he cared more about the 25 free refreshes. Come on. Come on, refresh to your heart's content. Ta. Xianxia lifted his leg and proudly placed it on the table. As a genuine VIP, he should be very arrogant. Otherwise, wouldn't the money be wasted? Ding! Refresh, replacement of goods. F***ck. Xianxia almost jumped out of his seat. 5 free refreshes per month, he would habitually refresh. Although there were occasionally good goods, they were not very useful. This time, it was different. The item bar was covered in gold and purple, so shiny that he could barely open his eyes. It was as if he had entered the exchange code, see you're the most handsome in Jianghu, and all kinds of godly equipment and mounts could be obtained at will, supreme magic battle armor. Dragon-slaying god-slaying set. Rank 9 poisonous stinger. Just looking at these names made him feel like he was going to be God. What made Xianxia's breathing quicken was that there were many prestige goods. Judging from the ratio, at least 1 in 10 items would be a prestige item. This probability was much higher than the free refreshes. Does it feel good? The system asked. Yes. Xianxia truly understood what it meant to spend money on learning. However, when he clicked on Supreme Magic Battle Armor and saw that the price was 5 million contribution points, he roared in his heart, so expensive. Didn't you see the grade? It's already Dao grade. In the upper realm, the grade of equipment and treasures corresponded to the sects and forces, Mystic, True, Dao, and Immortal. The Xian grade was suitable for Void-Piercing Realm and Core Transformation Realm. The Truth grade was suitable for Core Transformation Realm, and the Dao grade was suitable for Truth-Seeking Realm. Xianxia was speechless. I can't afford it. I can't afford it. Next, he continued to look at other shiny equipment. In the end, all the items with domineering names and special effects, even the Truth grade, started at 2 million. Goshen cried. It was not easy to get so many items, but the price was more expensive than the previous. He could only look at them and not buy them. There are prestige goods too. I should be able to buy one. Jun Changxiao clicked on the nearest prestige goods with hope. When he saw that the price was 2,000 points, he immediately collapsed on the chair. If it was expensive, it was not a big problem. After all, he could slowly accumulate points in the future. However, the problem was that he urgently needed items to increase the strength of his disciples. He definitely could not keep them. Refresh. The system said, there are still 24 chances. Maybe you can refresh something useful. This was what Jun Changxiao was most conflicted about. If he refreshed them, the good stuff would definitely be overshadowed. You can't afford it now, yet you still want items to help your disciples. If you don't refresh them, are you planning to keep them for the new year? The system instigated. Fine. Jun Changxiao gritted his teeth and said, refresh. Ding. 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 Refresh after refresh, replace after replace. It was undeniable that after becoming a VIP for a year, there were many good items, but they were either too expensive or not suitable for rapid growth, so he could only replace them by force. Why can't you add a shopping cart function, allowing me to add what I want in advance and buy it when I have money in the future? Jun Changxiao was speechless. In your dreams. The system said. Jun Changxiao ignored it and continued to refresh. After refreshing more than 10 times, he saw a product called Ore Incubator. He covered his face and said, finally, something useful. The Ore Incubator was not expensive, only 1 million. The introduction said that it could incubate special ores and increase their growth. Increase? Jun Changxiao's eyes were burning. Wasn't the mother of real stones a special ore? If it was added to increase its growth, wouldn't it be able to produce more eggs? Buy. After thinking for a while, Jun Changxiao spent 1 million contribution points to buy the Ore Incubator. Previously, he could have bought a lot of 2 to 3 million contribution points equipment, but he did not because it would only benefit him. If this facility could increase the growth of the mother of real stones, it would definitely benefit the entire sect. Jun Changxiao went to the underground palace and took out the Ore Incubator. The shape of this item was similar to the previous incubator. It had a transparent barrier, and below it were various buttons and LED screens, as well as a dent that seemed to be used to absorb energy. No way. Jun Changxiao was speechless. Does this thing need external energy? Nonsense. The system said, if you want to increase its growth, you have to invest it. Jun Changxiao took out the manual, and after reading it carefully, he confirmed that the Ore Incubator really needed energy to increase its growth. Fortunately, he could choose crystal cores as the material. Let's give it a try. Jun Changxiao placed the mother of real stones inside the Ore Incubator, then began to take out crystal cores to charge. He only pressed the start button after using thousands of crystal cores. Beep. 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 Numbers appeared on the LED screen. Item, Mother of Truth Condition, Med Energy, 1% Acceleration, 100%. Jun Changxiao hugged his head and roared, thousands of high-level crystal nuclei are thrown in, and the energy is only 1%, and the acceleration is only 100%. The crystal cores that Gou Xing had put in just now were mostly obtained from various forbidden grounds. Their quality was pretty good, and they would definitely be able to exchange for a considerable amount of magnetite if they were to sell them on the market. Hoo-hoo. At this moment, the Mother of Truth inside the device emitted a strong heaven and earth attribute, and then merged into the surrounding soil through the vent holes. Accelerating it by 100% meant that the incubation effect was doubled. If this was an ordinary medicinal ingredient, the effect would be pretty good. However, if it was used to cultivate the Mother of True Stones and allow it to produce true stones faster, it didn't seem to be enough. D. The alarm sounded and a number appeared on the screen. 1% energy can only last for 1 year. Please replenish it in time. Jun Changxiao was speechless. I threw in so many high-level crystal cores, and it only accelerated my time by 1 year? Not bad. The system said, at least it can speed up the nurturing of the Mother of True Rocks. It's better than the slow gathering speed. That's true. Jun Changxiao took out more crystal cores to recharge. Although a 100% acceleration wasn't much, the Mother of Truth would determine the future development of the sect, so it was better to speed it up. Who? Jun Changxiao threw in all the crystal cores in his spatial ring, and after a fierce operation, the energy increase was only 5%. Damn it. That's way too expensive. At this moment, Goshing's eyes widened. The acceleration listed on the LED screen changed from the initial 100% to 500%. Understood. The system said, every time the energy increases, the acceleration will also increase. From 1% to 100%? If it reaches 100%, it will increase by 10,000%. It should be. That's great. Jun Changxiao was instantly excited. If it reached the maximum value, wouldn't it be 100 times faster? The Mother of Truth could easily nurture true stones for thousands of years. If the acceleration was maintained, it could be completed in a few decades. Calm down. Jun Changxiao suppressed his excitement and said, the prerequisite is to have crystal cores. With so many crystal cores as the energy source, it only increased by 5%. If it really reached 100% and obtained 10,000% acceleration, would there be enough upper realm monsters? The principle of the ore incubator was similar to that of the incubator. If he wanted to obtain more acceleration, he had to invest crazily. Jun Changxiao was still quite satisfied. At least he could obtain crystal cores. If he could nurture more true stones, it could also be an alternative exchange method. Swoosh! He opened the shop again. Jun Changxiao found another product at the end of the list. It was called Gene Modification Fluid, so he curiously clicked on the introduction. Item, Gene Modification Fluid Introduction, an epoch-making product from highly developed martial arts and technology. Effect, after consumption, it can forcefully change the user's genes, thus obtaining the special ability of non-human races. Disadvantage, random selection. Price, 2,000 reputation points. Note, purchase limited to 1 per year. Damn. Jun Changxiao said in surprise, this is quite strong. The system said, according to the terms of the world of martial arts, it should be similar to bloodline inheritance. It is recommended that the host purchase 10 stars. Jun Changxiao fell into a short period of silence. This thing was indeed not bad, but he only had 2,000 reputation points at the moment. The system said, you can give it to Xianxia to let him obtain the ability of a certain race. Perhaps it can greatly increase his realm. Makes sense. Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up. There was only one chance. If he did not buy it, he would have to refresh it. Moreover, the system said again, this thing can be bought once a year. In the future, when you have reputation points, you can also give it to the upper echelons of the sect or the disciples to use, allowing everyone to have a special bloodline. A real marketing master would use the simplest words to accurately capture the user's psychology and make them palpitate with eagerness. Jun Changxiao was tempted. To be honest, this thing might not be effective for him, because he had the bloodline of the stone statue race. It was unknown if he could be compatible with 2 bloodlines, but many people in the sect did not. If he could use this to benefit them, the 2,000 reputation points would not be wasted. Ding! Host has spent 2,000 reputation points and obtained Gene Modification Fluid X1. It has been transported into the space ring. Ding! Sect reputation points, 0, Jun Changxiao bought it and immediately informed Xianxia. Patriarch. Anya walked in from outside and secretly muttered in his heart. Could it be that the Patriarch has something good for him again? Jun Changxiao placed the gene modification fluid on the table and said, drink it. Xianxia was overjoyed. From the shape, this seemed to be the aptitude modification fluid. He had already reached the divine grade spirit root. Could it be that after drinking it, he would have a higher breakthrough? Xianxia hurriedly opened the cork and drank it without any hesitation. The taste of the gene modification fluid was similar to the aptitude modification fluid, but there was a faint fragrance in the mellow malt taste. After drinking it, one would not be satisfied. No, his aptitude did not increase. Hoo-hoo. Just as Anya was thinking, a majestic aura emerged from his body and instantly filled his entire body. It even seeped into his blood, as if it was burning directly. A heart-wrenching pain instantly spread. That kind of heat gathered in every inch of his skin, making him scream like a pig being slaughtered with a hideous expression. What's going on? This voice. It's Junior Brother Yi. Let's go. Swish. Swish. Everyone flew to the Dragon Head Peak. As soon as they landed outside the courtyard where the patriarch lived, they all opened their eyes wide and blurted out, "Oh my god." When Xianxia consumed the genetic fluid, the blood in his body burned instantly, bringing him extreme pain. His face turned completely hideous. "Anyo!" Xianxia exclaimed. The system said, "No need to worry. He should be fusing with the bloodline." It was the same when the host awakened the stone statue race. Xianxia was silent. "Ah!" Xianxia screamed again. At this moment, no one could help him. He could only rely on himself to get through this. If he succeeded, he would obtain a special bloodline. If he failed, he would probably lose his name. Did he regret it? No. Xianxia did not regret it. Even if he knew in advance that consuming the genetic fluid would cause him to experience such pain and torture, he would still drink it without hesitation. This was because the strong were never afraid of death. "Anyo!" Xianxia encouraged him in his heart, "Hang in there." "Ah! Screams sounded frequently, making one's hair stand on end. At the same time, the blood in his body transformed rapidly, deeply stimulating the depths of his soul. His eyes gradually turned red, and strange patterns appeared on his exposed skin. The system said, "It's about to fuse. Come on, come on." Xianxia clenched his fists and cheered for the system. From his expression, it seemed that he was more nervous than awakening his bloodline. Xianxia could no longer hear anything. The pain and torture had caused him to lose his sense of hearing. As he gradually endured it, his mind and soul were about to collapse. Wang! The scene in front of him suddenly changed, and the pain gradually subsided. Xianxia stood in a seemingly ordinary village with a stunned expression. He said in surprise, "Illusion? Come and chase me." Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Xianxia looked back and saw an ordinary teenager running over on the muddy road after the rain. He was holding a broken kite in his hand. Whoosh, the kite passed through his body, and his figure became illusory. As expected, this was an illusion. Xianxia could see the teenager as a bystander, but the teenager could not detect his existence. "Pei Anyo!" At this moment, a delicate girl ran over on the muddy road, stomping her feet and shouting, "Stop! Pei Anyo!" Xianxia was shocked and hurriedly looked back. Soon, he realized that the young man's silhouette and appearance were very similar to the guy he had taken over. Realization dawned on him. Could this be his youth? Wait a minute, the girl also looked very familiar. Xianxia suddenly thought of something and frowned. Come and chase me. If you catch me, I'll return the kite to you," the young man shouted as he ran with a playful smile on his face. Plop! The girl fell to the ground, splashing mud all over her face. "Ha ha ha." The young man laughed and said, "You've become a big tabby cat." The young girl wiped away the mud on her face, and bean-sized tears slid down her cheeks. "Why are you crying?" The young man walked over and helped her up. He placed the kite on top of her head and said, "Here you go." "No." The girl threw the kite into the mud and left in anger and grievance. The young man shouted, "I was just joking, don't be angry." As expected, that girl was Xianxia frowned and said, "This should be the experience of their youth, but why can I see it?" Phew! An intense pain surged into his mind, causing him to subconsciously hug his head. Swish! Suddenly, the scene changed again. He was already in a dark forest. The young man, Anyo, was holding a big wooden stick and was confronting a wild wolf. The young girl, was hiding behind him in fear. "Anyo, I'm scared." "Don't be afraid, I'll protect you." In the end, he was scratched by the wild wolf. Fortunately, the village hunters arrived in time to save the two of them. In order to not be scolded for using memories to make up the number of words, in short, these two scenes represented that the young man, Anyo, and the young girl, Hui had gradually developed feelings for each other. However, Xianxia was very puzzled. Why could he see what these two had experienced? Could it be that the guy who was taken over, when his soul was destroyed, part of his memory was integrated into his soul? Swish. Swish. The scene continued to change, and it was all related to the young man, Anyo, and the young girl, Hui. Buzz. After a while, the scene changed to Anyo's coming-of-age ceremony. He stood in front of Hui, who was shorter than him by a head, and grinned, "When you become an adult, I'll marry you." Brother Anyo. Hui's little face blushed. Of course. Anyo pointed to the green ox tied to a tree in the distance and said, "I will use it to marry you home and make you happy for the rest of your life." The sons of rich families often rode tall horses or palanquins to marry their wives, while the ordinary families mostly used donkeys or oxen. Puchi. Hui covered her mouth and laughed, saying, "Brother Anyo, are you unable to leave the ox?" Anyo walked over, grabbed her little hand, and said seriously, "I'm willing to be your ox for the rest of my life." Bull. 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 Xianxia's ears kept repeating, and the pain that had subsided erupted again, causing him to hug his head again. In the outside world, people were kneeling on the ground, and the patterns on their skin were getting brighter and brighter. Ah! Roar, a deafening roar suddenly sounded. Swish! Swish! At this moment, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others had already arrived at Dragon Head Peak. When they saw everything in the courtyard, they all widened their eyes, because what appeared in their field of vision was actually a green ox. Nanny! Xianxia also opened his mouth. As an eyewitness, he saw with his own eyes two ox horns grow out of Xianxia's forehead, and then he quickly transformed from a human into an ox. Genetic modification successful, the system said. Xianxia spread his legs, pointed at the green ox, and roared with a collapsing expression, "Transforming from a human into an ox, what kind of genetic modification is this? Does the host think this is an ordinary ox?" the system said indifferently. What? Xianxia continued to roar, "Don't tell me it's the green ox that I rode out of Hanga Pass. If it's really my mount, then this disciple of yours is really awesome. After all, in terms of combat power, he might not be inferior to a great sage," the system said. At this moment, the green ox suddenly enlarged, and the courtyard was destroyed. Xianxia ran out in time, but Li Qingyang clutched his chest with a pained expression. "This loss is even greater than the training ground." Roar. The green ox, which was about 100 feet long, roared loudly, and the energy it contained shook the space. So strong? Xianxia's eyes widened. Gu Zhaoxi had also rushed over, and he said in surprise, "What kind of ox is this?" Ox, that's right. Gu Zhaoxi instantly judged from the aura and power it exuded, and it was definitely not an ordinary ox. It should be from a certain tribe that was awakening at this moment, so it revealed its true form. Brother Anyo, in the peak where the disciples lived, Hui saw a huge ox suddenly appear on Dragon Head Peak, and tears flowed down her face uncontrollably. Why was she crying? Because this green ox was exactly the same as the ox that Anyo had mentioned back then. "I waited for you to marry me, but we were already separated by heaven and earth." Roar. The huge green ox standing on Dragon Head Peak roared angrily, and then it leaped up and landed on Spirit Beast Peak. Its crimson eyes locked onto the Purple King, who was sitting in front of the hall entrance. Heh. Hall Master Z stood up, took off his school uniform, and shook his head. "What, you want to fight with me?" The drunk Xianxia liked to visit the Spirit Beast Peak. Now that he had awakened his bloodline and transformed into his true form, he still went to the Spirit Beast Peak. It was truly thought-provoking. If there was a need to explain, it might be that he was now a demonic beast and had a strong perception of his own kind. "King," Elder Niao said cautiously, "this guy isn't simple." As the right-hand man of Hall Master Z, his true form was also a bull beast. But in front of Xianxia, he instantly felt insignificant. This insignificance came from the absolute suppression of the bloodline. Elder Niao was just an ordinary beast of the falling star continent. Even if his cultivation level had increased, there was still a huge gap between him and the noble races. "I can see it. the Purple King was very indifferent. This green bull was definitely not an ordinary beast. It might be from a large bull race. But so what, this king was the one and only Dao transformation Kuan. Hall Master Z was a little proud. In terms of species and bloodline, it wasn't inferior to the major races. In fact, it was even rarer than the dragon race and the stone statue race. Then, had it recovered its strength, not only had it recovered, but it was also much stronger than before. It was already at the 7th or 8th revolution of the core revolution realm. How did it steal dragon eggs with such a cultivation level? Once again, Z's true form was the purple firmament Dao transformation Kuan. It could escape into the void and do it silently. As the saying went, there was a fish in the north, and it was called the Kuan. The Kuan was so big that it couldn't be stewed in a pot. Roar! Xianxia, who had transformed into the green bull, roared furiously again. It emitted an aura that contained intense battle intent. The Purple King, who had taken off his clothes, raised his hand and wore the pink boxing gloves. He said proudly, "You dared to take the initiative to provoke me. I admire your courage." Huff! Right at this moment, the green bull suddenly stood up. It was originally in the form of a bull, but it gradually became more human-like. The only thing that didn't change was that its head and body were still that of a beast. Damn! Xianxia widened his eyes and said, "Bull Demon King?" When a bull stood up, it looked similar to a human. It really gave off the feeling of a bull demon king. What made Jiangyi break down the most was that after Xianxia stood up, it actually assumed a battle form. Its two hooves looked like boxing gloves. The Purple King's mouth twitched. This was the first time he had seen a beast in its true form fighting in its human form. Who? Right at this moment, Xianxia swung his forelimbs and came crashing down. The force of the explosion was like the weight of Mount Tai. Not good. Hall Master Z's expression changed slightly. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. It was as though a hoof that weighed 5,000 kilograms was pressing down on the martial arts stage, causing the entire spirit beast peak to tremble violently. Very strong. Gu Zhaoxi frowned. It would be very troublesome for him to take such an attack head-on. A smile gradually appeared on Xianxia's face. The effects of the genetic modification fluid were very powerful. Xianxia transformed into a green ox, and his battle prowess had clearly increased by a terrifying amount. However, is he sober now? If his disciple lost their rationality after obtaining absolute power, the gains would not make up for the losses. The system said, he is now in the state of bloodline awakening. After some time, he should be able to recover his original appearance. In other words, after the genetic modification, it is equivalent to having a trump card to transform into a green ox? Xianxia asked. Correct. Boom 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 boom. There were continuous explosions on Spirit Beast Peak. Li Qingyang had a painful expression. Such a huge commotion would definitely bring about unimaginable destruction, as expected. When the green ox stopped and the dust gradually dispersed, the entrance of the Spirit Beast Hall had collapsed. The martial arts stage had sunk a few meters like the bottom of a dried lake. Where was Hall Master Z? He was lying in the deepest part of the pit with a bloody nose and a swollen face. His fingers and toes were twitching. When the two hooves came crashing down, he didn't have time to escape and could only be dealt with from all angles. To put it simply, he was KO'd by a series of moves. Trash. The green ox opened its mouth and spoke in human language. This line, this intonation, it's him, it's him, it's him, our little night melon. Xianxia let out a breath of relief. Since the green ox could speak, it meant that it still had its mind and didn't lose its rationality. Brother! Gu Zhaoxi exclaimed, this disciple of yours isn't simple. He actually has an extremely powerful ox bloodline. During this period of time in the sect of all times, he might be surprised by the strength of many disciples, but he wasn't truly shocked. Today, Xianxia's performance didn't just shock him, it was an extremely intense kind. Brother! Xianxia said, you must learn to be calm in the future because there are many unimaginable things waiting for you. Many more? Many more? The corner of Gu Zhaoxi's mouth twitched violently. In any case, he was an incredible person who had reincarnated countless times. After coming to the sect of all times, everything he saw and experienced had completely overturned his understanding of martial arts. Phew! Right at this moment, the giant green ox standing on Spirit Beast Peak leaned towards the peak of the disciples' residence. "Anyo, what are you doing?" Jin Changxiao frowned and asked. It wasn't a problem for Hall Master Z to be beaten up 1,000 times, but he definitely wasn't allowed to lay his hands on his fellow disciples. Phew! Xianxia leaned his ox head against the peak. His red eyes were flickering, but they would occasionally dim as though he was having an intense struggle. "Brother Anyo, is that you?" Hui'er asked with a trembling voice. Phew! Phew! The green ox's breathing was rapid, and his red eyes revealed a human-like pain. He then stretched out his right hoof with difficulty and gently touched the woman's face to wipe away her tears. With a hoarse voice, he said, I'm sorry. I let you down." Jin Changxiao, who wanted to stop this, was instantly stunned in midair. This voice and this tone were completely different from Xianxia's style. It felt as though he was a different person. "There is only one situation," the system said. "What situation?" Xianxia reincarnated and possessed Pei Anyo. Their souls fused together, and after the bloodline awakening, he awakened a part of Pei Anyo's soul, the system said. Jin Changxiao asked in astonishment, "Then he is now?" "He is Xianxia and Pei Anyo," the system said. Jin Changxiao remained silent. No wonder he could say such strange words to Hui'er. It turned out that Pei Anyo's soul was controlling his body. Damn it, right at this moment, an unresigned voice came from the deep pit of the Spirit Beast Peak. Gu Zhaoxi was startled and quickly released his spiritual perception. He saw Hall Master Z lying at the bottom of the pit with a dense purple attribute and strange patterns. Hu. Hu. All of a sudden, a majestic aura emerged from the Spirit Beast Peak. A giant purple shadow appeared and slowly turned from a blurry state to a solid state. It looked like a fish fin with red underpants hanging from the tip. "It's here, Z's original body." "This is," Gu Zhaoxi widened his eyes and said, "Purple Firmament Dao Transformation Kuan. My brother is right. There are still many surprises. I have to. Who can teach me how to quickly calm down?" Roar. The Purple King, who had transformed into its original body, roared furiously. It was obvious that it was very unhappy about being oppressed just now. Roar. The green bull's eyes flickered with red light again as it retracted its body and roared. At this moment, one of the beasts was standing on the peak while the other was suspended in midair. They roared at each other and felt like, "What are you looking at? What's wrong with looking at you? Try looking at me again. Let's try. Go out and fight." Jin Changxiao shouted. Hu. Hu. Z and Anyo ran out. Boom. Boom. In the depths of the 10,000 ancient immortal mountains, a bull and a kuan were engaged in an intense battle. Although the scenes that appeared were nothing more than you punching and I attacking with a tail, the battle was extremely brilliant. This continued until a few hours later, both of them turned into human forms and fainted on the ground. Z, who was in his original form, did not lose to Anyo, who was in his awakened form. In the end, both of them fainted together. In fact, they did not have any fans at all. Patriarch. In the medical hall. After a careful inspection, Sun Bukong took off his mask and said, "There's no problem. He just needs to rest for a while." Jin Changxiao ordered people to carry Xianxia and Hall Master Z back to their respective residences. Then, he held his chin and pondered. If Pei Anyo's soul existed, wouldn't the two of them be sharing the same body? It's hard to say. The system said, perhaps Pei Anyo's soul can only obtain a part of the control when he uses his bloodline to transform. Sigh. Jin Changxiao shook his head and said, "Poor Hui'er. This girl had long become a disciple of the sect. Although she did not appear often, she had always been diligent in her cultivation. Occasionally, she would go to the cafeteria to help out. She was very hardworking and virtuous." At first, Gosheng thought that Xianxia might have lost his memory and forgotten his fiancée, so he tried to matchmake the two of them. It was only later that he realized that his body had been taken over. no matter what. Yi Xingchen harmed Anyo and caused Hui'er to lose her fiancé. System. Jun Changxiao said, can you make up for it? His disciple's rebirth had implicated a life and destroyed a couple. Although this might not be much in the cruel world of martial arts, now that he knew that the soul was still there, he really wanted to do something. The system said, in theory, a dead person can't be revived. But if the soul still exists, there might be a chance. For example? The resurrection plan of the demon ancestor. Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up. That's right, this was an example. This meant that as long as the soul was still there was still a possibility of revival. Jun Changxiao wanted to make up for Yi Xingchen's mistake. He wanted to do something, and that was to revive Pei Anyo, whose soul might still exist, so that the lovers could finally get married. However, the system said, it's very difficult. Jun Changxiao could not deny this. If resurrection was an easy task, then the demon ancestor who had fallen 100,000 years ago would not have left behind the land of demonic affinity, and would not have relied on the blood and souls of so many demonic cultivators. Nothing in this world is impossible for those who set their mind to it. Jun Changxiao encouraged himself, even if there's only a 0.01 chance, there's still hope. A few days later, Yi Xingchen woke up from his coma and locked himself in his room, refusing to go out. He remembered everything that had happened after his bloodline had awakened, especially the words he had said when he had uncontrollably approached Hui'er. It's not me. This isn't me. Yi Xingchen clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with complex emotions. In his previous life, he had been schemed against by Empress Lingyao, causing his heart to be completely sealed off. He would not allow any emotions to appear, and he would not say anything mushy. Actually, if the system could guess that Pei Anyu's soul had not disappeared, Yi Xingchen could naturally guess it as well. But so what if he knew? There was no way to erase it. He could only allow it to hide in the depths of his soul. No. I have to think of a way to erase the remnant soul. Yi Xingchen could feel that his state of mind had changed after his bloodline had awakened. He would even occasionally think of Hui'er. It was very likely that the original owner's soul was causing trouble. I still want revenge, I still want to kill my enemy. How could I let a remnant soul control my thoughts? How could I be infatuated with the feelings between men and women? Yi Xingchen's eyes and heart gradually became cold and resolute. The weak soul attack had failed, and he could only curl up in the corner. Sister Hui'er, are you okay? Lu Wancher carried the dishes into the room and asked worriedly. Brother Aniu is still alive. He's not dead yet. Hui'er muttered to herself. So. Lu Wancher passed the hot fried rice over and smiled, all the more you should fill your stomach. You can't starve your body. N. Hui'er wiped away the tears on her cheeks and took the fried rice, eating it in big bites. She had been hungry for a few days, so she ate with relish. Lu Wancher sat on the side and watched her finish before leaving the room. She frowned and said, Patriarch, Sister Hui'er is so pitiful. Jun Changxiao said, at least I have something to think about now. Although he wanted to revive Pei Aniu as soon as possible, this kind of thing required great luck. Therefore, he could only allow the two souls to be squeezed into one body for now. Sigh. The system sighed, for the disciple, the host is really worried. The matter between Yi Xingchen and Pei Aniu was not within the scope of the sect becoming stronger, but Jun Changxiao took it seriously. It could be seen that in the aspect of being a patriarch, some people really could not be slandered. He had to apologize quickly. What are you looking at? I'm talking about you, boom. Boom. Inside the life and death secret realm, Yi Xingchen crazily attacked the demonic beasts. His entire body seemed to have turned into a mad bull. Li Qingyang and the others who followed him in were all dumbfounded. Second senior brother. Su Xiaoma sent a sound transmission. Junior brother Yi is so angry. Is it because of the awakening of the Green Bull bloodline? As for what kind of bloodline Yi Xingchen had awakened, it was still a mystery for the time being. Therefore, everyone could only combine it with his previous form and define it as the Green Bull bloodline. Li Qingyang shook his head and said, it's more like he's venting. Boom. Boom. Yi Xingchen crazily attacked for a period of time, until all the demonic beasts were killed. Only then did he stand on the spot, panting. The difficulty of this experiential learning was relatively high. Li Qingyang and the others were all taken care of by him before they could make a move. It could be seen that after awakening the unknown bloodline, his combat strength had indeed increased greatly. To be exact, after consuming the gene modification liquid, even if he did not activate the body transformation, this guy's blood, meridians, and muscles all contained a rather primitive power. Combined with the energy core in his dantian, he could achieve an explosive effect. Come. Yi Xingchen turned his head and said proudly, let's fight. Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma's expressions were wonderful. Half an hour later, everyone walked out of the life and death secret realm. Except for Yi Xingchen, all of them had crooked noses and slanted eyes. Boom! On the training field, the sound of fists suddenly rang out, rolling up waves of air. Thump, thump, thump. He staggered back more than 10 steps before he could stabilize his body. His hands were numb. Huff, huff. In front of him, Yi Xingchen stood proudly. He gathered the surrounding energy and gradually outlined the shape of a huge bull beast. He said lightly, trash. He was shocked, this guy's progress is too fast. A few months ago, Yi Xingchen's strength was not as good as his. Today, a few months later, he could absolutely suppress him. This fully proved the importance of cheating. At the same time, he could confidently shout, among the disciples of the sect, I, Anyo, am the strongest. Not enough. Standing in the distance and watching the battle, Jun Chongxiao shook his head and said, not enough. Although her realm had increased by 2 levels, although she had the Blue Niu bloodline, after all, Empress Ling Yao had reached the 9 transformation Dan stage and even had the possibility of entering the truth-seeking stage. So, she had to work harder. Patriarch. Yi Xingchen said, I want to go out and gain experience. Okay. Jun Chongxiao agreed. Cultivating in the sect was like a flower in a greenhouse. Only by going out could one experience the storm. On the same day, Yi Xingchen left the sect of all times. Next, the camera would focus on him. No way. Although the sect had all kinds of martial arts facilities and real stones, Yi Xingchen still chose to go there. After all, one had to experience life and death on the path of the strong. It was strange. When he left the sect and stepped into a forest, he felt the fragrance of the grass and his heart calmed down a lot. Obviously, this was because of his bloodline. At this time, if Yi Xingchen suddenly squatted down to eat grass, no one would be surprised. After all, his body was a big green ox. Wasn't it normal to eat grass to replenish his nutrition? Where should I go? He took out the map and thought about it. Ordinary mountain training would definitely not satisfy Yi Xingchen. He needed to pursue extreme excitement, such as the Forbidden Area. Demon Ox Mountain? Yi Xingchen saw a forbidden area on the map, so he made a decision, let's go here. From the name alone, it should be related to ox beasts. It was just right for his newly awakened green ox bloodline. Shwa. The 7-colored dazzling light wings opened and turned into a stream of light and flew away. A few days later, Yi Xingchen appeared at the periphery of Demon Ox Mountain. At this moment, a large number of rogue cultivators had gathered at the entrance. Some had formed teams and were rubbing their hands and rubbing their palms. Some were still recruiting teammates. Brother. A weak martial artist with a pointy mouth and monkey cheeks came over and smiled, are you interested in forming a team? Get lost. Simple and neat. As expected of my brother Ox. The weak martial artist was rebuffed and could only leave resentfully. In his heart, he said unhappily, what are you talking about? Yi Xingchen's arrival made the atmosphere at the entrance of the forbidden area slightly cold. Because he did not release any martial arts aura, but invisibly emitted a special aura. Very strong. Everyone evaluated in their hearts. Little brother. At this moment, a beautiful woman walked over. She blinked her eyes and said, can you bring me in? Are you talking to me? Yi Xingchen said. Yes. Boom, caught off guard, the cold fist directly hit the woman's abdomen. Her whole body exploded and then fell upside down on the distant wall with disheveled hair. Remember. Yi Xingchen retracted his fist and said, "Don't bother me." Jun Changxiao's previous behavior was known as a straight man of steel. Anyo's current behavior could be called a beast of steel. Too ruthless. All the cultivators began to discuss in low voices, their eyes filled with dread. In the world of martial arts, women were also considered to be a vulnerable group. Since they were so ruthless in their attacks, they would definitely treat men even more cruelly. They absolutely could not be provoked. The woman clutched her stomach and said in pain, Just you wait. Roar. Roar. At this moment, a series of angry roars came from the mountains. It sounded like the cry of a cow. We can go in now. Go. Martial artists from all walks of life swarmed in. As a third-class forbidden area, the Demon Ox Mountain was different from other places. Only the appearance of the Demon Ox beast inside would arouse everyone's interest. Otherwise, they would be too lazy to enter. Why? Because there were no natural treasures in the mountains, the greatest wealth was the bull demons. Their fur, flesh, and bones could be sold for a good price, especially their crystal cores, which could be used to forge armor. In the past, when people went to the forbidden area, they would describe it as exploring because the resources inside needed to be carefully searched. Martial artists who went to the Demon Ox Mountain would describe it as hunting because the more they killed here, the more resources they would obtain. Shua. Yi Xingchen walked in. The other martial artists were in groups, and there were at least 5 of them, but he was alone. Despicable guy. The beautiful woman who was punched gritted her teeth and said, "This grudge, I will get my revenge sooner or later." After saying that, she turned and left. Huh? At this moment, a group of martial artists came from afar. The leader was a bald middle-aged man. He grinned and said, "Isn't this Wei Sanyang? Why are you injured?" "Brother Biao." The beautiful woman's eyes lit up. She was worried about how to find that guy for revenge, but she immediately met an old acquaintance. Demon Ox Mountain. In a mountain forest with a decent scale, there were sunken footprints everywhere. From the shape, it was obvious that they were hooves. Boom. Boom. Demon beasts that looked like yaks charged in groups. Thick trees were knocked down, and huge rocks were shattered into pieces. Stop them. Don't let them escape. Quick, quick, quick. The martial artists who came in gradually began to get busy. Some of them were driving the herd, some were setting up traps. Soon, they saw that the demon beasts were either alone or caught in a net, becoming prey to be slaughtered. Yi Xingchen, who was passing by, turned a blind eye to it. These demon beasts were not strong. Most of them were at the void-piercing realm. Since he needed experience, he would definitely go deeper to challenge the higher-level ones. Of course. Although he had the blood of the Azure Ox, it did not mean that he was an ox. In fact, it was just a scientific inheritance of some kind of bloodline. He was still a human, so he would not be sad or angry because of the death of the demon beasts. Shua. 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 Just as he was about to leave this area and step into the deeper area, dozens of martial artists in uniform suddenly rushed from behind. Anya was surrounded. And? The loose martial artists who were hunting turned around to look. From the way they dressed, they were sure that this was the werewolf mercenary group. The leader was Zhang de Biao, known as Brother Biao. Look. And Wei Sanyang. I heard that this woman had an intimate relationship with Zhang de Biao. This time, she is probably here to take revenge. Everyone looked at Yi Xingchen sympathetically. It would be difficult to get out of Demon Ox Mountain after provoking such a vicious woman. All the loose martial artists in this area knew that Wei Sanyang was good at using her beauty to get the resources and connections she wanted. Provoking her was like provoking the king of hell. Damn you! Wei Sanyang said angrily, "You dare to hit me. You must die here today." Zhang de Biao stopped in front of Yi Xingchen and looked at him with his head tilted. Then he spat out the grass in his mouth and said, "Boy, what's the point of hitting a woman? Come, come." He moved his face closer and said, "Hit me if you can." Pa. Yi Xingchen waved his hand. In slow motion, Zhang de Biao's face tilted. Teeth and blood flew out slowly. Stretching his face out for others to hit. Such a strange request. Jun Changxiao had never seen it before. Plop. Zhang Debiao landed on the ground and slid for more than 30 meters. His head hit a rock and a clear handprint could be seen on his face. His subordinates were stunned for a few seconds. When they realized that their boss was really hit, they channeled their strength into their weapons and slashed at him. A bunch of trash. Yi Xingchen's hand surged with true spirit energy, forming a net that could be seen with the naked eye. It enveloped all the werewolf mercenary group martial artists. He said coldly, "Die. Rank 4. This guy is rank 4. The martial artists in the distance exclaimed. While speaking, the tyrannical true spirit energy had already controlled all the werewolf mercenary group members, forcing them to stand on the spot. They could only face death with fear. No. Puchi. Puchi. The true spirit energy turned into sharp swords, mercilessly harvesting their heads. Wei Sanyang was so scared that she fell to the ground. She was destined not to be able to stand up again because Yi Xingchen turned around and looked at her from the side with an eagle-like gaze. Killing intent surged, cold-blooded and emotionless. Don't kill me, Puchi. The true spirit energy turned into a spear and pierced through her chest. The system said, as expected of the cold and emotionless Night Emperor. You are still merciless to women. I admit defeat. Jianghu Jia roared, can you not jump out and spit on me? Shua. Zhang Debiao did not care about his subordinates. He ran away as fast as he could. Puchi. However, not long after he ran, a rainbow light flew from behind and pierced through the back of his head. His body slowly stopped. Before his thoughts were interrupted, how many lines did he say from the moment he appeared to the moment he received his lunchbox? In a short period of time, the werewolf mercenaries had been completely annihilated. This scene was seen by the martial artists in the distance and they were all frightened. As expected. This was truly a ruthless person. Seeing Wei Sanyang and Zhang Debiao being killed, the monkey-faced martial artist who was originally unhappy quickly suppressed all the bad thoughts in his heart. After taking care of the trash, Yi Xingchen took away all the spatial rings before turning around and walking towards the deepest part of the forest. Who is he? From the aura just now, he is like a demonic beast. Everyone would not forget that when Yi Xingchen attacked, whether it was the eruption of his true spirit or his eyes, it was very terrifying. It was like a terrifying demonic beast that had walked out of the mountains. The werewolf mercenaries is finished just like that. Serves them right. Zhang Debiao's strength was not bad as he had reached the second revolution of the revolving core realm. He was very arrogant in this area and even asked for protection fees. Now that he had kicked an iron plate and was killed, everyone had the thought of setting off firecrackers to celebrate. As for Wei Sanyang, there was no need to talk about her. She often used her beauty to earn resources. As long as a martial artist followed her into the forbidden area, they would not have a good ending. Ho! Ho! At this time, roars came from the depths of the forest and the ground began to shake violently. All the martial artists' faces changed. From the sound of the commotion, it seemed like an even larger group of demonic beasts was about to charge out. Retreat! Everyone quickly made the right choice and ran out. But when they reached a relatively safe area, they could still hear the roars and the ground shaking, but there were no demonic beasts charging out. What is the situation? Wait. There are sounds of fighting? Let's go. A martial artist said, let's go in and take a look. There were still quite a few brave ones. They carefully retraced their steps until they passed through the bushes and saw Yi Xingchen, who was wearing the war god set and holding the heavenly halberd, fighting hundreds of bull beasts. The scene was magnificent. See. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They had only been here for a few seconds, but with one move, dozens of demonic beasts at the first revolution of the revolving core realm were instantly dismembered. Ho! Ho! The demonic beasts let out roars of fear. They were scared. They were terrified. However, they didn't have time to run away because the human warrior with the noble aura jumped over and killed their companions as if he was cutting grass. An hour later. The trees in this area were all broken, forming a large open area. The corpses of bull monster beasts were strewn all over the ground, and their blood had gathered into a river. If an ignorant martial artist were to see this, they would definitely think that this was a large-scale slaughterhouse. This is too scary. This is simply the devil. Seeing Xianxia collecting fur, bones, and crystal cores one by one, the warriors hiding in the distance suddenly shuddered. The sun set in the west. Xianxia walked out of Demon Ox Mountain with some blood on him. The training this time wasn't exciting, but he had obtained quite a lot of resources. When he returned, he could hand them over to the sect. In the past, when he went out to train with Xiaoxia in the lower realm, he had tried to hide the crystal cores. Now that he could think this way, it could be said that he had really changed a lot. If Xianxia knew about this, he would definitely sigh with gratification. I didn't waste a large amount of true stones and resources to make you stronger faster. On the way, Xianxia took out the map again, and chose a training ground. Thus, the surrounding forbidden areas welcomed demons, and the surrounding lone cultivators welcomed monsters. Because wherever he went, there would always be a huge scene, a huge battle. This was only the beginning. Xianxia still had a long way to go, especially when Empress Lingyao was too strong. He had to put in several times, or even 100 times more effort than ordinary people. A month later, he was tired of entering the 3rd grade forbidden areas, and set his sights on the 2nd grade forbidden areas. This was a very bold decision. After all, Xianxia, who had rank 6 cultivation level, had once brought everyone there, and they had almost died in Death Soul Valley. Thus, good luck to the bull. Sect of all times. Li Luoqiu came to report daily, saying, Patriarch, Xianxia seems to be planning to enter the 2nd grade forbidden area. This guy, Xianxia shook his head. He is a little arrogant. He did not order anyone to stop Xianxia from going to the 2nd grade forbidden area. After all, his awakened bloodline could fight evenly with the Purple King. His strength was not bad. Meal time. Xianxia came to the dining hall as usual, and immediately smelled the pungent spicy aroma. He drooled and said, Lass, you made spicy fish head today? Patriarch. Yao Menjing smiled at the kitchen entrance. You came at the right time. Senior sister Lu made a very special dish. Special dish? Xianxia was a little stunned. Not long after, a bowl of spicy and sesame peppers was served. He said, Isn't this spicy fish head? What's so special about it? Patriarch. Lu Wancher smiled. Try it. Xianxia hurriedly became vigilant, and kept a distance from the dish, saying, Could it be that you have food poisoning after eating your new dish? Goxing would not forget the first time he ate her new dish, and then was carried to the medical hall's intensive care unit for emergency treatment. Patriarch. Lu Wancher curled her lips. This is all in the past, can we not talk about it? Besides, after learning from Elder Wei, the new products I developed are all not poisonous. That's true. Xianxia sat down, picked up the chopsticks and said, How do you eat it normally? Let me try it. Xianxia picked up a piece of fish, but did not eat it immediately. Instead, he shouted, Sun Bukong, quickly come over. With a doctor here, they should be able to save him at any time. A moment later, Sun Bukong rushed over. Seeing that the situation was not right, he immediately called for a medical team. They stood at the back, holding all kinds of medical equipment. As long as the patriarch lay down, they would immediately take action. Everything was okay. Xianxia was relieved and boldly put the fish into his mouth. After tasting it for a while, the taste instantly filled his mouth, and his entire face quickly turned red like blood. Spicy, numb, the kind that went deep into the bone marrow. Huh. Xianxia hurriedly opened his mouth and exhaled, saying, Water. This kind of spicy taste made him feel like he was about to spit fire. However, at this moment, not only did Xianxia feel the numbness, he also realized that the blood in his body seemed to be burning, and even the true spirit force in his dantian began to boil. Erupt. I want to erupt. This kind of thought filled Goxing's sea of consciousness. Shua. Suddenly, Xianxia rushed out of the cafeteria and stood on the martial arts field. His entire face was still as red as blood, and wisps of white smoke came out from his pores. What's going on? Because it was mealtime, many disciples were rushing over. When they saw that the patriarch's skin was red and his entire body seemed to have turned into a chimney, they all stopped in their tracks in shock. Husband. Rose of Flowers walked over and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Ta. At this moment, Jun Changxiao took a step back with his right foot, bent down slightly, placed his hands on his right waist, and shouted, "Kamehameha!" Hoo-hoo! The true spirit force in his palms crazily surged, and with the help of his arms, it suddenly pushed out, instantly forming a super-strong energy beam that extended all the way out of the everlasting immortal mountain, as if it had the power to rush into the clouds. Ha! Ha! Outside the cafeteria, Jun Changxiao opened his mouth and breathed out. The spicy taste was still there, but his face was gradually recovering from its red color. Just now, there seemed to be a surge of power in his body, and he could not wait to blast it out. It formed a light beam similar to an energy wave, and the scene was spectacular. Without a doubt, it was related to Lu Wancher's dish. After ascending to the upper realm, the overall strength of the upper echelons and disciples had obviously improved. As a genius in culinary arts, it was natural that they would not stop there. Therefore, they had been researching new cuisines and new products. The power that the host blasted out just now is 40% higher than usual, the system said. So high? Jun Changxiao was stunned. Although the energy wave that was blasted out just now was not enhanced by martial arts, it was unbelievable that it could increase so much in an instant. Lu Wancher stood at the entrance of the cafeteria and said, "This dish is called exploding spicy fish. The peppers and chilies used are from the upper realm. With different ingredients and cooking, you only need to eat one bite to stimulate the energy in your dantian and achieve an extreme explosion." Amazing. Jun Changxiao gave her a thumbs up. Lu Wancher continued, "The disadvantage is that it can only be used once." Jun Changxiao had also noticed that. After the energy wave was blasted out, although the spicy taste was still in his mouth, the explosive power from squeezing the energy core no longer existed. Although it was a little regretful, an instant increase of 40% in combat power would definitely play an important role in dangerous situations, and even turn the tide of the battle. "Girl," Jun Changxiao asked, "how about another bite?" Lu Wancher shook her head and said, "You have to wait for 4 hours for the peppers and chilies in your body to be completely digested before eating again." 4 hours was a little long, and it was destined not to be used frequently in regular battles, but it could be used as a trump card. "Qingyang, I've sinned." Jun Changxiao said loudly, "Come and try it." "Yes." Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji walked into the cafeteria and put a piece of fish into their mouths. They ran out with flushed faces and mimicked the patriarch's previous actions. Kamehameha! Kamehameha! Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 beams of light shot out. After that, more and more disciples tasted the exploding spicy fish one after another. They stood outside the cafeteria and shouted shameful words. They blasted out energy waves that dragged streams of light. The scene was very ridiculous. Lu Wancher's new cuisine was very successful. After all, without the support of any treasures, the food alone could instantly increase one's combat power by 40%. If one person ate it, they would improve, but what if a group ate it? It could be imagined that one day in the future, the sect of all times and the 10 immortal sects would confront each other. Under the patriarch's command, the disciples would all bring out a bowl of exploding spicy fish and eat it. Everyone's strength would increase. The scene would definitely be serious and passionate. Lass. Jun Changxiao encouraged him, "You still need to work harder." This kind of instantaneous increase in strength was not enough to satisfy him. He had to study more varieties and types. Only then would he have a plentiful backup plan to deal with all the troubles. "Yes." Lu Wancher nodded and said, "I will do my best to research new cuisines." Hall Master Li, Jun Changxiao ordered, "Pack a portion of exploding spicy fish and send it to Xianxia as soon as possible. This should be useful when the disciples go to a second-grade forbidden area." "Yes." Li Luoqiu immediately arranged it. Not long after, a member of the Drizzle Hall in a dragon robe rode a small motorcycle to the second-grade forbidden area that Yi Xingchen went to with the packed exploding spicy fish. "Anyo, your takeout is on the way." In the dark mountain wilderness, Yi Xingchen held the takeout that had just been delivered in a daze. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. The patriarch suddenly sent someone to deliver food. Does he think that I can't even fill my stomach with the most basic food when I go out for training? There was a note on the lunchbox. The content of the note was, Anyo, this is your junior sister Lu's new product. After eating it, it can greatly increase your strength. If you encounter danger, remember to eat it. Tisk Xianxia snorted coldly and put the exploding spicy fish into his spatial ring. Although he knew that Lu Wancher's food had the effect of increasing strength, such as the strength fried rice in the past, he was no longer the same as before. How could he rely on external items to get through difficulties? Ta. He stepped forward and elegantly blended into the barrier. He went in. This guy entered the illusionary soul formation alone. The martial artists outside immediately discussed. They could only raise their thumbs to show respect to the black-robed man who just walked in alone. Patriarch. Sect of all times. After Li Luoqiu received the information, she said, Xianxia has entered the second-grade forbidden area. I hope he can come out safely, Xianxia said. Patriarch. Lu Wancher sent a message, time to eat. Let's go. Xianxia said, let's go eat. When he arrived at the cafeteria, just as he was about to start eating, he suddenly thought of something and asked, Girl, one bite of the exploding spicy fish can greatly increase one's combat strength. What if you eat it all? This, Lu Wancher held her chin and thought, I haven't tested it before. Xianxia reminded, test it when you have time. If there are any side effects, remind the disciple to use it cautiously. N. Let's eat, let's eat. Boom. Boom. Inside the illusionary soul formation, a loud explosion shook the sky. At this moment, Xianxia's wild nature and strength completely erupted as he fought with a huge spirit beast. The scene could be said to be very explosive. This second-grade forbidden area was similar to Demon Ox Mountain. There were no treasures inside, and the value of its existence was to train. This was because the transformed spirit beast was very real and had extremely strong combat strength. Heaven crossing palm print. 7 profound sunglow break. Boom. Boom. The palm print and the light beam crisscrossed. In the end, under Xianxia's full power, the 4th revolution reincarnation realm spirit beast was blasted into nothingness. Roar. Roar. At this moment, there was another roar from the void space, and 2 larger phantom beasts gradually formed. Xianxia frowned. He just killed one, and 2 more came. The second-grade forbidden area was indeed worthy of its reputation. Of course, Anyo wouldn't back down. He activated the text's special effect and transformed into an unparalleled war god. He jumped over with the halberd in his hand. 1 hour later, Xianxia put down the halberd with a proud look on his face. The 2 giant spirit beasts behind him were already in a fragmented state. Roar. Roar. Before he finished his pose, another 4 spirit beasts formed. Xianxia's expression became a little serious. After killing 2, another 4 came. If he killed them, wouldn't there be 8 more? Sure enough, after he spent a lot of effort to deal with them, another 8 spirit beasts gathered in the area. Although their strength didn't increase, their number doubled every time. Who could withstand this? Retreat, he had to retreat. Anyo finally backed down. However, it was too late. The 8 spirit beasts gathered in 8 directions, forming an inescapable net that didn't give him a chance to retreat. Roar. Boom. 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 The spirit beasts launched a frenzied attack. All kinds of palm prints and energy came from all directions, forcing Xianxia to dodge in a sorry state. He even got hit by some carelessness. Damn it. Anyo staggered a few steps back in anger. The current situation was very tricky for him. If he wanted to resolve it, he had to activate his bloodline and transform into the green ox form. Wait a minute, there was still the food sent by the patriarch. Shwa. Xianxia hurriedly took it out and opened the lid while dodging the attacks. He raised his head and ate the entire bowl of exploding spicy fish. He didn't even chew during the entire process. The scene was too brutal. Fortunately, it was packed and the portion was relatively small. If it was a whole bowl, he wouldn't be able to swallow the fish alone. Ah. Ah ah. Suddenly, there was a howling sound from the spirit array. The martial artists who were training in other areas heard it and were so shocked that they stopped fighting. Even the spirit beasts were stunned. What's the situation? Let's go and take a look. Everyone hurriedly followed the sound. When they arrived at the scene, they saw the black-robed man who came in alone bending over. His entire face and neck had turned red. Thick smoke was surging around his body as though his body was on fire. Ah! Xianxia clenched his fists and roared angrily. Huff, huff. A scorching aura burst out along with the thick smoke. His entire body seemed to be covered in flames, like a monster that walked out from a volcano. All the martial artists suddenly shuddered. Even the 8 phantasmal beasts nearby showed a human-like expression of fear. Monster, this is a monster. Eating a mouthful of exploding spicy fish would cause the energy core in his dantian to explode. Or a bowl, Lu Wancher did not know because she had never tested it before. Xianxia, who was in the illusionary soul array, personally tested it. Although it was not enough for a bowl, the lunchbox used to store food was at least half a bowl. It exploded, it completely exploded. Anyo's face and neck were not only as red as blood, but even his skin had changed color. Especially his pores that were emitting thick smoke, as though he had turned into a volcano that was about to erupt. Bull Demon King's son, Red Boy. Huff huff. Huff huff huff. The energy core in his dantian was operating crazily. His true spirit force was constantly being compressed and stimulated to the extreme. From a martial artist's point of view, this was no longer a human, but a monster from head to toe. The spirit beasts that were transformed from special energy were also frightened at this moment and could smell a strong sense of danger. Ta! At this moment, Xianxia took a step forward with difficulty. His eyes were bloodshot and his right hand seemed to have turned into a piece of red-hot iron. It spread to the halberd that he was holding, and the surface of the halberd was instantly enveloped by the exploding flame special effect. Divine ability? High-grade martial art? Regarding this sudden explosion, all the martial artists were guessing. But in reality? It was as though he had suddenly gone berserk because he had eaten a bowl of spicy fish. Furthermore, the spicy taste gathered in his mouth and made him have the urge to spit out flames. At this moment, Xianxia was as terrifying as a bull. Roar! The 8 spirit beasts let out a cry of fear and twisted their bodies to escape. All the martial artists' mouths twitched. A 4th or 5th transformation martial artist released an aura that was similar to a volcanic eruption and scared off 8 spirit beasts. This was unheard of. Die. How could Xianxia, who was in a powerful state, let them escape? He immediately rose from the ground and pressed forward with his halberd that was enhanced by the flame special effect. He then followed up with a domineering total annihilation. Xiao, scarlet flame swept over, and the explosive force whistled. Ta! After a while, Xianxia slashed down with his halberd, and the 8 phantasmal beasts in different directions shattered into nothingness. Their instincts were right. This human who was like an erupting volcano was indeed extremely dangerous. They didn't even have the ability to escape and could only watch as he killed them. Terrifying. This is too scary. All the martial artists were dumbstruck. His strength was on par with soul beasts, but he was able to kill 8 of them in an instant. What kind of amazing ability was this to be able to increase his combat strength so greatly? Who? Xianxia was panting. This was not because he was tired from consuming too much energy. This was because the spicy taste was still in his mouth, deeply stimulating his taste buds, nerves, and brain. Fight! Xianxia suddenly turned his head and fixed his gaze on the crowd. The heavenly halberd in his hand was once again enveloped in flames, exuding a thirst for battle, a thirst for slaughter. Not good. This guy is crazy. Retreat! Retreat! All the cultivators hurriedly fled. Among them, there was no lack of 5 or 6 revolving core experts. His aura was too strong, and everyone was afraid. Seeing that they had all fled, Xianxia suppressed his battle intent and left the illusionary soul formation at his fastest speed. He found a small stream and crazily drank to get rid of the taste in his mouth. As a result, the more he drank, the more thirsty he became. After eating a small bowl of exploding spicy fish, the side effect was that the taste would linger for a long time, and his skin would be as red as blood. Spicy. Too spicy. In the wilderness, Xianxia's roar could be heard. In the following period of time, the surrounding area gradually began to spread. A scarlet-red martial artist would frequently appear, and thus, he was given the title of Scarlet Flame Demon. After Xianxia, who was in the sect of all times, learned of Xianxia's matter, he collapsed and said, "This guy couldn't have eaten all the food delivered to him, right? Patriarch." Lu Wancher walked over and said, "I have already tested it. If you eat too much exploding spicy fish, your body will continue to turn red." No other side effects? No. Then that's good. Xianxia was relieved and asked, "How long will it last?" Lu Wancher scratched her head and said, "According to the quantity, the fastest would be 10 days to half a month, and the slowest would be 2 to 3 months. Xianxia asked curiously, "How did you test it?" "Hall Master Z," Lu Wancher replied. Xianxia quickly released his spiritual perception and enveloped the spirit beast peak in the distance. He could only see the Purple King's body turning red as he breathed out. His body was like a piece of burning fire. Sigh. Sorry to trouble you, Z. Xianxia endured the side effects of his body turning red as he continued his cultivation journey. The disciples of the sect of all times were busy with their cultivation and missions as usual. During this period of time, the Taishan elder had been constantly installing Diablo. Batches after batches of new products were sent to the battle cavalry hall, and the quantity increased from 100 to 200, 300. Xianxia occasionally came to inspect. When he saw the members activating the mecha for training, he smiled. The overall strength of the sect wasn't strong enough and couldn't challenge the other major sections. If they could equip a large number of Diablo, such as thousands or tens of thousands of them, they would naturally be able to put up a fight. The system was speechless. Eating, fighting, and activating mecha for battle. This sect is poisonous. Why? Xianxia didn't think much of it. Are we not allowed to use black technology? Orthodox cultivation was a waste of time and resources. If he could use an unconventional method to increase the strength of the sect, he wouldn't mind the style issue. After all, strength was everything. What a pity. Xianxia shook his head and said, "I didn't have the chance to use it in actual combat. There were plenty of Diablo, but they had never experienced a real battle. Hence, it was hard for them to display their valiant side. If there was anyone to blame, it was his master, Shinran Tonggu, who was too strong. The other major sects didn't dare to jump out and mock him. They couldn't provide Goxing with the opportunity to show off his existence. If it was the lower realm, after 3 years of development, they would have already beaten the Haoqi sect and the Holy Spring sect. "Master." Arya's voice rang in his ears. "Are you still interrogating that guy?" "Who?" The Buried Moon Pavilion branch leader captured in Muyuan City. Because there were too many things to deal with, Xianxia completely forgot about him after throwing him into the Tianyuan prison pagoda. If it wasn't for Arya's reminder, he probably wouldn't have remembered at all. Whoosh! With a thought, he merged into the prison. Xianxia just arrived at the first floor of the prison. Before he could stand firm, the Buried Moon Pavilion branch leader said, "I'll talk. I'll tell you everything." During the time when he was forgotten, he went through countless tortures. Now, he was neither human nor ghost. Because the scene was a bit cruel, I won't describe the details. Everyone can slowly experience it. "Where is Moang region?" Xianxia asked. "West Sea. It's not inland?" The Buried Moon Pavilion branch leader said, "After the 10 great immortal sects and the powerhouses of the various clans killed the demonic ancestor, they moved the entrance of Moang region to the West Sea. Not only did they set up seals, but they also left layers of traps." Speaking of the demonic ancestor, Xianxia remembered that Guy seemed to have said that the land of demonic affinity was only one of his resurrection plans. So, he asked, "What's the other resurrection plan of the demonic ancestor?" The Buried Moon Pavilion branch leader was stunned. The other plan of the demonic ancestor's resurrection was a secret in the Buried Moon Pavilion. How did this guy know? You won't talk? Talk. I'll talk. The Buried Moon Pavilion branch leader hurriedly said. Before the demonic ancestor fell, he used his magic to split his innate holy demon body and send it to the lower realm to find a suitable successor. When the successor ascended to the upper realm, he would activate the blood pool and gather the demonic ancestor's body. How much did he split? 10. How much has been activated now? 9. Jun Changshao held his chin and said, does this mean that if another martial artist with the innate demon body ascends to the upper realm, the demonic ancestor will reconstruct his body? That's right. The Buried Moon Pavilion branch leader really answered all the questions. It was obvious how difficult this period of time was. Gurgle. Gurgle, in the dark place that was similar to an altar, the originally calm blood pool boiled again. It's coming, it's coming. The black-robed old man sitting in 4 positions said excitedly, the 10th martial artist with the innate demon body is about to ascend to the upper realm. One of the demon ancestors' resurrection plans was to use the blood and souls of many demonic cultivators to find a carrier for resurrection. The location was the land of demonic fate. In the end, not only was it destroyed by Jun Changshao, but it also allowed Yao Menjing to inherit the innate holy devil body. The second resurrection plan was to wait for the 10 innate demon body holders to ascend to the upper realm, and then use the blood pool to reconstruct their bodies and reappear in the light of day. The 2 plans had one thing in common, and that was the physical body. This also meant that even if the demon ancestor's remnant soul was not destroyed, he could not be resurrected without a body. Sigh. Jun Changshao shook his head and sighed, it's extremely difficult to resurrect such a big shot. How can we separate Xianxia and Painiu? Wait. His eyes lit up and said, since the demon ancestor has a way to reconstruct his body, why can't I? The coexistence of Xianxia and Painiu's souls in the body could be confirmed, but the current problem was that one was not enough. If he could create another one, wouldn't the problem be solved? The system said. The host plans to snatch the demon ancestor's reconstructed body and use it as a carrier for one of the souls? Jun Changshao, who was still thinking, immediately slapped his forehead and said happily, that's a good idea. The system was speechless. Did I talk too much? Not only did it talk too much, it also provided Jun Changshao with a very bold plan. That was, if the demon ancestor really wanted to resurrect, he could completely snatch the reconstructed body and store one of Xianxia and Painiu's souls in it, thus separating the two. However, the danger was definitely high. More importantly, no one knew when the 10th innate demon body holder would ascend. If it was thousands of years later, or tens of thousands of years later, it would definitely be far away. The system said, so it's better to rely on them all. Not to mention a physical body, at least there's a way to separate the 2 souls. The difficulty and risk will also be lower. Although it was suspected of promoting, what it said was reasonable. Sigh. Jun Changshao sighed again and said, that's the only way. To separate Xianxia and Painiu into 2 separate people, it would depend on luck and timing. It couldn't be rushed. However, Gosheng did not forget about Demon Alpha reviving and rebuilding her body. He asked again, where's the blood pool you mentioned? Buried Moon Pavilion headquarters. Where's the headquarters? This, Pa. Arya waved her hand and took out the soul-suppressing whip and hit it on the ground. Her small face was suddenly covered with layers of frost. The Buried Moon Pavilion branch leader hurriedly said, I've never been to the headquarters. I only know that there's a relatively important branch in Sea Monarch City. Every year, they go there to participate in the regular meetings. A dark organization that had been fighting with the Jia Hall for so long would definitely have done a good job of keeping secrets. It would be very difficult for non-core members to know the location of their headquarters. As for the second part of the Demon Ancestors Revival Plan, how did a branch master know about it? This was because it was not a big secret. After all, the land of demonic affinity alone was known by many of the upper realm's big shots as an opportunity for resurrection. Knowing was one thing. Whether or not they could stop it was another. The land of demonic affinity created by the demon ancestor was connected to the upper realm's world origin. This was to tell the 10 great immortal sects and various clans that if she wanted to resurrect, none of them could stop her. It was a pity. The plan was not bad, but she ran into Jun Changshao. In front of such a cheat, not only did she not take over Yao Menjing's body, but she also benefited and even integrated the bloodline of the Stone Statue clan. See Monarch City. In the main hall, Jun Changxiao took out a map and quickly determined that this city was one of the western coastal cities. In terms of location, it was the closest to the West Sea. The demonic territory is sealed in the West Sea. An important branch of Buried Moon Pavilion was established here. There should be a purpose. Gou Sheng speculated. Patriarch. Li Qingyang shouted, "Come out and see." Jun Changxiao walked out of the main hall and found that in the west, there was a black light rushing into the sky until it reached the top and spread in all directions, forming some kind of strange pattern. He was surprised. The birth of a treasure? No, the color was wrong. The phenomenon of heaven and earth was usually dazzling. Now, the black light was rushing into the sky, forming a very eerie pattern. It was hard to associate it with a treasure. It was more like, a disaster was coming. West. Jun Changxiao's expression changed greatly, and said, "The demon ancestor is resurrected again?" If the person involved heard this, he would definitely roar, "Why do you say again?" Whoosh, while thinking, he summoned the Buried Moon Pavilion branch leader who was in Tianyuan Prison Pagoda and asked, "What's the situation?" The other party steadied himself and saw the phenomenon in the west. He hurriedly knelt on the ground and shouted piously, "The 10th Khanate demon body has appeared. The resurrection of my ancestor is imminent." Jun Changxiao frowned. Just now, he was thinking that he might have to wait for thousands of years. Now that the phenomenon of the resurrection of the demon ancestor had appeared, he should be happy. Why was he frowning? Because the pace was too fast. If the reconstructed body of the demon ancestor could help Yi Xingchen separate from Pei Aniu, the premise was that they had to snatch it and become enemies with Buried Moon Pavilion. They had fought with the Jia Hall for so many years and had not been destroyed. This organization's strength must be very strong. Now, they might not be able to compete with them. Patriarch. Lu Wancha ran over in a panic and said, "Jin, your sister Yao is missing." The upper realm. Black light appeared and formed a complicated pattern in the sky. All the martial cultivators could see it clearly. They thought the same as Jun Changxiao. They did not think that this was a phenomenon caused by the birth of a treasure. It was very likely that some kind of disaster was about to descend. What will come will still come. Outside the extreme great cave abode, Jinren Tonggu's face showed a rare solemn expression. Unlike ordinary martial artists who could only judge from the color, he had already realized the seriousness of the problem from the faint demon chi that was emitted. Sigh. Masato Kitano shook his head and said, "I thought that the failure of the land of demon affinity would delay the arrival of this day. In the end, it only delayed it for a while. The demon ancestors' hatred for the 10 great celestial sects and the various clans must be unprecedentedly strong. If it succeeds in resurrecting this time, the disaster it will bring will definitely affect all the creatures in the upper realm," said Jinren Tonggu. "It's a mess." Masato Kitano said, "The upper realm is going to be in chaos." Master. In the sky outside the Lingyao Immortal, the hunchbacked old man stood in the air and looked at the black light in the west. He said, "I'm afraid the world is going to be in chaos this time. The upper realm has been peaceful for too long. A new order will only be established after experiencing chaos," said Empress Lingyao. The hunchbacked old man was silent. He knew that his master hated the realm hall, but it was a bit too much to want the upper realm to be in chaos and even establish a new order. Swish. Swish. Not long after the black light rose into the sky, streams of light flew out from all over the world and headed west. Judging from the aura they emitted, their strength was all at the level of the truth-seeking realm, and there were even some at the peak of it. Who were they? The 10 great celestial sects. Back then, they were the ones who initiated the destruction of the demon domain. Now that the demon ancestor was about to be resurrected, even if the final result might not be able to be stopped, they definitely would not stand idly by. The soaring black light gradually released an aura that could disturb the mind, causing a large number of demonic cultivators to fly over with red eyes. For a moment, flying supreme treasures and traces of flowing light could be seen everywhere in the sky. Of course, there was a heavyweight in the team heading for the soaring black light, and that was Jun Changxiao. At this moment, he stood at the bow of the ship and frowned. That girl must. Have gone. Fine. When Gosheng left the city, not even a blade of grass grew. We can only pray for the demon ancestor in silence. Before we died, we even set up a resurrection plan. The demon ancestor was about to revive, and Yao Menjing's disappearance was definitely related to it. Therefore, even if Jun Changxiao didn't want to participate, he had to rush over. After all, his disciple was more important than the sky in his heart. Logically speaking, the phenomenon had just appeared, and the girl couldn't have flown too far even if she used the rainbow light wings. However, after chasing for a long time, he still couldn't find her. Something's not right. Jun Changxiao frowned. The ancient warship activated its speed and spread out its spiritual senses, but it still couldn't find Yao Menjing. This was really strange. Unless, she didn't follow the normal route, or she didn't go to the west. Hall Master Li, Jun Changxiao transmitted his voice. Quickly send the Drizzle Hall members to search in different directions. Roger. After Li Luoqiu, who was in the Sect of all times, received the message, she immediately sent Li Tian and the others to fly out of the Aeon Immortal Mountain to search for the missing Yao Menjing. Jun Changxiao didn't change his direction and continued to rush to the west. In his heart, he still believed that his disciple's departure was related to this thing. As long as he reached his destination, he might be able to find her. Ta. Outside a forbidden area that didn't deserve a name, Xianxia strode out. Due to the side effects, his skin was still red like blood. A supreme treasure has appeared? He raised his head and saw the phenomenon of black light shooting into the sky in the west. His eyes flashed with excitement. He left the sect to train. Now that there was a special situation, he was naturally interested. Swoosh, the rainbow light wings spread out and turned into a stream of light as he flew over. Everyone wanted to obtain a fortuitous opportunity, and the proud Xianxia was no exception. However, after flying for a few hours, he unexpectedly found an extremely familiar rainbow light in the sky. He was rather surprised. Junior sister Yao? That's right. The one in front was Yao Menjing. She wasn't heading to the west where the black light was shooting into the sky, but southwest. No wonder Jun Changxiao couldn't find her. After all, the route was very different. Why is she alone? Xianxia frowned. Yao Menjing was the most doted junior sister in the sect of all times, and she had just inherited the innate Saint Devil body. She was the apple of the patriarch's eye, so how could she be allowed to come out alone? No, something was wrong. At this moment, Anyo's intelligence came online. He hurriedly sped up and successfully stopped Yao Menjing. He said, "Junior sister, where are you going?" Swish, the man bypassed him. Xianxia's frown deepened. When Yao Menjing passed by him, he clearly saw her eyes flicker with red light, as if she was being controlled by some kind of power. Even though Anyo was known as the eternal true incense emperor, he still had basic intelligence. Immediately, he was even more certain that something was wrong with the situation. Hence, he chased after her again and madly at her, "Junior sister, what's wrong with you?" Not only did Yao Menjing not reply, she even increased her flying speed. Something was off. Stop her, swish, Xianxia hurriedly sped up. After overtaking Yao Menjing, he stopped in her path and said, "Junior sister, follow me back to the sect." Get lost. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a cold wind from a palm suddenly pressed over. Boom, Xianxia staggered and landed on the ground. His expression gradually became serious. The words "get lost" were cold and heavy. It was obviously not his junior sister's voice. It was obvious that she was being controlled by some kind of power. Could it be that someone was controlling his junior sister's body? Hey, hey. Xianxia hurriedly contacted the nearest member of the Drizzle Hall and said, "I'm Xianxia. Hurry up and inform the sect. Junior sister Yao Menjing seems to be controlled by some kind of power. She's heading southwest alone." When he sent the message, he had already chased after her. In terms of strength, Anyo was stronger than Yao Menjing. He could forcefully control her and bring her back to the sect. However, he was afraid that he would hurt her. Hence, he could only follow behind and observe the situation. The intelligence agency of the Drizzle Hall had developed well in the past few years. The nearby members were gradually sent the news to the sect of all times. After Li Luoqiu received the news, she immediately informed Jun Changxiao. Why is she in the southwest? Swish, the ancient warship changed its course and flew toward the southwest. Goxing wanted to see the resurrection of the demon ancestor. Perhaps he would have a chance to reconstruct his body. However, now that he knew the location of his disciple, he had to ensure her safety first. After all, Anyo had said that her mind was being controlled by some kind of power. Furthermore, this time, the phenomenon had alarmed so many demonic cultivators. The situation was probably more serious than the opening of the land of demonic affinity. Hence, he immediately ordered the vanguard group of the War Cavalry Hall to move out. Gather. Swish. 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 Outside the War Cavalry Hall, the members of the vanguard group were ready to go. Under the command of their leader, Zhongyi, they all summoned Diablo and entered the cockpit in unison. Thousands of mechas were activated instantly. Their eyes were shining brightly. All kinds of energy were superimposed, forming layers of airwaves. The special effects were self-explanatory and could not be bothered to describe them. Mecha number 2, in position. Mecha number 3, in position. After hearing the reports from his subordinates, Zhongyi, who was in Mecha number 1, saw a few members waving batons on the runway. He immediately pushed the lever and shouted, "Let's go." Whoosh, whoosh, the two turbine-like devices on the back suddenly emitted light. The Diablo glided close to the ground until they reached the end of the runway and flew into the sky. Then, they opened their colorful wings. The mechas and the equipment in the shop were a perfect combination. Swish, swish, in an instant, streams of colorful light flew out from the Aeon Immortal Mountain. The scene was like a swarm of locusts passing through. The vanguard group of the War Cavalry Hall is moving out. Something big is happening. Many outer sect disciples looked at the scene in the sky with envy in their eyes. This was a traditional martial Dao world. However, under the influence of Jun Changxiao, they all had the idea that men should use mechas. F***ck. So many monsters. Thousands of Diablo mechas flew across the sky, creating a huge commotion that immediately alerted the nearby martial artists. They had seen similar scenes before, but this was the first time so many of them had appeared. Southwest, after flying for an hour, Yao Menjing landed in a deserted valley. The ground here was paved with stone slabs. 8 people in black robes stood on them. Their heads were lowered, and it was impossible to tell if they were men or women. "We're a little late." A few martial artists in black robes and masks walked out from the darkness. "The resurrection of the ancestral fiend is imminent. We can't waste time. Let's quickly set up the restriction array," said one of the black-robed men. His voice was slightly gloomy and old. "Yes." The others quickly separated and stood in different positions. They began to condense strange energy on their fingers and drew patterns on the stone slabs. Buzz. Buzz, in an instant, a barrier similar to an array formation appeared and gradually converged at the entrance of the vortex. "All of you." The black-robed man with the old voice said indifferently, "Go in." Ta. The black-robed man standing at the front of the vortex stepped forward. His head was lowered throughout the entire process. He looked a little like a walking corpse. 1, 2, 3. When all 8 of them went in, Yao Menjing was ready to move. Suddenly, a big hand landed on her shoulder, preventing her from moving. "Huh?" The black-robed man looked over. Xianxia was already standing behind Yao Menjing. He forcefully pulled her back and then placed the sky halberd under his feet. He said with a murderous aura, "Who gave you the courage to control my junior sister? Strong and ruthless." First, there was the patriarch protecting his disciple. Now, there was the senior brother protecting his junior sister. At that moment, Xianxia had inherited Jun Changxia's protective nature. He would never allow anyone to harm his fellow disciples. Senior brother." Yao Menjing, who was standing behind him, held her head. Her eyes were sometimes clear and sometimes red. She said with difficulty, "I can't control my body. I am scared." "Don't be scared," Xianxia said, "with senior brother here, no one can harm you." "Who?" Covered in energy, unparalleled war god Set was on his body. His eyes flashed coldly like a wild bull. Come, on the left, shout star flying cloud scattering with me. On the right, shout sun moon ginseng with me. Kid. The leader of the black-robed masked men said in a deep voice, you are delaying a very grand and sacred matter. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Shwa. Shwa. Several subordinates who were drawing the pattern rushed over. Their cultivation was all above rank 5 or 6, if it was just the demon beasts in the forbidden area, it might not be a big problem. But now, they were all human martial artists. Moreover, from their aura, they were clearly demonic cultivators. This was undoubtedly a test for Xianxia, who was only rank 4. Don't be afraid, fight. Xianxia suddenly raised his halberd and said coldly, I don't care about any sacred matter. Anyone who dares to harm my junior sister must die. Domineering, heartless Anyo. Since these people's aura was very sinister, it might be related to controlling Yao Menjing. If he wanted her to break free, the best way was to kill them all. If it was Jun Changxiao, he might be overcautious. After all, if he was careless, he would be criticized by the readers for being cruel. But Xianxia did not care. Because he was not the main character. Even if he did something wrong, the patriarch would take the blame. Die. With this thought, Anyo pushed Yao Menjing out and surrounded her with a wall of qi. Then, he raised his halberd and used a move that could kill people. Not good. The black-robed men who surrounded him hurriedly retreated. In terms of strength, this young man seemed to be only rank 4. Why was his strength so strong? Because of equipment and bloodline. Even though Anyo had just entered the 4th transition, after the word's special effects were activated, the increase in his strength was especially obvious, not to mention the fact that he had awakened the Green Bull bloodline. Boom, boom, powerful energy erupted, and light illuminated the entire valley. Although the men in black had dodged in advance, they still couldn't avoid the force of the halberd and were forced to retreat. Unfortunately, their faces couldn't be seen clearly because of their masks. The leader did not expect a rank 4 to be so domineering. He immediately shouted, quickly snatch that woman. This was not the time to fight. He had to quickly complete the task given by the higher-ups and take away the 9th heavenly devil body. Who? Xianxia waved his Feng Tian halberd and stood in front of Yao Menjing to protect her. It was as if he was an ox blocking the pass. 10,000 oxen would not be able to break through. Rob, if I can't protect junior sister today, the former sect leader Wang will write his surname backwards. Shwa. Shwa. At this time even more masked martial artists flew out from the shadows. The number of people gradually increased to over 100. Luckily, their strength wasn't too high, most of them were at the first revolution revolving core realm. This is troublesome. Xianxia, who had just set the flag, frowned. There were so many martial artists, including several rank 5 and 6, it would be difficult for him to protect junior sister. The news has been spread for so long, why hasn't anyone come to help? Although Xianxia was vexed, he could only rely on himself now. Thus, he gripped his Feng Tian halberd tightly and locked his gaze on the 100 or so men in black who were closing in on him. He couldn't take the initiative to attack because the other party would definitely snatch Yao Menjing. Thus, he was in a very passive situation. Go! Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, dozens of men in black pounced over. With the eruption of various darkness attributes, the valley became even more terrifying. Boom! Boom! Xianxia waved his Feng Tian halberd crazily and forced back all the martial artists who were closing in on him. However, he was inevitably attacked by some who slipped through and could only retreat step by step as the blood in his body roiled violently. Realm suppression, number suppression. Because he had to protect Yao Menjing, he was in a passive situation. Anyo's situation was very bad. Don't waste time. The leader of the black-robed martial artists shouted, quickly kill this hindrance and bring that woman away. Yes. Everyone received the order and pressed forward crazily. Of course, because they had to bring Yao Menjing back alive, they were also restricted to a large extent. Otherwise, they would have released their ultimate moves together. Boom! Boom! Xianxia held his Fengtian halberd and fought against the attacking martial artists. He remained close to Junior's sister and did not let them take a single step forward. The price he had to pay was to be attacked again and again. Thinking about it carefully, since the establishment of the sect of all times, no disciple had been sacrificed. In order to be closer to reality, why not? Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, the area where everyone was attacking suddenly flashed with golden light, causing a large number of black-robed martial artists to close their eyes and retreat. Swoosh. Xianxia was still standing in front of Yao Menjing. The unparalleled war god set that was damaged by the attacks had been replaced by a shiny golden armor. Together with his cold face, he was instantly handsome to a whole new level. Golden Yao sacred armor? The leader of the black-robed masked man's voice was filled with disbelief. Swoosh! Xianxia raised his hand, and the halberd beneath his feet disappeared into thin air. Immediately after, a similarly dazzling golden spear appeared. Golden Yao sacred spear. The leader of the black-robed masked man thought to himself, these two pieces of equipment clearly belong to Jin Hao. Why are they in his hands? Could it be that he was killed? The equipment and treasures were also stolen. At this dangerous moment, many people were waiting for Xianxia to activate his bloodline and transform into the big green ox. In the end, he summoned two divine artifacts that were close to the immortal grade. What was a divine artifact? It was very godly. When Xianxia put on the shiny golden armor and held the golden spear, every meridian and every pore seemed to be completely activated. The desire to fight became stronger and stronger. You all, Anya looked up and said, you all have to die. Whoosh whoosh. The golden special effect instantly strengthened his body, as if he had turned into a golden saint. Anyo, ignite your little universe. At this moment, the light that belongs to you, the glory that belongs to you, will illuminate the entire upper world. Swoosh! Swoosh! At this moment, the sound of wind breaking came from afar. Dense streams of colorful light appeared in the sky and flew over in a staggered pattern. The special effect was even more powerful than Xianxia's sacred robe. Junior brother Yi. Li Qingyang's voice was heard. We're here. Xianxia's expression became interesting. You guys didn't come when I was being ganged up on. But you guys came when I used my ultimate move. Aren't you guys trying to steal my limelight? Anyo heaved a sigh of relief. After all, they came in time and, damn, so many Diablo mechas were deployed. Junior sister Yao is definitely not in danger. Trash. Xianxia raised his spear and said coldly, you guys can go to hell now. In the close-up, the mechas behind him flew over rapidly with colorful streams of light and then slowly landed in the valley. What did this mean? It meant that when Anyo was in danger, he had thousands of troops behind him, unlike in his previous life where no one felt sorry for him when he was killed. Boom. 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 The ground shook frequently. After a while, a large group of Diablo mechas appeared behind Xianxia. Their eyes were shining like hungry beasts as they locked onto the group of trembling masked men in black robes. 101st transformation stage is a lot. Sorry, but in the dictionary of the sect of all times, group fights are the last thing they are afraid of. Whoosh! The ancient warship flew over and stopped above the valley. Jun Changxiao sat at the bow of the ship and lit a cigarette. He said expressionlessly, Vanguard group, listen up. Kill them all. Yes. Zhongyi shouted, attack. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Thousands of huge and powerful Diablo mechas quickly walked up. It was like a group of adults surrounding hundreds of children in a very small area. They either raised their fists or raised their legs to attack. A few 4th or 5th transformation stage experts might not be afraid of these mechas, but they were being stepped on by Gu Xiaoxi and the black and white Rakshasa. They were using their faces to test the thickness of the floor. After a while, the hundreds of black-robed men were all taken care of, leaving only the leader. When their masks were removed, it was revealed that there was a crescent moon pattern on their foreheads. Brother! Gu Xiaoxi frowned and said, it's the buried moon pavilion. Jun Changxiao landed and stepped on the face of the black-robed old man with a gloomy expression. He said coldly, how dare you manipulate the disciples of the sect of all times? Do you believe that I will turn the buried moon pavilion into history in the next second? Gosheng had been keeping a low profile since coming to the upper realm, but it did not mean that he had turned over a new leaf and become a good person. If Yao Menjing had not been stopped by Xianxia in time, she would have done everything she could to destroy this mysterious organization if she had lost a strand of her hair. Because the quality of the shampoo used by the sect of all times was very good, Yao Menjing did not lose any hair, so there was no need for Jingji to jump down from Mech 66. However, was it over just because she did not lose any hair? Sorry, Jun Changxiao had already remembered the Zhongyue pavilion, and had already remembered it in the deepest part of his heart. With Gosheng's personality, as long as he was remembered, he would become an ATM at best, and at worst, he would be removed from the Jianghu, so let's mourn for him. Patriarch, Yao Menjing said with difficulty, I still can't control my body. More than 100 members of the Zhongyue pavilion had been taken care of. The disciples were skillfully looting the crates, but the energy in her body had not been removed. Obviously, Yi Xingqian's guess was wrong, and the two had no connection. Let me help you disintegrate. Jun Changxiao grabbed Yao Menjing's wrist, and after a round of inspection, he found nothing. Strange, why was there nothing? If that was the case, why was her body not under her control? The black-robed old man lying on the ground sneered, the summoning will from my ancestor is not something that mortals like you can resolve. Jun Changxiao pulled him over and said, what do you mean? Ha ha ha. The black-robed old man laughed wantonly with a sinister expression and said, this girl has an innate devil body and is destined to be sacrificed for the resurrection of my ancestor. This is a fate that no one can stop. Boom. Jun Changxiao punched him, causing his face to cave in. He said angrily, my life is your grandpa. Patriarch, Yao Menjing hugged her head and said in pain, I can't control myself anymore. I want to enter the vortex. She could still maintain her rationality, but the thought of forcing herself to move forward was like an irresistible order. Seal. Jun Changxiao shouted, don't let her move. Yes. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others hurried to their junior sister and formed various barriers to restrict her movements. The black-robed old man laughed strangely, my ancestor's summoning will cannot be disobeyed. If you forcefully stop her from doing something great, just wait for your bodies to explode. Bang. Boom. Yi Xingqian raised his leg and kicked him in the face. I'll kill you first. I want to go in. I want to go in. Trapped in the barrier, Yao Menjing's eyes gradually turned red. Her last trace of reason was also controlled by some kind of power, as if she had turned into a walking corpse. Damn it. Jun Changxiao's expression turned ugly. Although he doubted the black-robed old man's words, he certainly didn't dare to take the risk. Therefore, he could only look at the vortex in the distance. Suddenly, he made up his mind and said, I want to see what is inside. Remove the barrier and let Menjing in. Patriarch, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others wanted to say something but hesitated. They could only obey the order and remove the enchantment that bound their junior sister. After regaining her freedom, Yao Menjing walked towards the whirlpool without looking back. Her crimson eyes became increasingly resplendent. It was obvious that some powerful force was summoning her. You guys wait here. Jun Changxiao said, I will follow her in. Brother. Gu Zhaoxi stood up and said, it may be very dangerous inside. I will accompany you, stay. Jun Changxiao had already followed Yao Menjing and said, this is an order. Gu Zhaoxi didn't say anything. Under the gaze of the higher-ups and disciples, Jun Changxiao and Yao Menjing walked step by step toward the vortex that contained extremely strong demonic energy. The atmosphere around them also became very serious. Salute! Zhongyi shouted loudly. Swoosh! Swoosh! Thousands of Diablo stood up straight and saluted the highest standard of etiquette to the patriarch. It felt like a farewell for a hero. Jun Changxiao couldn't help but turn around and kick these idiots out. Whoosh! Whoosh! Inside the vortex, it was dark. The cold wind whistled like ghosts crying and wolves howling. Ta! Jun Changxiao walked in and stepped on the heavy stone floor. He didn't have time to explore the surrounding environment because Yao Menjing, who came in later, had already walked forward. He could only quickly follow and be vigilant at all times to prevent any accidents from happening to his disciples. Woo-woo. Woo woo woo. The cold wind blew faster and faster. At first glance, it sounded like some kind of strange language. Of course. There was also an extremely strong demonic energy in the dark environment. If it was someone else, they might have already felt uncomfortable. However, with two spiritual bodies in his body and having experienced demonic energy entering his body in the land of demonic affinity, Xianxia was not only fine, but also became more and more energetic. Girl? Goxing transmitted his voice as he walked. Yao Menjing didn't answer. Obviously, she was completely controlled. Damn it. Xianxia clenched his fists and cursed in his heart, if it is controlled by someone, when I find the initiator, I will make him suffer a fate worse than death. Goxing suddenly found a faint light in the darkness ahead. As he got closer and closer, the light became brighter and brighter. It was a circular stone platform with rows of burning candles around it. The stone floor outlined a complicated pattern, looking very gloomy. At this moment, 8 black-robed martial artists stood in different positions. They lowered their heads and put their palms together, like devout believers praying. What is this? Xianxia frowned. The system said, it seems to be an ancient altar. Is it related to the resurrection of the Demon Lord? Isn't the resurrection of the Demon Lord in the West? Xianxia was puzzled. Could it be a trap? To attract the powerhouses of the 10 major immortal sects, the real resurrection point is actually here? If that's the case, isn't it too arrogant of the Buried Moon Pavilion to send 100 first transition martial artists to guard it? The system said. A mysterious organization that could fight with the Realm Hall for so long definitely didn't lack masters. If this was really the resurrection point of the Demon Lord, there must be something wrong with their brains if they didn't send someone in the truth-seeking realm to guard it. Thud. At this moment, Yao Menjing walked onto the stone platform and stood on the strange pattern that looked like the eye of the array. She lowered her head and put her palms together, turning into a devout believer. Xianxia observed carefully and found that there was an empty spot next to her. He came to a conclusion and said, if I'm not wrong, these 8 people have the same connate demonic body as Meng Yao. According to the leader of the Buried Moon Pavilion, only 10 connate demonic bodies could trigger the second resurrection plan of the Demon Lord. Now that 9 of them were here, there was only 1 left, and it seemed to be an ascender. Could it be an acquaintance? The system said, could it be from the Falling Star continent? Xianxia was speechless. It can't be that coincidental, right? Because Yao Menjing was standing on the stone platform and didn't seem to be hurt at all, he stood outside the altar and waited for the 10th connate demonic body to appear. An hour later, the lines on the stone slab began to flicker, forming streaks of light that connected to the 9 people. It's starting? Xianxia set in. Surprise, isn't there one more? Yao Menjing and the others who were standing in the array trembled slightly, as if they couldn't connect because of the empty spots. The pattern under their feet flickered frequently, as if warning them. Not good. The system said in shock, Yao Menjing's vital signs are dropping rapidly. Swoosh, Xianxia rushed over hurriedly. Just as he reached out to pull his disciple down, he seemed to be struck by some kind of electric shock and was suddenly bounced away. Damn it. Goxing stood up with difficulty, feeling numb all over his body. The system said, the 9 of them have an extremely strong barrier around them. With the host's cultivation, it's impossible to break it. Damn it. Xianxia roared, why isn't the 10th connate demonic body here yet? From the patterns flickering, he roughly guessed that this should be the beginning of some kind of ritual, but because 1 person was missing, it couldn't be completely connected, thus implicating the other 9. Her vital signs have dropped to 60%. If they drop below 20%, even if she's out of danger, there will be irreversible permanent damage. The system said. Stomp. Suddenly, Xianxia stepped out. He didn't touch Yao Menjing, but stood on the empty spot of the array and shouted, I'll be the 10th person, I'll be the head. From the layout and pattern of the stone platform, it was obviously some kind of altar. Yao Menjing and the 8 men in black were arranged in an orderly manner, praying devoutly, apparently starting some kind of ritual. But there was a problem. There were supposed to be 10 positions, but there was still one missing, As a result, after the altar ritual started, they could not completely merge, and the situation was in a stalemate. That was not a problem, but Yao Menjing's vital signs were constantly declining, which proved that if they could not form 10 people, her life would be in danger. Jun Xianxia was anxious. He wanted to pull his disciple out, but he could not touch her at all after the ritual started. In the end, he had no choice but to step onto the empty spot and act as the 10th innate demon body. This operation made the system's scalp tingle, although it did not have a scalp. "Are you crazy?" It roared. "If there are more serious consequences, it will not only affect Yao Menjing, but also yourself." Jun Changxiao stood in the pattern with his back to the camera, and said seriously, "If I can't even save my own disciple, am I worthy to be the patriarch of the sect of all times?" Whoosh! Whoosh! After confirming that the 10th person had entered, the light rushed over crazily, regardless of whether it matched with the other 9 people, and instantly enveloped Jun Changxia's body completely. At that moment, Goxing's back was set off by the light, and it made people feel a strong sense of respect, and they even had the impulse to shout that he was awesome. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The black light was like a snake, spreading along his legs and wrists until it completely covered his whole body. At the same time, after Jun Changxiao became the 10th person, the light that had been flashing like an alarm gradually stabilized, as if it meant that someone had filled the vacancy, and the ritual could continue. Yao Menjing's vital signs are recovering. The system's voice sounded in his ear, but Jun Changxiao did not have time to listen, because his body was filled with a large amount of demonic energy. He had already experienced it when he was sitting on the throne of the demon ancestor in the land of demonic affinity. Now that he was here again, with the same taste and the same formula, the feeling was simply too good. Sigh. The system sighed, "Good luck." It did not take the initiative to activate the crisis resolution mode. After all, the host placed too much importance on the 3 points. If they were all reset to 0 this time, he might choke to death. Hoo-hoo. More and more devil chi poured into Jun Changxia's body. He didn't scream, but clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Obviously, he wanted to fully display his character of "my life is in my own hands." "Patriarch," suddenly, Yao Menjing's voice sounded. She was still standing in the pattern, and her eyes were gradually becoming clear. It was obvious that she had regained consciousness. However, the ritual had been completely activated, and she was surrounded by a barrier, so she couldn't break free. As for the other 8 people, they had also regained their senses. They raised their heads one after another. There were 4 men and 4 women. Some were in their 50s or 60s, while others were in their 20s or 30s. Just like Yao Menjing, they had inherited the innate devil body and had ascended from the lower realm. Even though there was a difference in time, they were going to experience the same thing today. They would be sacrificed in a special way. Swish, swish, at this moment, something seemed to have been extracted from everyone's body. It turned into streams of light and flew into the sky. Then, it quickly gathered together to form something like a fetus. "Patriarch," Yao Menjing said in pain, "my innate saint demon body has been extracted." She wasn't the only one. The other 8 people were also gone. However, Jun Changxiao didn't say anything during the whole process. Because the demonic aura was too strong, his face was gradually becoming more and more ferocious. Moreover, it seemed to be looking for something, but it couldn't find it. What was it looking for? The innate devil body. The reason it couldn't find it was because it didn't have it at all. It couldn't be helped. Since it had been activated and operated, they couldn't return empty-handed, right? Therefore, the demonic aura that had gathered in Goxing's body could only continue to search. Finally, it locked onto the evil aura in his dantian. "Father! I'm going out with them." Swish, little Xia shouted. Then, guided by the demonic aura, she turned into a stream of light and flew up, quickly merging with the other 9 black auras. The merging process was a bit disharmonious. Because, apart from Yao Menjing's constitution, the other 8 rejected it. They even despised it from the bottom of their hearts. "This guy isn't on the same side as us. Why is he joining in the fun? Don't agree, that's fine. I'll just scare him a little." Little Xia crazily released her evil aura, enveloping the 8 attributes that didn't agree with her. She suppressed them with an aura of "I've finished speaking." Who agrees? Who disagrees? The 8 attributes weren't humans. Naturally, they didn't have any backbone. Realizing that this external attribute was a bit strong, they immediately admitted defeat and merged with it obediently. As expected of the son born in Xianxia's body, she had perfectly inherited the arrogance of a Baoyan VIP user. Whoosh, whoosh, 9 attributes and 1 evil attribute successfully merged. Slowly, they began to spread and converge into a vortex. Swish, 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 in an instant, Jun Changxiao, Yao Menjing, and the others on the altar turned into streams of light and merged into it. Ta! 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 At this moment, many black-robed masked men rushed over from the dark area. Judging from their aura, they were quite strong. They should be the elites of the Buried Moon Pavilion. It's open. The leading black-robed martial artist said excitedly, the entrance to the demonic region is finally open. Although the faces of the subordinates behind him couldn't be seen clearly, they should be very excited at this moment. The 10 major immortal sects definitely wouldn't have thought that my ancestor divided the Khanate demon body into 10 parts and sent them to the mortal world. His real intention was not to resurrect it, but to open the demonic region that has been sealed for 100,000 years. Ha ha ha. Unbridled laughter sounded in the altar. Swish, suddenly, a stream of light flew over from afar, dragging a black-robed man in his hand. He landed in front of the altar and said in annoyance, "Damn it, there was a small accident in the middle and it delayed a lot of time. I hope we can complete the ceremony." At this point, he saw the vortex gathering in the sky and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Great Guardian, you, the black-robed martial artist who was laughing wildly was also stunned. The next second, the two of them said in unison, "What's going on?" The black-robed martial artist who had just arrived was the guardian of the Buried Moon Pavilion. He was also one of the people in charge of the opening of the altar ceremony. His main task was to bring back the 10th Khanate demon body on time, but there was an accident on the way and it delayed a lot of time. So, here came the problem, since the person had not arrived, how did the ceremony proceed? Even if there was a mistake, it was understandable to open it in advance. But the 10th Khanate demon body was not in place. How did the vortex appear? What the hell is going on? The Great Guardian did not wear a mask. He was an old man about 70 years old. At this moment, the expression on his face had completely collapsed. It required 10 Khanate demon bodies to activate. Now that one was missing, the vortex was successfully opened. It was completely unreasonable and did not follow the routine at all. Wouldn't they know if they went in and took a look? Unfortunately, they could not go in. Because of the appearance of this vortex, only martial artists who had activated the vortex and possessed the Khanate demon body were qualified to enter. No. No. The Great Guardian calmed down and said with a solemn expression, "There must be someone impersonating and sneaking in. Will there be any problems if a non-Khanate successor goes in?" The black-robed martial artist was quite worried. It shouldn't be. The Great Guardian guessed, to be able to merge with 9 Khanate demon bodies and successfully activate the vortex leading to the demonic region, it may be one of us. That's good, that's good. My head hurts. In the dark environment, Jun Changxiao stood up with difficulty, holding his head with one hand and his waist with the other, with a slightly painful expression on his face. The feeling of the demonic energy entering his body just now was too sour. Even if it had disappeared now, he still had an endless aftertaste. Patriarch. Yao Menjing rubbed her head and said, "Where is this place?" The camera zoomed out and found that the two were on a red land, and the surrounding vegetation was also red, looking a little scary. Hearing that the girl spoke normally, Jun Changxiao breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked at the environment seriously, and then said puzzledly, "Netherworld? 9 Nether Yellow Springs?" In the distant sky, there were streams of light lingering, and the space seemed to be superimposed, giving people a feeling that it was not a world inhabited by living creatures. If I'm not wrong. A middle-aged man with a calmer face guessed, this should be the demonic territory that was sealed by the 10 immortal sects and the major clans. Who was this, one of the 9 possessors of the Khanate demon body? In other words, at the moment, beside Jun Changxiao was not only Yao Menjing, but also the other 8 who were transmitted in at the same time. Because they did not know their names, the men would be temporarily introduced as male number 1 and male number 2, and the women as female number 1 and female number 2. Demonic territory? Jun Changxiao was stunned. Wasn't that place sealed in the West Sea? How did he get in so carelessly and delicately? Including Yao Menjing, they all came in through the formal procedures, but Goshen came in just to make up the numbers. According to the normal plot, he should not appear here. There was no choice. Cheats were often special existences that jumped out of the 3 realms and not in the 5 elements. Male number 1 said, although it has been sealed for 100,000 years, there are records in the ancient books, so combined with the current geographical environment, I can be sure that this must be the demonic territory. Since it is the demonic territory, why is the demonic energy so withered? Male number 2 spoke. Judging from his appearance, he was at least 60 or 70 years old. Needless to say. Female number 1 walked over, flicked her black hair, and said, it must be because the demon ancestor fell and was sealed for a long time. This woman's voice was very charming and she looked exotic. She could be considered a first-class beauty. Jun Changxiao subconsciously looked over, not because he was admiring their beauty, but because he suddenly realized that the auras of these 8 people were all demonic cultivators, and he was the only one who was a conventional martial cultivator. The current situation was that a dog had mixed in with the sheep. Of course. The 8 innate devil body heirs were also puzzled. They were all devil cultivators, so how could they mix in with a conventional martial cultivator? Lass. Jun Changxiao said, let's go. Let's first assume that this was the demonic region. Since he was already here, he should search the area thoroughly. Perhaps, there might be some sort of fortuitous encounter waiting for his disciple to inherit. The 8 connate fiend body heirs also began to move. However, they very consciously separated, obviously planning to act alone. At least if they found something good, it would belong to them. Everyone. Jun Changxiao shouted, let me give you a piece of advice. If this is the demonic region, there may be many unknown mechanisms and traps, so it's best to move together, lest you lose your lives here and become wandering ghosts. Tisk number 3 snorted coldly and continued to move forward. The others didn't take Jun Changxiao's words seriously and insisted on acting alone. Soon, they went in different directions. Goshen shook his head and said, are all devil cultivators very proud and aloof? Patriarch. Yao Menjing said, this place seems very big, where are we going? After confirming that the 8 devil cultivators had left, Jun Changxiao took out the treasure detector and said with a smile, of course to the place where the good stuff is hidden. Why did this guy suggest to set off in a group just now? The main reason was that the connate fiend body heirs were quite strong, most of them were at the 4th, 5th, and 6th transformation level. If he could establish a revolutionary friendship along the way, he might be able to pull them into the sect to accompany the lass. Since they didn't want to follow, he could only enjoy all the good stuff alone. Buzz. Spiritual sense entered and activated the treasure. However, when the light on the compass began to flicker and gradually stabilized, there was no prompt. Jun Changxiao broke down and said, no way, there's nothing here? The system said, after all, the treasure detector was bought from the lower realm. It might not be effective in the upper realm, so, hurry up and replace it. Get lost. Jun Changxiao rolled his eyes. Although the treasure detector was useless, it didn't hinder him from moving forward. Thus, he closed his eyes and counted in his heart. His right finger waved until it stopped, and he said, lass, let's go this way. The system was speechless. Choose the path according to fate, pay attention. Swoosh. Jun Changxiao jumped up, and his body fell straight back down. Swoosh. Swoosh. He jumped a few more times and landed awkwardly. Pfft. Yao Menjing couldn't help but cover her mouth. Jun Changxiao broke down. The heavenly axiom system here is far inferior to the upper realm, why can't we fly? The system said, because there's some kind of restriction that restricts flight. Okay. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, lass, bring out the rainbow wings. Okay. Yao Menjing hurriedly shook her shoulders, and 2 pairs of colorful wings appeared. Then, she flapped them and gradually broke away from the shackles of the earth. Patriarch. We can fly. Jun Changxiao said proudly, although the restriction here can prohibit martial artists from flying, how can it prohibit goods that transcend the restrictions of heaven and earth? At this moment, he was no longer shouting about being independent and wanting to break away from the city. Swoosh! The rainbow wings spread out and flew up. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two turned into streamers and soared in the sky. Coincidentally, they took the same route as man number 3. Suddenly, the man was stunned and his eyes flashed with disbelief. He said, "How can these two people fly?" The area Jun Changxiao and Yao Menjing were in was a red grassland. It took them a full hour to fly out of the grassland. They were flying over a vast primitive forest. They had seen a lot of forests. However, this place was a little different. Because there was a stone tower with complicated patterns engraved on it every once in a while. Patriarch. Yao Menjing said, "What is this stone tower used for?" From the looks of it, it's similar to a signal base station. Maybe it's used to transmit messages. Jun Changxiao guessed. The system said, "Why don't you say it's a 5G base station?" Patriarch. Yao Menjing pointed ahead and said, "There seems to be a city there." Jun Changxiao looked up and found that at the end of his field of vision, the outline of a city that seemed to be embedded in the mountains and rivers gradually appeared. From afar, it looked like a tiger sitting on the ground. It doesn't look like a human's architectural style. Could it be, this is really the demonic region? As they spoke, the two sped up and soon stopped in the sky above the city that was completely made of stone. Whether it was the city walls, the city gates, or the internal buildings, they were indeed of a human style. Patriarch. Yao Menjing said, "There's no one in the city." The city was not small, but there was no one on the streets. Because of the atmosphere, it felt like a ghost city in a horror movie. That's strange. Jun Changxiao was puzzled. This place doesn't seem to have been damaged by external forces. Why can't I see a single living thing? It's not just that. The system said there were no animals in the primitive forest that the host just passed. Are they all dead? At this moment, Jun Changxiao's expression gradually stiffened. Because his spiritual senses had spread to a place that looked like a military camp outside the city. On the drill ground stood stone statues in armor and holding sharp blades. There were not many of them, but there were at least tens of thousands of them, outside, at the altar. Although the great guardian was depressed for a long time, a smile gradually appeared on his face. He said, "After breaking the seal and entering this time, the demonic army of 1,000,000 will definitely see the light of day again. When that time comes, our ancestor will wave his arm and the entire upper realm will tremble." On the drill ground outside the city, Yao Menjing opened her small mouth, her eyes filled with shock. In front of her, lifelike statues were neatly arranged. They were wearing armor and holding spears. Even the smallest details were outlined. They were no different from real people. The most shocking thing was that these statues had single eyelids and double eyelids. Some were tall and some were short. They all had different appearances, which meant that they were not carved from the same mold. Patriarch. Yao Menjing said in surprise, "These statues are so lifelike." Jun Changxiao walked out from the group of soldiers and shook his head. "These are not statues. These are real living beings." He did not use humans to describe them. Although the soldiers had noses and eyes and had human features, from the height of 2 to 3 meters, they might be Moang soldiers. Real living beings? Yao Menjing said, "Patriarch, what do you mean?" Jun Changxiao sat on a similar platform and interlocked his fingers. "If I'm not wrong, these living beings should have been sealed by some kind of power, which is why they are in a state of absolute petrification. No wonder they are different." Yao Menjing said in realization, "So they are all real people. From their standing posture, they should have undergone strict training. I wonder how strong they were before they were petrified." Jun Changxiao said. "Patriarch." Yao Menjing said, "What is this?" Jun Changxiao turned around and saw the girl standing on the platform with one hand on the wall engraved with a handprint. He hurriedly said, "Don't touch it." It was too late. Yao Menjing had already put her hand on it. Buzz. The moment her palm touched the handprint, a visible energy ripple spread out from the drill ground and swept across the thousands of statues. Crack crack. Crack crack crack. There was a cracking sound. Girl. Jun Changxiao hurriedly stood up and said with a serious face, "Come over here quickly." Yao Menjing hurriedly retreated and leaned behind the patriarch. She lowered her head like a child who had done something wrong. "Patriarch, did I trigger some kind of trap?" "Of course." Jun Changxiao was speechless. It must have been triggered. If it were rows of flowers, Goxing would have probably roared at her. Of course, the former had been fighting everywhere and had seen all kinds of situations. Naturally, she would not make such a low-level mistake. Kaka. Ka ka ka. Cracks began to appear on the tens of thousands of statues, and then large chunks of them fell off. Jun Changxiao's guess was correct. These soldiers had indeed been sealed, because after the stones fell off, real armor was revealed. Who? Breathe in and out. Patriarch. Yao Menjing exclaimed, "They're still alive." Jun Changxiao did not speak. He had already entered a state of absolute vigilance. Shua. At this moment, the 10,000 soldiers who had broken free from the petrification power opened their eyes in unison. Their eyes flickered with a crimson light, and an extremely sinister demonic aura surged around them. It was as if a group of demons had awakened from hell. After a quick analysis, the system exclaimed, "They are all first transition." Jun Changxiao's eyes widened. 10,000 soldiers all had the strength of a first revolution revolving core realm cultivator. This was simply too shocking. Goxing had always fantasized that if all his disciples were at the core transformation realm, the scene would be as beautiful as a painting. Now that he had seen it for himself, and an entire army at that, just the aura alone was very shocking. Swish. Swish. The demonic aura that emerged gradually separated and then gathered on the chest armor of the soldiers. Gradually, the word demon was outlined, and it flickered with a gorgeous luster. It had the style of the logo of the prodigal eye. Undeniably, it was very cool. However, Jun Changxiao did not think so. In his opinion, the visual effect was far inferior to his 1,000 Diablo. Kill. The 10,000 demonic soldiers shouted in a low and hoarse voice, and the crimson light in their eyes became more intense. As expected, Jun Changxiao shook his head. Unfriendly. The battle intent of 10,000 first transition core transformation soldiers in excellent equipment was indeed intimidating. However, Jun Changxiao was not afraid at all. Because his strength was at the 7th transition. Lass. Jun Chang laughed and said, "Stay away from me. I will take on these demonic tribe soldiers." Okay. Yao Menjing hurriedly retreated. Then, the scene changed. She was wearing a cheerleading uniform and holding a colorful ball with both hands. Go, Patriarch. System, come. Jun Changxiao raised his hand, and the great sage Sect quickly gathered around him. He held the green dragon crescent blade in front of him and said, "Let's fight to our heart's content." Under normal circumstances, the 7th transition would definitely be a one-round fight with his eyes closed. However, 10,000 first transition core transformation soldiers were a little overwhelming, so Goxing had to give them enough respect. Be gentle. The system said, "Don't damage the armor." Of course. Why did Jun Changxiao want to fight? It was not because he had not fought for too long and wanted to stretch his body. It was also not because the author wanted to take the opportunity to make a scene. It was because he was interested in the soldiers' equipment. Although he already had the formula of the 8 desolate heavenly sound set, he could not mass-produce it because of the limited materials. If he could snatch these equipment and give it to Fan Yezi to modify, it should be able to increase his disciples' strength. At the beginning of the game, he had to rely on snatching equipment. Kill. Kill. The 10,000 demonic soldiers were still shouting in a low voice. The demonic aura around them was also increasing. From afar, it looked like a huge black cloud was covering the drill ground. Swoosh! Swoosh! Finally, they could not help but rush over with their sharp blades. Because of their physique and the weight of their armor, the whole ground shook. Jun Changxiao sneered and waved his blade. A light ray swept across in an arc ding. The blade light, which carried the power of the true spirit, hit the breastplates of the soldiers at the front. Although they were sent flying, only faint marks were left on their bodies. The quality is not low, the system said. Jun Changxiao's eyes shone with a burning light. He said, they are all mine. Good armor was what his disciple needed the most. Therefore, he had to take them all today no matter what. In order to prevent the armor from being damaged, Jun Changxiao kept his green dragon crescent blade and said excitedly, I am going to take off the armor. Thud thud thud, he charged into the enemy with his bare hands. With the power of the true spirit in his fingers, he smoothly unlocked a soldier's armor and quickly kept it in his space ring. Taking off someone's armor in a fight. Probably only Goshen could do this. At the darkness altar, the great guardian said proudly, the 1 million demonic army that was trained by my ancestor not only have rank 1 cultivation, but also have excellent demonic armor. As long as the seal is broken and they appear in the upper realm, it will definitely shake the world. Sigh. The black-robed man shook his head and sighed. It is a pity that the demonic armor's manufacturing method is sealed in the demonic region. If our buried moon pavilion could get it in advance, we would have created a strong army to fight against the realm hall. When the 10 innate demonic bodies break the seal, we can enter the demonic region at will and easily find the manufacturing method. The great guardian said. That's right. The black-robed man clenched his fist and said, I can't wait. Demonic region, on the drill ground. 10,000 tall and burly soldiers were lying on the ground in a mess. They were all knocked out and only had thin underwear on them. It was obvious that their armor had been taken off by the shameless Go Sheng. Swoosh, Jun Changxiao waved his hand and kept the weapons scattered on the ground into his space ring. He clapped his hands and said, let's go and take a look at other places. Maybe we can still find the sealed demonic soldiers. Swoosh. Swoosh, 2 rays of light streaked across the sky and went in a direction. As expected. About 2 hours later, Jun Changxiao and Yao Menjing arrived at another city. There was also a military camp here, and there were also sealed demonic race soldiers. We are rich. Swish, Jun Changxiao and Yao Menjing flew away from the second city they discovered. The camera turned back and saw the tens of thousands of soldiers who had just been released from the sealed state. All of them had lost their armor and were lying unconscious on the ground with bruises all over their faces. In fact, they were quite lucky. Fortunately, Gosheng did not have any equipment that could hold a large number of creatures. Otherwise, they would not only lose their equipment, but also themselves. Speaking of which, could the Tianyuan prison pagoda not be installed? It could be, but the space was limited. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Jun Changxiao decided to only take away the equipment and weapons. Of course, some people would be puzzled. The Moan tribe was tall and strong, and their armor was also very big. How could the disciples who were robbed wear it? This problem was not within the scope of Jun Changxiao's consideration because it was up to Fan Yezi. In short, the sect did not raise idle people. They had to play to their strengths. Patriarch. After flying for a while, Yao Menjing said excitedly, there's another city in front. Let's go. The two sped up and soon stopped above the third city. In terms of scale, this city was obviously bigger than the previous two. There were many weapons on the city wall. It should be an important place in the Moan territory. Tisk, tisk. Jun Changxiao landed on the city wall. Looking at the cannon-like weapons, he said, it looks like a field cannon. Take it all. Gosheng did not hesitate at all. He took the hundreds of weapons scattered around the city wall into his space ring. Then, he looked outside the city and saw another military camp. Wow! Yao Menjing said in surprise, there are so many soldiers. The previous two cities had tens of thousands of soldiers in the military camp. This military camp had 50,000 soldiers. Jun Changxiao grinned. To others, these Moan tribe soldiers were very dangerous. But to him, they were no different from treasures. Swish, swish, the two landed on the stage. There was still a special handprint on the wall behind, which meant that it could be activated by touching it. Strangely enough, in the barracks of the second city, Jun Changxiao had raised his hand and pressed it, but it didn't have any effect. Later on, it was Yao Menjing who successfully revived them. The system guessed it should be because of the innate holy demon body. Lass. Jun Changxiao said, go ahead and trigger it. Yes. Yao Menjing walked over, but just as she was about to place her palm on it, Gosheng stopped her. Wait a minute. Hoo. Jun Changxiao flew up and released his true spirit power, lifting up the petrified soldiers and sending them to the wilderness. With the previous 2 experiences, he could more or less determine that the soldiers here were definitely at the first transition level. If all of them were to be revived, he might not be able to handle them. Therefore, he had split up in advance and defeated them one by one. The system was speechless. Why don't we just set up a formation to seal them off? That makes sense. Jun Changxiao was suddenly inspired. He turned around and flew back. Then, he began to set up formation flags and set up a formation. In an instant, a light barrier was formed, sealing off the petrified soldiers. After working for half a day, the 50,000 soldiers in the barracks were all split up. Lass. Jun Changxiao shouted, release the seal. Pa. Yao Menjing pressed her palm on it, and ripple-like energy rippled again. Ka ka ka. Ka 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 ka. Their bodies cracked, and rocks fell off. However, when the Moang soldiers regained their senses, they found themselves in the light barrier. Question marks appeared on their faces. Where am I? What is this place? Everyone. Jun Changxiao slowly appeared above the light like a creator and said, you should be able to understand human language, so please throw away your weapons and take off your armor as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will come personally. The Moang soldiers naturally wouldn't listen to him obediently. They immediately released a strong demonic aura and raised their weapons. Not cooperating. Jun Changxiao shook his head. Then I will have to come personally. Boom. Boom. Not long after, the 10,000 soldiers all fainted on the ground. Their armor and weapons were all taken away. Jun Changxiao went to other isolation arrays. Finally, he stood on top of the city tower and sang loudly, we, the people, are so happy tonight. Yao Menjing covered her ears and blocked her hearing. He was so skillful that it made one's heart ache. Fortunately, the array successfully isolated the sound from the outside world. Otherwise, the tens of thousands of Moang soldiers lying inside would definitely be fatally injured even if they were already unconscious. After obtaining another 50,000 sets of armor and weapons, Jun Changxiao didn't leave the city immediately. This was because he found a foundry near the barracks. So, he walked over curiously. Entering the huge factory, there were all kinds of foundry facilities. These should be used to produce equipment. Jun Changxiao walked to a foundry and saw that the mold inside was very similar to the shape of the armor. So, he confirmed his guess. The system said, such a big foundry is enough to show that the Moang tribe has an extremely high level of craftsmanship and great ambition. So, Jun Changxiao spread his hands and said, they were destroyed by the 10 major immortal sects and the various clans. The soldiers were powerful and well-equipped. If they went out to do something big, the various sects and forces would definitely not be able to handle it. Suddenly, Jun Changxiao realized that Yao Menjing and the other 8 possessors of the innate demon body were teleported to the Moang territory. Could it be a plan of the buried moon pavilion to prepare for the resurrection of the demon lord? Very likely. The system said, after all, these well-equipped soldiers are too powerful. If they appear in the upper realm, it will definitely bring a great catastrophe. Haha. Jun Changxiao smiled and said, since I'm here, how can I let them do as they wish? Swish. He turned to look at the camera and stroked his black hair coquettishly. Please call me the little prince of trouble. Since he found the foundry and so many foundry facilities, with Jun Changxiao's style, he would definitely put them all into the space ring. Patriarch. Yao Menjing stood in a room that looked like an office and said, there are many books here. Oh? Jun Changxiao walked in. There were rows of bookshelves in the room, and many ancient books were placed on them. He casually took a book and opened it to read, but it was filled with messy words. This is the language of the Moang tribe. The system said. Jun Changxiao opened the technique pavilion and found that it could not be used to match, so he said with certainty, it's not martial arts. Nonsense. The system was speechless. The books in the foundry must be related to forging. Jun Changxiao flipped through a few more pages. Some of them were drawings of armors. Because he could not understand the words, he did not know what the remarks meant. The system said, "This is the method to make armors. You can understand it?" "Of course, I can easily decipher any text in front of me." "Awesome." Jun Changxiao kept all the books into the space ring. With the foundry table and the books on forging armors, he could place them in the sect and let Fan Yezi try to forge them. This way, there would be no need for retirement. Patriarch Yao Menjing shouted, "There are many blueprints on the table." Jun Changxiao leaned over with interest and found that there were drawings of different styles of armors, and there were remarks in the language of the Moan tribe on each part. What is this? From the literal translation, it should be the second generation of armors. What? Jun Changxiao was surprised. The Moan tribe is very good at researching equipment. Needless to say, he would definitely take it. On the foundry peak, after Fan Yezi finished the last batch of Diablo parts, he wiped the sweat off his forehead and panted. "It's finally done. I can finally rest for a while." It was hard to imagine that there would be a complete equipment production line, books, and blueprints in the sealed city of Moang region. Jun Changxiao sighed, "The demon ancestor is a person who does great things. With a powerful army and equipment production, if he were to go out and cause trouble, the upper realm would definitely be the one to get hurt." Gosheng did not know much about the past, but after visiting several cities in Moang region, he suddenly realized that it was not unreasonable for the 10 great immortal sects to destroy this race. After all, it was too dangerous. What a pity. Jun Changxiao covered his face, leaned back, and laughed eerily, "It's all mine." The system was powerless to complain. Every time he laughed like a villain, he could not change his bad habit. "Let's go." Jun Changxiao said, "Let's go to other places. There must be more good things waiting for me." Gosheng did not like the demon ancestor. After all, he had tried to take over Yao Menjing's body to be resurrected. So, since he had come to the other party's nest, he would take away as much as he could. And the worst thing was that when this guy left the military base, he did not remove the isolation formations that he had set up. He was still trapping the tens of thousands of unconscious soldiers. Next, Jun Changxiao went to several cities of different sizes. As long as there were petrified statues in the barracks, he used the old method to bind them with formations and then took away the equipment and weapons. When Gosheng crossed the border, nothing was left. Outside, the Great Guardian and the black-robed warrior were still fantasizing about the Moang region's seal being completely removed. With a wave of the demon ancestor's arm, millions of Moang army would gather. Yes. Millions of soldiers in their underwear gathered. It was quite interesting. However, the prerequisite was that they had to break the formation first. The camera moved to the west, which was the West Sea area. The black light still maintained the momentum of breaking through the clouds. Although the 10 great immortal sex experts had rushed over early, they could only stand in the distance. Because there was nothing else there other than the rising phenomenon. Stop? There was no way to do it. In fact, it was useless to stop it, because this phenomenon was meant to attract them. The real location of the demon ancestor's resurrection was in the dark environment of the boiling blood pool. The huge blood shadow splashed on the wall flickered with colorful light and gradually became real. This was a three-front battle. First, the natural phenomenon attracted firepower. Second, the 10 innate demon bodies opened the passage to the Moang region. Third, the body reconstruction. As expected, the resurrection of the demon ancestor had become a fact. When he returned to the upper realm and entered the demonic domain to summon his army, what awaited the upper realm would be endless disasters. Plop. Plop. Inside the isolation formation, the demonic tribe soldiers who had just been activated fell one by one. Their armors and weapons were all taken away. Pa. The demon ancestor to the demon ancestor to Moang to the Moang to the Moang region. It had been more than half a day since they entered the demonic region. He and Yao Menjing had visited 10 cities and obtained nearly 200,000 sets of armor and weapons. It was a bountiful harvest. Jun Changxiao would only complain that it was too little, not too much. Even if he couldn't fit all of them, he could still sell them. If the ancestral demon, who was at the critical juncture of his revival, knew that the equipment that he had spent a great deal of effort and resources to create when he was alive had been stolen by an outsider, the first thing he would do when he opened his eyes would be vomiting blood. The amount of blood he spat out would definitely increase. That's right. The system said, from the translation of the words on the city gate, this is indeed the main city of the demon ancestor. It's so damn big. At this moment, Xianxia was in the air above a huge circular city. There were wide streets inside the city, and the buildings along the sides looked very imposing. In particular, there were magnificent buildings in the central area, giving people the feeling that this place was a forbidden area of an imperial palace. Demon Ancestor City. The main hall represented a sect. The main city naturally represented a country or clan. It was no different from other cities. It was still lifeless. There were no living creatures. Strange. Xianxia was puzzled. Why do I only see the soldiers and not the residents? This question had been bothering him for a long time. If it was sealed by some powerful force, why did it only seal the soldiers? What about the ordinary people living in it, moreover? Who was the one who sealed the soldiers? Xianxia guessed that it might be the 10 great sects and clans, but he quickly dismissed the idea. After all, Yao Menjing broke it with just a touch of her palm. That was too careless. The system said, maybe it was sealed by one of our own. I think so too. Xianxia agreed. Yao Menjing had the innate holy devil body, so she could unlock the seal by touching the palm print. However, there was no effect when she reached out her hand, which meant that the mystery lay in her physique or bloodline. Is there such a possibility? Xianxia guessed, 100,000 years ago, the demon ancestor realized that his time was coming, so he used some kind of sacred art to seal the soldiers in advance, waiting for the day to be unsealed? The system said, that's possible. I went to a few cities and didn't see any residents. Maybe it has something to do with the demon ancestor's sacred art. For example. Xianxia's expression suddenly became serious, and said, sacrificing your life. The host's imagination is a little wild. Xianxia's guess was well-founded. After all, one of the demon ancestor's resurrection plans in the land of demon fate was to sacrifice the devil cultivator to be reborn. 100,000 years ago, using the lives of the clansmen to continue the soldiers, leaving them to rise again in the future. That must be it. Gosheng confirmed his guess in his heart. This would explain why there were so many cities with only soldiers and no residents, and why they could be revived so easily. So what if the host knows? Xianxia was dumbfounded by the system's question. That's right, even if I know the cause and effect, what's the use? Moreover, as far as I can see, the demon ancestor's resurrection place is not in Moang City. Wait. Xianxia slapped his forehead and said, if that guy is not resurrecting here, why did the 10 physiques come in? Could it be that they were specially sent to remove the seal, and then work together with the resurrected demon ancestor? If that's the case, once the demon ancestor is resurrected, the entire upper realm will be plunged into misery and suffering. The system paused and said, now that the host is in Moang City, it's equivalent to carrying the heavy responsibility of saving the world. Xianxia rolled his eyes and said, I don't have that ability. Gosheng firmly believed that if the demon ancestor was successfully resurrected, one look would be enough to torture him. Not necessarily. The system said, resurrection is a heaven-defying act. Even if it succeeds, it will be limited. Maybe its cultivation after resurrection will not be as high as the host's. Are you sure? Refer to Yi Xingchen and Gu Zhaoxi. That's right, my disciple and brother, one is the reincarnation of a great emperor, and the other is an infinite reincarnation. Although the latter will become stronger every time he dies, in the end, won't he still have to cultivate from the beginning? What's even more important is, the system said, the demon ancestor needs to reconstruct his physical body. Even if he retains his cultivation when he was alive, there will definitely be an adaptation period. It might take hundreds or thousands of years. That makes sense. Xianxia gradually felt relieved. An old guy who had been dead for 100,000 years, even if he was resurrected, it did not seem that scary. I understand now. Jun Changxiao said in realization, maybe the demon ancestor knows that he will not be able to reach his cultivation level in the shortest time after his resurrection, so he sealed the soldiers in advance so that he would have the combat power to contend with the 10 major sects after his resurrection. We can't rule out this possibility, the system said. Jun Changxiao stood up and looked at the hundreds of thousands of statues gathered in the military camp in the distance. He grinned and said, these are the demon ancestor's wings. If we cut them off in advance, won't he become a general without an army? The host destroyed a few third-class forbidden areas earlier, and his reputation has dropped severely. If we can resolve the crisis of the demon ancestor's resurrection this time, it can be completely washed clean, and no one will be able to find fault with it. Moreover, the system said, resolving the world's crisis might greatly increase the sect's reputation. Clap. Jun Changxiao clapped and said heroically, for the thousands of living beings, for the common people of the world, I, Jun Changxiao, will take on this heavy responsibility. The demon ancestor was very pitiful. Because Jun Changxiao had guessed most of the plan. That's right, he was worried that it would be difficult to restore his strength to its peak in the shortest time after his resurrection, so he sealed the million-strong army in advance and waited for his summons. To be exact, these soldiers were actually ready to do something big 100,000 years ago, but because the 10 immortal sects and various clans acted first, they could only seal themselves temporarily. The demon ancestor was considered a hero of his generation. Therefore, this resurrection would definitely bring disaster to the upper realm. It was not a big problem. The troublemaking Prince Jun Changxiao was in the Moan territory. Even if he did not have the ability to stop the demon ancestor's resurrection, since he had guessed his intention, he would definitely find a way to cut off his wings. In fact, in the Falling Star continent, Gosheng really did not want to be a savior, but because of various reasons, he always accidentally saved the world. This might be my fate. Jun Changxiao sat on the city wall with his back bent. His back revealed the aura of a great hero, for the country and the people. Stop pretending. The system said, hurry up and act. Swoosh. Jun Changxiao jumped down from the city and landed in a larger military camp outside the main city. There were more soldiers here, as many as 300,000. They should be the most elite army in the entire Moan tribe. What a pity. Jun Changxiao said, I can't use them. Such professional soldiers with high strength, if the conditions allowed, he would definitely be more willing to directly control them instead of just taking away their weapons and equipment. Patriarch. Yao Menjing pointed to the statues at the front of the drill ground and said, the armor they're wearing is very similar to the ones drawn on the map. Jun Changxiao said, it should be the second-generation armor. Just from the petrified form, the second-generation armor was obviously more impressive than the first-generation armor, and should be stronger in terms of combat. They might be at the level of a general. There were a total of 8 people standing at the front of the team wearing the second-generation armor. Judging from their physique and demeanor, it was obvious that soldiers A, B, C, and D could not be compared to them. The system said, there must be masters in such a large tribe. Maybe they're fierce generals under the demon ancestor. Then I can't just simply unseal them. Jun Changxiao became vigilant. Let's assume that they were all generals of the army, they might not be weak. If he released the seal rashly, if they were rank 8 or 9, or had reached the truth-seeking realm, he would definitely die. Swish, suddenly, the sound of wind breaking could be heard from afar. Jun Changxiao and Yao Menjing both turned their heads to look. At the end of their vision, they saw a stream of light slowly rising into the sky before merging into the folded space. Buzz buzz buzz. The enchantment that enveloped the entire domain loomed. Not good. Jun Changxiao's expression changed slightly, and he said, someone is trying to break the seal that exists in the demonic region. The system said, it must be the 8 demonic cultivators who came in together. Lass. Jun Changxiao said, let's go. If the soldiers in the demonic territory were used to assist the resurrected demon lord, then the most important thing now was to prevent the seal from being broken. Otherwise, there would be a huge problem. Buzz. Wang. Buzz. In the outside world, the whirlpool that converged at the sacrificial altar also began to tremble along with the shaking of the space in the demonic domain. Found it. The great guardian said ecstatically, "We found the place of the seal." He and the black-robed man did not leave the sacrificial altar for long because they were waiting for this moment. Now, it was finally here. The 10 immortal sects, the various major clans, start trembling. Gurgle gurgle. In the blood pool in the dark area, the blood boiled even more intensely. The blood stains of the spirit star splattered on the wall, adding another stroke to the gradually materializing huge shadow. Our ancestor is about to be resurrected. The black-robed old man sitting in the 4 positions stood up excitedly. The leader took out a ball with dark attribute rolling inside and carefully placed it in the groove of the stone platform closest to him. On this day. Suddenly, a sinister voice came from inside the ball. "I have waited for 100,000 years, and it is finally here." If Xianxia was present, he would have immediately realized that the person speaking was the demon lord who had set up 2 resurrection plans consecutively. "Honorable Master." The black-robed old man placed one hand on his chest and said sincerely, "The 10 chess pieces have successfully entered the ancestral land and are breaking the seal. When you are successfully resurrected, you can command the 1,000,000-strong army." "Good. Very good." The 10 immortal sects annihilated the demon clan. "When I return, I will make them pay back 10,000 times." Gurgle gurgle. The blood in the blood pool boiled even more. The huge shadow that seemed to be engraved on the wall gradually protruded and had the appearance of a body. The body was formed, and the remnant soul was fused. It was time for the demon lord to be resurrected. Xianxia, who was worried sick about Xianxia and Pei Aniu, would be dazzled when he saw this thing because he lacked a body to completely separate the two. Demon territory. Xianxia and Yao Menjing used the rainbow-dazzling light wings to fly to the area where the flowing light soared into the sky. In the wilderness, there was a circular stone platform with complicated patterns on it. Number 2 stood on it and roared. The light that stirred the seal came from his mouth. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The pattern under his feet flickered with dark light, and a strong demonic aura spread out. Innate demonic body? When they were making up the numbers at the altar, the physiques of the 9 people, including Yao Menjing, had been stimulated to open up the whirlpool that connected to the demonic domain. Therefore, Xianxia was able to tell right away. Whoosh! Suddenly, the innate demonic body that was forced out was entangled in the flowing light, and then flew up in a spiral shape, apparently to collide with the enchantment used to seal the entire demon territory. "Hurry up and stop it," the system said. Whoosh! Xianxia immediately flew up, and the power of the true spirit burst out, turning into a solid giant hand and grabbing at the rising innate demonic body. Whoosh whoosh. Like a slap to the face, the black stream of light was caught in the palm of his hand and squeaked like a mouse. Bang! Xianxia landed and said coldly, "With me here, no one can break the seal of the demon territory." Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, the innate demonic body rushed out. "Damn it, isn't it too slippery?" Xianxia hurriedly chased, and this time the innate demonic body was faster than before. In the blink of an eye, he rushed into the sky along with the flowing light, and was very close to the enchantment. Oh no! It's too late. Whoosh! At this time, Yao Menjing flapped the colorful wings and hung at the connection point between the flowing light and the enchantment, and said with a tense face, "Stop." Ga, the innate demonic body that rushed up like a mouse suddenly came to a sudden stop under Meng Meng's stare. How can this work? Xianxia was dumbfounded. Patriarch. Yao Menjing said, "I can control the innate demonic body." Physiques and attributes were unique, and unless used some means, they would not recognize other martial artists. However, when the second man's physique flew out, she felt a sense of affinity. "Come here." Whoosh! A wisp of innate demonic body flew over and lingered on Yao Menjing's arm. Xianxia said, "Is it because of the innate saint demon body that you can control the inferior innate demonic body?" "It should be, right?" Yao Menjing asked weakly, "Patriarch, can I take this innate demonic body for myself?" "As long as you can subdue it, the other 7 are also yours." Yao Menjing had a strong affinity with man number 2's innate demonic body. She felt that it was like her own, so she had the idea of occupying it. But it seemed a little wrong, so she asked the patriarch. If not for the limited space in the Tianyuan prison pagoda, Jun Changxiao, who wanted to fit the entire Moang territory inside, would definitely not object. If allowed, it would not be a problem to let the disciples occupy the other 7. This is very gauching. The system complained. Don't misunderstand. Jun Changxiao explained, I am doing this for the world. Obviously, the innate demonic body was going to attack the sealing enchantment along the stream of light. If Yao Menjing could take it for herself and control it, wouldn't the problem be solved? The system complained weakly, you win. Patriarch, I want to refine it. Yao Menjing landed and sat on the ground. She released her mind to envelop the innate demonic body and began to take it for herself. Jun Changxiao locked his eyes on man number 2 who was spitting out light and said, this guy should be controlled. I will wake him up. Bang! The camera turned and the right foot hit his face. Hardcore, awake. Plop. Man number 2 flew out of the stone platform and bounced on the ground several times before landing 100 feet away. A big footprint was clearly visible on his face. Without driving, the stream of light dissipated. The excited Great Guardian outside found that the vortex suddenly stopped trembling, and his expression suddenly froze. What's the situation? The black-robed man was surprised, the Moang territory hasn't broken the seal yet. Why did it suddenly stop? Could it be an accident? As soon as the Great Guardian finished speaking, the vortex trembled regularly again. So he was relieved and smiled, isn't it starting again? Jun Changxiao, who had just rescued man number 2, looked up and found another stream of light in the east. He frowned, there is more than one seal? The system said, from the number of people who came in, there should be 10 seals. Patriarch. At this moment, Yao Menjing stood up and said, the refining is done. So fast? Surprise appeared on Jun Changxiao's face. If constitution was compared to attributes, even if it could be absorbed, it would take time to digest. This girl had done it in just 1 minute. The process was too easy and casual. Patriarch, Yao Menjing lowered her voice and said, after fusing with the innate demon body, I broke through to the 3rd rank. What? Jun Changxiao almost jumped up. Yao Menjing had just benefited from the land of demonic affinity and was still far from breaking through. Now that she had fused with the demonic cultivator's physique, her strength had risen by a whole level. This was a little terrifying. Go. I'll bring you to the 2nd one. At this moment, even if it wasn't for the sake of the world, Jun Changxiao had to let his disciples obtain the physiques of the other 8 people. After all, it might be an opportunity. Yeah. The system said, this is the host's nature. Dear reader, come and slander him. In the area where the light was flickering, there was also a stone platform with complicated patterns on it. A woman in a black robe stood in it, spitting out light from her mouth, shaking the seal enchantment in the sky. Jun Changxiao and Yao Menjing rushed over as fast as they could. Because of their previous experience, they hovered nearby and waited for the innate demon body to appear. Sure enough. After a while, the black attribute emerged like a snake and rushed up along the light. Girl, I'll leave it to you. N. Yao Menjing, who had long been prepared, flew over and then stopped in midair, shouting, stop. The innate demon body hurriedly stopped and lingered on her arm like an obedient baby. Witnessing the process again, Jun Changxiao said with certainty, the girl's innate saint devil body can definitely suppress the innate demon body. The system said, according to the Xianxia Pavilion branch leader, the demon ancestor separated the 10 innate demon bodies before he fell. Perhaps they came from the innate saint devil body. It's possible. Jun Changxiao agreed. The system said again, since there are 2 owners attacking the enchantment in succession, does it mean that only 10 innate demon bodies can break the seal and let the demonic territory reappear in the world? Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up, and said, if that's the case, as long as Menjing takes all the remaining physiques for herself, it is equivalent to becoming the key to opening the seal, and all the problems will not be a problem. While he was talking with the system, Yao Menjing sat cross-legged on the ground and began to skillfully fuse with the 2nd innate demon body. Because she had an extremely high affinity, this kind of physique that did not belong to her was quickly absorbed into her body and perfectly fused with her own physique. The entire process took less than a minute. Patriarch. I broke through to the 4th grade. Jun Changxiao almost cried. When he leveled up, he had to put in a lot of effort to complete the epic mission. She broke through just by fusing with her physique. In the outside world, the whirlpool stopped trembling again. The reason was that Jun Changxiao kicked the first woman out in the same way as he did with the second man. Why did it stop again? The Grey Protector and the black-robed old man collapsed again. Buzz. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the whirlpool continued to tremble, and this made the two revive with full health again. They guessed that this was the necessary procedure to break the seal. Sure enough, not long after, it stopped again. Ha ha ha. The Grey Protector laughed and said, "Don't worry, this should be a normal phenomenon." Buzz. After a while, the whirlpool trembled again. After appearing so many times in a row, the Great Protector and the black-robed man were completely relieved, so if it stopped again, they would definitely face it calmly. The 8 innate demon body inheritors in the Mulan territory would appear on the fixed stone platform almost every once in a while to stimulate the flowing light. Jun Changxiao and Yao Menjing were always able to stop the innate demon bodies that rushed over. Plop. The 4th man, who seemed to have lost his mind, flew out, and his right face was kicked all the way to the ground before he stopped. Pa Jun Changxiao retracted his foot and clapped his hands, 2 more. Yao Menjing sat cross-legged in the distance and used the fastest time to fuse with the 6th innate demon body. She scratched her head and said, "Patriarch, I broke through to rank 8. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched slightly. 6 innate demon bodies, all the way from rank 2 to rank 8. From now on, I will remove the title of cheater, because I am not worthy." In a dark environment. A cold voice came from the sphere placed on the stone platform. "Have you found the girl who obtained my innate demon body from the land of demonic affinity?" "Lord Ancestor, I have found her." The black-robed old man said respectfully, "The person who obtained your bloodline inheritance is a disciple of the Sect of All Times." Sect of All Times? The demon ancestor's remnant soul said, "What sect is this?" The black-robed old man hurriedly told him about the Sect of All Times. Because he had just ascended from the upper realm, there was not much to do, so he finished quickly. Tsk tisk. The demon ancestor's remnant soul said in surprise, "Ascending to the upper realm with a sect mountain, this is probably unprecedented." "Lord Ancestor." The black-robed old man said with a solemn expression, "The master of this Sect of All Times Patriarch is Jinren Tonggu, a peak truth-seeking expert. We do not dare to rashly snatch that disciple." "No worries." The demon ancestor said indifferently, "The physique belongs to me, even if it is obtained by an outsider, it is just a tool. After I revive, whether it is the 10 innate demon bodies or the innate demon body, they will all become energy and return to my body. At that time, the million demon army will also listen to my orders, no one dares to disobey." The last 4 words were said with a very imposing aura, instantly setting off the demeanor of a formidable person. Fusing with 6 innate demon bodies and raising her cultivation level by 6 levels. Yao Menjing's rapid cultivation speed made Jun Changxiao cry with envy. If she fused with the remaining 2, wouldn't she break through to the peak of the revolving core realm from the 8th rank? Wait, there's another one outside. F***ck. Jun Changxiao collapsed in his heart. She's definitely at the truth-seeking realm. "Don't cry, host." The system comforted him. "As long as you're brave enough to refresh the store, your cultivation speed might not be slower than mine." "Bullshit." Jun Changxiao roared, "Can you let me break through several ranks in a few hours?" The system was silent. Indeed, Yao Menjing's breakthrough method was too fast. Even if there were items in the store that could raise one's cultivation level, it was impossible for it to be so fast. Swish, at this moment, another stream of light rose into the sky from another direction. "Girl." Jun Changxiao hurriedly said, "Let's go." At this moment, he already knew that whenever a stream of light appeared, it must be the owner of the physique trying to break the seal. This would expose their coordinates, allowing him to easily find them. Boom. On the 7th stone platform, the 4th woman was kicked down. Yao Menjing continued to absorb. As expected, after fusing with the innate demon body, her cultivation level rose from the 8th rank to the 9th rank. The current her was fully deserving of the title of Nan Bo Wan in the Sect of All Times. Even Gu Xiaoxi had to lower himself to be second. When he first transmigrated to the Falling Star continent, Jun Changxiao's cultivation level was lower than his disciples for a period of time. After that, he was never surpassed again. Now that a disciple had finally caught up, it was truly worth celebrating. Of course, Goxing was also happy for Yao Menjing's improvement. After all, when a disciple became stronger, it was equivalent to the sect becoming stronger. At most, he, as the patriarch, would have to lie down in the future. Girl. Jun Changxiao said seriously, in the future, the sect will rely on you young people to hold up the world. Don't let me down. You're already lying down? The system was speechless. N. Yao Menjing nodded heavily and said, I will definitely do my best for the sect. While the two were talking, another stream of light soared into the sky. So they hurriedly rushed over and used the previous method to stop the innate demon body and began refining. Whoosh! Hoo. After fusing with the eighth physique, Yao Menjing exuded a vast aura. She said, Patriarch, I have stepped into the peak of the revolving core realm. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched, but then he said seriously, there's still one more. The Buried Moon Pavilion branch leader had said that the demon ancestor had split into 10 natural demon bodies. When all of them appeared in the upper realm, it would be the day of their resurrection. Now that the phenomenon had appeared, it meant that the 10th one had already arrived. However, he had come here to make up the numbers, so where was the 10th person? Outside. The whirlpool stopped trembling again. The Great Guardian's expression was very calm. He was even guessing that since the phenomenon had appeared intermittently for such a long time, the seal should be about to be broken. The black-robed man said, according to the secret records left behind by my ancestor, 10 innate fiend bodies are needed to lift the seal. Now that there is still one outside, I'm afraid it will be difficult to meet the requirements. The Great Protector's expression turned serious. He did not know who had replaced the 10th physique to enter, but to be able to fuse with the other 9 and open the entrance to the demonic region together meant that it had to be a fiend cultivator. It had to be one of them. However, entering was one thing. Whether or not the seal could be broken was another matter. Easy. After a short silence, the Great Protector glanced at the 10th person standing beside him and said, since he has the innate fiend body, he should be able to enter without any restrictions. As he spoke, he grabbed the 10th person and threw him into the whirlpool. Swish, the 10th person successfully passed through the barrier. After stabilizing himself, he looked at the unfamiliar world and asked in confusion, what is this place? He was the same as the previous 8 physiques. At first, he had lost his mind and was controlled by some kind of power. After arriving at the demonic region, he immediately woke up. This was a man in his 20s or 30s. His appearance was relatively ordinary. Perhaps because he had just ascended to the upper realm, his strength was not too strong. If Jun Changxiao saw him, he would definitely not recognize him. After being stunned for a short while, the 10th person walked aimlessly along a road. However, after walking for an hour, a strong will suddenly came from afar, causing him to lose his mind instantly. He shouted in a low voice, ceiling platform. Ceiling platform. From this, it could be seen why the other 8 people who came in first appeared on the ceiling platform one after another. With their bodies as the driving force, they should be slowly controlled. Here came the question. Why was Yao Menjing fine? How could she still stay awake? How would he know, Patriarch? Yao Menjing said, what are we going to do next? Let me think about it. Jun Changxiao sat cross-legged next to the ceiling platform. He closed his eyes and shook his 2 fingers on his head. He looked like he was possessed by Brother Shoga. The 8 innate fiend bodies had all gathered in Yao Menjing's body, so there was no need to worry about the seal being broken. The next thing to do was naturally, to destroy, what was the real danger of the demonic region. It was the large number of soldiers who were sealed. If the fiend ancestor resurrected and had any way to remove them, bringing them out would definitely cause a lot of trouble. So the best way was to destroy them in advance, or make them lose their combat power. Let's go. Jun Changxiao said, let's go to other places to take a look. There were too many soldiers in the demonic region's main city, and there were also a few generals. They couldn't be released rashly. He planned to go to other cities to take a look. If he encountered those small ones, he could easily get rid of them. At first, Gosheng only took off their armor and equipment and didn't take their lives. It was a pity to kill so many reincarnation realm cultivators. However, he guessed the fiend ancestor's intention and didn't show any mercy. If they didn't die today, they would definitely become a threat in the future. Swish, not long after, the stream of light appeared again. Xianxia said in surprise, "Why is someone trying to break the seal again? Let's go." Swish. Swish. The two of them rushed to the scene as fast as they could and saw the 10th person who was controlled standing on the ceiling platform. He was spitting out streams of light from his mouth. "Who is this?" Xianxia said, "How did you get in?" From Gosheng's blank expression, the system was obviously disappointed. The 10th innate fiend body wasn't someone they knew. It was completely a passerby. "Girl, I'll leave it to you." Yao Menjing was already prepared. When she saw the innate fiend body flying out, she hurriedly stopped it and began to fuse with it skillfully. As usual, Xianxia kicked the 10th person away, freeing him from the sacrificial state. Then, he lay on the ground and struggled in pain. Huff. Huff, huff. Huff. However, after fusing with the 9th innate fiend body, Yao Menjing's body surged with a majestic demonic aura. Even her black hair was blown up, and a bright red crescent moon pattern appeared on her forehead. Xianxia was stunned. He didn't see such a situation when fusing with the other 8, swish, swish. At this moment, 10 streams of black light shot out from Yao Menjing's body and gathered into a ball above her head, spinning continuously. "I understand now." The system said the innate fiend body was separated and gathered in one person's body. It should be recombining. Huff. Huff, huff. Huff, an even more explosive demonic aura emerged from Yao Menjing's body and gradually condensed into a huge black shadow. It stood proudly behind her like a killing god, and a sinister voice sounded, "As long as heaven and earth exist, the demonic path will exist forever." Blood pool altar. The fiend ancestor, whose remnant soul existed in the ball, exclaimed, "Oh no, my 10 innate fiend bodies have been obtained by one person and are signing an eternal contract with him." What was the innate demon body? In fact, it was the 10 secondary physiques that were separated from the innate saint demon body. As the saying goes, scattered as a plate of sand, gathered as a flower. When the 10 innate demon bodies truly fused, it could be called the most complete innate saint demon body. So, the higher level physiques that Yao Menjing inherited in the land of demon fate were actually incomplete. Today, the 10 physiques were fused, and they were reunited in the true sense. However, the demon ancestor was about to cry. Back then, the purpose of separating the physique was firstly to remove the seal, and secondly, to summon the successor after his rebirth to obtain all the cultivation of the successor. Even the sacred body stored in the land of demon fate was part of the plan. Simply put, there was no need to worry about who inherited the demon body, because it would all return in the end, but now, before he was resurrected, the physiques had already fused and signed an eternal contract. What would he do after his resurrection? It must be that girl. The demon ancestor roared, "She must be fusing with my innate saint demon body." No, the sacred body stored in the land of demon fate was also part of the plan. Why could the successor fuse with the 10 innate demon bodies? Did something happen? He guessed right. There was a change. This change was that when Yao Menjing fused with the innate saint demon body, there was Xianxia, and she experienced the demon chi entering her body. She even spent all 3 points to get out of danger. If Gosheng did not participate, no matter who inherited the innate saint demon body, the final result would be a sacrifice for the demon ancestor after his resurrection. However, this kind of thing would not happen to Yao Menjing, because under the power of Krypton, the fused innate saint demon body had fundamentally changed, and even completely fused with the body and soul. The previous owner of the physiques was the demon ancestor. Even if it was given to someone else, it would just be borrowing. Now, it had completely lost control. Therefore, after Yao Menjing came to the demon territory, not only did she not lose consciousness and destroy the seal, but she also treated this place as her home and easily fused with the 9 demon bodies. Time and fate. If the demon ancestor knew the truth, he would definitely vomit blood. The various plans that were set up 100,000 years ago had stumped the 10 immortal sects and the various clans, but in the end, it was all for someone else. Heaven and earth, demon Tao. In front of the 9th ceiling platform, the huge shadow let out a deep voice. Yao Menjing, sitting in front of it, also said, the crescent moon pattern on her forehead. It won't be dangerous, right? What Jun Changxiao didn't know was that Yao Menjing was signing an eternal contract with the innate saint demon body. He was worried that something would happen to her, or that she would lose her mind and turn into a demoness. The system said, there shouldn't be any problems. F***CK. The system roared, can't you say something nasty at a time like this? Okay. As he wished, the system said, lose your mind and turn into a demon. Swish, swish, at this moment, the 10 black energy balls that had gathered above Yao Menjing's head gradually returned to her body, and the huge shadow behind her gradually materialized. What the hell is this? Jun Changxiao asked in surprise. The system said, it seems to be some kind of special creature. Who? The huge shadow gradually materialized. Because its entire body was black, it looked like an African. Swish, suddenly, a bright red crescent moon pattern appeared on his forehead. Not only was it exactly the same as the one on Yao Menjing's forehead, but it was also flashing at the same frequency. Thud, at this moment, the big black man took a step back and knelt on one knee. He stretched out a palm and placed it behind Yao Menjing, looking very respectful. What do you mean? Don't ask me, I don't know. Jun Changxiao and the system were in a state of confusion. Swish, Yao Menjing stood up and jumped onto the big palm behind her. Swish. Swish, the big black man raised his hand and put her on his shoulder. Yao Menjing put her right leg on her left leg, leaned forward, and rested her chin on her left hand. Her eyes glowed with a seductive luster, and a strong demonic aura burst out. Jun Changxiao was dumbfounded. This girl was only a few years old when she first entered the sect. Although she was already an adult and looked very beautiful, she was a little silly because of her personality. Now that she was sitting on the big black man, she had turned from a natural silly girl to a cynical girl. Patriarch. Yao Menjing raised the corner of her mouth and said with a smile, this is my innate holy demon body, also known as the dark spirit. Since there were fire spirit, evil spirit, and so on in the world, it was not strange that there was also a dark spirit. But what puzzled Jun Changxiao was how a spirit body could be a constitution. The system said, the host has 2 sons, which means that they control the power of fire spirit and evil spirit. There is nothing wrong with classifying them as constitutions. Okay. Jun Changxiao understood a little. However, my 2 spirit bodies have just reached the juvenile stage, but this girl's spirit body is not only an adult, but also in its prime. The gap between them is too big. Swish, Yao Menjing jumped down, hiding the crescent moon on her forehead, and said with a smile, combining all the innate holy demon bodies has allowed me to break through to the truth-seeking realm. In the future, if you encounter danger, I will protect the patriarch. Jun Changxia's expression became interesting. Before coming to the demonic territory, this girl was the junior sister that the disciples cared about the most. Now that she had broken through to the truth-seeking realm in such a short time, the situation became that everyone would rely on her protection in the future. Yao Menjing, who had combined 9 innate holy demon bodies, perfectly inherited the innate holy demon body, had the dark spirit, and also broke through to the truth-seeking realm. This tells us that when a disciple uses hacks, sometimes she is crazier than the patriarch, Gosheng, of course. He had to thank the demon ancestor. Without his 100,000 years of planning, there wouldn't be the great demon king today. Patriarch. Yao Menjing said with a smile, I can lead the demonic territory without destroying the seal. Do you want to go? Perhaps it was because she had perfectly inherited the spirit body and her cultivation had improved, but this girl's temperament was very demonic and mature, no longer as silly and cute as before. People would eventually grow up. You can't leave yet. Jun Changxiao said, I want to destroy it. His disciples' benefit was not over yet. He had to get rid of the soldiers in the demonic territory. Swish, swish, the 2 flew away from the ceiling platform and continued to look for the city. Because Yao Menjing's realm had improved, her speed had obviously surpassed Jun Changxiao's, which made him feel very gratified. After all, it must be the patriarch's credit that his disciple had become stronger. Not long after, the two of them stopped in the air above a small city. There was indeed a military camp nearby, and there were 10,000 soldiers sealed inside. "Girl," Jun Changxiao said, "unseal." He didn't care about such a small number of people at all. Yao Menjing landed in front of the platform and pressed the mark on the wall. Crack! 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 The stones on the 10,000 soldiers fell off, and they were also awakened from the sealed state. Swish! Jun Changxiao waved his hand and summoned the green dragon crescent blade, his eyes flashing with fighting spirit and killing intent. Not only did he have to take away the equipment on these soldiers, but he also had to take away their lives, in case the demon ancestor revived and took them out to do evil. However, what Gosheng did not expect was that after the 10,000 soldiers revived, they did not shout the word kill as usual. Instead, they put down their weapons, knelt on the ground, and shouted, "Greetings, my lord." Jun Changxiao was stunned, and stiffly turned his head to look at Yao Menjing, who was kneeling down. The girl stuck out her tongue mischievously and said, "Patriarch, these soldiers seem to be listening to my orders. Let them take off their armor. Take off your armor." Crack! Crack! The 10,000 soldiers did not hesitate to take off their armor. "Let them put on their armor. Put on your armor." Crack! Crack! The 10,000 soldiers did not hesitate to put on their armor. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Tsk, 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 tisk. Suddenly, a strange laughter came from the military camp, causing the already gloomy atmosphere to become even more intense. Without a huge container to store living beings, Jun Changxiao could only choose to take the equipment and kill the demonic tribe's soldiers to prevent future trouble. To be honest, his heart ached. After all, these were genuine first transformation reincarnation realm cultivators. God knows how many resources were used to cultivate them. Killing them like this would be a waste of resources. There was no other choice. For the sake of the world, he could only send them on their way. However, the fact that Yao Menjing could command the soldiers of the Wavy Devil tribe was so sudden that Jun Changxiao was dumbfounded. Soon after, he could not help but laugh like a villain. If his disciple could control them, it meant that he could control them too. If he brought them back to the sect, who else in the world would he be afraid of? A reincarnation realm cultivator might be ordinary, but what about hundreds of thousands, especially when there were still 300,000 in demonic tribe and 8 generals? If they were revived and obeyed his orders, he could easily lead an army to flatten the realm hall. He could totally go head-to-head with the 10 great celestial sects. Invincible. Jun Changxiao covered his face and said, "My sect of all times is invincible." The system said, "This is the sect style, not the protagonist style." Host, please control your expression. Control my ass. Jun Changxiao roared with a ferocious expression. With so many soldiers in hand, whoever dares to make an enemy of my sect of all times, I will crush their bones and scatter their ashes. Sigh. Crazy. Understandable. After ascending to the upper realm, going through the myriad tribulation lightning formation, being surrounded by the major tribes, and being schemed against by Empress Ling Yao and the others, Jun Changxiao had been very depressed. He could not find the joy of sweeping across the falling star continent. Now that he had so many soldiers, what was there to be afraid of? I, Jun Changxiao. From today onwards, I will be myself again. Who was himself? It was that little expert who did things his own way and killed anyone who bullied him with his fists. Hurry up and greet the patriarch. Yao Menjing glared at him. The soldiers who had just been revived were confused. However, they obeyed their master unconditionally and shouted, "Greetings, patriarch." Ka ka. Ka ka ka. In a military camp outside another city, tens of thousands of soldiers were unsealed. After sensing the powerful demonic energy emerging from Yao Menjing's body, they all knelt on the ground and shouted. As expected, Jun Changxiao came to a realization and said, "This girl can really control them." In order to ensure that nothing would go wrong, he took Yao Menjing back to the city they had been to before and removed the isolation formation. The soldiers who had been stripped of their armor and weapons woke up and respectfully knelt on the ground. The system sighed, with so many soldiers under your disciples' command, if they were to gather together, it would be a terrifying force. So, Jun Changshao grinned. What a great harvest. He had thought that he had struck it rich after obtaining so many battle armors and forging facilities in the demonic region. He had not expected Yao Menjing to break through to the truth-seeking realm and be able to control so many first transition soldiers. Awesome, it felt so good. Let's go. Jun Changshao said, let's go to the main city. After many tests, they had confirmed that Yao Menjing could command the demonic tribe soldiers. So, they would not let go of the real big fish, in the main city. Yao Menjing stood in front of the platform and placed her small hand on the engraving. Ka ka ka, the 300,000 soldiers all woke up from their petrified state. Then, they put down their weapons and knelt on the ground. Standing at the front, the generals wearing the second-generation battle armor also woke up. There was no demonic logo on their chest armor, but strange words. Very strong. The system said, they are all of the truth-seeking realm. Jun Changshao clutched his chest, and his expression gradually twisted. He wanted to laugh crazily, but with so many people watching, he was afraid that he would lose his status as a patriarch, so he forced himself to suppress it. Hundreds of thousands of first transition soldiers and 8 truth-seeking realm soldiers. What reason did the sect of all times have to be afraid of the Jia Hall? What reason did they have to be afraid of any Xianxia Dao sect? Jun Changshao did not bring the immortal sect because he knew that although he had many subordinates, he did not have enough top-notch strength. If he had a few peak truth-seeking realm cultivators, he would not be afraid at all. Swish, the leftmost general stepped out and bowed. Greetings, Master. Ghost General Zhili greets my lord. Ghost General Wei pays his respects to my lord. Ghost General Wang pays his respects to my lord. The 8 of them bowed in order, which made Jun Changshao realize that if he combined the word ghost and the word ghost, wouldn't it represent Kuei Mei Lu Bai Bai Ba? This name was quite interesting. Cough. Yao Menjing stood on the stage, moistened her throat, and said, listen up, he is my patriarch. From now on, not only must you listen to me, but you must also listen to him. The girl's realm had increased, but her wings had not hardened. She still relied on Jun Changshao and still regarded him as a loved one. Goxing was very gratified. His disciple had become stronger and did not forget herself. Ghost 8 generals. Yao Menjing said, how many soldiers are there in the demonic region? Master. Guido replied, 1 million. 1 million, plop, Jun Changshao suddenly fainted on the stage with a smile on his face. Obviously, in order to maintain his demeanor, he tried his best to hold back his laughter and passed out. Counting the 300,000 soldiers in the main city, they only found a total of 600,000, so there were still 400,000 scattered in the major cities. Thus, Yao Menjing led Ghost 8 generals to search one by one. Jun Changshao was placed in the main city's palace. In his coma, he had a dream. In the dream, he led 1 million demonic army to destroy the Imperial Sword Sect and the High Blade Sect. In the end, he stood proudly in the ruins of the World Hall and shouted, the wind is blowing, the clouds are flying. Patriarch. Suddenly, a shout came from beside his ear. Stop laughing, wake up. Jun Changshao opened his eyes. Seeing Yao Menjing standing beside him and shouting, his heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, this girl can control the demonic army. Is it a dream? The system said, I hope it's a dream. I made the host happy for nothing. Yao Menjing smiled and said, Patriarch, while you were unconscious, I have gathered 1 million soldiers. They are waiting outside the palace. Do you want to go out and take a look? Look. Of course. Jun Changshao hurriedly got up and walked out of the palace. On the wide platform below, there were tall and strong demonic army soldiers lined up neatly. As there were more than 1 million of them and they occupied the entire inner and outer courtyards of the Forbidden Grounds, they were even lined up outside the palace. The scene was simply spectacular. Salute! Guido, one of the 8 generals, shouted. Swoosh, swoosh, the million soldiers placed one hand on their left chest and shouted, Jun Patriarch is wise and virtuous. He will benefit the common people and live as long as the heavens. Their voices were so loud that it shook the heavens. To be able to shout such words, it was obviously Yao Menjing who taught them. She was indeed the apple of Jun Xianxia's eye. This style was simply his little cotton-padded jacket. Gosheng, who was standing in front of the palace, suddenly felt like he had turned into the emperor. Therefore, he closed his eyes and listened to their shouts with enjoyment. The corner of his mouth gradually raised into a smile that only villains would have. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, stealing people's beauty. The reward is 1 million contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points, XXX. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission and triggering the hidden rewards. You have received Experience Talisman X5, Seal Opening Talisman, 4, X1, Soul Tempering Sacred Celestial Art X1. The demon ancestor's innate Saint Devil body was taken away by Yao Menjing, and the million devil army that he cultivated 100,000 years ago was controlled by her. What did this mean? It meant that Jun Xianxia had helped the sect of all times. Therefore, he met the conditions of plundering and completed the hidden mission. The contribution points given were not much, only 1 million. For the contribution system that was about to collapse, it was not worth mentioning at all. Only the 4th generation of Opening Seal Talisman was not bad. As a trump card that had not been used yet, even if it was not used in the future, it could be used to exchange for money. Jun Xianxia was also happy to see the entire space ring stacked up. After all, one more meant one more layer of security. Typical, wishful thinking. Ding! Soul Tempering Sacred Heavenly Art has been detected, automatically matching it with the Sect's cultivation technique. Soul Tempering Sacred Heavenly Art? Jun Xianxia merged into the space ring and held the yellowed secret manual in his hand. He immediately felt a strong historical aura, and said, this should be quite powerful. Opening the front page and reading the detailed introduction, Gosheng was ecstatic. The Soul Tempering Sacred Heavenly Art was a martial art that strengthened the soul. Although the level was unknown, it was described that if one cultivated it to the peak, one's soul would be able to leave the body and soar into the sky. It's a bit similar to the Tianjun soul refining method. Jun Xianxia muttered, but this time it's definitely higher. There were not many martial arts related to the soul in the sect of all times. Now that he could match the sect's cultivation technique, he would definitely copy it in large quantities and let the disciples have one each. Moreover, Gosheng had a very bold idea. If he cultivated the soul-tempering sacred heavenly art to the extreme and achieved the out-of-body state, would he be able to pilot the Diablo? Although the mech was very strong, if it encountered a strong enemy, it would definitely die. If he used his soul to control it instead of his body, even if it exploded, it would not endanger his disciple's life. The system was speechless. The host is planning to study the mech, can't I? Jun Xianxia asked. The system said, first of all, the technology doesn't support it. This is not my problem, this is the problem of the Taishan Elder and the Array Hall. Jun Xianxia said indifferently, I am only responsible for coming up with the idea, they will solve the technical problems. Well done. Before the first toolman, Master Fan, could cry himself unconscious in the toilet, the second toolman had already been arranged. The sect of all times really doesn't keep idlers around. In fact, Jun Xianxia wanted to control Diablo with his soul for the sake of his disciples. After all, they were all his favored disciples, and he couldn't bear to see them sacrifice themselves in the future. Patriarch, are you going back? Yao Menjing asked. Jun Xianxia shook his head and said, since the fiend ancestor has created a million-strong army, he must have prepared plenty of resources. Before the troops and horses were mobilized, the rations and fodder had to be mobilized first. He really did not believe that there were no valuable things hidden in the vast demonic domain, such as mystical stones, ores, crystal cores and so on. Girl, ask Ghost 8 generals. All right. Yao Menjing looked at Guido and asked, are there any supplies? Yes, master. Rumble. In a tunnel under the palace of the main city, the stone door blocking the road gradually opened. Strictly speaking, this was the treasury of the demonic tribe. As it was protected by layers upon layers of formations, it would be difficult to find it without a guide. Calm down. I have to calm down. Jun Changxiao walked in as he thought to himself. The treasury of the demonic tribe must have countless treasures, so he had to work hard to control his emotions so that he would not pass out in embarrassment. The system sighed and said, if the fiend ancestor revives and knows that everything has been taken away by the host, he will probably die on the spot. Inside the stone door was a huge palace, and the floor was very luxurious. This made Jun Changxiao even more excited. But, after he entered, his expression suddenly became sluggish. There was no mountain of mystical stones and treasures as he imagined, nor was there a dazzling sight. There were only scattered ores, which added up to less than 50 kilograms. This, Jun Changxiao broke down and said, this is the treasury? Guido said, 100,000 years ago, the demonic tribe used all the resources to build the army. Jun Changxiao broke down. It seemed that he was happy for nothing. Jun Changxiao's eyes locked on the shelf at the side of the palace, and found that there were many books on it, so he said happily, are all the martial arts of the demonic tribe here? Yes. Guido said. 100,000 years ago, he and the other 7 generals would definitely listen to the fiend ancestor. Now that they have revived, they would definitely listen to Yao Menjing. There was no other reason, whoever had the complete innate saint demonic body would be their boss. This is not bad. Jun Changxiao walked over and flipped open a book. It was written in the language of the demonic tribe that he could not understand, so he kept it in his spatial ring and said, System, if you have time, translate these secret manuals into simplified Chinese for me. F***ck. The system roared, I am not a tool. There were many secret manuals stored on the shelf. Since they were stored in the treasury, their level and quality should be extraordinary. He could take them to Yao Menjing for cultivation, and those that he did not need could be exchanged at the Technique Pavilion. Jun Changxiao took them all without hesitation. However, in the process, he found a book that was different from other martial skills because it outlined the pattern of medicinal herbs. A secret manual related to medicinal pills? Jun Changxiao asked. The system said, yes. Jun Changxiao curiously turned to the first page and said, translate the content for me. The system tool came online and after a short period of cracking, it said, this is a pill recipe that has been passed down for a long time. It came from the ancestors of the demonic tribe. There is only one pill recipe recorded in it. One pill. Jun Changxiao was very disappointed. The system said, host, please take a deep breath and relax your mind. Why? Don't ask so many questions, hurry up. Huff. Jun Changxiao took a deep breath. The system said, the pill recipe is called First Transformation Quick Pill. After taking it, the user can instantly break through from the void-piercing realm to the First Transformation Core realm. After hearing this, Jun Changxiao said indifferently, that's it? That's it. Plop. Jun Changxiao's eyes rolled back and he fainted on the ground in an enchanting posture. Sigh. The system said, I should have let him take a few more breaths. It was useless. Even if he breathed for an entire day, Jun Changxiao would still faint. After all, a pill that could instantly break through to the First Transformation Core realm was too explosive and too exaggerated. Master. Guido said weakly, Jun Patriarch has fainted again. Yao Menjing said calmly, it's normal. Carry him back. In fact, after discovering that the sealed soldier had the strength of the First Transformation, Jun Changxiao had thought that the demonic tribe's talent was too outstanding. Now, the case was solved. It was not because their genes were outstanding, but because they had a pill that could raise one's realm. F***ck. After waking up, Jun Changxiao sat on the throne in the palace with his right leg crossed over his left leg. His left leg kept shaking as he said proudly, if I can refine it, the Sect's disciples will definitely be able to easily complete their first transformation. Host, you can't refine it. The system poured cold water on him in a timely manner. The ingredients needed to refine the First Transformation Quick Pill are all extremely toxic. Regular martial artists will immediately die after taking it, so it's only suitable for the demonic tribe. It's fine. Jun Changxiao clasped his fingers and said, this is not my problem. This is the problem of the medical hall and the pill hall. Lass. How do we get out? Unknowingly, it had been 10 days since they arrived at the demonic region. Jun Changxiao missed his disciple, so he decided to leave. Bah! The system spat. This was definitely not because it missed its disciple, but because all the good things inside had been taken away. Poor demonic ancestor, it was unknown if he could withstand the blow of losing everything after resurrection. Patriarch Yao Menjing said, "Do we have to take the million soldiers away too?" "We have to." Jun Changxiao had already started to imagine the scene of him waving his arm and bringing the million soldiers to the foot of the mountains of the major sections. How could he leave them in the demonic region? Yao Menjing said worriedly. So many people going out will cause quite a commotion. Indeed. Jun Changxiao held his chin and started to think. The demonic tribe was hated by everyone in the upper realm. If they were all brought out, the most serious consequence would be alerting the 10 major sections. Goxing was now standing straight, but he would definitely not be willing to go head-to-head with this level of strength. Lass. Jun Changxiao asked, "Can we still come in after we leave?" "Anytime." Yao Menjing said. Jun Changxiao thought for a while and said, "We can use part of the Tianyuan prison pagoda to bring them out. Come. Let them relax their minds." Whoosh. Whoosh. Under Yao Menjing's orders, General Gue Ba and the 20,000 soldiers of the demonic tribe were taken into the Tianyuan prison pagoda. Taking in 20,000 soldiers and sending out the million soldiers would definitely take many times. It was a little troublesome, but at least it could be done secretly. Lass. Jun Changxiao said, "Let's go out." Okay. Yao Menjing stood on the spot, 2 red lights shot out from her eyes and merged into the sky, gradually tearing a small vortex. Let's go. Patriarch, should we bring the 9 who lost their innate demonic bodies? I almost forgot if you didn't mention it. Jun Changxiao said, "Bring them all." Although the 5 men and 4 women had lost their innate devil bodies, their realms were still there. Other than the last one who was a little weak, the rest were all rank 5 or 6, they could be brought back to the sect to be nurtured. In that case, they were actually quite lucky. Of course, losing the innate demonic body was the same as losing a specialty, but giving it to Yao Menjing was better than giving it to the demon ancestor. Now that he could join the sect of all times, the benefits it would bring him in the future would be immeasurable. Swish, outside the valley, 2 strings of light flew out from the vortex that had suddenly appeared. Patriarch. Li Qingyang and the others shouted. The senior disciples who came to rescue Yao Menjing, as well as the thousands of Diablo, were still waiting anxiously. Let's go. Jun Changxiao said, "Let's go back to the sect." Shwa. Shwa. Shwa, everyone summoned their rainbow wings of dazzling light, turned into streams of light, and disappeared. The vortex that originally appeared in the valley also gradually closed up. The entrance to the altar had been activated by the members of the Buried Moon Pavilion in the beginning, but it had disappeared after Jun Changxiao and Yao Menjing had entered. However, the Great Guardian and the black-robed man were still waiting at the altar. This is strange. There has been no movement for so long. Why hasn't the seal of the demonic territory been lifted? Don't worry. The Great Guardian said calmly, after all, it has been sealed for 100,000 years. It will take time to completely lift it. Let's just wait patiently. Okay. The people of the Buried Moon Pavilion continued to wait at the altar, completely unaware that one of their own, Jun Changxiao, had returned with a full load. He was singing loudly along the way. His beautiful voice reverberated in the sky, startling the birds, scaring away the beasts and collapsing the mountains. Swish, the streams of light near the West Sea suddenly disappeared. It's gone. The fiend ancestor has been resurrected? Shinran Tonggu and Masato Kitano, who were in the extreme cave abode, frowned. The phenomenon had appeared for several days. Now that it had suddenly disappeared, it was very likely that the fiend ancestor, who had fallen 100,000 years ago, had been successfully resurrected. Damn it. We have been deceived. The experts of the 10 major immortal sects who were in the area where the streams of light disappeared did not notice the phenomenon. They instantly realized that they might have been deceived by the fiend ancestor. His resurrection location was not here. That was right. It was not here. The resurrection location was in the dark blood pool. At this moment, the camera zoomed in on the black shadow that seemed to be painted on the wall had completely materialized. It was a body of 189 meters. Because he was not wearing any clothes, his muscles were prominent, and he looked very powerful. Huff, he lowered his head and breathed. My lord. The 4 black-robed elders knelt on the ground one after another, their faces filled with ecstasy. Crack. The naked man clenched his fists and then turned around, revealing an extremely cold face. He was very young. He was very cold. He looked like the Night Emperor back then. Wait a minute? Why did he use Xianxia in his previous life as an analogy? It was so strange. The sphere placed on the stone platform had already lost its light because the remnant soul inside had already merged with this muscular body. The fiend ancestor, the miserable fiend ancestor had finally been resurrected. Swish, at this moment, the blood in the pool suddenly gushed out and then enveloped his body. It gradually condensed into an extraordinary battle armor, and also gave his pale skin a red color. Despicable girl. The completely resurrected fiend ancestor said angrily, how can I let you touch my innate saint fiend body? Pfft. As soon as he finished speaking, he spat out blood. Although it was because his soul and body had not completely merged, it was more because the physique that had accompanied him for his entire life had been snatched away by someone else. It was over. Losing a physique was enough to make him vomit blood. If he knew that the million fiend army and all kinds of forging facilities had been taken away, wouldn't he die of anger on the spot? The only fortunate thing was that because he had lost the complete innate saint fiend body, the fiend ancestor could not enter the fiend territory at will, so he would not know too much for the time being. My lord. The black-robed elder hurriedly said, you have just been resurrected, and your soul and body have not completely merged. You must not be so angry. Huff, the fiend ancestor sat down and calmed down. He said, although I have lost the innate saint fiend body, I just need to recuperate for a while to return to my peak state. As expected, Xianxia guessed correctly. Although this guy had been resurrected, his overall strength had decreased by a lot. Pfft. Suddenly, the fiend ancestor spat out blood again. In his plan, after resurrecting, he would call back the 10 scattered innate saint fiend bodies. Although they might not reach their peak state immediately, they would at least improve to a decent level. But in the end? They were snatched away by someone else. The plan from 100,000 years ago was exchanged for the grievance after being resurrected. The more he thought about it, the angrier and more hurt he got. The fiend ancestor covered his face and said sadly, it's too hard for me. Sect of all times. After Xianxia returned, he immediately called Xianxia and ordered him to set up an extremely hidden isolation array in the ancient celestial mountain as soon as possible. A large number of fiend army members gathered together would form a super strong fiend chi, so they had to do a good job in shielding it. Yes. Xianxia led the members of the array hall and started to get busy. Soon, a large forest in the north of the sect was covered by a stream of light array and then hidden. After settling down Ghost 8 generals and 20,000 fiend army soldiers, Xianxia came to the forging peak and saw Fan Yezi sitting on a deck chair, sunbathing with a pot of tea beside him. He smiled innocently and said, Hall Master Fan, you are quite relaxed. In the hall of the foundry hall, Fan Yezi leaned half of his body on the table and lifted one leg up like a dragonfly skimming the water. Xianxia sat next to him and sipped his tea. Unbelievable. It's really unbelievable. After a while, Fan Yezi finally moved his entire face away from the drawing. Then, with a look of shock, he withdrew his strange posture and stood in place. As an expert in foundry, although he couldn't understand the Moang language, he could tell from the drawing that this was definitely an excellent armor. I will translate the text. Xianxia put down his teacup and said, do you have the confidence to create it according to the drawing? Fan Yezi was silent for a while and said seriously, Patriarch, the armor designed by this drawing must be extraordinary. If I don't have the corresponding materials, it will be difficult for me to make it. There was no problem to draw according to the drawing. However, if he just made it according to the drawing and couldn't show the real ability, it would be a complete waste of time. Don't worry. Jun Changxiao said, "This is my problem, not yours." The meaning was obvious. You are responsible for making the armor according to the drawing and leave the materials to me. So, don't mock Goshen for using the sect as a tool. In fact, since he inherited the iron bone, he was the tool. No problem. Master Fan took a sip of his tea. As long as the patriarch provided the materials, he was still very confident. What about 100,000 sets? Pfft. Fan Yezi spat out his tea and didn't bother to wipe it. He stared and said, "The patriarch wants to make 100,000 sets of armor like this?" Yes. Hall Master Fan suddenly felt a little dizzy. The birth of a piece of equipment required a lot of tempering. The level of the armor on the drawing must be high, but it would take a long time to produce. If he made 100,000 sets, he would have to spend the rest of his life forging. Patriarch. Fan Yezi said bitterly, "I can't do it alone. Follow me." Jun Changxiao got up and took him to the open space behind the hall. He waved his hand and took out several foundry tables. He said, "With these tools, you should be able to speed up the forging, right?" Fan Yezi was dumbfounded. Oh my god, where did the patriarch find so many forging tables for equipment? After all, Hall Master Fan was an expert in forging. He hurriedly walked over and examined the forging halls from a professional point of view. He exclaimed, "Top-grade forging facilities." Jun Changxiao said, "These casting tables will be placed at Foundry Peak. I still have many books on casting. I will send them over once I have translated them." "All right," Fan Yezi said with a burning gaze. The next day, with the hard work of the systems tool, the blueprints and forging books were all translated and sent to the forging hall. Fan Yezi began to research wholeheartedly, forgetting to eat and sleep. He completely forgot that he had only rested for 2 to 3 days after he finished making the parts. Luckily, Yao Menjing was able to control the million-strong devil army. Otherwise, Hall Master Fan would definitely have another heavy responsibility, and that was to modify all their battle armors to fit the standards of disciples. After arranging the first tool, Jun Changxiao went to Array Formation Peak. "Brat." The Taishan old man frowned and said, "You're definitely up to no good." What a painful realization. "Master." Jun Changxiao grinned and said, "Your disciple has a good idea. Do you want to hear it?" The Taishan old man asked, "What idea?" Undeniably, after joining the sect of all times, this guy had arranged a lot of work for him. However, without the former, Bamboo Mountain No. 1 would not have been able to be improved in all aspects, let alone be mass-produced. As a technical geek, his thoughts were all on the mech naturally. He would be more willing to see the product continuously upgraded until it shone brightly in the upper realm. This was because it would give him a great sense of accomplishment. "Master." Jun Changxiao sat down and said, "Our sect has an ancient martial art called the sacred heavenly art of soul tempering. When cultivated to the extreme, one's soul can leave the body and soar into the sky." The Taishan old man said impatiently, "I thought your idea had something to do with the mech martial arts." He was not interested. "It has something to do with it." Jun Changxiao said, "I plan to let my disciple cultivate it. When he reaches the level of leaving the body, can he use it to pilot the Diablo?" Upon hearing this, the Taishan old man's eyes widened. Using the soul to pilot the mech, this was a crazy idea. Moreover, the Taishan old man frowned and said, "Since you can control it, why use the soul? Isn't this superfluous?" Jun Changxiao said, "The soul tempered by the sacred heavenly art of soul tempering is actually similar to a clone. Even if it is destroyed, it will not cause fatal damage. What I mean is to let the soul control it. At least in the future, when you encounter danger, you won't implicate your disciple." "Is it that magical?" The Taishan old man was stunned. Although he did not pay attention to martial arts, he still knew that a setback to the soul was often more serious than a setback to the body. It could even cause the soul to disperse. What sacred heavenly art could condense a soul clone? This was too shocking. "Have you cultivated to the level of leaving the body?" "No." The Taishan old man broke down and said, "How do you want me to modify it?" "Simple." Jun Changxiao said, "Modify all the formations in the mech so that it can be controlled by the soul." the Taishan old man really wanted to kick this guy into his wife's bed. Modifying the formations to control the soul was not something that could be done just by opening his mouth. Without a few years or decades, without a few chapters or dozens of chapters, how could it be modified so easily? Master. Jun Changxiao got up and said, I'll leave this matter to you. I'm going to deal with the internal affairs. Seeing that guy leave, the Taishan old man was angry. But after a while, he touched his chin and thought, it seems a little interesting to use the soul to control the mech. Technology could only be improved through continuous research and innovation, so Jun Changxiao's idea provided him with a new way of thinking. Ding, the second tool was in place. In the medical hall. Elder Wei carefully studied the one-rotation speed pill formula translated by the system and said solemnly, Patriarch, the herbs listed here are highly toxic just by the name. Can you grow them? Jun Changxiao asked. This, Elder Wei fell into a short silence. He had always dealt with conventional herbs, but he had never grown poisonous herbs before. It shouldn't be a problem. But, Elder Wei said worriedly, Patriarch, what do you plan to do with these highly toxic herbs? Pills. No, it's too dangerous. Jun Changxiao did not explain. He simply said a few words and left. Ding, the third tool was in place. Speaking of poison, naturally, he could not forget Miao Saifeng. So, Jun Changxiao went to the poison hall and took out a copy of the pill formula, saying, Hall Master Miao, if the herbs listed here are refined into pills, is there a way to remove the poison? The pills were poisonous. Just remove the poison. It was no big deal. It can't be removed. Miao Saifeng said with certainty. Just as Jun Changxiao was disappointed, she added, but, according to the poison, you can refine the corresponding antidote to remove it. Is that so? Goshen was suddenly hopeful. He said, I'll leave the refining of the corresponding antidote to you. Ding, the fourth tool was in place. After making the arrangements, Jun Changxiao returned to Dragonhead Peak. On the way, he was thinking carefully. Was there anything he had not arranged after returning from Moang region? Were there any idle members in the faction? At this time, Goshen saw a disciple cleaning Diablo, so he shouted at the top of his lungs, Jingshi, this mech number 66 is almost ruined by you. Go clean the toilet quickly. Yes. After the Patriarch made the arrangements, the various halls started to get busy. Of course, as the pillar of the sect of all times, Jun Changxiao would not be idle for tea, because he still had to bring back the remaining soldiers from the demonic territory. Girl, let's go. Okay. Without even resting, Jun Changxiao took Yao Menjing to the ancient warship and flew out of the sect. No one could enter the demonic territory, so why waste energy? The reason was that the stream of light in the west dissipated, which might mean that the demon ancestor was resurrected, so they had to bring back all the soldiers as soon as possible to prevent any unforeseen events. Needless to say, Jun Changxiao's worries were not unfounded. After the demon ancestor was resurrected, he did not immediately go into seclusion to recuperate, but instead, he thought about how to enter the demonic territory. That girl has fused with my physique, so she will definitely need time to adapt, so I have to get ahead of her and control the million demonic army. Sigh. Poor guy. He was still fantasizing about how no one would dare to disobey him with a wave of his arm. Whoosh. In the demonic territory, Yao Menjing brought Jun Changxiao in again. As usual, 20,000 demonic army soldiers were kept in the Tianyuan prison pagoda, then sent to the sect of all times. Area, Zhao Daodu, and Dai Lu were depressed. 20,000 of them came in and 20,000 of them went out. At least let them torture them for a while to satisfy their cravings. Impossible, impossible, the Buried Moon Pavilion branch leader, who was tied up, looked at the 2 to 3 meters tall soldiers wearing excellent armor, his eyes flashing with disbelief. He and his organization had been working hard to unseal the demonic territory and awaken the demonic army sealed in it. Now that they suddenly appeared in front of them in batches, it was definitely unimaginable. Because the Tianyuan prison pagoda was used for the transfer, in the next half a month, soldiers were sent to the ancient immortal mountain one after another without being known by the world. Of course, the entire upper realm was not in the mood to care about the sect of all times, Because they were all discussing whether the demon ancestor was resurrected. That's not right. In the extreme cavern, Masato Katana was puzzled. If the demon ancestor is resurrected, he should take action. Why hasn't he done anything in the past half a month? It's better if there's no movement. Shinran Tongu rolled his eyes and said, "Do you still want to watch the upper realm fall into chaos?" Ai. Masato Katano shook his head. I'm afraid this is the calm before the storm. The resurrection of the demonic ancestor had nothing to do with the itinerant cultivators. After all, it was the top 10 celestial sects and various clans that destroyed the demonic tribe. However, if they were to cause a ruckus, they would inevitably be implicated. Hence, they hoped that the world would be peaceful. Don't think too much. Shinran Tongu placed a chess piece down and said, everything has its own set of rules. All we can do is wait and see. Even so. But, Masato Katano roared, you bastard, you secretly switched the pieces again. Strange. In the palace of the Lingyao Wonderland, the stooped old man was puzzled. The black light has dissipated for half a month. If the demon ancestor is resurrected, why hasn't there been any movement? Seated on the throne, Empress Lingyao said, he should be very weak after being resurrected. Perhaps he's recuperating. My lord. The stooped old man said, the realm hall has summoned you several times. Are you still not going? This empress is following their orders to hunt down the traitor Gu Zhaoxi. Whoosh, Empress Lingyao stood up and said, Master has arranged a 10-year promise for me. If there's nothing else, do not disturb this empress closed-door cultivation. My lord. The stooped old man said, Jun Changxiao is not that strong. Why take him so seriously? Empress Lingyao stopped and said, in the upper realm, anyone can be underestimated, but not him. Otherwise, Jin Hao would not have lost to him twice. The stooped old man's expression became serious. Jun Changxiao had severely injured Jin Hao as soon as he ascended. Then, he tortured Jin Hao in the Ironwood Forest. This Jun Changxiao was indeed not to be underestimated. Who knows, he might even be qualified to fight against their lord on the day of the battle. 2 months later. Jun Changxiao finally brought the million Moang soldiers back to the sect of all times. Li Qingyang and Pei Qi were not idle either. They built barracks, drill grounds, and other facilities for them to live in. Phew. Jun Changxiao leaned against the chair in the study and let out a sigh of relief. Finally, they're all here, 20,000 a day. Running back and forth and lying down. However, this was worth it. A million revolving core realm cultivators were all placed in the ancient immortal mountain. This gave him a lot of confidence. Sword Mystic Sect, Sword Mystic Sect. Jun Changxiao propped his legs on the table and said proudly, come at me if you dare. The system was speechless. If you have the ability, go and make a fuss in front of the True Sect and Dao Sect. Vent your anger on the Mystic Sect. What kind of hero are you? As the million Moang soldiers could be directly controlled by Yao Menjing, Jun Changxiao did not let them enter the sect after bringing them back. After all, there were too many people. Of course. The 5 men and 4 women could not escape. Ghost 8 generals could not escape. Pa. After the sect seal was placed, the number of disciples in the sect of all times increased from 100,001 to 100018. Speaking of which, ever since he ascended to the upper realm, the sect did not recruit many disciples. It seemed that Sun Muching was the only one. The word seemed meant that the author was not sure if he had missed anything. Of course. It was related to Jun Changxiao's development strategy. The main storyline mission in the upper realm only required the sect to reach the immortal level. However, there was no limit to the number of disciples. Therefore, he preferred to go the elite route. After all, 1 more disciple meant 1 more resource consumption. Count Menjing in. Jun Changxiao said, our sect of all times has a total of 9 truth-seeking realm cultivators. We should be worthy of being a Xian-level sect, right? Not worthy, the system said. Why? Because the host is too weak. These words stabbed Jun Changxiao's heart hard. According to the assessment of the sects in the Falling Star continent, if the Patriarch's cultivation did not meet the requirements, it would definitely be difficult for him to increase his level. Fortunately, Goxing had cheated all the way and did not drag the sect down. Now, it was dragging it down. No. Jun Changxiao said, I need to confirm the level of the Xian level sect. The sects in the upper realm did not have a certification agency, so it was impossible to determine what was qualified. However, he could use other sects as a reference. For example, he could go to the Sword Mystic Sect or the Sword Mystic Sect. Girl. Jun Changxiao said telepathically, hurry up and let the Ghost 8 generals cultivate the hidden cultivation technique. Then, follow me to visit the Xian level sect. The 5 men and 4 women who had lost their connate demonic bodies were just demonic cultivators. They would not arouse suspicion if they were brought out. However, the 8 generals could not because they were members of the Moang clan. They had to suppress their pure demonic energy at all times and not be discovered. Someone asked. What about their height? As long as the demonic energy was completely suppressed, it would not be a problem. After all, even basketball players could grow to more than 2 meters tall. Wasn't it normal for humans to have a few tall people? What about their appearance? It was fine. There was still the face-changing mask. To put it bluntly, there were experts at the truth-seeking realm in the sect. If he did not go out and have some fun, Jun Changxiao would feel uncomfortable. Dang. Dang, dang. Dang, one day, under the heroic background music, Jun Changxiao walked out of the hall with a mink coat and sunglasses. Yao Menjing stood on the martial arts field in a tight black suit. Behind her, 8 truth-seeking realm ghost generals stood in a row in black suits with their hands behind their backs. This scene was very social. Swish, Jun Changxiao raised his hand and glanced at the XX brand watch from Switzerland. He said, the time is just right. Let's go. Under the gaze of the upper echelons and disciples, Goxing led Yao Menjing, the Ghost 8 generals, and the 5 men and 4 women onto the ancient battlefield. Then, they flew out of the Aeon Immortal Mountain and toward the Sword Mystic Sect. From the looks of it, it was really hard to understand whether they were going to visit or settle old scores. Phew, in the cold snow, Jun Changxiao exhaled a breath of hot air. His eyes were filled with memories of the past. Yao Menjing walked down from the warship and looked at the white surroundings. She was puzzled. Patriarch, why did you stop? Because, Jun Changxiao said, this is where I first came to the upper world. On September 9th, year 12028 of the Starfall calendar, Goxing ascended to the upper world with the help of the Heaven and Earth Creation Array. He landed here in the territory of the Sword Control Mystic Sect. I see. Yao Menjing didn't say anything else. She gave the patriarch time to reminisce. When Jun Changxiao first came to the upper world, he had a conflict with the Sword Control Mystic Sect here. In the end, he stole their flying sword and hadn't returned it. In fact, Goxing wasn't wrong to barge into their territory. After all, he was randomly teleported here. He couldn't do anything about it. Moreover, he apologized, but the other party didn't intend to let it go. That was why the conflict intensified. What about this time? Knowing that this was the territory of the Sword Control Mystic Sect, he still forcefully broke the array and swaggered in with the warship. He was obviously looking for trouble. No, I'm here to visit. You set up an array at the entrance. If I don't break it, how can I enter? Swish, swish, one after another, streams of light flew over. Obviously, the Sword Control Mystic Sect also realized that the array was broken and sent a large number of disciples over. Just like last time, they were filled with anger. The territory was deliberately surrounded, which meant that no one was allowed to enter without permission. In the end, someone dared to break the array. He was definitely challenging the authority of the Mystic Sect. You must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts to barge into my Imperial Sword Mysterious Sect. You must be severely punished. The disciples of the Flying Sword Sect cursed as they flew over. When they arrived at the scene, they saw the ancient warship proudly floating in the snow. When they saw Jun Changxiao with a mink fur draped over his shoulders, the anger on their faces immediately turned into shock and fear. It's him, the patriarch of the sect of all times. Everyone. A harmless smile appeared on Jun Changxiao's face. He said, I'm here again. Do you welcome me? Welcome my ass. The Sword Control Mystic Sect had been very low-key recently. They were so low-key that they seemed to be disconnected from the world. Why? This was because the person who had trespassed into the Earth domain and sent people to hunt him down to Fengqi Celestial Mountain had a master named Shinran Tonggu. This was a big shot that he could not afford to offend. This was especially so when the top experts from various races and factions gathered at the Sect of all times. They spent every day in fear, afraid that that guy would suddenly come looking for trouble. Fortunately, 3 years had passed, but the other party still hadn't come. It was as if they had forgotten about the grudge between them. Everyone. Inside the main hall of the Imperial Sword Sect, the Patriarch, Xiao Baisho, said with a solemn expression, "I've been feeling uneasy recently. I'm afraid this is an ominous sign." Several elders said in unison, "We also have the same feeling." Patriarch. At this moment, a cry of alarm came from outside the hall. Someone has trespassed into the sect." Xiao Baisho and the other elders hurriedly walked out and saw a battleship flying towards them from the mountain gate. It hovered above the training grounds, and when the light faded, the words "ancient battleship" could be seen clearly. "It's over, that guy came looking for them." At this moment, Xiao Baisho and the other elders finally understood why they had been feeling uneasy recently. They could hide for a while, but they could not hide forever. Patriarch Xiao. Jun Changshao appeared at the bow of the ship and cupped his fists. "I missed you after parting at Lingfeng Mountain, so I came to visit you today." Ignoring the fact that he forcefully broke into the formation earlier, this guy was actually quite polite. Xiao Baisho's expression was very ugly. Flying a battleship above his own sect, such an arrogant behavior, was he not here to cause trouble? The higher-ups were also very angry, but they did not dare to say anything. After all, this guy's aura was not weaker than theirs. Xian-type sects higher-ups were generally at rank 2 or 3, so Jun Changshao, who was at rank 7, could intimidate them even if he did not bring any disciples with him. Jun Patriarch. Xiao Baisho said solemnly, "Isn't it a little inappropriate for you to visit like this? Your master is Jinren Tonggu, you are amazing. But my Imperial Sword Mystic sect is still a Xian-type sect in the upper world. How can we let you humiliate us like this?" Swish. Swish. At this time, several sword lights flew from the battleship. Xiao Baisho and the other elders thought that the other party was using some kind of sword technique, so they quickly unleashed their cultivation. Clang. 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 The Imperial Sword Mystic Sect members gathered around the battle stage also took out their weapons. All kinds of special effects gathered on their swords, causing the atmosphere to turn solemn. But the result? The sword lights did not attack anyone, they only stabbed into the ground outside the hall. After the light dissipated, several swords were revealed. Patriarch Xiao. Jun Changshao said, "When this seat first came to the upper world, I am indebted to your sect for giving me these flying swords. Today, I am here to return them." Xiao Baisho almost vomited blood. "These flying swords were clearly stolen by you. Our sect did not give them to you at all," Jun Chang said with a smile. "Borrowing a sword to return a sword is one thing. You chasing me to kill me is another. So." He leaped onto the training field and said with a smile, "We still need to calculate clearly." As expected, he was here to cause trouble. When he did not have the strength, he could only hide. Now that he had the strength to back it up, it was definitely not Jun Changxia style. Sigh. The system said. The host's feet left the ground again. Patriarch Xiao. Xiao Baisho frowned. "On Lingfeng Mountain, you said that the grudges between our sects are over." "That's right." Jun Changxiao said frankly, "This seat did say that. But..." He paused for a moment before continuing with a smile. "If I remember correctly, Sect Master Qiao seemed to have mentioned when he first came to Spirit Peak Mountain that there are many debts between our two sects that have yet to be settled." Xiao Baisho could see that this guy was planning to act shamelessly and deliberately make things difficult for the Imperial Sword Mystic Sect. Jun Changxiao. One of the higher-ups finally couldn't hold it in anymore and shouted, "Don't bully." His voice stopped abruptly because Yao Menjing suddenly appeared in front of him and lightly raised her small hand. Throughout the whole process, she did not release any aura and looked very weak. Boom, the Imperial Sword Mystic Sect's elder flew out of the hall like a cannonball, then fainted 1,000 feet away with his right face swollen. "Who dares to call my patriarch by his name again?" Yao Menjing clapped her hands, her eyes flashed with coldness. "The result is death." She had completely inherited the innate Saint Devil body and did not purposely release any demonic chi, but her gaze and words were extremely terrifying, causing Qiao Baisho and the others to shiver. Ta. Jun Chongxiao floated down from the warship and smiled. Patriarch Qiao, your elder is unruly, so it is reasonable for my disciple to teach him a lesson, right? Jun Patriarch. Qiao Baisho shouted angrily, considering that your teacher is Jinren Tonggu, this seat has been patient and patient, but don't think that the Imperial Sword Mystic Sect is that easy to bully. Jun Chongxiao smiled and said, from what you said, it sounds like you have another trick up your sleeve. Shua. Qiao Baisho took out an exquisite jade token and said coldly, do you know what this is? What is it? This is an honorary sect badge issued by the Jia Hall. If your sect is in danger, you will receive the Jia Hall's unconditional protection. TSK Jun Chongxiao snorted. When a sect was recognized by the Realm Hall, they would receive an honorary badge. To be honest, the badge was not worth much, but the advantage was that if the sect was in danger, the Realm Hall would provide help to avert the disaster. Therefore, all the major sects hoped to receive a badge and a protective talisman. Due to the strict requirements, there were not many sects that received a badge. Coincidentally, the Sword Mystic Sect was one of them. This time, someone had brazenly come to their territory to cause trouble, which met the requirements for a sect to be in danger. They could directly use the badge to escape danger. Even taking it out would be a deterrent. Unfortunately, the one who came to cause trouble was Jun Chongxiao. This guy disliked the Realm Hall since he was in the lower realm. After knowing the use of the badge, he did not care at all. In fact, if the badge could be used to contact allies, Gosheng might show some respect. However, if the Realm Hall was involved, who was he trying to scare? Qiao Baisho also knew that Jun Chongxiao had his master's protection, so he might not be afraid of the Realm Hall. Therefore, the reason he took it out was not to scare him, but to put himself in a disadvantageous position so that he would be on the right side. I lost to you on Lingfeng Mountain. We agreed to let go of our grudges, but you came to cause trouble again? He did not believe that Jinren Tonggu, who was extremely famous in the upper realm, would allow his disciple to cause trouble without reason. When he was stronger, he would do whatever he wanted, but when he was weaker, he would start to reason. Sure enough, a world where martial arts were respected was so realistic. Jun Patriarch. Qiao Baisho said coldly, as long as you crush this badge, the Realm Hall will definitely send someone. When that happens, your master, Jinren Tonggu, will be the one to lose face. It's fine. Jun Chongxiao said, my master is naturally carefree and indifferent to fame and fortune. He has no sense of shame. If Jinren Tonggu heard this, he would probably take off his shoes and smack him in the face with the sole of his shoe. He would also curse, you may be shameless, but I am. Qiao Baisho was depressed. Should he crush it or not? To be honest, the badge was a one-time use item. Once it was crushed, it would be gone. Should I negotiate with him again to see if I can minimize this matter? Wait, where's my token? Qiao Baisho, who was deep in thought, suddenly realized that the Medal of Honor in his hand was gone. He hurriedly raised his head and saw Jun Chongxiao fiddling with it. Today, I will show you what the Jia Hall can do to me. Pa. The token instantly shattered. Him. She actually took the initiative to pinch him, swish. At this moment, the shattered token seemed to have triggered some kind of restriction. Suddenly, a scarlet light spurted out and continued to fly into the sky. It seemed to have the power to pierce through the heavens and the earth. A signal gun? Jun Chongxiao raised his head and asked. Scarlet light. Someone crushed the Medal of Honor and summoned the Realm Hall for protection. This position seems to be the Imperial Sword Profound Sect. The red light pierced through the clouds, immediately startling all the martial artists in the upper realm and causing a huge commotion. Many people knew about the Medal of Honor, but it was almost never used when it was given to the sect, because those who wanted to cause trouble would be afraid of the Jia Hall after seeing it. Who has the guts to attack a sect protected by the Jia Hall? The Medal of Honor would only be crushed in an absolute crisis. Could it be that the Imperial Sword Profound Sect is in danger? Let's go and take a look. Swish. Swish, all the martial artists in the area closest to the red light began to move. Even many sects could not sit still. The distress signal from the Imperial Sword Profound Sect flew up. This was a black-level sect. If someone ignored the Jia Hall and came looking for trouble, the matter must be very serious. Naturally, they could not miss it. Curiosity. This was a common problem among humans. In the extreme cave abode, Jinren Tonggu, who was playing chess, noticed the red light and said in surprise, "A sect is asking for help from the Jia Hall? A sect that can get the Medal of Honor must be a black-level sect. Who has the guts to cause trouble?" Masato Kitano said. "Don't be distracted." Jinren Tonggu said, "Continue playing chess." As long as it was not the demon ancestor who came out to cause trouble, nothing was worth mentioning to him. Swish, swish, at the headquarters of the Jia Hall, the moment the red light rose, a large group of martial artists flew out and headed toward the Imperial Sword Profound Sect. Jun Changxiao sat on a chair prepared by Ghost Fight and crossed his legs in a carefree manner. Since the black-level sect thought that they were protected by the Jia Hall, he would show them today. As long as he wanted to settle the score, no one could stop him. Goshun was not only arrogant, but he was also almost standing shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Xiao Baisho's expression was extremely ugly. He never thought that the other party would snatch the Medal of Honor and crush it. Or was it that with Jinren Tonggu's protection, this guy thought that he was invincible in the world? As long as the Imperial Sword Profound Sect was in the right, it did not matter if you had a powerful master. Jun Changxiao and Xiao Baisho had different attitudes. Therefore, the scene that appeared was that everyone was waiting for the Jia Hall to arrive. Of course, many martial artists around had already arrived. Although they did not enter the Imperial Sword Profound Sect, when they saw that the boundary outside was broken, they were immediately sure that the newcomers were not friendly. No wonder this black-level sect would crush the medal. Who is it? Everyone released their spiritual senses. Soon, they saw a warship floating above the Imperial Sword Profound Sect. The archaic warship. It's the patriarch of the sect of all times. I've long heard that these two sects have a grudge. Could it be that they are here to cause trouble? They have already forced the Imperial Sword Profound Sect to crush the medal. In my opinion, they are here to destroy the sect. The sect of all times has just ascended to the upper world. Could it be that they already have the ability to destroy a black-level sect? After confirming that it was Jun Changxiao who had barged into the Imperial Sword Profound Sect, everyone started a heated discussion. At the same time, their hearts were filled with admiration. He had just destroyed the Fuqian sect recently, and now he had forced a black-level sect to seek help from the Jia Hall. This Jun Changxiao was indeed someone who could achieve great things. Whoosh, whoosh, at this moment, streams of light flew over from the sky. The Jia Hall's people are here. Damn, there are at least 100 of them. As expected of a sect that is heavily protected. They immediately came to help when they encountered danger. The Imperial Sword Profound Sect. Jun Changxiao also noticed that a large group of martial artists was rapidly approaching. Thus, he smiled faintly and said, "They are quite fast." Xiao Baisho heaved a sigh of relief. As long as the Jia Hall's people arrived, the sect would be absolutely safe. Jun Patriarch. Xiao Baisho said indifferently, "Actually, the conflict between our sects originated from a misunderstanding. We might be able to resolve it if we talk calmly. There is no need to make things difficult for both sides." Sorry. Jun Changxiao rubbed his nose and smiled. You are the one who is embarrassed, not me. Whoosh, whoosh, at this moment, the Jia Hall's martial artists streaked across the sky and flew towards the Imperial Sword Profound Patriarch's palace. From the aura they emitted, their strength seemed to be between rank 8 and rank 9. Our sect of all times is resolving the conflict in the pugilistic world. No forces or organizations are allowed to interfere. Those who violate. Jun Changxiao's voice resounded through the sky. The martial artists outside pricked up their ears to listen. Then, they heard boom-boom sounds. Then, they saw the Jia Hall's experts who were flying over were sent flying back like cannonballs. Some crashed into the stone walls, while others crashed into the forest. All of you have to scram. Jun Changxiao finally said what he wanted to say. The camera panned upwards from his angle. The Ghost 8 generals were suspended in different positions and had their fists clenched. It was clear that the Jia Hall's experts were sent flying by them. The process was as simple as bouncing a rubber ball. Powerful. Too powerful. At this moment, Shinran Tonggu, who was in the extreme cave abode, felt a trace of discomfort. However, he did not take it to heart and continued to play chess with Masato Kitano shamelessly. P.S. I, who is naturally free and indifferent to fame and fortune, weakly begs for your vote. The Realm Hall's rank 8 and rank 9 experts were the first to fly over, but they were also the first to be sent flying back. They collapsed in various postures in the wilderness and sunk into the stone walls. The surrounding martial artists were stunned. That was an ancient martial art practitioner sent by the Jia Hall. Regardless of whether he was strong or weak, he represented absolute authority. Yet, he had been mercilessly thrown out. Qiao Baisho, who had just heaved a sigh of relief, widened his eyes. In the short time that the Realm Hall had appeared, he had imagined many scenarios. For example, the Realm Hall would negotiate with Jun Xianxia after they landed, which would make him leave in fear. However, he had never expected that the Realm Hall would attack before they even landed. Arrogant, too arrogant, Jun Xianxia clasped his fingers and said, "If you think that the Realm Hall can protect you, then you are gravely mistaken." His tone was very calm, but it made Xiao Baisho break out in cold sweat. That guy's sharp eyes were frightening, as if he was a complete madman. Swoosh! Swoosh! The Realm Hall martial artists who had arrived later stopped outside the Sword Control Mystic Sect. Their expressions were both angry and fearful. They had seen their comrade being sent flying, and they had also heard Jun Xiangxia's words. Thus, they looked like they wanted to go in, but their bodies were very honest as they stood outside. If the enemy did not move, they would not move. Jun Xiangxia, an expert with a position in the Realm Hall, said in a low voice, "What do you mean?" He had been there when the various races attacked the sect of all times, so he did not need to see the ancient warship to recognize Jun Xiangxiao immediately. "Don't you understand?" Goxing said indifferently, "I am dealing with the grudges of the pugilistic world. The Sword Control Mystic Sect is now under the protection of the Realm Hall. No sect is allowed to make things difficult for us," that expert shouted. The 8 tall and strong martial artists hovering above the sect were very strong, and he was very wary. However, since he was here, and there were so many martial artists, he could not show any weakness. "Sorry," Jun Xiangxiao said, "this sect has offended me before. Not to mention the Realm Hall, even the heavens cannot protect it. Girl, smash this sect's signboard for me." Goxing had originally planned to extort some money and leave. After all, it was better to squash enmity than to keep it alive. However, since the Jia Hall had been alerted, there was no harm in escalating the issue to a very serious level. "Yes." Yao Menjing leaped up and condensed her power into a giant hand, grabbing at the plaque that had been hanging on the main hall for a long time. Xiao Baisho and the others' expressions changed drastically. The plaque engraved with the words "Mysterious Sword Sect" represented the sect's reputation, just like the main hall. If the sect of all times smashed this plaque, it would be equivalent to trampling on the sect's dignity. Stop it, he had to stop it. Although Xiao Baisho and the others wanted to, they didn't have the strength to do so. They could only watch as Yao Menjing reached for the plaque as fast as she could. "Girl, don't be impudent." Hoo-hoo. A powerful aura surged from the back mountain of the Imperial Sword Mysterious Sect. An old man flew out at an extremely fast speed. His withered palm gathered the power of the true spirit and directly welcomed the power released by Yao Menjing. Boom, a muffled sound was heard. Swoosh, Yao Menjing landed on the battle stage, while the old man who appeared staggered in front of the main hall, almost falling to the ground. Supreme Elder. Xiao Baisho and the others were overjoyed. As a mysterious sword sect, their strength might only be rank 2 or 3 on the surface, but there were definitely older generation experts hiding behind them. This mysterious sword sect elder was not weak, he had already reached rank 8. If not for Yao Menjing threatening the sect's dignity, he would definitely not have come out of seclusion. Jun Patriarch. Supreme Elder said in a heavy tone, "Since our sects have a grudge, why don't we discuss it peacefully?" "Discuss?" Jun Xiangxiao smiled, "I want 1 billion profound stones, will your mysterious sword sect give it to me?" "Of course." Supreme Elder said decisively. This sentence not only stunned Xiao Baisho, it also stunned Jun Changxiao. As the saying goes, it is better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Supreme Elder said, since Jun Patriarch said 1 billion, my mysterious sword sect will naturally give it to you. Supreme, Xiao Baisho was just about to speak when he was interrupted. If you still recognize me as your martial uncle, then quickly shut your mouth. Patriarch Xiao was silent. Although he was the leader of Mysterious Sword Sect, Supreme Elder was still his martial uncle. He was only able to hold his position back then because of his help. Jun Changxiao was depressed. I was just casually saying it, why did he cooperate with me? If I knew earlier, I would have asked for 10 billion. The reinforcements of Boundary Hall were also depressed. Didn't you crush your honor badges so that we could come and help? Now that we are here, you want to spend money to settle the matter. Are you playing house? Are you kidding me? Jun Patriarch. Supreme Elder said, 1 billion profound stones is not a small sum, we need time to gather it, so please wait for a moment. No, sir, you're too cooperative. You've made the villainous atmosphere that I've spent so much effort to cultivate completely useless. All right. Jun Changxiao said, I will wait. The other party was already like this. If he continued to make things difficult, it would be very unkind. What are you waiting for? Supreme Elder glared at Xiao Baisho and scolded, hurry up and get the profound stones. No matter how unwilling Xiao Baisho was, since his martial uncle said so, he could only give a few elders a look. 1 billion profound stones was indeed not a small sum, and it would take some time to gather it. Jun Changxiao could afford to wait, and since he had nothing to do, he said, I can tell that this senior is an outstanding person with a single glance. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. Jun Patriarch is leading a sect at such a young age, he can be considered a hero from the youth. Supreme Elder said with a smile. The two chatted casually, causing the Boundary Hall experts to stand outside the mountain gate with red faces. Damn it, the Mysterious Sword Sect crushed their honor badges on purpose to make us look bad. 15 minutes later. Xiao Baisho took out the 1 billion profound stones and looked at the Grand Elder with tears in his eyes. He seemed to be saying, Martial Uncle, if we give this large sum of money to others, our sect will only be able to eat tree bark in the future. What are you looking at? Hurry up and give it to Jun Patriarch. Xiao Baisho clenched his teeth and threw spatial rings filled with profound stones at Qin Lai with an extremely pained heart. He looked extremely much like a little wife who had been greatly wronged. After Jun Changxiao took inventory, he cupped his hands and said, from today onwards, the Sect of all times and the Mysterious Sword Sect have cleared all debts. Farewell. Whoosh. Whoosh. He brought Yao Menjing and the others back to the ancient warship and flew away under everyone's gaze. It's over? I thought they would fight. The martial practitioners who were watching the show were a little frustrated that they couldn't watch the battle. Deacon. A Boundary Hall martial practitioner said in a low voice, what should we do? The person in charge of the Boundary Hall who had been awkwardly floating in midair glared at Xiao Baisho and shouted, go home and sleep. Whoosh. Whoosh, 100 martial practitioners flew away. They had come out of the headquarters in a grandiose manner, but they had to go back without doing anything. Just the travel expenses alone were probably more than 100,000 profound stones. It's over, it's over. Xiao Baisho leaned weakly against a pillar outside the hall and said on the verge of collapse, we've offended the Boundary Hall. Pfft. Suddenly, the Supreme Elder standing in front of him spat out blood, his face extremely pale. In the end, he staggered to the ground and said weakly, that girl is definitely in the truth-seeking realm. When Jun Changxiao came to cause trouble, the Supreme Elder had already discovered him, but he did not come out of seclusion. Because the 8 tall and strong martial artists were too unusual, he might be tortured if he went out. It was fine. The sect had the honor badge, that guy might not dare to do it for real. To be honest, when he saw Xiao Baisho hesitating to crush the badge, the Supreme Elder who was hiding in the dark became anxious. The other party clearly did not come with good intentions. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and summon people. Fortunately, Jun Changxiao took the initiative and crushed Xiao Baisho's badge, allowing the Supreme Elder to breathe a sigh of relief. With Jiahal's help, the sect would be safe, and I would not have to come out of seclusion to face these 8 unfathomable experts. This plan was as stable as an old dog, but he did not expect that Jia Hall would send people over so quickly and send them flying, not even being able to enter the sect. As expected, the 8 tall and strong men were very strong. Just as the Supreme Elder was secretly rejoicing, Jun Changxiao ordered Yao Menjing to destroy the badge. This made him unable to hide any longer. He had to go out and defend the sect's honor and dignity. 8 tall and strong men could not win, but could they not win against a woman? Yao Menjing did attack earlier, but the elders who were sent flying were only rank 1 or rank 2, so the Supreme Elder did not take it to heart. But the truth, the woman who looked weak in his eyes was actually a genuine truth-seeking expert. In terms of demonic chi purity, she was even higher than Ghost 8 generals. After all, she had a complete innate sacred devil body. Boom. The two exchanged blows. From the way the Supreme Elder retreated, he was obviously at a disadvantage. No, he was pretending. He was frantically suppressing it because his organs were heavily injured. Heavens, a girl who looked to be in her 20s had such terrifying strength. The pain in his brain made the Supreme Elder sober up, and he instantly realized that since the Sect of all times dared to cause trouble and attack Jia Hall, they were definitely fearless. My Imperial Sword Mystic Sect is in danger. No, I must admit defeat, so when Jun Changxiao casually offered 1 billion, he agreed without hesitation. The current situation was definitely a huge crisis for the sect. No matter how much money they had to spend, they had to send this plague away. In a common plot, the older generation expert would definitely come out to give the main character a slap in the face. However, when the Grand Elder saw that things were not going well, he immediately admitted defeat. This was very clever, but how was he going to explain this to the Jia Hall that had come from afar to help? The readers at the scene can testify that the token was crushed by Jun Changxiao. It has nothing to do with the mysterious sword sect, of course. Even if they were the ones who had crushed it, the Grand Supreme Elder would still have tried to resolve the conflict with the Sect of all times, even at the cost of offending the Jia Hall, because the latter was an existence that they could not afford to offend. It had to be said that the other party had seen through things thoroughly. This also showed that having an elder in the family was like having a treasure. Let's go, let's go. With everyone gone, there was no more excitement. The various martial artists could only leave resentfully. However, although the matter had ended, it made them deeply realize that the Sect of all times was awesome. They actually dared to fight with the Jia Hall, and the latter did not even dare to make a sound after being beaten up, especially the 8 tall and strong martial artists hanging above the sect. Although it was difficult to see their cultivation level, just by standing there, they felt like insurmountable mountains. The Sect of all times has many experts. No wonder they dared to cause trouble for a Xian-ranked sect. In my opinion, the Jia Hall was also afraid of the 8 martial artists, so they did not dare to make a sound after being beaten up. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, it would be hard to believe that a secluded sect that had just ascended 3 or 4 years ago dared to go against the Jia Hall. Secluded sect? Just by making the mysterious sword sect spend money, this Sect of all times is probably qualified to be called a Xian-ranked sect, or even higher. This incident gave the various martial artists a new understanding of the Sect of all times. However, without the recognition of a professional organization, no one's words counted. Only the data panel counted. Whoosh! An hour later, the red light in the sky merged into the clouds. F***CK. It's here again. This direction seems to be the Lingdao sect. Is today a good day to bully a Xian-ranked sect? Wait a minute, I heard that the Lingdao sect and the Sect of all times had a grudge before. Could it be? Let's go. Let's go and take a look. In an instant, the martial artists that had dispersed from the mysterious sword sect rushed to the Lingdao sect's boundary without stopping. As expected, when they arrived at the scene, they saw the ancient warship floating above the sect from afar. Their mouths twitched. The patriarch of the Sect of all times really seeks revenge for the smallest grievance. Whoosh! Whoosh! Not long after, the people from the Jia Hall came again. It was the same people and the same people. This time, they had learned their lesson. They released their consciousness in advance to observe the situation and did not rush into the Lingdao sect immediately. It can't be. The person in charge of the Jia Hall saw Jun Changxiao sitting on the training field and broke down. Why is it him again? Deacon. The subordinate said, what should we do? What else can we do? The person in charge said, of course we're going to watch the show. After being cheated by the mysterious sword sect once, he did not plan to stand up. After all, if both sides reached an agreement to compensate, wouldn't he be meddling in other people's business? To be honest, Jun Changxiao had ordered Gue Ba to attack the Jia Hall experts who had arrived first. The nature of the situation was very bad. If the situation developed more seriously, Jinren Tonggu would have to step in. However, if the mysterious sword sect admitted defeat, the problem would be small. The reason Jun Changxiao gave was that he was dealing with the Jianghu feud. The parties involved chose to compensate, so the Jia Hall had no reason to interfere. It was not impossible to use the pretext to make a fuss, but the result would not be painful. After all, the sect of all times had Jinren Tonggu's support. If they said that they were abusing their power and meddling in other people's business, there would be no place to reason. No wonder after suffering a loss, the person in charge could only roar and go home to sleep. They had been played. 2F** King Sullen, Lingdao Sect. Patriarch Mo Kain's expression was a little interesting. After crushing the Medal of Honor, the people of the Jia Hall had arrived in time. But why were they all waiting outside to watch the show? Officer Han. Mo Kain shouted, this guy said that he wants to destroy my Lingdao sect. Come in quickly. The person in charge of the Jia Hall with the surname Han replied, Patriarch Mo, will act after he destroys your sect. Mo Kain almost fainted on the ground. What's the point of me crushing the medallion if you only attack after destroying the sect? Patriarch Mo. Officer Han said telepathically, don't blame me for being heartless. The main thing is that the mysterious sword sect asked for help earlier. We sent people here, but Patriarch Qiao chose to spend money to settle the matter. This is embarrassing for the Jia Hall. Mo Kain suddenly understood. So the distress signal was released by the mysterious sword sect, he understood. This guy first targeted Xiao Bailu, and now he was targeting him. He obviously came prepared. Wait, Officer Han just said, spend money to settle the matter. Swish, suddenly, Mo Kain's thoughts became very clear. He hurriedly said, Jun Patriarch, my Lingdao sect is willing to use money to resolve the grievances between the two sects. Pfft, Officer Han, who was in the distance, vomited blood. One mysterious sword sect, the other Lingdao sect, crushed the Medal of Honor one after another to ask for help. But in the end, the plot was the same. Did they take the Jia Hall as an authoritative organization? P.S. Once I write Gosheng, I write very quickly. You might think that it's very lame, but I really feel like I can't stop. Deacon Han's words woke Mo Kain up, and he decided to spend money to settle his grudge with the sect of all times. Alright. Jun Changxiao agreed. This guy's biggest flaw was that he was greedy for money. When he came, he clearly wanted to teach the High Blade Profound sect a lesson, but when he heard that they were going to pay, he immediately compromised. Sigh. It was better to be lenient where possible. He too. The system couldn't watch anymore. How about this? Jun Changxiao said, I'm not an unreasonable person. The Flying Sword Profound sect paid 1 billion profound stones, so the High Blade Profound sect should pay this amount. He didn't ask for too much. After all, in this line of work, there were rules. The corner of Mo Kain's mouth twitched. Jun Patriarch, this 1 billion is a bit too much. My sect can't take it out. It's fine. Jun Changxiao pointed at the plaque. With the words High Blade Profound Sect and said, I'll smash this, and you can weigh the 900 million. Some readers might add in this chapter. Smash it with all your might. However, Mo Kain wouldn't agree. Because the plaque and the dignity of the same sect were smashed, it was the same as being ruthlessly stepped on in the face. Here. I'll give. Half an hour later, Mo Kain walked out with a few spatial rings. There were many profound stones inside, but he didn't have 1 billion. He could only use crystal cores, ores and other items to make up for it. Jun Changxiao took it and said, the grudge between our sects is settled. Finished speaking, he led everyone onto the warship and left. However, just as he flew out of the High Blade Profound Sect's mountain, he said loudly, today, the Flying Sword Profound Sect and the High Blade Profound Sect each gave me 1 billion profound stones. From now on, we are allies. Anyone who dares to make things difficult for them is going against the sect of all times. His voice rippled in the sky, and could be heard clearly from thousands of miles away. Damn. The system said in shock, a new trick? The conflict between Jun Changxiao and the two profound sects wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. Since they were willing to compensate, he definitely had to give them some benefits. As for why he wanted to protect them, it was also inspired by the Medal of Honor. What the Jia Hall can do, the Sect of all times can do. What the Jia Hall can't do, the Sect of all times can still do. Mo Kain lay powerlessly in front of the hall. 1 billion profound stones in exchange for a few words that didn't even scratch an itch. It was a huge loss. He circled his thoughts and would test them in the future. Jie. The ancient warship flew out of the High Blade Profound Sect and stopped near Deacon Han. Jun Changxiao, who was standing at the bow of the ship, smiled faintly and said, "My apologies. You have made a wasted trip again. In my opinion, there is actually no need for your Jia Hall to give out any medals, because you don't have any ability to protect them." Perhaps it was due to his hatred for Jia Tang, but this fellow did not show any mercy when he spoke. Every word was like a knife that stabbed into Attendant Han's heart. Brat. There's still a long way to go. Don't be too arrogant. Deacon Han clenched his fists and said. There is no end to the path of martial arts. No one knows where the end is. Jun Changxiao said, everything will gradually disappear in the long river of history and become an inconspicuous speck of dust. Hearing this, all the martial practitioners admired this brat's courage. He actually dared to mock the Jia Hall that would be destroyed one day. How could Deacon Han not understand? He sneered and said, this Han does not wish to see Jun Patriarch become a speck of dust in the long river of history. Don't worry. Jun Changxiao said, at least before you. I'm joking. Jun Changxiao shrugged and said, the sect still has some internal affairs to take care of, so I will take my leave first. Swoosh. The ancient warship turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. Looking at the afterimages that filled the sky, Deacon Han clenched his fists in anger and said, Brat, you better not let anything fall into the hands of my Jia Hall. Otherwise, even Jinren Tonggu won't be able to save you. Ding. Successfully visited the Sword Mystic Sect and the Sharp Blade Mystic Sect, 2 mystic sects. Obtained 1,000 sect reputation points. Ding. Sect reputation points, 1,000. On the way back to the sect, Jun Changxiao heard the notification and said in surprise, why did I get reputation points? It's very simple. The system said, the sects need to communicate and interact with each other, so the host's reputation points will naturally increase when you visit them. Is that so? Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up and said, I have to communicate more with the other sects in the future. The system was speechless. What it meant was to bully or extort to make the other party fearful and thus increase the sect's reputation and prestige. If they did not communicate often, they would definitely become a target of scorn. In the extreme cave. Whoosh. Jinren Tonggu suddenly pushed all the chess pieces on the chessboard out. Perfected Qi. Who was considering his next move, stood up and roared, aren't you being too brazen with your shamelessness? Just as he was about to win, he pushed the chessboard out. Who could stand this? Old friend. Jinren Tonggu said with a serious expression, I'm feeling uneasy. I'm afraid something big is about to happen. Masato Kitano, who was still angry, quickly became serious and said, could it be the demon ancestor? What's going to happen? I don't know. Jinren Tonggu said, I'm getting more and more uneasy. Could it be that your disciple got into some big trouble again? Masato Kitano said. No. Jinren Tonggu said with certainty, last time, when that kid was surrounded by various sects, the ominous omen was not as strong as this time. Masato Kitano fell into deep thought. Jun Changxiao stole the eggs of various sects, which caused quite a crisis. The uneasiness this time was even greater than last time, so the problem must be more serious. It must have something to do with the demon ancestor. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A cold wind blew, and dark clouds gathered. Shinran Tonggu and Masato Kitano looked up and said in unison, "The world is about to change," in a secluded cultivation place. A graceful figure sat cross-legged on a stone platform, her hair cascading down. Because her back was facing the camera, they couldn't see her face clearly. They could only confirm that it was a woman. "Master." An old voice came from outside. At this time, the camera slowly moved to the front. She was a woman in her early 20s. Her beauty could be described as devastatingly beautiful, but it would be a bit of an understatement. Lu Xianxia was also very beautiful, but compared to her, she was a little less interesting. It was mainly in terms of temperament. Hua Rose's appearance and temperament were not inferior to this woman, but the beauty of the two was different, each with their own artistic conception. "What is it?" Her eyebrows furrowed slightly, which made her look even more beautiful. The voice was familiar. Yes, it was Empress Ling Yao. Because she was in seclusion, the clouds that gathered on her face didn't exist, and her true appearance was finally revealed. TSK. Yi Xingchen's ex-girlfriend. She was really stunning. "Master," the hunchbacked old man said, "the weather outside is changing. I'm afraid something big is about to happen." "Oh." Empress Ling Yao nodded and waved her right hand gently. A formation enchantment appeared on the wall and projected a screen of light. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, as if half of the upper world was shrouded in it. PS. 5. I'm on steroids. I'll definitely be weak tomorrow. Dark clouds covered half of the upper realm, and the atmosphere gradually became somber. Why did the weather suddenly change? In the sect of all times, the disciples who were busy or cultivating looked up at the dark clouds in confusion. Boom! Thunder and lightning shot out, briefly illuminating everything. Jun Changxiao walked out of the main hall and said, "There's thunder, it's raining. Pack up your clothes." His words reminded the disciples that there were still clothes and blankets in the yard, so they hurried back to pack up. The atmosphere in the sect was completely different from the somber atmosphere. "Brother." Gu Zhaoxi walked over and frowned. "The situation isn't good. It's just rain, what's so bad about it?" It was common for the weather to be abnormal in the world of martial arts. Jun Changxiao would not find it strange if snow, hail, or even magnetite were to fall on a sunny day, let alone rain. Gu Zhaoxi said, "I can't say." His situation was similar to Jinren Tonggu's. He felt uneasy, as if something bad was about to happen. "Don't think too much." Jun Changxiao patted him on the shoulder and said, "Wait until the first revolution pill is refined. You must properly help me test the medicine." Gu Zhaoxi asked, "Is it dangerous?" "Brother." Jun Changxiao said seriously, "You have to believe in Hall Master Wei and Hall Master Miao's abilities." Gu Zhaoxi broke down in his heart. "The uneasiness in my heart is not because of the weather, but because of the pill?" Medicine Hall. Elder Wei shook his head and said, "Many of the herbs recorded in the pill recipe existed 100,000 years ago. They're extinct now. Can you find a substitute?" Jun Changxiao asked. There were countless herbs in the world. Perhaps there were some with similar attributes or distant relatives. "This," Elder Wei said, "it depends on Hall Master Miao." It was not a big problem for him to plant poisonous herbs, but in terms of professionalism, he was definitely not as good as Miao Saifeng, who dealt with poisons. Smack. In the poison refinery hall, thick ancient books were placed on the table. Miao Saifeng crossed her arms and said, "I found dozens of herbs that can be used as replacements." Professional. Jun Changxiao gave him a thumbs up. However, Miao Saifeng said seriously, "The toxicity of these herbs is too strong. If you combine them into a pill, you will definitely die on the spot." When she said this, Gu Zhaoxi, who had just returned to his residence, couldn't help but shiver. He thought to himself, that feeling of uneasiness is getting stronger. You'll die if you take it when you're in a higher realm? Yes. Jun Changxiao rubbed his chin and said, "Even if it can't be used to increase the cultivation level of the disciples, it can be used as poison." When facing an enemy, Gosheng didn't care about his methods. Of course. If the pills formed at the first rotation speed were to turn into poison, the powerhouses would definitely not be foolish enough to eat them. Thus, they still hoped that they could use them to increase their cultivation level. This was a technical problem that would take time to study. For example, to make Diablo be controlled by the soul, it would also require absolute technique to improve. Ah. In the array hall, the Taishan old man grabbed his hair and roared, "My head is about to explode." Sigh. Zhen Dejuan shook his head helplessly. As a technical staff in the collaborative research, if it weren't for the hair growth agent, his hair would have fallen out from overusing his brain. Grand Elder Shangguan Xinyao said, "Since the patriarch said that the soul-tempering sacred celestial art can make the soul out of the body, why don't we wait for someone to succeed before improving it?" That's right. The Taishan old man slapped his forehead and said, "Why didn't I think of that?" He was now completely relying on his intuition. If someone could achieve the soul out of the body and cooperate with the research, they would definitely be able to find the key point. Jun Changxiao had already distributed the soul-tempering sacred celestial art. The disciples were all working hard to cultivate it, but this kind of soul-strengthening martial art was more profound. It would also take time to comprehend it. In the room, He Wudi sat cross-legged on the bed and successfully cultivated the soul-tempering sacred celestial art. He had been cultivating this martial art for a few days. Every time he comprehended something, it was as if he had opened the door to a new world. It wasn't that he hadn't cultivated a soul-type mental cultivation technique before, but it couldn't be compared to the soul-tempering sacred celestial art. Therefore, he firmly believed that it must be related to the seven profound sage Yi Xingchen was also cultivating. This mental cultivation technique strengthened the soul. Therefore, he wasn't the only one benefiting. Anyo's soul, which was hidden in the deepest part, also benefited. Of course. Jun Changxiao would also cultivate the soul-tempering sacred celestial art after he was done with the sex affairs. After all, his current realm was more focused on the soul. Otherwise, even if he fought with his physical body, he might be affected by the true spirit force. Hua, hua. It started to rain outside. The rain wasn't heavy, but it would last for a few days. More and more dark clouds floated over from afar. It was as if there were thousands of soldiers and horses. Most of the disciples chose to cultivate indoors or busy themselves. Therefore, the sect of all times seemed especially peaceful. Swish! In the dark environment, a pair of eyes suddenly opened. They were filled with endless anger and killing intent. A low and gloomy voice sounded. "Since that girl is a disciple of the sect of all times, this great one will make this sect cease to exist." Who was this? The demon ancestor who had just revived. His demonic body had been stolen by a girl. Even if he was in seclusion to recuperate, he still couldn't swallow this anger. Therefore, he had to snatch it back. He had already signed an eternal contract. How could he snatch it back? It was very simple. As long as that girl died, the physique would enter an ownerless state. As the previous owner, he could easily inherit it. "Listen to my orders." The demon ancestor said coldly, "Spread the news." Yes. The 4 black-robed elders received the order and left the secret room. The top 10 immortal sects should be very wary of this ancestor's connate sacred demonic body. If they know that a girl obtained it, they will definitely think of ways to kill her. Kikik. In the outside world, dark clouds still shrouded half of the upper domain. "Old friend." Shinran Tonggu, who was standing in the cave abode, said with a serious expression, "The feeling of unease is getting stronger." Masato Kitano broke down. "What kind of disaster is going to happen? You've been on tenterhooks for so many days." Pucci. Pucci. At that moment, a crane flew over. It shook off the rainwater on its body and transmitted the information to its master. "This is bad." Masato Kitano's expression changed drastically. "Something big has happened." Shinran Tonggu's heart skipped a beat. "What happened?" "A disciple in your disciple's sect has obtained the connate sacred demonic body. The entire upper domain is talking about it now." "Ah?" Shinran Tonggu's eyes widened. Then, he clutched his chest and said, "The strong unease these days is because of that guy. 100,000 years ago, the demon ancestor relied on the connate sacred demonic body to fight the top 10 immortal sections. Now that this physique has reappeared, they will definitely not tolerate its existence. I'm afraid." "Hey! Where are you going? Nonsense. Of course, I'm going to the sect of all times. Whoosh. Shinran Tonggu had already flown out of the cave abode. Masato Kitano hurriedly followed him. At the same time, he did not forget to contact his friends. After all, once the top 10 immortal sects received the news, they would definitely send their troops to Fengqi Immortal Mountain. The situation would definitely be much more serious than before. 100,000 years ago, the demon ancestor and the powerhouses of the 10 major celestial sects fought in the West Sea for a few days and nights. The entire process could be described as earth-shattering and earth-shattering. This was definitely the most classic battle since ancient times. It was even labeled as the most powerful battle by historians. Of course, the demon ancestor was able to fight 1 against 10 because of his connate sacred demon body. There were countless physiques in the upper world, but there were no detailed records of this physique. It seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. After the demon ancestor fell, the connate sacred demon body disappeared from the world. It had not been inherited by anyone until today. There were rumors that if anyone could inherit this physique, they could reach the demon ancestor's height. They could even step into the 3rd step and achieve the supreme divine secret state. Rumors were just rumors. Martial artists usually did not take them to heart. Moreover, it had been so long that they had long forgotten about it. Although it was mentioned occasionally, it was just a topic of conversation. But who would have thought that in just one day, the news of a disciple of the sect of all times inheriting the connate sacred demon body spread throughout the upper world? Martial artists from all walks of life began to discuss it. I heard that it's the most complete one. The appearance of such a physique might mean a disaster. In 100,000 years, martial artists from the upper world had already regarded the demonic tribe as the absolute villain. Anything related to them would be seen as a jinx. The Jia Hall will probably take action. The sect of all times is probably going to be in trouble. Not necessarily. As long as they hand over the disciple with the connate sacred demon body, the Jia Hall should not make things difficult for them. After all, they have Shinran Tonggu's support. They really can't take in disciples randomly. Otherwise, it will easily bring disaster to the sect. In the inn's dining hall, martial artists from all walks of life were discussing. Whoosh! A middle-aged man sitting in the corner stood up and put on a white windbreaker. He carried the stone coffin beside him and walked out, muttering, "Holidays are always short." Ryu Sinan! Everyone exclaimed. At first, they were puzzled as to why this person brought a coffin in. It was not until they saw his signature outfit that they realized that he was one of the 3 demon exterminators of the Jia Hall. Step. Ryu Sinan walked out of the inn, scratched his messy hair and asked, "Where's the Phoenix Perch Immortal Mountain?" After the news of the innate Saint Devil body spread, he did not receive any notice from the Jia Hall. However, as a demon exterminator, he had to rush over as soon as possible because disciples with this body type were extremely dangerous. Shwa. He casually grabbed a passerby and asked, "Brother, where's the Phoenix Perch Immortal Mountain?" Say. Southeast. Thanks. Ryu Sinan carried the sarcophagus and left. The martial artist who was leading the way broke down and said, "Brother, you're going in the wrong direction." The entire upper realm was talking about the innate Saint Devil body. Naturally, the Drizzle Hall's intelligence agency was the first to receive the news and sent it to the sect. It's over, it's over. Gu Zhaoxi paced back and forth in the hall, his face full of worry. If news of Yao Menjing inheriting the demon body were to spread in the upper realm, it would inevitably bring about a great crisis. No wonder he had been feeling ill at ease all this time. Stop spinning. Jun Changxiao said, "My head is spinning." Brother. Gu Zhaoxi stopped and broke down. The news has spread throughout the upper realm, the 10 great immortal sects will definitely know. When the time comes, they will definitely send experts to kill us. Why aren't you worried at all? If I'm worried if it can solve the problem, the 2 of us can wander down there together, Jun Changxiao said. No, no. Gu Zhaoxi said, "Brother, let's hurry up and run." If it was just attracting the realm hall's people, it wouldn't be too big of a problem. However, the 10 great immortal sects were not to be trifled with. If they really came, it would definitely be over. Run? Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, "Brother, you've been in the sect for so long. Don't you know the first principle of the sect of all times?" Gu Jiaoshi hurriedly took out a small notebook and flipped through the first principle recorded in it. "My brother, our sect has a lot of first principles. Which one are you talking about?" "Qingyang." Jun Changxiao said, "Tell your uncle what the first principle is." Li Qingyang said loudly, "Be a man of iron and unyielding character, and do things of iron and unyielding character." Gu Jiaoshi immediately understood. His brother was not planning to run. He was planning to face the coming storm. "Okay. Then let's fight them." Although their tone sounded bold, their bodies were honestly drooping. After all, when they thought about the 10 great immortal sects, they felt that they had no chance of winning. "Everyone in the sect, listen up." Jun Changxiao walked out of the main hall and said loudly, "Enter the first level of alert." "Yes." The voices of the disciples were filled with unyielding power. Instantly, the dark clouds that had gathered above the sect for many days were shaken away. Whoosh! Whoosh! On the War Night Peak, a large number of disciples quickly rushed out of their residences and entered the cockpit of the Diablo. They were successfully activated and ready to fight at any time. Buzz! Outside the sect, the various formations that were usually hidden in the dark gradually appeared. These were all set up by the formation hall. After the Taishan elder added in, they had extremely high defense and destructive power. They could be called the second line of defense. The various peaks and halls all entered battle mode. Lu Qianxian, Xiao Ziji, and the other core disciples, whether they were in seclusion or training in the secret realm, all walked out and gathered at the main peak. The sect of all times was like a sleeping lion under the dark clouds. Now, after Jun Changxiao's order, not only did it wake up, but it also stood up with its head held high. Once the Eastern Lion woke up, the entire world would tremble. "Patriarch," Shui Rengue said, "Diablo has been fully activated." "N. Patriarch," Zhen Dejuan said, "All the formations of the ancient celestial mountain have been activated." N. Jun Changxiao sat outside the main hall with the great sage robe draped over his body. He looked at the disciples who were waiting solemnly on the training field. He originally wanted to give a speech, but he felt that it was a bit cliché, so he clenched his fist and shouted, "Ali! Ali! Ali!" Although the disciples didn't know what this sentence meant, since it came from the patriarch, there must be some meaning, so they followed suit. "Patriarch," Yao Menjing walked over with her head lowered and said, "Did I implicate the sect?" She already knew that the news of her connate holy demon body had spread in the upper realm. The sect would definitely be targeted by the major sects, so she blamed herself. "Girl." Rows of flowers appeared behind Yao Menjing and put a hand on her shoulder. She smiled and said, "Some things are destined to happen. Don't shoulder all the problems on your own." TSK Jun Changxiao turned his head. He originally wanted to enlighten Yao Menjing, but this woman beat him to it. "Masteress, no matter what happens, everyone will be with you." Rows of flowers looked at Jun Changxiao and said, "Am I right? Husband?" Jun Changxiao turned his face to one side, but he still made a sound from his nostrils. His arrogance was even more serious than Yi Xingchen's. Buzz. Buzz. Suddenly, the various formations of the second line of defense suddenly stopped operating. Then, the sect-protecting formation of the first line of defense also dissipated. Boom! A black shadow fell to the ground, and a monstrous anger roared out. "Master!" Jun Changxiao said happily. Gu Jiaoshi and the black and white Rakshasa heaved a sigh of relief. With this top powerhouse, they should be much safer. Swish! At this moment, Shinran Tonggu rushed over and roared uncontrollably, "What sins did I commit in my past life to have a disciple like you?" Masato Kitano, who rushed over, hurriedly hugged him and pulled him back. He said in a mediating tone, calm down, calm down." "Master." Jun Changxiao wiped the spittle off his face and broke down. "I didn't cause any trouble. P.S. I had some things to do today, so I ended the last chapter yesterday to pave the way." Although Jun Changxiao had gone to settle scores with 2 Xian sects and had some unhappiness with the Realm Hall, he did not provoke any trouble this time. In fact, he had accidentally saved the world. If Yao Menjing had not obtained the innate holy demonic body, she would have been able to enter the demonic region at will. Putting aside the fact that Jun Changxiao was not a villain, the demonic tribe was already hostile to the entire world. If he had control of the million-strong army, it would definitely cause a bloodbath. No, I saved the world. What right do you have to target me? Jun Changxiao suddenly realized this. The unspeakable bitterness in his heart suddenly intensified. There was no choice. No one knew that he had saved the world. Even if he told the entire world what had happened, he would probably be seen as crazy. Sigh. Jinren Tonggu had been angry. He calmed down and let out a long sigh. He had been forced to accept him as a disciple for the promise of 10 years. In the end, he had caused so much trouble time and time again. It was too difficult for him to be his master. Master. Jun Changxiao suddenly became serious and said, "This is my disciple's matter. I will deal with it myself. I won't implicate you and Senior Qi. Damn it, it was just the 10 major celestial sects. If they really came to the sect of all times to cause trouble, he would fight them to the end. Whoever was afraid was a coward." Jun Changxiao dared to think this way because of the 4 generations of unstoppable blade, the great sage Sect, and the million-strong demonic army. Although they might not be able to defeat the 10 major celestial sects, they would have to pay a price if they wanted to deal with the sect of all times. Humph. Jinren Tonggu glared at him and said, "If I had stayed out of this, I would not have come all the way here." The main reason was that Goxing had caused another big trouble, which made him unable to control his emotions. In fact, he had come today to support him. If he dared to go head-on with the various races, why not go head-on with the 10 major celestial sects? Daoist Tonggu could be considered to have done his best. Swish, swish, outside the timeless immortal mountain, streams of light flew over rapidly, landing on the sect's main peak where the defense system had temporarily lost its effect. The newcomers were Jinren Tonggu and Masato Kitano's group of friends. There were the 7 sages of ethereal, leisure, and many unfamiliar faces. This time, there were more rogue cultivators than last time. It could be seen that the 10 major immortal sects were more dangerous than the other clans. Tonggu Air. A chubby old man said, "The problem is very serious. The appearance of the innate Saint Devil body may threaten the entire upper world. Are you sure you want to protect it, even if it means going against the 10 great immortal sects?" asked an elegant middle-aged man. There was nothing wrong with a master protecting his disciple. However, the 10 great immortal sects experts slaughtering their way over could be considered to have a good reason. After all, the demonic body belonged to the demonic ancestor back then. No one knew if the inheritor would walk on his path in the future and bring disaster to the entire higher realms. If we protect him today, won't we be helping the tyrant if anything happens in the future? Their considerations were not without reason. After all, no one could be sure if the possessor of the demonic body could walk on the right path in the future. If he did something unpardonable, what he did today would make him a sinner of the upper world. Masato Kitano was silent. He had always considered the problem from his old friend's point of view. That was why he made the call to ask for help, but he ignored the risks that existed in the possessor of the demonic body. At this time, if ordinary people were to choose, they would also stand on the side of the 10 major immortal sects because no one could guarantee that the possessor of the demonic body was a good person. Dear seniors. Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and said, "The innate Saint Devil body has been inherited by my disciple. I can swear to the heavens that I will never do anything outrageous or inhumane." Kid. The chubby old man said, "No one can guarantee what will happen in the future. If you want to help, then stay. If you find it troublesome, then leave." Jinren Tonggu said impatiently, "We'll talk about the future in the future. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Jun Changxiao was immediately moved. To be honest, he was not sure whether Yao Menjing would become an unpardonable witch in the future. However, his master's unconditional support was the greatest trust he had in him. How many years has it been? His bad temper hasn't changed at all. The chubby old man roared. The others shook their heads. Although Jinren Tonggu's words were unpleasant, they did not turn around and leave. After all, they had known each other for so many years. Did they not appreciate this weakness? Everyone. Masato Kitano said, the demonic body in the demon ancestor's body will be a threat to the upper realm, but in this girl's body, it might save the world. That's why I'm willing to believe in Jun Patriarch. Since he was a good friend, he had to support him. Sigh. The elegant middle-aged man shook his head and said, I knew it. These two old guys play chess every day. Sooner or later, their brains will go bad together. Forget it, forget it. The chubby old man said, we'll go crazy with them. The rogue cultivators who came to help turned around and protected Jun Xianxia and the other young people like an iron wall. Their eyes flashed with a crazy luster. The 10 great immortal sects would definitely not let go of the demonic body. Since they chose to stay, they were already prepared to fight head-on. To be honest, it was a little exciting. Jun Xianxia cupped his hands and said seriously, today, my sect is in trouble. I'll never forget the fact that all of you came to help. I'll repay you in the future. Pa. Pa. Li Tian stood in the distance and crazily pressed the camera button. There were too many people who came. It was a little difficult to remember all of them, so the best way was to take their photos. This was really unforgettable. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, a powerful aura suddenly appeared outside the Aeon Immortal Mountain, causing the rogue cultivators who came to help to look serious. The people from the 10 great immortal sects were here. Whoosh. Whoosh. Sure enough, the moment the pressure came, streams of light dragged the light and hung in the air outside the mountain gate, revealing many old men with deep eyes and sage-like demeanor. Gu Zhaoxi's expression was a little interesting. There were only 10 people, but the aura emitted by each of them was not inferior to Senior Tonggu. Their strength was definitely at the peak of the truth-seeking realm. Wasn't it just the Khanate holy demon body? Was there a need for such a big lineup? F***ck. Jun Xianxia cursed in his heart. Although he was prepared for battle, the 10 great immortal sects had directly sent 10 peak truth-seeking realm cultivators. If it weren't for his master in front of him, he would probably be panicking now. Under absolute power, the aura suppression was very strong. Shinran Tonggu. The powerhouse from the Lingtian immortal sect said indifferently, your disciple's sect has an inheritor of the Khanate holy demon body. For the sake of the world's safety, you should hurry up and ask him to hand it over. The people who came were all experienced. Seeing so many people standing in front of the Sect of All Time's main hall, it was obvious that they were going to protect them, so they went straight to the point. What if you don't hand it over? Shinran Tonggu said. An immortal sect powerhouse sneered. If you don't hand it over, you'll end up like the demonic territory 100,000 years ago. As one of the top 10 immortal level sects in the upper realm, his words were even more arrogant and domineering than Jun Xianxia's VIP account. Whoosh. Whoosh. At this moment, the powerhouses of the 10 great immortal sects flew over one after another. To be able to arrive the fastest, their cultivation levels were either at the truth-seeking realm or at the peak of the core transformation realm. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Every time an immortal sect powerhouse arrived, the powerful aura gathered in the Aeon Immortal Mountain would increase by a bit. The murderous aura and true spirit suppression also became more and more obvious. Yao Menjing, who was standing behind the patriarch, felt a stabbing pain in her heart. This scene was extremely familiar. Wasn't it the nightmare she had back then? When she was in the lower realm, Yao Menjing had a dream. Please refer back to chapter 476, so she won't take the opportunity to kill the memories here. Of course. Although this dream was similar to the scene that appeared now, there were actually differences. For example, in the dream, she was an iron bone, and now she was in the Sect of All Times. For example, in the dream, she was in the Falling Star continent, and now she was in the upper realm. The reason why Yao Menjing felt familiar was because she had caused the sect to be in danger. I'm sorry, she lowered her head, and tears flowed out uncontrollably. Especially when she recalled the dream where her fellow sect members fell into a pool of blood to protect her, the stabbing pain in her heart was even more intense. Girl. Rose of Flowers walked over and said telepathically, don't let your imagination run wild. Jun Xianxia put all his attention on the powerhouses of the 10 major celestial sects that appeared one after another, and she had been paying attention to Yao Menjing. Although she did not know that she had a nightmare, she still cared about her in time. If Goxing was compared to the head of a family, then she was a competent mother of a family. She could even handle some things better than the former. To put it bluntly, the male was in charge of external affairs, and the female was in charge of internal affairs. The division of labor was clear. Mistress. Yao Menjing choked and said, I don't want to implicate the sect, I don't want anyone to be hurt. She had already taken the dream seriously, and was afraid that the scene in the dream would appear again. Some things won't happen just because you don't want to. Rose of Flowers said, since it has happened, you have to face it bravely. The patriarch and your fellow sect members are all by your side. Yao Menjing glanced at Jun Changxiao, who was not afraid, and then looked at her senior brothers and sisters who were not afraid, so she raised her hand to wipe the tears on her face, and her eyes gradually became firm. In this crisis, the one who was deeply affected was Xianxia. In his previous life, he fought alone without companions or friends, only a girlfriend, and in the end, he was stabbed. Jun Changxiao. A powerhouse from the celestial sect said coldly, as long as you hand over the witch behind you, we will let your sect of all times go on account of Xinren Tonggu. All of you, listen up. Jun Changxiao's eyes were cold and sharp, and he said, as long as you enter the sect of all times, no matter if you are evil or unpardonable, you will be safe and sound. Although these words were a bit extreme, it represented Goxing's firm attitude. Hand over the disciples? Dream on, the powerhouses from the 10 major celestial sects, the heavens and the heavens, celestial heavens, and protected a cultivator who would be a threat to the celestial 9 celestial heavens, Taoist Tonggu. The powerhouse from the Ling Tian celestial sect said coldly, is this your idea or your disciples? Xinren Lin, or not? Xinren, US the 10 great immortal sects did not put the eternal sect in their eyes, nor did they put Jun Changxiao in their eyes. However, Taoist Tonggu was, after all, a top expert who had been famous for a long time, so if they wanted to negotiate, they had to find him. In short, without Masato Kitano and the other powerful sectless cultivators, they would have attacked long ago. As one of the 10 major sects that created the sect of all times, there was no room for negotiation. Xinren Tonggu knew how domineering they were, so he said calmly, my disciple says my. The disciple was just. The master was also just, they would not enter the same sect if they were not a family. The powerhouse from the heavens high celestial sect was not surprised by this answer. He then looked at Masato Kitano and the other sectless cultivators and said, Xinren Tonggu's is azure? That's right. They're friends who came to help said in unison. They did not leave when they were asked to. Therefore, they had to protect Yao Menjing and the sect of all times today. To be honest, they were both excited and nervous. After all, no one dared to go against the 10 major celestial sects after the demonic tribe was destroyed. If a war broke out, it would definitely leave a mark in history. The demonic ancestor had the ambition to dominate the upper realm. If our ancestors did not work together to kill him, the upper realm would have been destroyed. Now, you want to protect a witch? This is intolerable. The powerhouse from the heavens high celestial sect scolded angrily. Damn it. Jun Changxiao shouted, my disciple has never hurt the innocent when she's cultivating in the sect. She has never done anything evil. What makes you think she's a witch? Don't F***king talk about the future. Who the F***ck knows what will happen in the future? Goxing could not control his emotions and cursed continuously. He was really angry. Just because a person with a special constitution was an evil person, the successor would be labeled the same? Who gave you the right to define good and evil based on your feelings? There will always be a bunch of pedantic bastards in this world. Because of their persecutory delusions, martial artists who should be walking towards the light can only choose to walk towards the darkness. I, Jun Changxiao, don't know what happened 100,000 years ago. But even if the demonic ancestor is an evil person, there must be a reason for it. Maybe it's because you bunch of sanctimonious people have gone too far and forced him to arm himself and resist. If the demonic ancestor, who was recuperating, heard Jun Changxiao's words, he would definitely step forward and shake his hand. Brother, you know me. Xinren Tonggu sneered. Rumor has it that martial artists with the innate saint demonic body can peek into the divine mystery stage. Some people are worried about their status in the future, so they don't allow it to exist. Bullsh *T. The powerhouse from the Heaven's High Celestial Sect shouted angrily. We're doing this for the world. It was hard to tell who was right and who was wrong. However, the problem was Yao Menjing's demonic body. She did not do anything evil, nor did she hurt the innocent. It was reasonable for Jun Changxiao to choose to resist. Cut the crap. Another powerhouse from another celestial sect said coldly, anyone who protects the demonic girl today will be seen as a traitor. The 10 major celestial sects have the right to kill them. Huff, huff. Huff, huff, huff. The hundreds of powerhouses from the 10 major celestial sects gathered outside the mountain gate unleashed their cultivation at the same time. The murderous aura suddenly became unprecedentedly strong. Jinren Tonggu's long robe fluttered without wind. His eyes were sharp as he said, since the birth of the upper realm, hundreds of flowers have bloomed. What right do the 10 major celestial sects have to establish a realm hall and look down on the world as rulers? Many people had wanted to say this for a long time, but they did not have the courage. Now that they had fallen out with the 10 major celestial sects, how could they not say it out loud? Jinren Tonggu, Masato Kitano, and other itinerant cultivators disregarded the safety of the world and protected the inheritor of the innate saint demonic body. Today, the 10 major celestial sects will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Everyone, listen up. Eliminate the sect of all times. Yes. Huff, huff. Huff, huff, huff. The powerhouses from the 10 major celestial sects who had unleashed their cultivation immediately gathered the power of their true spirits and formed dazzling palm prints that pressed down on the sect of all times. The power gathered by the truth-seeking realm and the peak of the revolving core realm was very powerful. The pressure formed caused the air to distort. Jun Changxia's expression changed slightly. At this moment, the sect protection array was in a state of paralysis because of his master's arrival. Even if it was activated normally, it would be impossible to resist this power. He had underestimated the 10 major celestial sects. Buzz. Buzz. At this moment, the ethereal 7 sages stood in different positions with mysterious steps and instantly formed a solid defense array in the air. Boom, 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 boom. All kinds of power from the 10 major celestial sects bombarded the array like cannonballs, but it did not shake. Swish. Swish. Jinren Tonggu and the others flew out and locked onto the top powerhouses of the 10 major celestial sects. You itinerant cultivators can't fight against us, the powerhouse from the Lingtian celestial sect sneered. What if you count me in? Suddenly, a voice came from outside the Aeon celestial mountain. Perfected Qing Wei flew over with a disdainful look on her face. Why is she here? Jinren Tonggu and Masato Kitano were surprised. He he he. Suddenly, a strange laughter came from another direction. Tongguer, your disciple and my disciple have not fought in 10 years. I can't let him die here. Whoosh. Gu Hongjinren gradually appeared in the air with a sinister smile on his face. The powerhouses of the 10 major celestial sects frowned. These 2 itinerant cultivators were also going to stand up for the sect of all times? Swish. Swish. At this moment, the sound of wind whistling came from behind. The powerhouses of the various clans led by the Thunder Rhombus race and the Ice Phoenix race flew over rapidly. The scene was spectacular. The powerhouse from the Lingtian celestial sect laughed. Back then, all the clans had participated in the destruction of the demonic race. Now that the Khanate sacred demon body was inherited by someone else, they must be here to help. In terms of top-tier combat strength, Jinren Tonggu and Masato Kitano were no match for the 10 major celestial sects. After all, they were all at the peak of the truth-seeking realm. However, the appearance of perfected Qing Wei and Gu Hongjinren, and judging from their attitudes, it was obvious that they were on the side of the sect of all times. This instantly narrowed the gap between the 2. If they were to fight, the scene would definitely be exciting. The powerhouses of the celestial sects had a headache when they saw the itinerant cultivators coming to help. They were not afraid of them. This time, they were not here to fight, but to eliminate the witch and nip the danger in the bud. Forget it, any itinerant cultivators who participated in this matter and protected the sect of all times must be treated as enemies. just as the powerhouses of the 10 major celestial sects were about to fight, the powerhouses of the Thunder Rhombus race, Ice Phoenix race, Divine Strider race, and other races flew over from afar, making them overjoyed. "You have helpers? We don't have helpers." Swoosh, swoosh. In the blink of an eye, the powerhouses of the various races rushed over from afar and then stood in front of the Sect of All Times, forming a human barricade. Gah! The smiles on the faces of the martial artists of the 10 major celestial sects froze. "You." The powerhouse of the Ling Tian celestial sect said in a deep voice, "What do you mean?" "The Sect of All Times is in trouble, and the Thunder Rhombus race is here to help." "The Sect of All Times is in trouble, and the Ice Phoenix race is here to help." The powerhouses of the various races stood at the mountain gate and shouted one by one. Judging from their aura, it was obvious that they were not joking. To be honest, this scene was very exciting. Everyone could imagine what it would be like to see powerhouses from different races supporting the Sect of All Times and Jun Changshao. Unfortunately, there were no onlookers at such a big scene. Otherwise, they would definitely be able to take advantage of the situation based on their expressions and attitudes. It was fine. Perfected Qing Wei and Gu Hongzhenren were here. When the two of them saw that the various races did not stand on the side of the 10 major celestial sects but in front of the Sect of All Times' mountain gate, they were stunned. To be able to get the various races to help, this kid was quite capable. "Everyone." Jun Changshao cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for your help. I, Jun, will remember this kindness in my heart." The various races almost couldn't help but curse out loud. "Kid, don't think too much. We're not here to help you. We're here to help our clansmen. After all, if anything happens to your clan, it'll definitely be a huge blow to your clan." Patriarch. Outside the timeless immortal mountain, a shout rang out, "We are here." Li Fei was sitting on a giant crab as the latter flew over from the side. Accompanying him were the experts from the giant crab tribe. 7 Fields also rushed over, riding on a super large crayfish. Seeing the return of the two disciples, one riding a crab and the other riding a crayfish, Jun Changshao almost couldn't hold back his laughter even though the scene was extremely solemn. "Puhaha." Su Xiaoma clutched his stomach and laughed. Li Qingyang had undergone strict training and remained calm throughout. As for Yi Xingchen, he couldn't laugh at all. This was because his life contract beast was in the form of a husky. He had no right to laugh at others. Jun Changshao bought 10 beast eggs from the Spirit Beast Hall and distributed them to Li Fei, 7 Fields, Long Xiang, and the others. Then, they were taken away by their clansmen one after another. Only a year had passed. Now that the sect was in trouble, they all brought their contracted beasts and experts from their clansmen to help. Of course, the process was a little discordant. For example, Li Fei. After knowing what happened to his junior sister, he immediately placed a sword on his neck and shouted, "Are you going or not? Go, go, go." Thus, the giant crab tribe sent people over. 7 Fields, Long Xiang, and the others' method was gentler, but there was only one theme. The sect was in trouble, so they had to return. More and more clansmen rushed over and blocked the entrance of the Sect of All Times without any explanation. This made the experts of the 10 great immortal sects look even worse. That's right. The various clansmen were indeed here to help. But they were not here to help the 10 great immortal sects. They were here to help the Sect of All Times. In terms of the number of top experts, the immortal sects were on par with Shinran Tonggu and the other rogue cultivators. However, their core strength was in the lead. After all, they had more than 100 truth-seeking realm and peak revolving core realm experts. As the various clansmen rushed over and stood on Jun Changxiao's side, the gap between the two sides was instantly closed. Jun Changxiao even had the upper hand because there were dozens of clansmen here. Any two or 3 of them could form a huge scale. The situation just now was that the rogue cultivators and the Sect of All Times were fighting against the 10 great immortal sects. The current situation was that the rogue cultivators, the Sect of All Times, and the various clansmen had formed a 3-way alliance to fight against the 10 great immortal sects. Audience, come quickly. This was a super show that could not be missed. Sorry, even if many cultivators were on the way, they did not dare to get close to the ancient immortal mountain. After all, there were so many experts, and any one of them was at the peak of the revolving core realm. It was not an exaggeration to say that the scene that was happening at the Sect of all times was rarely seen in 100,000 years. Come on! Jin Changxiao roared, fight! With the protection of his master and the various clansmen, Gosheng was not afraid at all. He even had a crazy thought in his mind. Why not take the opportunity to unite the rogue cultivators and clansmen to overthrow the Realm Hall and the 10 great immortal sects? Kid. The Ling Tian celestial sect expert said coldly, do you think that they can protect your sect of all times? Swish, swish, in an instant, the various immortal sect cultivators raised their hands and pulled out something that looked like a signal gun. Several streams of light instantly shot into the sky. If you have people to help, how can the 10 great immortal sects not have people to help? Not good. Shinran Tonggu frowned and said, this is a call from the immortal sects. When the various sects see this, they will definitely send experts to help. Jin Changxiao's mouth twitched. The help of his master and his clansmen had made him forget that the 10 great immortal sects were in charge of the entire upper realm. They had absolute authority over the true immortal sects and true immortal sects. This was only one of the reasons. In fact, the immortal sect experts that came to the Sect of all times this time were only a small portion. There were more forces that had yet to be mobilized. When the immortal sect summoned the shining heavens, they would definitely send out their elites. When that time came, the scale would only be greater. If all the sects and forces gathered at the Aeon Immortal Mountain, the scene would definitely be comparable to the war against the Demon Clan 100,000 years ago. This kind of situation where the entire upper realm was mobilized usually happened at the end of the story. Now that the Sect of all times, who had only been in the upper realm for a few years, was experiencing this in advance, it was equivalent to entering the ending mode right at the beginning. Wait a minute. It had not even reached the mystery stage yet. The pace was too fast, of course, for such a big event. Jin Changxiao and his disciples were just bystanders. The ones holding the fort were Shinran Tonggu, the rogue cultivators, and the various clansmen. Without them, the scene would have ended with the Sect of all times being destroyed and the main character dying. Ryu Sinan, who was heading towards the Aeon Immortal Mountain, turned around and looked at the numerous immortal sects summoning lights. He immediately put down the stone coffin and sat on a rock. Looks like the immortal sects have already joined in. I won't join in the fun then. It was impossible for him to go because the Sect of all times was in the southeast. He was heading towards the northwest. If the upper realm was round, he should be able to reach it after walking around. Whoosh! Whoosh! Streaks of light flew across the sky, heading in the direction of the immortal sects summoning lights. In another direction, the various major sects received the summons and sent their experts over. From afar, there were afterimages and lights everywhere. Sect of all times. Shinran Tonggu, the rogue cultivators, and the various clansmen did not make a move. They did not have the confidence to gain an advantage in front of the 10 major immortal sects, so the situation was in a stalemate. Master. Jin Changxiao said telepathically, let's fight. Today's situation could not be resolved without a winner. It was better to act early than late. Everyone. Shinran Tonggu looked at the 10 major immortal sects experts and said, this is all because of the demonic body. Why don't we sit down calmly and discuss a way to avoid conflict? He wanted to fight too, but if he did, it would be equivalent to making an enemy out of the entire upper realm sections. His future would not be easy. There's no need to discuss. The Lingtian immortal sects expert said firmly, this girl must die today. The demonic ancestor has been resurrected. Masato Kitano said calmly, if we kill each other, he'll be the one to reap the benefits. That's right. Shinran Tonggu said, your immortal sects and the various clansmen once destroyed the demonic clan. The demonic ancestor must hold a grudge against you. The most important thing now is to find him. The 10 major immortal sects experts fell silent. Indeed, it was still unknown whether or not that girl was in danger. The demon ancestor was definitely the #1 threat. For the sake of the Eternal Sect, he had to fight with all kinds of loose cultivators and big clans. In the end, if there were any losses, wouldn't that give him a chance to develop? Seeing their hesitation, Shinran Tonggu continued, actually, Master. Jun Changxiao interrupted him and said in shock, "Look at the sky." "Hmm?" Shinran Tonggu looked up instinctively, and his eyes widened. The black clouds that were gradually dispersing suddenly gathered together and spun continuously, forming a huge vortex that seemed to cover half of the upper realm. At the same time, the uneasiness that arose earlier became unprecedentedly strong. Gu Zhaoxi also had the same feeling, so he broke down mentally. Could it be that the ominous sign at the beginning was not because of the immortal sect's siege? What is this? The 10 major immortal sects experts were also stunned. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, something gradually appeared in the vortex until its entire body was revealed. It was a giant steel battleship that was dozens of times larger than the ancient warship. F***CK. Jun Changxiao said in shock, "A spaceship? An alien invasion?" Whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, more steel battleships flew out of the vortex, and there were as many as 10 of them. They were like mountains, hovering in the upper realm's sky like kings descending. P.S. A reader said that if I don't finish writing the plot of the Immortal Sect's attack today, they won't give me a vote. I think I'm done, so I'll give you a vote. 10 gigantic warships hovered in the sky. Coupled with the dark clouds, the atmosphere was rather strange. What's this? All the martial artists in the upper realm were dumbfounded. They had seen warships before, but they had never seen one of this size and size. Jun Changxiao frowned. As a modern person who had transmigrated from the cerulean planet, he was familiar with this scene because it felt like the sudden arrival of an alien civilization in a sci-fi movie. Why did he not consider that this was a helper called by the 10 major immortal sects? Of course, there were flying warships in the upper realm, such as his master's ancient warship. However, they were more traditional in terms of workmanship and specifications. They only had special powers because of the complex formation system. On the other hand, the warships that appeared out of nowhere were made of a material similar to steel. This definitely represented an extremely high level of technology. Could it be, Jun Changxiao said to himself, there are other civilizations besides the upper realm? The system said, this place is just a higher level and stronger than the falling star continent. It still exists in the universe system, so it's not unique. Jun Changxiao said, why haven't I heard you mention this before? Is there a need to? You definitely didn't know at first. The system was too lazy to argue with him. The 10 warships hovered in the sky of the upper realm. Shinran Tonggu, Masato Kitano, and the powerhouses of the 10 major immortal sects were stunned. He Wudi was the only one who was calm. At this moment, although he was observing the foreign warships, he guessed, people from other realms? Unlike the system's hindsight, this fellow had a good understanding of things outside the upper realm. It even knew that the universe system divided the planes into continents and realms. For example, the Falling Star continent and the Tianyuan continent belonged to the lower universe, while those in the upper universe were called realms. For example, the upper realm they were in now was actually a plane in the upper universe. Now that a huge vortex had gathered in the sky, and the sudden appearance of the unknown warships, it meant that people from another realm were here. That's not right. He Wudi said to himself, how did they find this place? The distance between realms was extremely far, and there were restrictions from the heavenly axiom. Unless it was under special circumstances, they were not allowed to cross paths. After spending so much time, I only found this godforsaken place. What a disappointment. A cold voice came from the largest warship in the sky. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. Describing the upper realm as a place where even birds don't shit, this person's tone was not small at all. However, it also made him realize that the other party had come with ill intentions. Sure enough, the cold voice sounded again. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Since you're here, you should take some supplies with you. Cough. He cleared his throat and said, all living beings here, listen up. You have 3 days to hand over all your resources. Otherwise, there's no need for you to exist. The powerhouses of the 10 major immortal sects and the rogue cultivators such as Jinren Tonggu all frowned. Were they robbed by bandits? And from his tone, he seemed to be very arrogant. Of course. The cold voice was heard again, you may not agree with me, or you may have deep doubts. In order to let you see your own insignificance, I will first give you a generous gift. Crack. Crack. As soon as he finished speaking, the bottom cabins of the 10 battleships slowly opened. Swish! Swish! In an instant, streams of light flew out from within. There were so many of them that they looked like locusts passing through. Xianxia released his spiritual thoughts and his eyes widened. Those streams of light turned out to be things that looked like fighter jets. Flying battleships were already very high-tech, and now there were so many fighter jets. Did these bandits come from a world that took the path of technology? Most importantly, there was no pilot in the fighter jets. Was there no one controlling them? This was a high martial fantasy world. There were battleships and drones. Were they planning to change it to a sci-fi category? Swish! Swish! Streams of light immediately fell from the fighter jets that flew over and came into contact with the ground at high speed. Boom! 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 Sounds of explosions could be heard. A wide area of the forest was instantly filled with holes. F***ck, Xianxia broke down. They're even carrying missiles. Thousands of unmanned fighter jets flattened a forest that spanned thousands of miles in the shortest time possible. This kind of destructive power was quite strong. Damn it! The powerhouses of the 10 major immortal sects were instantly enraged. How dare they destroy their home? This was intolerable. Go! Swish! 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 10 peak stage truth-seeking realm powerhouses turned into streams of light and flew out of the Aeon Immortal Mountain. They approached the group of unmanned fighter jets at the fastest speed possible. Their majestic true spirit power turned into palm prints that covered the sky and pressed down mercilessly. Boom! 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 In an instant, dozens of fighter jets exploded in midair. They were very fast, but they could only be abused in front of high-level martial artists. Therefore, in a world that focused on martial arts, strength was true strength. The so-called technology was nothing more than an auxiliary method and could not replace living beings who could comprehend the world. Boom! 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 In the sky, the light of explosions continued without end. The powerhouses of the 10 major immortal sects, who were originally going to fight Jinren Tonggu and the other itinerant cultivators, suddenly turned into fighter jets. The change in style was a little too fast. How dare you resist? A cold voice came from the huge battleship. Then we can only destroy this world directly. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, the powerhouses of the Lingtian immortal sect had already rushed up. They suddenly opened their hands, and extremely powerful true spirit power quickly gathered. They shouted, "Go to hell first!" Swoosh! A shock wave similar to the Kamehameha instantly erupted from their hands, and the power it contained directly tore through space. Too strong. Xianxia frowned. If such a powerful energy wave hit the sect, it would definitely be annihilated instantly. Boom! In an instant, the majestic true spirit power pierced through heaven and earth and fiercely blasted at the bottom of the huge battleship where the sound came from. Visible ripples instantly rippled from midair and spread far, far away. At the same time, the martial artists in the upper world were shocked. They were not shocked that a peak truth-seeking realm cultivator could erupt with an energy wave that seemed to split heaven and earth, but that in the face of such a terrifying force, the huge battleship stood in place unscathed and did not even retreat. How is this possible? The powerhouses of the Lingtian immortal sect were dumbfounded. If they attacked with this move, not to mention the sect of all times, even the Phoenix Perch Immortal Mountain would be razed to the ground. The target of the attack did not move at all. What kind of terrifying defense did it have? TSK, TSK. A cold voice came. You're not weak, but you're still far from being able to hurt my shuttle. Swish, swish. At this moment, the other 9 powerhouses flew over and said in unison, "Let's attack together." Okay. Everyone unleashed their cultivation and gathered energy between their hands. One force could not shake the huge halberd. Could 10 forces not do the trick? They did not know if it would work, but the other party would definitely not give them a chance to launch a second attack. Hum. At this moment, the bottom cabins of the 10 battleships opened, and a huge cylinder poked out from each of them. The front was shining with a dazzling light. Due to the material and workmanship, it was full of high-tech aura. It's over. Jun Changxiao thought to himself, they're in trouble. Oh no. When the strange cylinders that gathered energy appeared in the bottom cabins of the 10 warships, the powerhouses of the Lingtian immortal sect immediately realized that something was wrong. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Swish, everyone hurriedly dispersed, but before they could retreat, 10 beams of light shot out from the cannon-like devices. They were so fast that they did not have any time to react. Boom, boom, a deafening explosion suddenly sounded in the entire upper realm, and the space in the area where the warships were floating suddenly became distorted. Oh my god! What kind of power is this? All the martial artists widened their eyes, and a strong shock rose in their hearts. Jun Changxiao was not surprised. Because the moment the cannon-like device appeared, he realized that it was definitely a high-tech weapon with extremely strong offensive power. Plop, plop, the powerhouses of the 10 major immortal sects fell to the ground one after another and stood up with difficulty. They could not help but vomit blood. From their pale faces, it was obvious that they were seriously injured. A peak truth-seeking realm powerhouse was injured by a single blow. The power of the beam was truly terrifying. Eh? A surprised voice came from the main warship. It can actually withstand the attack of a third-class transcendent destruction wave. It seems that the overall martial arts strength of this realm is not weak. This trip should not be in vain. We can obtain unexpected resources. Shinran Tonggu, Masato Kitano, and the other itinerant cultivators had ugly expressions on their faces. Even the powerhouses of the 10 major immortal sects were easily defeated. This warship that suddenly appeared was extremely dangerous. It might cause the upper realm to fall into eternal damnation. Forget it, forget it. Since you don't want to cooperate, I'll find it myself. Whoosh. Whoosh, as soon as he finished speaking, a dense number of drones flew out of the 10 warships again. Then, they quickly flew close to the ground, emitting infrared light as if they were exploring the terrain. Stop them! The powerhouses of the Lingtian immortal sect shouted angrily. Go! Go! The powerhouses of the immortal sects gathered in the Aeon Immortal Mountain rushed over together, all locking onto the drones that seemed to be searching for something. They were right to stop them. Because they were searching for mineral veins in the upper realm. If they really formed a carpet search, all the resources buried underground would be discovered by some kind of high tech and become the property of outsiders. Boom, boom, in an instant. Hundreds of martial artists from the 10 major immortal sects engaged in a fierce battle with the drones that flew around like flies. All kinds of lights flashed in the sky and at low altitudes, showing spectacular special effects. Disciple. Shinran Tonggu said in a low voice, set up the formation and protect yourselves. Shwa. After saying that, he turned into a stream of light and rushed out. Along with him were Masato Kitano, the 7 sages of the ethereal sect, and other loose cultivators, as well as experts from various clans. The sudden arrival of the outsiders was a threat to the entire upper realm. Therefore, as a member of the upper realm, it was naturally their duty to defend their homeland. Brother! Gu Zhaoxi said, what should we do? Just watch, Jun Changxiao said. Buzz, the Great Sect Protection Formation took effect. Buzz, the second defensive system of the myriad ancient immortal mountain took effect. After all the formations were activated normally, Jun Changxiao really stood in front of the main hall and watched the show. It was not that he did not want to help, but with his current strength, he was not qualified to participate in this kind of collision between a high martial civilization and a technological civilization. The only thing he could do was to ensure that the sect was not affected. Ding! Epic level mission activated. Jun Changxiao was stunned when he heard the sudden notification. Given the current situation, it was normal to give a side mission, but it was a little illogical to give an epic mission. After all, the prerequisite to trigger it was to reach the peak of a certain realm. He had not done anything and had not crushed the experience talisman, so why was it here? Shwa. He opened the panel and clicked on the introduction. Upper Realm Epic Mission, 5, Mission Details. The third fleet of the Astral Soul World has invaded the upper realm. The host and the sect must share honor and disgrace, advance and retreat together, and defend their homeland. Mission condition, shoot down 010000 drones, shoot down 02 shuttles. Mission reward? After reading the mission introduction, Jun Changxiao hugged his head and broke down. This is forcing me to go to the battlefield. It was not a problem to bite the bullet and go, but he could only act as an assistant on the flank. However, the mission condition was to shoot down 10,000 drones and 2 shuttles. Looking up at the huge warships that were like mountains, Gosheng wanted to cry but had no tears. I can't even break through the peak of the truth-seeking realm. How can I shoot them down? The system said, since the epic mission has such a requirement, there must be a chance to complete it. It's just a little more difficult. Don't be discouraged, host. It's not a little more difficult. Jun Changxiao roared, it's more difficult than ascending to the sky. Brother. Gu Zhaoxi said, don't you think these warships are a bit like the Starry Sky Fortress? They are a little similar. The 10 huge warships had something in common with the former Starry Sky Fortress, which was that their appearance was like an iron wall, as if they were indestructible. Wait. Jun Changxiao had a flash of inspiration and said, we can blow them up. In the next second, a dejected expression appeared on his face. If he wanted to blow up such a huge warship, ordinary explosives would definitely not work, unless it was the soul bomb. However, this thing was gone after blowing up the Starry Sky Fortress. It's very simple. Refresh the store. If we can really refresh it at this time, won't the readers think that it's too deliberate? Why do you care so much? Heaven's arrangements are the most important. That's right. Jun Changxiao hurriedly opened the store and prayed in his heart, Buddha Gautama, Jade Emperor, Bodhisattva Guanyin, please grant me strength. Swoosh, swoosh, at this moment, hundreds of drones flew over from the sky. Missiles shot out one after another, directly bombarding the second defense system of the Aeon Immortal Mountain. Boom boom boom, under this kind of high-tech power, the layers of defense set up by the Taishan Elder were instantly broken. Swoosh, swoosh. The 100 drones did not stop there. They circled around the Aeon Immortal Mountain and finally locked onto the Sect of all times, which was only left with the Sect protection formation. This is troublesome. Shinran Tonggu, who was in another part of the sky, had a slight change in expression. Then, his eyes widened because thousands of huge humanoid steel monsters suddenly flew out from the Sect protection formation. They hovered above the Sect and raised their palms. A vortex appeared in the middle of their palms. What is this? Masato Kitano was shocked. Eh? A voice came from the main battleship. There are mechas in this world? Crack. Crack. Thousands of Diablo mechas were ready. Zhong Yi, who was piloting the first mecha, pushed the lever and shouted, attack. Swoosh, swoosh, in an instant, under the activation of the array and the mystic stone, beams of light shot out from the mecha's palms and instantly intertwined to form a dazzling scene, boom. Boom. Boom, although the 100 drones dodged left and right, they were unable to withstand the thousands of attacks and were quickly shot down one by one. Some exploded on the spot, while others fell into the wilderness with billowing black smoke. Of course. There were also some that escaped and took the opportunity to fire missiles. Huff. Huff, Gu Zhaoxi flew out from the Sect protection formation and unleashed his true spirit energy. It instantly materialized into a giant palm and grabbed the missile with his bare hands. Then, he threw it back and directly detonated a drone that was drifting in the distance. Boom, on the highest peak of the Sect of all times, Xiao Ziji, who had transformed into a mecha, propped up a stand behind him. He raised thousands of Gatling guns in his left hand and a heavy machine gun with bullets in his right hand. He directly activated boom boom boom, ding. We shot down 161,000 drones. Ding. We've shot down 481,000 unmanned drones. Ding, under the suppression of thousands of Diablo mechas and the rain of bullets, the 100 drones that attacked the Sect of all times were all destroyed. The number of epic-level missions also jumped from 0 to 100. Outside the Sect, the battle of technology was as beautiful as a painting. Inside the Sect, Jun Changxiao was still on his way to the shop. The drones were small, fast, and fragile. As long as one could accurately capture them, even a low-level reincarnation core realm cultivator could easily destroy them. But the problem was, there were too many of them. At this moment, more were flying out of the 10 battleships like locusts. Although the 10 major immortal sects and itinerant cultivators were killing them all over the place, the overall situation was not as fast as the drones coming out. Fortunately, the various sects and reinforcements had been mobilized in advance, so they could quickly join the battle and stop the drones from spreading. What was worse was that some of them were deliberately sending themselves to their deaths, while the others were actively searching for resources. Boom, boom, hundreds of drones bombarded the miasma-shrouded mountain range, blasting out a tunnel that led to the underground. Then, they shot some kind of light inside. Swish. Swish. Swish, this place was too ordinary. There were no heaven and earth attributes, but there was a swish stone mine hidden here. If it were in the past, the cultivators would have rushed over when they saw the swish stones. Now, what they needed to do was to stop these strange flying things as soon as possible. They could not let them take away their martial resources. Thud, near the swish stone mine, Ryu Sinan walked over. He first put down the stone coffin, stretched out his fingers, and grabbed at the void. He shouted, "Inescapable net." Buzz, buzz, the surrounding space quickly twisted and folded like a quilt. The cultivators who came to stop them heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this. They thought to themselves, luckily, there's a demon exterminator who can control space. Otherwise, swish, swish, at this moment, hundreds of drones shot out a special light from their tails. They passed through the folded space and returned to the main battleship with a full load. Ryu Sinan frowned. They can actually break through space. The mine has been dug out. They're a bunch of F*King bandits. All the martial artists rushed to the mine. When they saw that the interior was empty, they were immediately enraged. Boom, boom, at this moment, a series of explosions came from the sky. Everyone looked over in shock and saw groups of more powerful cultivators rushing over. There were as many as 3,000 to 5,000 of them. Some of them were from the Truth and Tao sects, but most of them were from the 10 great immortal sects. To be able to have absolute authority in the upper realm, the foundation and strength of the 10 ancient sects were still very strong. Goshing's previous idea of uniting the rogue cultivators and the various races to overthrow the heavenly monarch was simply wishful thinking. Elder Hu, the powerhouse from the Ling Tian celestial sect, shouted, "Attack the battleships above." The biggest problem now was that there was an endless stream of UAVs flying out from inside. Only by destroying them could they get rid of the source of the problem. Go. Swoosh. Whoosh. In an instant, thousands of powerhouses from the 10 major immortal sects flew into the sky. All kinds of energy converged, and the most exciting scene since the beginning of the battle erupted. Readers who do not have good mobile devices are advised to turn on the lowest settings to avoid crashing. Feudal struggle. A contemptuous voice came from the main battleship. Crack. Crack. The attack systems of the 10 warships were all activated. All kinds of cannons and gun muzzles extended out and aimed at the thousands of experts who were attacking them, launching the fiercest firepower. Pung pung pung. Swish. Swish. All kinds of streamer missiles and streamer bullets rained down like a storm. Boom, boom, energy light flickered in the sky, and the dark environment was dyed white. The thousands of powerhouses who rushed up could not withstand the firepower at all. They could only form a defensive barrier in front of them and retreat step by step. In the collision between a high martial civilization and a technological civilization, as far as the current situation was concerned, just 10 giant battleships were enough to suppress them until they could not get close. The only fortunate thing was that the beam weapon that severely injured the peak of the truth-seeking realm was not used. It would either consume a lot of energy or require time to prepare a second time. The scene of the entire upper realm fighting against the foreign invaders was too costly, so the camera quickly turned to the Sect of all times. Although the 100 UAVs were destroyed, because the mechas had heavy firepower, it immediately attracted the attention of the invaders. They immediately deployed a few teams to launch another attack. The upper echelons and core disciples of the Sect flew out one after another. The UAVs were very fast. Without the strength of Gu Zhaoxi, who could catch missiles with his bare hands, how could they fight at this moment? One of the martial arts techniques finally came in handy. Swish, swish, Li Qingyang, Yi Xingchen, and the others guarded the sky above the Sect. They kept waving their fingers, and streams of colorful light burst out. That was right, 7 profound sunglow break. The UAVs were very fast. Mid-range martial arts techniques like the heaven-crossing palm print could not hit them at all. Moreover, they were very cunning and would not foolishly fly over. Therefore, the long-range martial arts created by the 7 profound sage came in handy. Seeing that their senior brother had used it, the outer sect disciples followed suit. In an instant, the sect under the protection of the Great Sect Protection Formation was densely packed with colorful light beams. They intertwined into an inescapable net and blasted toward the few UAVs that were rushing over. Admittedly, the outer sect disciples were not strong and could not maximize the 7 profound sunglow break. However, there were 100,000 of them. They stood on the mountain peak, in the martial arts arena, and other areas. When they released their attacks together, the scale of the attack was very explosive. Other than its weakness, the special effects were not inferior to the outside world. Boom, boom, the UAVs could not avoid the rain of bullets. Moreover, they were being taken care of from all directions. They could only explode on the spot or fall into the forest. Ding! 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 As the disciples attacked together, the notifications rang in Xianxia's ears. The number gradually increased from 100 to 200, then 300. I've sinned. Here. Catch it. Whoosh, Xianxia waved his hand and threw something to Xiao Ziji. The latter caught it and found that it was something like a rocket launcher. He said with a burning gaze, a new weapon? That's right. A new weapon. Xianxia bought it while refreshing the shop. It was called the enhanced version of the godly modified RPG rocket launcher. Its special effect was precise split shot. Patriarch. Xiao Ziji said, is it using crystal cores as the energy source? No. Xianxia continued to refresh the shop and replied, use real stones. Understood. Xiao Ziji hurriedly took out dozens of real stones and connected them to the internal energy source. He instantly integrated them into the machine like how he would reload other guns. In the end, he used up 100 of them to form a shell, F***CK. This must be very powerful. Whoosh, Xiao Ziji put the rocket launcher on his shoulder and shouted, Patriarch, who are you shooting at? Shoot whoever comes. Okay. Xiao Ziji hurriedly calibrated the aiming instrument and locked onto the several batches of fighter jets that flew out from the main warship. He said coldly, I'll send you to heaven. Pa. The trigger was pulled. Whoosh, the shell condensed from real stones suddenly erupted with a light curtain. It quickly drew a beautiful arc and blasted towards hundreds of unmanned fighter jets. Xiao Ziji was stunned. When he came into contact with this kind of weapon back then, he was sent flying by the recoil more than once. Now that he was using a new type, he actually did not feel any tremors. Boom! Suddenly, the sound of an explosion spread over the Aeon Immortal Mountain. A huge flaming mushroom cloud suddenly appeared, and the several batches of fighter jets that flew over were all annihilated. Too strong. Xiao Ziji was overjoyed. Boom, at the same time an even more deafening explosion came from the sky. A giant warship at the outermost edge was cut in half and exploded on the spot. The rippling energy waves instantly spread across half of the upper realm. Damn it! Xianxia cursed in his heart. Under the efforts of various powerhouses, an impenetrable warship was destroyed. However, it was not done by Go Xing, so the number of missions was always 0. Soul bomb, my brother, hurry up and come out. If they are all killed, I will use the soul bomb to complete the mission. The destruction of the outermost warship greatly encouraged the upper realm martial artists. They realized that although this thing had strong defense and firepower, it was not indestructible. Go! The powerhouses of the 10 immortal sects shouted. Under their lead, the major sects and itinerant cultivators took advantage of the situation and locked onto the second warship, gathering their energy to suppress it. These martial artists and forces might be enemies, or they might have grudges, but when their home was invaded, they truly united against the enemy. Boom, boom, all kinds of energy exploded in midair, and all kinds of light beams and drones shuttled around. In such a chaotic battle, there were bound to be sacrifices. Therefore, corpses and machine parts could be seen falling from the sky. Damn it! In the main warship, the young man sitting at the head of the table was furious. As the commander of the Third Fleet of the Astral Soul Realm, he had never been defeated in hundreds of battles in the vast universe. Now, one of his warships was destroyed here. Captain. A subordinate sitting in front of a light screen similar to a formation said, "The analysis is out. This place is from the upper realm and has reached quasi-second class." Quasi-second class? The young man realized. No wonder it's so strong. Captain. The subordinate in front of the light screen said, "According to the Astral Spiritual Nexus, there are powerhouses with combat strength over 10,000 in this world." What? After hearing the report, the young man's expression changed instantly. Retreat. Retreat immediately. Yes. The subordinate immediately notified the other 8 warships to retreat. Judging from the tone and atmosphere, it seemed to be very urgent. Sect of all times. Xianxia was so anxious that his boat was about to catch fire. He thought that it would be difficult for the upper realm to deal with these invaders and that he would have to rely on himself to save the world. However, a warship was destroyed so quickly. No, he had to hurry. If they took care of it in advance, how could he complete the epic mission? Because of the fixed number of times given by the VIP, Xianxia kept refreshing. He even took a cursory look and immediately replaced the soul bomb. He had missed out on many recipes and equipment. Patriarch Li Qingyang said, "The warships are moving." Xianxia raised his head in a hurry, only to see that the 9 warships were suppressing the experts who were coming at them with firepower while they turned around to face the enormous swirl. The drones that were scattered in the sky were returning one after another, as if they were preparing to slip away. F***CK. Are they trying to run away? The system said, based on the current situation, although these battleships will cause serious damage to the upper realm, the price to pay is that they will inevitably be wiped out. Therefore, retreating is a very wise choice. Damn it. Xianxia cursed loudly. The number of drones shot down was far less than 10,000, especially since none of the targets had been met. If they were allowed to escape, he would not be able to complete the epic mission. Wouldn't he be stuck in the realm forever? Because the battleship had the intention of retreating, the drones that were originally planning to attack the Sect of all times all retreated. Hoo-hoo. Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, and the others breathed rapidly as a faint smile appeared on their faces. The battle with the drones did not last long, but he was able to unleash the 7 profound sunglow break without restraint. The entire process was carefree and unrestrained. That was a good fight. Su Xiaoma grinned. It's never been this crazy. Fighting the drones this time was also a valuable growth experience for the disciples of the sect. At the same time, they were more aware of the power of the 7 profound sunglow break. At this time, the martial artists of the upper realm realized that the battleship was retreating, so they were all filled with joy. However, only Gu Zhaoxi's frown deepened. The appearance of the huge whirlpool and the battleship made the uneasiness in his heart particularly strong. Now that the enemy was planning to retreat, it should have subsided, but instead, it became more intense. Could it be? Gu Zhaoxi was shocked. These foreign invaders still have reinforcements. Is the upper realm going to face an even greater crisis? Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, the 9 battleships that had turned around shot out billowing energy from their tails and headed toward the whirlpool. The 10 great immortal sects, Shinran Tonggu, and the other rogue cultivators did not chase after them. This was because when the enemy retreated, their firepower was still at full strength and was even more ferocious than before. The upper realm. A young man's gloomy voice came from the main battleship. I'll be back. After destroying one of his battleships, he would definitely not let it go. All the powerhouses frowned. This kind of strange battleship that suddenly appeared had extremely strong power without sending out any martial artists. If it came back and brought more people, it would really be a huge crisis. Idiot. At this moment, vulgar words came from the Sect of all times. Everyone released their thoughts and looked over in shock. They saw Xianxia standing on the highest mountain, holding an object and saying, "You come and go as you please. Have you asked for my permission?" Shinran Tonggu's expression became interesting. These invaders were defeated by the joint forces of the 10 great immortal sects and the others, and this disciple just jumped out and shouted. "It's a little shameless, kid." A voice came from the main battleship. "These mechs of yours are a little interesting. The next time I come, I'll study them carefully." "I'm sorry." Xianxia picked up the newly bought rocket launcher and said, "There won't be a next time for you and your fleet." "Pa." He pressed the button. Boom. In an instant, a cannonball with a stream of light behind it burst out, but it did not attack the battleship. Instead, it flew to an area higher than the battleship and then fell vertically. In the process, it instantly disintegrated and turned into small cannonballs. The camera suddenly stopped. The words "Precise Division Lock Shot" filled the entire screen. Boom boom boom. Boom 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 boom. The cannonballs instantly exploded on the main battleship like rain. For a moment, explosions and fireballs rose frequently, but it did not do anything. The new and improved RPG rocket launcher could be used to blow up drones, but it would definitely be like a mosquito bite when used to blow up a steel battleship that even a peak truth-seeking state could not shake. "Kid." The young man sneered and said, "Your weapon is not bad." "Wait for me, Captain." One of his subordinates said, "Someone is rushing up." On a similar barrier, Xianxia turned into a stream of light and was approaching the main battleship alone. There was a determined look on his face. "TSK," the young man said disdainfully, "you're courting death." If it was a group of upper realm powerhouses coming from behind, he might be afraid. But it was only one person, and according to the data analysis of the light screen, his combat power was less than 1,000. He could be classified as a fly. "Destroy him." The young man ordered, "Quickly evacuate this place." "Yes." "Ka ka ka. Ka 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 ka." All the weapons of the main battleship and several auxiliary battleships were aimed at Xianxia, who was flying up. The latter burst out his true spirit power and turned it into a big hand. He roared, "Since ancient times, who has not died? Leave a loyal heart to me, brother." Standing on the mountain peak, Xianxia put down the rocket launcher, saluted, and said, "Take care." Swish. Swish. Drizzle Peak, War Cavalry Peak, Medical Peak, Formation Peak, and other halls of the sect of all times, 100,000 disciples all raised their heads and saluted Xianxia with the highest standard of military salute. "Masters Jr. Have a safe journey." His deep voice shook the sky, vaguely. It was as if Xianxia turned around and looked at the sect of all times with a bright smile on his face. "Dongfeng Express, the mission will be accomplished." Boom, accompanied by an inspiring roar, the entire upper realm was instantly shrouded in a scorching white light. The violent energy whistled and swept across, shaking the space into pieces. Boom boom boom. Boom 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 boom. Ding. Shot down 12 shuttle battleships. Ding. Shot down 32 shuttle battleships. Ding. Shot down 92 shuttle battleships. Ding. We shot down 359,111,0000 drones. Ding ding ding. Ding 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 ding. What was a big explosion? Today, Shinran Tonggu and the other itinerant cultivators and the major immortal sects had all witnessed it with their own eyes. To be exact, they had witnessed it in a very embarrassing manner. Because the moment the mushroom cloud that covered half of the sky rose, they were all sent flying by the violent energy without exception. Thump. Thump. Thump, thump. Thump. Thump, one by one, the peak truth-seeking realm cultivators staggered to the ground, their eyes filled with shock. The core of the explosion was high up in the sky, closest to the vortex. Even they were affected. If they were closer, wouldn't they die on the spot, thinking of this? Everyone broke out in cold sweat. The terrifying explosion and the subsequent chain of explosions lasted for a long time. The surrounding space could be seen shattering like a spider web. Everyone knew that this was only the area affected by the energy. The explosion range must be even more terrifying. The earth-shattering explosion was unforgettable, sect of all times. The aftermath of the explosion was not over, and Xianxia did not put down his saluting hand. That's right. Just as the 9 warships were about to escape, he finally refreshed the soul bomb. According to the introduction, it came from the main mission of the Sect Ascension. It was expensive in terms of price. 1 million contribution points and 1,000 reputation points. The enemy was about to escape, so Jin Changxiao bought it without any hesitation. At this time, as long as he could get rid of the warships and complete the epic mission, it didn't matter even if he went bankrupt. But there was a problem. How should he throw the bomb after buying it? Jin Changxiao had seen the power of the soul bomb when blowing up the Starry Sky Fortress. Since he used this kind of nuclear weapon, he had to make it explode at a close distance. Otherwise, it would easily affect the sect. Brother. At this moment, Gu Zhaoxi frowned and said, I feel uneasy. Got it, brother had the spirit of reincarnation. Every time he died, he would become stronger. There should be no problem for him to take the bomb and detonate it. Brother. Jin Changxiao said seriously, there's a very great and important thing for you to do. Great? Important, Gu Zhaoxi was stunned and said, what is it? Swish, Jin Changxiao put the soul bomb in his hand and pointed at the warship that had been activated. I'll cover you. You're responsible for throwing this thing over. That simple? It's that simple. All right. Gu Zhaoxi set up the soul bomb and was about to fly to the warship. Brother. Suddenly, Jin Changxiao's voice came from behind him, the thing you're holding has blown up a cosmic fortress before. Jie. Gu Zhaoxi stopped in his tracks, the expression on his face becoming interesting. After the second round of torture, he had regained all his memories of the lower universe. Therefore, he knew what his brother meant. Once he went there, it would be difficult for him to come back. Brother. Gu Zhaoxi did not turn around. Can I not go? You don't have to go. Even if he had the spirit of samsara and could be resurrected after death, Jin Changxiao wouldn't force him. This was because the 10 great immortal sects didn't have the right to determine good and evil, and he also didn't have the right to deprive others of their lives, especially his own life and death brother. Phew. Gu Zhaoxi took a deep breath and said, that girl Menjing has the innate sacred demon body. The 10 great immortal sects will eventually make things difficult for her. If the sacrifice of one person in exchange for the peace of her and the sect, I, Gu Zhaoxi, will not shirk my responsibility. Swish. Jin Changxiao didn't say anything. He took the rocket launcher and mounted it on the mountain peak. Brother will escort you. Martial uncle. All the disciples looked at the back view of that righteous man, and tears welled up in their eyes. Pa. Gu Zhaoxi lowered his head, lit a cigar and took a puff. I've been very happy these days because I got to know you lovely martial nephews. Boom. The God-modified rocket launcher's special effect shell was fired. Gu Zhaoxi didn't have time to take a second puff. He threw the cigar on the ground and flew up without hesitation. Although the process was fast, the camera was moving very slowly. It was so slow that the mask on his face gradually fell off, revealing his original appearance. The life was Gu Zhaoxi. The death was Gu Zhaoxi. Whoosh, the great ray of light flew out of the sect of all times and rushed toward the 9 battleships with determination. It's him. A warden from the realm hall frowned. The powerhouse from the Ling Tian celestial sect asked, who? The traitor, the warden said with difficulty, Gu Zhaoxi. What? The powerhouses from the 10 major celestial sects were stunned. Even the rogue cultivators like Shinran Tonggu and Masato Katana were dumbfounded. The little guy who wore the Sect of All Times uniform was the traitor who had been going against the Realm Hall all this while. Since they didn't recognize him at first, why did he suddenly reveal his original appearance and rush toward the 9 battleships alone? Could it be that he wanted to take the opportunity to die and reincarnate to become stronger? Fortunately, Gu Zhaoxi didn't know what the powerhouses from the 10 major celestial sects were thinking. Otherwise, he would have left and yelled, I'm not doing this anymore. Whoever wants to do it can do it. Boom, when the soul bomb exploded completely and a huge mushroom cloud covered half of the upper realm, the powerhouses who had been suspicious finally understood that the traitor and the invader had perished together. Hero. Shinran Tonggu said in admiration, great hero. Sacrificing oneself for the greater good. Masato Katano said, I'll always remember this selfless and fearless spirit. These two brothers were deliberately exaggerating their emotions so that the other martial artists would remember that Gu Xiaoxi was the one who had perished together with the enemy. He was from the sect of all times, as expected. Many rogue cultivators and martial artists looked at him with respect. They knew that the traitor Gu Xiaoxi had the spirit of reincarnation and could be resurrected after death. However, he should be respected for sacrificing himself at this critical moment. Inform Clan Master Shen. The powerhouse from the Ling Tian Celestial Sect said seriously, remove Gu Xiaoxi's identity as a traitor. The deacon said hesitantly, this person has a vile nature, he might continue to commit crimes after being resurrected. We'll talk about the future in the future. Right now, he's a hero. Understood. The energy and light from the explosions gradually dissipated. A huge crater appeared in the sky. The 9 invading battleships were also confirmed to have been completely annihilated from the notifications. Gu Xiaoxi, on the main peak's martial arts field, an unfinished cigar was still burning. Jun Changxiao landed and picked it up. Then, he sat cross-legged on the stone slab and took a deep puff. He looked calm on the surface, but his heart was in agony. Even if the notification of completing the epic mission sounded in his ears, even if the completion rate was 600%, even if the rewards were generous, even if his realm had broken through from the 7th transformation to the peak, Doraemon would definitely use this chance to slander Go Xing, but he chose to remain silent and not defend himself. Because, being able to complete the mission and break through consecutively was indeed built on Gu Xiaoxi's sacrifice. Selfish. I'm too selfish. The crater in the sky was destined to take time to repair, but the pain in Jun Changxia's heart could not be erased. Unless Gu Xiaoxi was reborn and came to the sect of all times again. Patriarch. Su Xiaoma's eyes were red as he choked with sobs. Let's hold a glorious funeral for martial uncle. He was already wearing mourning clothes. All the disciples of the sect of all times were wearing mourning clothes. The system could not help but roar, when the F***CK did you wear this? P.S. I wrote this very seriously, and it finally fits the serious label. Everyone, don't laugh. Burn incense for Gu Xiaoxi. Gu Xiaoxi was dead again. Unlike the past, his death this time was not only for the sect of all times, but also for Jun Changxiao, allowing him to reach the peak from rank 7. That was right, he had advanced 3 levels in a row. Although Yao Menjing's breakthrough was fierce, it was still due to the fusion of physiques, so there was at least some scientific basis. On the other hand, this guy was completely crazy. Sigh. Forget it. After all, he did not feel good about Gu Xiaoxi's death. Li Qingyang and the others began to move. First, they considered where to set up the mourning hall. Senior brother. Lu Wancher choked. Let's choose the Spirit Beast Hall. I think that's fine. No problem. Thus, the Purple King sat in the stone pavilion far away, panting with rage. He watched as they removed the word beast from the Spirit Beast Hall. A perfectly good hall turned into a mourning hall in an instant. As Gu Xiaoxi's death was too tragic, not even a corpse was left behind. Thus, the disciples could only place the former's clothes in the coffin. Swoosh! Swoosh! Shinran Tonggu and Masato Kitano landed and cupped their fists at the mourning hall with solemn expressions. Little friend Gu, rest in peace. Various itinerant cultivators and martial artists also flew over, silently offering their condolences with admiration. The powerhouses of the 10 major celestial sects also came. At this moment, the conflict between them and the sect of all times was temporarily put aside with Gu Xiaoxi's death. It was unknown whether the successor of the physique would become a scourge in the future, but the fact was that the sect of all times had eliminated the invaders and made a great contribution to the upper realm. Heroes. They should be respected and paid their respects. Everyone. Outside the hall, the dazed Jun Changxiao raised his head and said, "Don't you plan to offer some silk?" Everyone's mouth twitched. Go. The powerhouse of the Ling Tian Celestial Sect said, "We must offer silk." After he finished speaking, he directly took out 10,000 true stones to show his respect for Gu Xiaoxi. Since the elders of the immortal sects had already given gifts, the martial artists of the other sects could only follow suit. Thus, after some calculations, they had Obtained 5 million profound stones and 200,000 true stones. Everyone. Jun Changxiao said, our sect's elder died for the sake of the common people of the world. Soon, a grand funeral will be held. I hope that more people will come to attend. The system was speechless. They're trying to squeeze every last bit of value out of Gu Xiaoxi after his death. Rest assured, Jun Patriarch. The powerhouse from the Ling Tian Celestial Sect said, I've already sent a message to the Jia Hall. On the day of his burial, all the major sects will come to pay their respects. Jun Changxiao looked up at the sky and thought, brother, I'll hold a grand funeral for you so that everyone will remember you. You can reincarnate in peace. Wow. In a remote mountain village, the sound of a baby crying broke the silence. It's born. I'm a father. I'm a father. A middle-aged man with patches on his body was excitedly pacing back and forth in front of the central room. He lost control of his emotions and tripped over himself. At this time, the midwife walked out of the room with a baby in her arms. She smiled and said, it's a son. Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man stood up and laughed loudly with his hands on his hips. My Gu family has a descendant, my Gu family has a descendant. Wow. Wow. The baby in the swaddling clothes cried loudly and roared in his heart, the way I reincarnated was wrong. I reincarnated into a poor family. A newborn baby that had just been born actually had an extremely clear and independent mind. This was really, that's right. He was Gu Xiaoxi, who had just died. The power of the soul bomb did not need to be described. Even if one had a reincarnation spirit, they would die very steadily. There was no chance of survival, so, they reincarnated again. Unlike Yi Xingchen's soul possession, Gu Xiaoxi had to reincarnate every time he died. If he was lucky, he would reincarnate into a rich family. If he was unlucky, he would reincarnate into an ordinary family. It was very unfortunate. This reincarnation was a little bad. He was reincarnated into a poor family. Forget it, forget it. Gu Xiaoxi said to himself, it doesn't matter if the environment is good or bad. After more than 10 years, I will be a good man again. Wait. How did he die in his previous life? Why can't I remember? Gu Xiaoxi remembered his name and many things, but he forgot the most important memory. It was very normal. This was the after effect of reincarnation. If he was treated, as long as he met Jun Changxiao again and was beaten up by Arya in Tianyuan Prison Pagoda, he would definitely recover his memory immediately. His legs would not hurt, his waist would not ache, and he would be able to ascend to the heavens in one breath. Husband Gu. In the bedroom, the weak woman said, have you thought of a name? Yes. The middle-aged man with the surname Gu smiled and said, let's call him Gu Go Wa. Wa. Gu Xiaoxi cried. Although it was an instinctive reaction caused by hunger, the name Go Wa sounded like it could compete with Go Sheng. Wait, who was Go Sheng? Wa. Gu Xiaoxi couldn't remember, so he could only cry harder. At night. The morning hall was brightly lit. Swish. Jun Changxiao sat down with 2 jars of wine, gently opened the mud seal, looked at the coffin placed in front of him, and said, brother, if you haven't crossed the bridge of helplessness and drunk Grandma Ming's soup, I will drink with you. Gulp, gulp. The drunken dream was originally very delicious, but it was particularly spicy and bitter in his mouth. Drinking depended on his mood. If he was in a good mood, 1,000 cups were not enough to drink with a bosom friend. If he was in a bad mood, he drank it like horse urine. Because of him, Gu Xiaoxi died. Jun Changxiao's mood could be imagined. So after just a sip, he felt drunk, and the heartache became stronger. Brother. I'm too selfish. Jun Changxiao continued to drink as he spoke. The wine flowed along his cheeks, and no one knew if it was mixed with tears. Don't drink anymore. Rows of flowers came in from outside, pressed down on the wine jar that he was about to raise, and said, you'll get drunk if you drink any more. I hope you're drunk. Jun Changxiao pushed her hand away and said, I hope that when I wake up, nothing happened. Rows of flowers said, you're running away. Brother died twice, all because of me. Jun Changxiao pointed to his chest and said, do you know how much my heart hurts? Rose of Flowers took the wine jar and said, Gu Xiaoxi has the spirit of reincarnation. Every time he dies, he will become stronger. Why do you have to make things difficult for yourself? Give me the wine. No. Jun Changxiao stood up, his eyes flashing with anger. The next second, the alcohol went to his head, and he suddenly collapsed in Rose of Flowers' arms like mud. This angle was very tricky. If she didn't know Gosheng's character, she would have suspected that it was intentional. Rose of Flowers helped him wipe the wine stains on his cheeks and murmured, what should happen will happen. Even if you let your brother do it again, he will choose to sacrifice himself to help you. In the small mountain village. On the third day of Gu Xiaoxi's birth, he was held in his mother's arms. Wife. Father carried a slightly rusty axe on his back and said with a smile, I'll go to the mountain to hunt some prey for you to nourish your body. Gu Xiaoxi secretly said, my father won't die in the hands of wild beasts, will he? He lost his father when he was young, lost his mother when he was young, and even lost both his parents. He had been reborn many times and had experienced many things. Who? Suddenly, a huge vortex suddenly appeared in the sky, and warships emerged. Huh? Because he happened to look at the sky, Gu Xiaoxi immediately saw it and said in his heart, why are these strange warships so familiar? Creatures of this world, listen to me. A loud voice came from the main warship, I'll give you 3 days to give all your resources. Whoosh. Whoosh. Suddenly, several streams of light suddenly flashed in the sky. When everything calmed down, several warships that stood proudly in the sky like mountains suddenly showed cracks, and then were directly cut in half. Gu Xiaoxi's small eyes widened. Because within his sight, his father was holding a wood-splitting axe, standing in the air, and said coldly, don't wake my son up. Hello, everyone. My name is Gu Xiaoxi. Although he had been reborn many times, this was the only time he panicked the most. Because, his father, who seemed to dote on him and was honest and poor, was actually an awesome powerhouse. Reincarnation is a skill, and this time I was right. Gugawa, who was just born, would never forget the scene of his father holding a chopping axe and instantly chopping down several huge warships. Then, what he could not forget was his mother flying up with him in her arms and kicking his father away, reprimanding him, can't you be gentler? Look, our son was woken up by you. All right. My mother is not an ordinary person either. Wife. Father Gu landed on the ground and said nervously, don't use martial arts during confinement, it will be troublesome if you fall ill. I'm sick, you treat me. Mother Gu rolled her eyes and then floated down, gently patting her son in her arms, a kind smile appearing on her face. This kind of confinement illness is the most troublesome, although I have miraculous medical skills, I may not be able to treat it. Father Gu said with a bitter face. What? My father even knows about medicine. In the following days, Gu Xiaoxi learned from the couple's conversation that his father's name was Gu Tianqing, martial arts and art were unfathomable, people gave him the nickname Gu Erju. Mother was even more amazing, people gave her the nickname Fairy Failing. As for how strong she was, Gu Xiaoxi did not know, he only knew that his father was obedient to her. Because the two of them were tired of the matters of the Jianghu, they lived in seclusion in this remote mountain village and worked hard to carry on the family line. Ordinary people had no problems with reproduction, but the higher the realm and age of martial artists, the more difficult it was, because they could easily live for thousands of years, a child in 2 or 3 years, the consequences were unimaginable. So, the law of heaven made its move. It was not impossible to pursue the ultimate martial arts, but you had to lose a part of it, and this part was carrying on the family line. In short, the higher the realm, the more risk there was of not having any descendants. Why were the Taishan old man and Jinren Tonggu still single? Because they were in love and married. If it was not to carry on the family line, what was the point? Fortunately, Father Gu was good at medicine. After unremitting efforts, he finally had a son in his old age, continuing the family line. The couple hoped for the arrival of their son. They must be holding him in their hands, afraid that he would be cut off, so they doted on him to the extreme. Son. One day, Father Gu held a bowl of hot milk and said, this is the milk of the Jiao Long Jiao. Father searched for half a day before finally finding it. You must drink it all. Gulp, gulp. Although Guagu was just born a few days ago, he was very sensible. He gulped down the bowl in big gulps. Because he could not speak, he would probably say, "Refill another bowl." That night, he had a high fever and his body temperature was in the 40s. Mrs. Gu immediately panicked. She picked up a stick and gave Mr. Gu a good beating. She roared, "Did you give your son poison during the day? Wife, don't be anxious." Mr. Gu knelt on the ground and said seriously, "The 9-dragon flood dragon's milk has the effect of cleansing the marrow and bones. It's currently improving Gua's physique." Kikik. At this moment, Gu Zhaoxi laughed. Indeed, the young meridians and flesh in his body were gradually sublimating under the high fever. It felt as if he had been reborn, and he couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. Our son smiled. Mr. and Mrs. Gu came over, their faces full of happiness. In the days to come, Guagu's father was often abused by his mother's family. The reason was to amuse their son. A few more days passed. Mr. Gu brought back many medicinal herbs from the mountain. "Husband, why did you prepare so many medicinal herbs?" "I'm making a medicinal bath for our son. Starting from infancy, he'll strengthen his body." Therefore, Gu Zhaoxi, who was just 6 or 7 days old, began to strengthen his body after cleansing the marrow and bones. The speed of his martial arts progress was the fastest among all reincarnations. He would even drool happily every time he slept. With such a father, there was no need to worry about not being strong in the future. However, in later contact, he realized a problem. He didn't seem to have reincarnated in the upper realm this time, but in another world. That's not right. Every time he was reincarnated, he would accurately arrive in the upper realm. Why did he change the location this time? Gu Zhaoxi didn't think too much about it. Anyway, he was reincarnated into a good family, and his parents loved him very much. His future was definitely bright. However, he kept thinking late at night. Who was Go Xing? Why did he suddenly think of this name, Sect of all times? On the 7th day after Gu Zhaoxi left, a grand funeral was held. The powerhouses represented by the 10 great celestial sects stood in front of the mausoleum with their heads lowered. The tombstone was engraved with the words "Tomb of Elder Gu Zhaoxi of the Sect of all times," and a photo taken by Li Tian hung on it. This time, many martial artists came to pay their condolences. The Sect of all times earned tens of millions of magnetite. After the funeral ended, the various forces left. Jun Changshao sat in front of the tombstone and poured a bowl full of wine. He muttered to himself, "Brother, you died for the sake of the world this time. It's a meritorious deed. You'll definitely be reincarnated into a good family in your next life." Why did he say that? Because when he was drinking with Gu Zhaoxi, they talked about how he had never met a good family every time he reincarnated. As a brother of life and death, Jun Changshao naturally hoped that his brother would meet good parents this time. Creak. The next day, Jun Changshao pushed open the door and walked out energetically. Then, he took a deep breath of fresh air. Gu Zhaoxi's death made him feel guilty for a long time. But since he was alive, he could not always be immersed in sorrow. He had to look at the future. On the training field, dynamic music rang out. Jun Changshao held the microphone and shook his head from time to time. Sometimes, he leaned toward the camera, squatted down, and gestured with his hands. He gave an impromptu speech. Under his lead, the disciples did their morning exercises while foaming at the mouth. There was no longer any sadness on their faces. The system complained, "The difference between not passing the first 7 days and passing the first 7 days is like heaven and earth." Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. After the morning exercises, Jun Changshao's unrestrained laughter came from the main hall. After walking out of his sorrow, he looked at the energy in his body and felt that he was at the peak of the revolving core realm. He could no longer control his emotions. The increase in realm was secondary. The best thing was that because the completion rate of Epic Mission 5 was 600%, he was rewarded with 10 million contribution points. Awesome, too awesome. The mission reward was also very generous. All in all, because of the 600% completion rate, the benefits he received were definitely the best among all the epic missions. Wait a minute? Why is there 2,000 reputation points? Jun Changshao opened the system interface and found that his reputation points, which should have been 0, were now at 2,000 points. The system said, Gu Zhaoxi blew up the invading warship and was remembered by the world. Therefore, the sect of all times received the corresponding reputation points. I see. Jun Changxiao's expression instantly became serious. He thought to himself, brother, your death was glorious and worthy. How should he spend the 10 million contribution points? Very simple. Upgrade the disciple store. Jun Changxiao had this thought for a long time. Unfortunately, the 3 points had been emptied and he had to use them again and again. It was hard to gather enough contribution points. Shua. He opened the system interface and was about to upgrade the disciple store. Patriarch. Outside, Xiao Ziji shouted, a junior brother found an intact warship in the mountains. The disciples of the sect of all times recovered from the grief of their master's death and began to clean up the battlefield. After all, most of the wreckage of the fighter jets landed in the mountains. If they were not cleaned up together, it would easily cause environmental pollution. The order was given by Jun Changshao. In fact, the other purpose of cleaning up the wreckage was to see if the Honorable Taishan could study it and find a way to make it. He was sure that there was no such thing as pure technology in the world of martial arts. The existence of warships and drones might be due to the fact that they had more advanced knowledge of formations. As expected, the intact drone that Ren Shan found was carried to the Hall of Formations. The Taishan and Zhendijuan carefully analyzed it and confirmed that there was a special formation inside, similar to the driving mechanism of Diablo. Honorable Master. Jun Changshao asked, can you crack it? The Taishan remained silent for a while, then said, I'm afraid it'll take some time. The drone crashed due to a collision. Although there was a complete formation system inside, it was completely different from the concept he came into contact with. It's fine. Jun Changshao said, take it slow. This kind of technical work could not be done in one go. Of course. Jun Changshao added, it would be best if we could find out the principle behind why it's uncontrollable. The drone was very fast, but Gosheng was not interested. After all, it was not comparable to Diablo in terms of combat power. The only valuable thing was the drone. To put it bluntly, even if he mastered the core technology of manufacturing, Jun Changshao would not consider mass production. If he had the ability to do so, he might as well build a group of mechs that could fight and fly. Therefore, there was no need to worry. Gosheng would not be biased toward the upper realm and evolve from a world of martial arts to a world of technology. We even have mechs. The system roared, are we not biased enough? The sect of all times was cleaning up the battlefield, and so were the martial artists from the upper realm. The warships had only invaded for a short period of time, and not many veins had been dug away. However, the damage to the ground and the environment was great. In particular, under the joint efforts of various experts, although they successfully destroyed a battleship, the price they paid was the sacrifice of dozens of truth-seeking realm cultivators and hundreds of core transformation realm cultivators. Putting aside the fact that Jun Changshao had blown up 9 battleships at the last moment, the world of martial arts and the world of science and technology were clearly at a disadvantage. This was all thanks to the summons issued by the 10 great celestial sects. All the major sects had been dispatched in advance. If they had come unexpectedly and the upper realm was not prepared, they would have definitely paid a greater price and suffered greater losses. Who should he thank? Many people immediately thought of thanking Jun Changshao and Gu Zhaoxi. In fact, the first one to thank was the demon ancestor. If he hadn't deliberately spread the news, the 10 great immortal sects wouldn't have sent out their top forces, and the major races wouldn't have left their homes. Therefore, initially, he had intended to cause trouble for the sect of all times, but in the end, he ended up doing the upper realm a huge favor. For a bad person to reach the fiend ancestor's level, he could be considered a good person. Of course. At this moment, after he learned about the invasion, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood on the spot. He had spread the news about the Constitution to kill that girl and make the sect of all times history. In the end, the tables had turned. One of the sect's elders had sacrificed himself for justice and made the sect the savior of the world. My lord. The black-robed old man said helplessly, the 10 great immortal sects and various other sects have all attended the funeral of the Sect of All Time's elder. It seems that they're shaking hands and making peace. Pfft. Hearing this, the demon ancestor vomited blood. He didn't bring any fatal trouble to that fellow. Instead, he made friends with the 10 great immortal sects. This was really unacceptable. Don't worry. This time, Xianxia stood with the immortal sects in the face of the invaders. However, after this incident, he would definitely not forget their unyielding attitude of wanting to kill his disciple. Resentment. He would remember it. Sect of All Times. Xianxia sat in the study and started thinking. The appearance of Sherwu's mission not only gave him a generous reward, but it also revealed a lot of valuable information. For example, the 10 battleships that suddenly appeared came from the Star Spirit realm, numbered as the 3rd fleet. This definitely meant that there were also the 1st and 2nd fleets. They should be similar to the Interstellar Seafarer King, an organization that lives by robbing other planes all year round, the system said. Xianxia said, perhaps the so-called Star Spirit realm is actually a plane that lives by robbing others. Or perhaps they have such a high level of technology that they can travel across the universe and do whatever they want, if that's the case. The system asked, will they make a comeback? Xianxia rubbed his temples and said, that's what I'm most worried about. Since the 3rd fleet could come, if the Star Spirit realm knew about it, they would definitely send another battleship for revenge. Fuck. Xianxia cursed and thought to himself, I'm not the ruler of the upper realm, what am I worrying about? He relied on soul bombs to blow up the 9 battleships. He definitely didn't think that if the enemy made a comeback, he would still be able to save the world. Not to mention, this was something that the top combatants of the 10 great immortal sects and other sects were most concerned about. As a rebirth realm cultivator, he didn't have the ability to do anything. Disciple. Xianxia came in with a bowl of fried rice, eating as he spoke, I've just received notice from the 10 great immortal sects. In half a month, they will be holding a meeting in Holy City to discuss the recent invasion of the battleships. Xianxia wasn't surprised. If even someone of his level was considering whether or not the invaders would make a comeback, then the 10 great immortal sects wouldn't have the right to control the upper realm. At that time, Xianxia said, Master will take you there. All right. Xianxia didn't refuse. After all, if he went to this kind of top combatant meeting as a lowly patriarch, he might have a chance to show off and make the author hit the word count. Let's meet at the Extreme Cultivation cave dwelling in 10 days, Master will be leaving first. As soon as Xianxia and Masato Kitano left the Sect of All Times, Li Fei, Tianqi, and the others also came to say goodbye. The sect was in trouble, so they came. Now that the danger was over, it was time for them to return to their respective territories and continue cultivating. Go. Xianxia urged, bring more fried rice before you leave. Lu Wancher said, Patriarch, before Senior Tonggu and Senior Qi left, they packed 1,000 plates of fried rice. I'm afraid it's too late to prepare now. Xianxia rolled his eyes. It's bad enough that my master and his good friend are staying in the Sect of All Times for a few days to freeload, but they even packed so much fried rice before leaving. Li Fei, Tianqi, and the others left under the patriarchs and their fellow sect members send off. Patriarch. Xianxia was about to return to his residence when Jin Dijuan's excited voice rang in his ears, it's cracked. The drone has been cracked. Swoosh. The scene changed, and they appeared outside the formation hall. At this moment, the tightly shut drone's cabin had been opened, and there was space for 2 or 3 people inside, surrounded by strange patterns and a radar-like device. Beep. 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 A rhythmic sound was heard frequently. Kid. The Taishan old man pointed at the cockpit and said irritably, this thing keeps beeping, it's really giving me a headache. Xianxia walked over and carefully observed, then suddenly frowned, this should be some kind of communication device for convenient communication. Bang! He raised the Desert Eagle and smashed the walkie-talkie. BZZT BZZT BZZT. After a short burst of sparks, the beeping sound stopped. Master. Xianxia looked around and said, carefully study the internal formation structure of this drone, maybe you can master the drone technology. The Taishan old man almost cursed out loud. You suddenly destroyed the device. What if you destroyed the internal structure? How the hell am I supposed to study it? As a technical geek, after seeing the complete drone, he immediately fell in love, even to the point of forgetting to eat and sleep to study it, which was why he was able to open the cabin door in such a short time. The old man from Taishan had already become obsessed with the study of the unmanned aircraft. After that, he put all his focus on it and even stopped eating. The main reason was that the internal structure of the formation was too special. It was completely different from what he had learned before. It made him feel as if he was immersed in a sea of knowledge. If he could completely understand it, he would definitely benefit a lot. Of course, studying alone would definitely be slow. Therefore, Zhen Dijuan and Shangguan Xinyao were also in charge of assisting. 3 stooges were better than 1 zhuge liang. Finally, when Jun Changxiao was about to set off for the extreme cave abode, the old man from Taishan successfully mastered the entire driver program. Buzz. In an instant, the fighter jet lit up. Kid. The old man from Taishan said proudly, how is it? Jun Changxiao walked in and saw all kinds of complicated instruments in operation. He gave a thumbs up and said, Master is really amazing. You cracked it in such a short time. What a pity. The old man from Taishan shook his head and said, I can only activate it, but I can't control it. He had only mastered the method of activating the fighter jet, but he couldn't control it and fight. As for the study of the formation, he needed time to crack it. Not bad. Jun Changxiao stopped in the cockpit, and his expression suddenly became serious. After the fighter jet was activated, the radar-like screen gradually gathered a vast starry sky pattern, and there were obvious light spots that seemed to indicate the current location of the fighter jet. Could it be the universe where the upper realm is located? To be precise, the system said, it's a map of the stars. Jun Changxiao sat down and carefully observed the situation. He pointed at the light spot and said, this is where the upper realm is located? Buzz. Because it touched the light screen, the image instantly shrank, showing a structure similar to a continent. Damn. Jun Changxiao said in surprise, there's a magnification function. He was just guessing just now, but now he was absolutely sure. Because according to the magnified image, the area where the light spot was indeed consistent with the environmental characteristics of the Aeon Immortal Mountain. Swish. It was as if Jun Changxiao was playing with a tablet. He placed 2 of his fingers on the screen and made a small gesture. The map immediately entered a long-range view until it was completely shrunk. The images were displayed one by one with many words, such as Songhai series and Qingyuan series. Understood. The system said, the universe where the upper realm is located is very big, and it is divided into many galaxies. Jun Changxiao could understand it. Furthermore, he deduced from the flickering of the fixed light spots, judging from the current positioning, the upper realm belongs to the C system? That's right, the system replied. TSK. Jun Changxiao said in surprise, although there are no distance labels, from the degree of reduction, the distance between each star system is extremely far. Without advanced flight technology, you can forget about going to other galaxies for the rest of your life. The system said. Buzz, at this moment, the upper left corner of the miniaturized space map flashed, and a voice sounded, this is the Starsol World Mothership Headquarters, 3rd Fleet. Please respond quickly if you hear this. Please respond quickly if you hear this. The Taishan old man and Zhen Dijuan were shocked. Jun Changxiao was not only very calm, but also frowned. The area where the light flashed must be the source of the signal. Based on the map, it was thousands of miles away. To be able to send a message over, the level of technology was quite amazing. Schwa. Tapping on the upper left corner, it quickly enlarged. Soon, a landform larger than the upper realm appeared, and the words Starsol World were written on it. Jun Changxiao said, so this is the Starsol World. It's very far from the upper realm. The system said, how did they find it? Jun Changxiao continued to shrink the space map and explore other star systems. In the end, he found that many places were dark, so he was puzzled. This space map is incomplete? It's not loaded into the planes of other star systems? The host can try to see if there are other planes in the linear distance between the Star Soul world and the upper realm. The system said. Okay. Jun Changxiao shrank the map and then carefully searched. Some areas had, and some did not. This made him gradually realize a problem, and that's right. The system said, it's not that the space map is incomplete, but that many star systems have not been explored, so it can't provide detailed topographic data. Jun Changxiao fell into silence. He remembered the voice from the main battleship mentioning the name shuttle. Could it be that the other party did not control all the star systems and was in a state of unknown star exploration, so it accidentally appeared in the upper realm? Beep. 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 At this time, a strange noise came from the map again. Jun Changxiao looked down and found that a few streaks of light had appeared out of nowhere in the Star Soul world, slowly moving downwards like ants. Shit. They couldn't have sent someone to find us, right? Should be. What made Jun Changxiao happy was that from the shrinking map, the speed of the streaks of light was too slow, so it would take a long time to reach the upper realm. The system said, at the current speed, it will take 3 years to reach the upper realm. So fast? Jun Changxiao was stunned. Although he couldn't determine how far the two worlds were, they were separated by many star systems, so even the speed of light might not be able to reach it in 3 years, the system said, although I don't want to discourage the host, I still have to say this. In this world where martial arts and technology combine, don't use the science of your previous world to measure it, because it's really too weak to withstand a single blow. Jun Changxiao couldn't deny this point. In his previous world, there were airplanes, rockets, and nuclear bombs. In some low-level martial arts worlds, they might be a little powerful, but in the Starfall continent, they were trash. The Star Soul world was obviously on the same level as the upper realm, maybe even higher. With the combination of martial arts and technology, not to mention the speed of light, even faster than the speed of light seemed normal. That was not the point. The point was, they might come again in 3 years. Just in time. The system said, maybe the host can take the opportunity to save the upper realm and gain great benefits from it. Bullsh T. Jun Changxiao roared, I don't have any soul bombs. Besides, even if there were, no one would be able to carry them and throw them 3 years later. Dealing with the 9 warships was due to the soul bombs, but the real success was due to Gu Jiaoxi's sacrifice. If they did it again and found the reborn body, he would only be 3 years old. What could a kid do? If Gu Jiaoxi, who was enjoying the crazy love of his parents in another world, remembered the memories of his previous life and heard Guoxing's thoughts, he would definitely spit out the 9 spirits' sacred fruit in his mouth and roared, Brother, are you treating me like a bomb man? Beep. At that moment, words appeared on the screen. The content was, the 4th Fleet has discovered a new world. Location and terrain are being recorded into the star map. Buzz. After a while, a corner of the Azure Sea system kept flashing. Jun Changxiao habitually enlarged it, and soon, a continent's terrain appeared, labeled as the Mountain and Sea Realm. He held his chin and said, as expected, there are other fleets in the Star Soul world, frantically exploring the surrounding unknown galaxies. In the small mountain village, Gugua lay in his mother's arms, absorbing the 9 spirits' sacred fruit juice that strengthened his dantian. He thought to himself, the mountain and sea realm? The heaven and earth attributes here don't seem to be weaker than the upper realm. Son. At that moment, Gu Tianqing leaned over and flashed a jade token. He smiled and said, Father has arranged a marriage for you. When you grow up, take this jade token to Shanghai City, and you will be the son-in-law of the realm lord of the mountain and sea realm. Gu Jiaoxi frowned and began to cry. This old man is too good to me. He has even arranged my marriage. But, can't he ask for my opinion? Gu Tianqing's mother frowned and said, marriage is an important matter. How can it be child's play? Heh. Gu Tianqing grinned and said, Wife, although the daughter of the mountain and sea realm lord is not a month old, her talent is extraordinary, and her future is limitless. She is a perfect match for our Gua. Is she beautiful? Her father is the most handsome man in the mountain and sea realm, and her mother is the most beautiful woman in the mountain and sea realm. Of course she is beautiful. Gu Jiaoxi stopped crying, and a bright smile appeared on his face. From the drone star map, Xianxia learned about the new universe system. He also learned that the upper realm belonged to the sea system and that there were many other worlds around it, such as the newly loaded mountain and sea realm. 3 years. I must save the upper realm. Xianxia's expression became serious, and he exuded a great aura. In the lower realm, he regarded himself as a citizen of the falling star continent. In the upper realm, he naturally regarded himself as a citizen of the upper realm. If there was a crisis here, he would definitely save it. What kind of spirit was this? This was a kind of selflessness, a kind of I can't make it up anymore. All in all, as long as he could gain reputation points, Xianxia would really save the world. The system asked curiously, if there are no benefits, will the host step forward? This question made Xianxia fall into a short silence. A moment later, he replied, take a guess. With the host's selfish personality, he probably won't be a hero. Do you think I'm that bad? That's the truth. Xianxia was too lazy to argue with it. Some things couldn't be said with words. Besides, with his current strength, he didn't have the qualifications to be a hero. Without any benefits, saving the world was a great thing, and it was better to leave it to someone with the ability. As expected. The system said, so King selfish. Xianxia left the formation hall and prepared to depart the next day to meet his master, Shenren, in the extreme cave abode. Taixian continued to study the internal formation of the drone, and he was obsessed with it. It was undeniable that after Goxing ascended to the upper realm, he was badly tricked. However, after joining the Sect of all times and becoming the Grand Supreme Elder, he gained too many benefits. If I could do it all over again, I would still choose to take the blame for this kid. Phew. Outside the life and death realm, Yi Xingchen walked out, panting. When the warship attacked, he didn't get as much screen time as Xiao Ziji, who was in the mech form. This made him a little unhappy, so he worked even harder in his cultivation. Unlike Xianxia, who was concerned with the upper realm, Anyo only had one thought, and that was to personally kill Empress Lingyao in a few years, of course. Recently, he had been thinking about whether he was too obsessed with the patriarch's help. Yi Xingchen, this isn't you. Crack. Yi Xingchen clenched his fists and secretly made up his mind. The path of martial arts ultimately depends on myself. I can't rely on others. This was Night Emperor. He was a proud and aloof man. Junior brother Yi. Li Qingyang walked over and said, before the patriarch left this morning, he upgraded the disciple mall. Do you want to take a look? Let's go. After saying that, he rushed to the mission pavilion as fast as he could. This was Anyo. He was a disciple of the Sect of all times who was constantly interpreting the law of true fragrance. Xianxia ate the food cooked by Lu Wancher early in the morning and set off. Before he left, he spent 10 million contribution points to upgrade the disciples' store. Although his heart was in pain, as long as he could increase the overall strength of the sect, it did not matter even if he spent all his savings. The newly upgraded disciples' store was still placed in the mission pavilion as the items inside required points from completing missions to purchase. At this moment, the mission pavilion was already packed with people. Damn! There are so many good items. Looking at the various items listed in the store, Su Xiaoma's eyes widened. In the past, the items sold in the store were nothing more than qi-gathering elixirs, cold-edge sword, and other low-level items. Now, after the upgrade, the items sold were very high-level. For example, elixirs that could increase one's cultivation speed and dragon vein sword that could increase one's combat strength. Of course. After the level of the items was greatly upgraded, the prices also increased by several times. Su Xiaoma chose a pair of shoes that could increase one's foot strength and athlete's foot. The price was 1,000 contribution points. He broke down on the spot and said, "This is too expensive." After completing the sect's missions, the disciples would also receive the corresponding contribution points. However, some of the easier missions only gave 10 contribution points. The most difficult missions only gave 100 contribution points. One pair of shoes was priced at 1,000 contribution points. It was equivalent to completing 10 high-star missions to buy it. Not only was the equipment expensive, but there were also many supplementary items. Su Xiaoma chose a few elixirs in succession. In the end, all of them were priced at 100 contribution points. This meant that to buy one elixir, one had to complete 10 low-level missions or one high-level mission. Of course, he had already reached the revolving core realm and had higher requirements for martial arts resources. The items he chose were very expensive. In fact, there were many items that were priced at 10 or 20 contribution points. They were very suitable for ordinary disciples. Furthermore, being expensive also had its effect. Su Xiaoma finally reluctantly bought the pair of athlete's foot shoes. After putting it on, he had a feeling of "I am going to heaven," swish, swish, on the main peak, light and shadow intertwined as fast as lightning. Buzz buzz buzz, after testing for a while, Su Xiaoma slid to a stop. He bent over with one hand on the ground and said with a burning gaze, "This equipment is too smooth." As a speed-type player, a suitable pair of running shoes was very important. Ding. Ding, Xianxia stood in front of the store. After careful selection, he bought a large number of elixirs and then left without looking back. He explained to himself in his heart, the path of martial arts not only depends on oneself, but also on the assistance of elixirs. The upgrade of the disciple store would undoubtedly increase the overall strength of the sect in the future. However, the condition was that in order to obtain various resources and equipment, one had to work harder to complete missions. Therefore, a craze of completing missions would be set off again. Only with effort would there be rewards. As for Xianxia, at this moment, he was on the way to the extreme cave residence. Rose of Flowers was accompanying him. This time, you are going to the Holy City to participate in the conference held by the 10 major immortal sections. The occasion is relatively grand and formal. It is reasonable to bring your wife along. The system said. Can you shut up? Xianxia said impatiently. All right. The system said, I won't disturb your romantic time with the two of you. Ding. System assistance temporarily turned off. Xianxia was drunk. To have such an unreliable system, he must have done something illegal in his previous life. In the control room, Rose of Flowers looked at the star map that she had copied not long ago and said in surprise, I didn't expect the Upper Realms universe system to be so big. Even if we use the ancient warship to go to the mountain and sea realm, it will probably take a few hundred years. Because the star map only explored one plane near the upper realm, it could only be used as a metaphor. I have no interest in going to other worlds. Xianxia said lightly. The main mission was to develop the sect in the upper realm. Even if he already knew about the new universe system, even if he really had the ability to travel the universe, Goxing would not be so bored as to wander around. Rose of Flowers said, every plane has different martial arts resources. Husband, aren't you tempted? Why? Xianxia rolled his eyes, and said, is your old habit acting up again? Are you planning to plunder other planes? It's just a casual remark. Rose of Flowers said with a smile, with a husband who loves me so much, why would I go back to my old profession? TSK Xianxia turned and left. However, when they were about to reach the extreme cave residence, he sent a pile of gaudy clothes to Rose of Flowers' room and said with a calm expression, pay attention to your clothes on a solemn occasion. Don't embarrass the sect of all times. What is this? Formal attire. Extreme cave abode. When Xianxia arrived, Shinran Tonggu and Masato Kitano were already wrestling with each other. The chess pieces on the stone platform were scattered all over the ground. Fine. One of them must be regretting his move. Goxing had cultivated in the extreme cave abode for 2 years, so he understood the two very well. As long as they played chess, they would definitely regret their move. They would quarrel at the beginning and eventually fight. Then, they would continue to play chess the next day as if nothing had happened. Husband. Rose of Flowers whispered, what are the two seniors doing? She had chosen a long blue dress. Her black hair fell naturally, and her noble empress aura was instantly set off. Cultivating. Fine. This kind of cultivation where one's arm and hair were pulled together was indeed a bit unconventional. Shinran Tonggu and Masato Kitano, who were in the middle of a fight, noticed Xianxia. They instantly sat down in front of the stone platform and put on a dignified appearance. But when they saw Rosa Flower's attire, their eyes widened. Goxing had personally designed the dress with too many modern elements. Thus, these two old fellows who had lived for a long time had never seen it before. Disciple. Jimren Tongu said in a low voice, "Your wife's attire is too gaudy." Masato Kitano said, "How improper. Old antiques like them found it hard to accept new things." Thus, they were opposed to modern attire. Master. Jun Changxiao didn't talk about the dress. Instead, he asked, "When are we leaving?" "Right now." "How are we going to get there?" "Of course, we're going on your ancient warship." "Master, there's not enough energy." "What do you mean? Do I still need energy to make my own warship?" "We can't fly without energy." "How much do you have?" 10,000 true stones each. In the end, after some discussion, Shinrin Tongu and Masato Kitano each took out 10,000 true stones and boarded the ancient warship. In their hearts, they were roaring, "This brat is too shameless." Whoosh, on the way to the holy city, Shinrin Tongu whispered, "Disciple, I heard that you've been married for a long time. Why don't you have a child yet?" This question was so sudden that Jun Changxiao was dumbfounded. After some consideration, he said, "My mind is now focused on my career." Disciple. Shinrin Tongu said in a profound tone, "You're very young now, and you're not being punished by the heavenly Tao. You should think more about carrying on your ancestral line. Otherwise, you won't be able to have any children in the future." Jun Changxiao broke down and said, "Shirzuan, you don't have to worry about this. You and your wife are both talented people. Your child will definitely be extraordinary. If you find it troublesome to take care of the child, it's fine. I'll take care of him after he's born. I guarantee that he'll be an indomitable figure." Shinrin Tongu said. Jun Changxiao understood. This old man wanted to become a master grandpa. Let's not talk about whether they would have children or not. Even if they did have children in the future, they would definitely educate them themselves. How could they let others raise them? Fine. The system complained, if the host raises him, he'll definitely become the second most shameless person. Disciple. Shinrin Tongu patted him on the shoulder and said, "Since you're already married, you must have children. Only then can you be considered a complete big family." Jun Changxiao was speechless. Shinrin Tongu leaned over and said telepathically, "Or are you sick?" Plop. Jun Changxiao collapsed on the deck. "Don't be afraid if you're sick. You'll be fine as long as you treat it. Don't think about living a carefree life only to face the rest of your life alone," Shinrin Tongu said. From his words, it seemed that he regretted not cherishing his youth. "Shirzuan, I'm not sick, you're sick." Although the two of them were talking in private, Rosa Flowers occasionally overheard a sentence or two. Her cheeks gradually turned red. Holy City. Just from the name alone, one could tell that it was very holy. There were many cities in the upper realm. The Holy City was definitely one of the top cities. Whoosh. An hour later, the ancient warship flew over and hovered above the city, emitting an extremely arrogant aura. Some might say that Goxing would die if he didn't act pretentious. No, he had planned to land outside the city and enter obediently, but Jinren Tongu said, "Disciple, just drive the ship in." "That's a little arrogant," Jun Changxiao said. "Young man." Jinren Tongu said, "That's what you should be." Masato Kitano, who was standing at the side, stared with wide eyes. This was completely different from the old man who used to play chess and worry about his disciple causing trouble. No one dared to disobey Shirzuan's orders. Thus, Jun Changxiao drove the ancient warship over in a grandiose manner. There was a rule against flying in the holy city. Someone suddenly driving a warship in arrogantly naturally caused the martial artists in the city to be unhappy. But after confirming that it was an ancient warship, their attitude immediately turned into respect. The entire upper realm knew that the Sect of all times had sacrificed an elder to destroy 9 warships. Now that the patriarch was here, they naturally had to show respect. Moreover, there were 2 perfected persons standing on it. Whoosh! Whoosh! The ancient warship slowly landed on the plaza in the center of the city. Jun Changxiao had just jumped down when a cold snort came from afar. He looked towards the source of the sound and saw Gu Hongzhenren, who had once appeared in the sect of all times, standing in the gazebo, his face full of disdain. Beside him stood a black-robed person. Because he was fully armed and had his head lowered, it was hard to tell whether he was a man or a woman. Jun Changxiao instinctively released his spiritual sense to investigate, but was repelled by some force as soon as he got close. He thought to himself, quite mysterious. Old Gu Hong. Zhenren Tonggu said, "Is this your disciple?" "That's right." Gu Hongzhenren raised his head, his tone and brows revealing a strong sense of pride. "TSK, Zhenren Tonggu said, "You even gave him the body-protecting mirror. Looks like you value this disciple a lot." The body-protecting mirror was Gu Hongzhenren's signature high-grade true treasure. Not only did it have defensive properties, but it could also isolate one's realm aura, preventing others from prying into one's true strength. "Didn't you give the ancient worship to that kid as well?" Hearing this, Goxing wanted to cry. After acknowledging this master, although he had nurtured him for 2 years, he had not given him any true treasures. Even the ancient worship was something he had found in the realm battlefield. "What's wrong?" Zhenren Tonggu raised an eyebrow and said, "You're waiting here for the two of us to exchange pointers?" "That's exactly what I was thinking," Gu Hongzhenren said calmly. "Disciple." Zhenren Tonggu said, "Let's fight." Jun Changxiao said seriously, "Master, I'm here to participate in the meeting, not to fight. Besides, if we're going to fight, we'll have to wait until the appointed date." "Kid." Gu Hongzhenren said calmly, "This is just a sparring session. We'll decide the winner on the appointed date." Jun Changxiao glanced at Zhenren Tonggu. Seeing that his expression was unusually serious, he could only shrug and say, "If that's the case, then let's fight." "Husband." Rose of Flowers said telepathically, "This person is a bit strange. Don't let your guard down." TSK Jun Changxiao walked out nonchalantly. Just as he steadied himself, the black-robed man suddenly appeared in front of him. "Not good." Boom, in the spacious plaza, there was a sudden explosion, and the stone slabs began to crack. In the area where the shockwaves were roaring, the black-robed man stood where Jun Changxiao was. With him as the center, the ground caved in, forming a circular crater that was several meters wide. Where was Goxing? He was lying a few dozen meters away. He raised his hand with difficulty and gave a thumbs up, saying weakly, You won, brother. Can't your acting be any more fake? P.S. Looking at the platform, I've written less than 180,000 words this month. I feel a bit shitty. I'll set a flag for myself. I must reach 200,000 in the last 2 days of the month. If I can't. There was a kind of acting called acting like what one was acting, and there was another kind of acting called eyesore. Today, Jun Changxiao had successfully demonstrated what it meant to be unbearable to watch, because it was simply too fake. Zhenren Tonggu almost vomited blood. What did this kid mean? Was he trying to embarrass himself? Jun Changxiao's intention was actually very simple. He did not want to fight because there were more important things to deal with, such as informing the 10 great immortal sects that there would be a strong enemy 3 years later. But since his master wanted him to fight with Gu Hongzhenren's disciple, then he would let him. It was just a spar anyway, it did not matter whether he won or lost. Goxing had really changed. If he had just been reborn into the lower realm, he would definitely be happy to fight if his strength allowed it. Of course, this black-robed man's strength was indeed not bad. It could be seen from the speed of his charge that he was looking forward to the battle of the promise of 10 years. Despicable guy. Gu Hongzhenren's face was gloomy. You deliberately threw in the towel, are you looking down on my disciple? If he had defeated Jun Changxiao fair and square, he would be very pleased, but this eyesore made him feel like he had been humiliated. Senior, please don't misunderstand. Jun Changxiao said, I just don't want to delay the meeting that is about to start. Ding. Side quest triggered. He pulled open the data panel. The side quest was, spar with Gu Hongzhenren's disciple and win. However, Jun Changxiao stood up and patted the dust off his body. His expression and tone were extremely serious. If you really want to spar, then I will accompany you to the end. At this time, no matter how big the world is, it is not as important as my mission. He too. The The system could not help but spit out. Before there was a mission, Jun Changxiao did not care. Now that there was a mission, he had to treat it seriously. So when the two stood in the square again, the atmosphere became serious. All the warriors realized that there was going to be a fight, so they all gathered around to watch the show. Fighting was prohibited in the sacred city, but since it was the two disciples of the immortal, they could only turn a blind eye. Come. Jun Changxiao hooked his finger. This time, the black-robed man didn't attack immediately, because his attack just now was fast and fierce, but it didn't hurt him at all, so his strength should be extraordinary. You're not coming, let me do it. Shua. Jun Changxiao rushed over with his unpredictable movements. Gu Hongzhenren asked in astonishment, Ling Xiao after image art? How did this kid learn it? Boom, boom, at. This moment, the crisscrossing shadows of fists filled the square. The more he looked, the more surprised he was. Because the moves that the opponent used were all from the 7 sages of Ethereal Hall, a satisfied smile appeared on Jinren Tonggu's face. He had taught this kid in the extreme cave abode for 2 years, and the only thing that made him feel gratified was that he had learned many of his good friend's martial skills, and he was able to comprehend them perfectly. Boom, boom, the black-robed man wasn't weak either. He easily dispelled the fist imprints. The two of them fought at close range and from time to time at long range. The battle scene was very exciting. The onlookers were a little dumbfounded. The two of them weren't fighting a battle of life and death, but it was very pleasing to the eye. Artistic. Too artistic, boom, Jun Changxiao and the black-robed man punched each other, and he took a few steps back with a smile on his face. After coming to the upper realm, he had always been dedicated to the development of the sect. Even if there was a battle, it was nothing more than relying on cheating. Today's battle with this person was undoubtedly the most formal and formal. Friend. Jun Changxiao rolled up his sleeves and said, I'm going to get serious. TSK Gu Hongzhenren sneered. He could tell from the short exchange that his disciple was evenly matched with the opponent. Even if he got serious, what could he do? Could he go to heaven? Whoosh. At this moment, Jun Changxiao gathered the power of true spirit in his palm and used the sect's mainstream martial skill, the sky-crossing palm print. Spiritual energy whistled out and quickly gathered in midair to form a palm print with an explosive momentum. The palm print wasn't too big at first, but when it pressed toward the black-robed man, it suddenly expanded infinitely, like a small mountain falling from above. Gu Hongzhenren was dumbfounded. Jinren Tonggu and Masato Katana were also stunned. The moment Jun Changxiao used the sky-crossing palm print, the 3 top experts realized that he had reached the peak of the revolving core realm. Just a moment ago, he was only at the 6th or 7th revolving core realm. How did he suddenly reach the peak? The black-robed man with the protective mirror was difficult to see through whether it was his cultivation or appearance. As for Jun Changxiao, who was using the hidden cultivation technique, as long as he didn't deliberately release his cultivation, no one could see through him, competing in concealment. Sorry, I'm better at concealing myself. Whoosh, whoosh. The sky-crossing palm print formed by the power of true spirit pressed down with an extremely powerful momentum. Facing such a martial skill from the peak of the revolving core realm, the black-robed man could only stand there and receive it miserably. Because he couldn't dodge or move. However, just as the palm print was about to press down, it suddenly stopped in front of his head, and the shock wave directly sent him flying. Gu Hongzhenren's face was ashen. Just the momentum of the palm print was enough to send his disciple flying. This was too much of a blow to his self-esteem. The black-robed man retreated dozens of steps before stabilizing himself with difficulty. Then, he cupped his hands and said in a hoarse voice, You win, I lose. Ding. Side mission completed. Obtained 1 million contribution points. Ding. Sect contribution points, 194,000. It was completed just like that. This was simply a free point question. Jun Changxiao removed the sky-crossing palm print and cupped his hands. Thank you for letting me win. Actually, if he had attacked just now, the black-robed man would definitely have been severely injured. However, he chose to go easy on him because Gu Hongzhenren had helped him in the sect of all times before. Jun Patriarch. The black-robed man said, On the appointed day, you and I will fight again. This guy's voice was still very hoarse, and it sounded like he was doing it on purpose. I don't think it's necessary. Jun Changxiao shrugged and said, whether it's sparring or fighting, as long as my opponent loses to me, there is no possibility of a comeback. These words were arrogant, however, looking at Gosheng's growth, this was indeed the case. In the beginning, there were many martial artists who were stronger than him. However, as long as they were surpassed, they were destined to be left in the dust. They could only stand at the foot of the mountain and look up at the imposing figure. For example, Qin Haoran of the Grand Qi Sect. When Jun Changxiao was rising, he made things difficult for him. What about now? He had become the most insignificant existence among the masses. On the other hand, Gosheng had soared and ascended to the upper realm. He began to compete with higher forces and continued to write his own legend. Me. Gosheng. I allow you to be stronger than me. However, as long as I improve, it will be difficult for you to surpass me. Is that so? The black-robed man said with a faint smile, as if he did not approve of Jun Changxiao's arrogance. However, he seemed to be certain that he could defeat him on the appointed day. Disciple. Gu Hongzhenren said coldly, the winner can only be proven with actions. There is no need to waste words with him. Let's go. Tui. Zhenren Tonggu spat out a mouthful of phlegm without any manners. My F***king disciple won the sparring match. If his disciple won, who knows how smug he would be. Watching Gu Hongzhenren and his disciple disappear from sight, Jun Changxiao thought to himself, why did this guy hide himself so well? The system said, maybe he's an acquaintance. Jun Changxiao rolled his eyes and said, after being healed by you, he definitely wouldn't recognize him. He would not forget that this guy once said that the 10th person with the innate demonic body might be an acquaintance. In the end, he was just a passerby. Although he and the others had joined the sect of all times, they did not deserve to have a name. This time, I'm sure. The system said, he must be an acquaintance. Otherwise, he would not deliberately hide his appearance and change his voice. When Jun Changxiao defeated the black-robed man, not only was Zhenren Tonggu happy, but he was also shocked by his cultivation base. On the way to the city magistrate's mansion, he asked, Apprentice, did you gain a deeper understanding of the secret manual? Is that why you broke through from the 6th revolution to the peak? Years ago, Gosheng had made up a lie, saying that he was cultivating some sort of martial art, and that his cultivation base had been suppressed. Only by gaining enlightenment could he break through. There was no other way. How else could he explain it? Now that his master was asking him about it, Jun Changxiao's answer would definitely be, that's right. At this point, he had no choice but to continue making things up. There was no way that Jun Changxiao would say that he had reached the peak because he had sacrificed his sworn brother. When he thought about Gu Xiaoxi, Gosheng's heart ached. My dear brother. Have you been reborn? Have you been born into a good family? Back in the mountain and sea realm, Gu Xiaoxi lay in a medicinal bath. His meridians were being nourished, and a look of bliss appeared on his face. With such good parents, I'll have to work a few thousand years less. Why did he say that? Because he had drunk the milk of the 9 dragons' flood dragon, eaten the juice of the 9 spirits' sacred fruit, and now had all sorts of precious materials nourishing his body. Gu Xiaoxi, who was less than a month old, had undergone a massive transformation. If he started cultivating the Tao of martial arts, he would definitely soar. Furthermore, his father and mother were peak experts, and had all sorts of profound martial arts. He didn't need to cultivate any of the previous ones. Wouldn't it be wonderful if he could just learn something more advanced? The more Gu Xiaoxi thought about it, the happier he became. Good things didn't last long. A few days later, a guest came to visit, and he burst into tears. It was the realm lord and his wife who had come to visit the Gu clan couple. No, they weren't humans. They were beasts, with human bodies and crocodile heads. In human terms, they were absolutely hideous. Were they, the number 1 handsome man and number 1 beautiful woman in the mountain and sea realm? Dad. Are you blind? Are you trying to screw me over? The reason the realm lords of the mountain and sea realm had come to visit was, of course, to see their future son-in-law. They had taken a liking to him at first glance, and had begun to discuss when they would get married. In the end, they had settled on 16, which was the legal age for marriage in the realm. Hearing them talking about his wedding day, Gu Zhaoxi was so angry that he cried. If he had the ability to speak, he would have said loudly, "I object to this marriage." There were countless examples of humans and demons getting married, and he himself was not against it. However, if his parents looked like this, his daughter would definitely not be any better. If he really got married in the future, wouldn't he fall into hell? No, when he grew up, he would run away. Mr. and Mrs. Gu were worried sick about their son's marriage. Gu Zhaoxi, who was not even a month old, was already thinking of running away from the marriage. Holy City, City Lord's Mansion. When Jun Changxiao walked in with his master and Senior Qi Yi, many experts with powerful auras gathered outside the courtyard. Senior Tonggu. Senior Qi Yi. The various major forces and independent cultivators all cupped their fists, their eyes shining with admiration. When they saw Jun Changxiao, they hurriedly cupped their fists and smiled. Jun Patriarch. Without the previous invasion, Goxing would have been nothing more than Jinren Tonggu's disciple in the eyes of the various cultivators. Now, however, they truly regarded him as an important figure. Jun Changxiao had been a patriarch for a long time. Since he had come to such an occasion, he naturally had to be smooth and slick. Thus, he greeted everyone with a smile on his face. He was now as humble as he had been arrogant earlier. The most eye-catching person was still the Rose of Flowers, who was accompanying Jun Changxiao. After all, the new clothes she was wearing were simply too eye-catching. There were many women in the city lord's mansion, and all of them were quite good-looking. However, compared to the Rose of Flowers, they were completely crushed. The only one who could stand up to her was probably Empress Lingyao. Jun Changxiao straightened his back. Wasn't the reason why he had prepared this dress for this woman? Although Goxing could be very despicable at times, he still cared about his reputation when attending such a grand occasion. The Rose of Flowers wore a long blue dress, and it completely overshadowed all the other women present. This greatly satisfied his vanity. Everyone. At this moment, the city lord of the sacred city walked out and cupped his fists with a smile. The meeting will begin tomorrow morning. Your accommodations have been arranged. Please follow the servants. Thank you for your hospitality, city lording. Everyone cupped their fists and followed the servants to their accommodations. Jun Changxiao also followed. However, his accommodations were different from his master's, so he was arranged to stay in the southern wing. Jun Patriarch. The soldier in charge of leading the way led them to a courtyard with a good environment and said respectfully, "This will be the room that you and your wife will be staying in for the time being. Please let me know if you need anything." Jun Changxiao asked, "Just one bedroom?" This sentence stunned the soldier. He said weakly, "Jun Patriarch and your wife need 2 bedrooms? Jun Changxiao also realized that his question was a little stupid, so he waved his hand and said, "There's nothing else. You can leave. Goodbye." After the soldier left, Rose of Flower smiled and said, "Who's sleeping in the bedroom?" Although the two of them were already husband and wife, whether it was in the Soul Continent or in the Sect of all times, they had always lived in their own courtyards and had never interacted with each other. The higher-ups and disciples of the sect felt that it was very strange, but they did not dare to ask. Jinren Tonggu was puzzled because he heard about it. Why were the husband and wife still living in separate rooms? Thinking about it, he wondered if his disciple was sick. Here came the question. Who told him about this? Su Xianxia expressed that he would not take the blame for this. Jun Changxiao said lightly, "I still have to cultivate." Okay. Rose of Flowers looked at the sky and walked into the bedroom. Then I'll go to sleep. Creak. The door opened and closed. Jun Changxiao stood in the courtyard and felt the cold wind blowing. He shook his head and said, "She's not polite at all." The courtyard and rooms arranged by the city lord could barely make do for a night, but Goxing still chose to sit in the stone pavilion and cultivate. He thought of the black-robed man he met earlier. He did not care why the other party hid his appearance and changed his voice. What he cared about was that when he was serious about the fight, this guy restrained himself. In the West Wing, Gu Hongzhenren stood in front of the window of the study and looked at the scenery outside. He said, "Are you confident that you can defeat that kid on the appointed day?" He was also one of the participants, so he was arranged to have his own room. "Before I see him, your disciple is not sure." The black-robed man in front of the door said, "After fighting with him today, I'm 90% sure." These words sounded very arrogant, but when they came out of his mouth, they sounded very calm, as if it was a matter of course. Ha ha ha. Gu Hongzhenren laughed and said, "I like your confidence, so I didn't hesitate to sacrifice my life to bring you up from the mortal world. Master, please rest assured." The black-robed man raised his head slightly, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a canine tooth. He said, "On the appointed day, your disciple will definitely defeat him." Achoo. Sitting in the stone pavilion, Jun Changxiao sneezed and rubbed his nose. He said, "The wind is a bit strong." The next day, in the main hall of the city lord's mansion, powerhouses from various sects and clans entered one after another and sat according to the name cards placed on the table. Needless to say, the conference this time was quite professional. The tables and chairs inside could accommodate all the people present. TSK. Jun Changxiao followed his master into the hall, and as he looked at all the powerful cultivators gathered here, he sighed inwardly. Those who are able to participate in this competition are all important figures in the upper realm. At this moment, Gu Hongzhenren walked in with his disciple. He glanced coldly at Jinren Tonggu, then arrogantly found his seat and sat down. Jun Changxiao had nothing to do, so he took a closer look at the black-robed man. However, due to the protection of the treasure, he could not see his appearance at all, let alone the level of his realm. One word, mysterious. The more mysterious he was, the more curious he would be. Therefore, Jun Changxiao had been wondering what was so special about this guy. Disciple. Jinren Tonggu said telepathically, "This disciple of Gu Hong's was brought up from the lower realm. I heard that he's the child of the dimension." Child of the dimension? Jun Changxiao said in surprise, "That's quite impressive." Although the lower realm could not be compared to the upper realm, since he had the identity of the child of the dimension, he was definitely considered a genius. Wait a minute, strictly speaking, he was the ruler of the falling star continent. If he had children in the future, would they not be the child of the dimension, Psi? Since he was not the son of the celestial emperor, he would work hard to let his descendants enjoy a prominent identity. The premise is, the system complained. The host has to be capable. How do you know I can't? Can you? Why can't I? Fine, you can. In such a solemn conference, Gosheng almost quarreled with the system. Of course, while Jun Changxiao was observing the black-robed man was also observing him. However, because he hid it too well, he could not see the changes in his facial expression. About a moment later, the powerhouses represented by the 10 great immortal sects walked in. Among them, there were elders who had gone to the sect of all times before. There were also elders who he did not recognize. Their auras were strong, and it was obvious that they were not ordinary. This meeting in the holy city was initiated by the 10 great immortal sects, so when they appeared, the big shots of the various sects and forces all stood up to welcome them. Jun Changxiao did not stand up. To tell the truth, he didn't have a good impression of the 10 major celestial sects. If it wasn't for the fact that it concerned the safety of the upper realm, he wouldn't have bothered to participate. Jinren Tonggu, Masato Kitano, and Gu Hongzhenren did not stand up either. The various sects and powers had to act according to the immortal sect's wishes, but these rogue cultivators didn't care at all. As if they understood the personalities of these people, although the 10 great immortal sects were displeased, they didn't say anything. After taking their seats, they announced the official start of the meeting. Since it was a meeting, there must be a theme. The main topic of the discussion this time was where the 10 warships came from and whether they would still invade the upper realm. Everyone. Elder Xing of the Lingtian immortal sect moistened his throat and was about to speak, but he was stopped by Jun Changxiao. The 10 warships came from the star spirit realm. This realm is extremely proficient in the Tao of array formations. They can travel from the distant universe to our upper realm. As soon as these words were said, everyone started to discuss. Star spirit realm? I don't think I've heard of it. TSK. The upper universe is so big. Not to mention the star spirit realm, even the mountain and sea realm of the same system, you probably haven't heard of it. Jun Patriarch. Elder Xing said, how do you know? Jun Changxiao leaned back in his chair and tapped his fingers on the table. He said, among the fighter jets that flew out of the warships, one of them happened to land in the ancient Immortal Mountain. My array formation hull cracked it and obtained a lot of information. Are you sure? The powerhouses of the 10 great immortal sects expressed their doubts. You don't have to believe me. Jun Changxiao put his hands on the table and leaned forward. He said with the most serious expression, but there's bad news that I need to tell you. In 3 years, they will come again, and there will be more of them than before. The invasion of the Star Spirit Realm was related to the entire Upper Realm, so he would not hide it. After all, when the day came, he would have to rely on the 10 great immortal sects and other forces to fight against them. If he had the strength, he would help. If not, he would just be a bystander. Elder Xing looked at the powerhouses of the 9 great immortal sects with a worried look in his eyes. In fact, before the meeting was held, the 10 great immortal sects had sat together to discuss and even speculate whether the invaders would come again. Now, the patriarch of the sect of all times had given a specific time. Not to mention whether it was reliable or not, they had to prepare for a rainy day to prevent disaster from happening and not be able to deal with it immediately. Of course. Jun Changxiao said, at present, the biggest threat to the upper realm is the newly resurrected demon ancestor. Even the invasion of the foreign warships is probably related to that guy. What do you mean? Elder Xing asked. The experts from the various factions also turned their gazes over. This meeting was supposed to focus on the 10 great immortal sects, but Jun Changxiao beat them to it. He mentioned the Star Spirit Realm and the impending danger in the next 3 years, instantly becoming the most dazzling presence in the meeting. The sudden invasion of the foreign forces coincided with the resurrection of the demon ancestor. If the two are not related, do you think it's possible? Everyone fell silent. Indeed, the demon ancestor had just been resurrected and the upper realm was invaded. It was too much of a coincidence. According to the documents I've checked. Jun Changxiao said, the demonic tribe was not part of the myriad tribe system in the beginning, but they suddenly appeared in the upper realm. I'm afraid there's something fishy going on. Jun Patriarch, you mean? Elder Xing said with a serious expression, the demonic tribe came from the Star Spirit Realm? The sudden invasion of the foreign warships was caused by the demon ancestor? It's possible, Jun Changxiao said. Great. A bad-tempered powerhouse said angrily, the demon ancestor and his demonic tribe are spies who sneaked into the upper realm. No wonder they were so ambitious 100,000 years ago. Although they were resurrected, their vitality must have been greatly damaged. The demonic region was sealed by the ancestors. They knew they couldn't beat us, so they could only ask for help. Shenren Tonggu said. Jun Changxiao secretly praised his master. He was just leading the demon ancestor on. He quickly came up with a reasonable explanation. There was no prior rehearsal, but they could cooperate tacitly. During this time, Goxing had been thinking about a problem. How did the whole world know that Yao Menjing had a complete innate holy demonic body? It could be said that it spread throughout the upper realm in just a day. Someone was obviously paying for a water army to lead the way and deliberately target the sect of all times. Who was it? The most suspicious person was definitely the demon ancestor. After the girl inherited the whole body, it meant that he had nothing left. It was normal for him to be angry and play some tricks. Although there was no absolute evidence, Jun Changxiao was certain that the demon ancestor was behind it. He had to let him know that if he played tricks with him, he would play tricks with him. That's right. Elder Xing slammed the table and said with a cold gaze, the most important thing now is to find the demon ancestor. This spy is the biggest threat to the upper realm. The demon ancestor, who was recuperating, would vomit blood if he knew that Jun Changxiao was deliberately leading the way and he was instantly labeled as a spy. Everyone. Jun Changxiao said again, the resurrection of the demon ancestor has always been secretly planned by the Buried Moon Pavilion. According to the Sect of All Times Intelligence, this organization has a very important branch in the Sea King City. Yao Menjing was controlled by the Heavenly Vision earlier. This grudge would not be forgotten. If they wanted to play tricks, the Buried Moon Pavilion would definitely be involved. If the 10 major celestial sects could get rid of them together, it would undoubtedly be the best. Kill with a borrowed knife. I, Jun Changxiao, know how to play this game too. The meeting ended. To be exact, it was Jun Changxiao who had forcefully shortened the time. The 10 great immortal sects immediately deployed a large number of people to Sea King City to thoroughly investigate the buried moon pavilion and the demon ancestors' hiding place. The buried moon pavilion had always existed and had always been under the responsibility of the realm hall. However, this time it involved a spy and the safety of the entire upper realm, so they had to be serious enough. Jun Changxiao didn't participate because since it was a borrowed knife, he definitely didn't need to do it himself. He just needed to quietly wait for the results. Disciple. The next day, Zhenren Tonggu said, "Aren't we leaving? Sacred City is one of the largest cities in the upper realm. Since we're here, we have to stroll around for a few days." Jun Changxiao said. Zhenren Tonggu wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Masato Kitano's gaze. He transmitted his voice, "Your disciple and your disciple's wife finally came out. Naturally, we have to enjoy our two-person world." That made sense, Zhenren Tonggu said. "All right then, we'll go back to the extreme cave abode first." After watching the two leave, Jun Changxiao said lightly, "Let's go." "Where to?" Rose of Flowers asked. "Shopping." Accompanying a girl shopping was such a romantic thing, but when it came out of Jun Changxiao's mouth, it was really full of steel. Of course, a woman like Rose of Flowers who had fought all over the world definitely didn't have the hobby of shopping. However, since her husband said so, she could only leave the city lord's mansion with him. As a first-class city, there were many tourists in Sacred City. The streets were very lively, and the sound of peddling and discussing was endless. "Sister Jiao." A young man walked to the jewelry shop and smiled, "What style do you like? I'll buy it for you." The girl behind lowered her head and said with a red face, "Brother Xian, you've already bought me several, don't spend any more money." "No." The man called Brother Xian said, "My future wife must wear the best jewelry." This kind of public display of affection attracted the contempt of a group of single dogs. There might be many readers among them, and their eyes were filled with jealousy and hatred. "Boss." Older brother Xian chose an exquisite ring and said, "This." "I'm very sorry." A voice came from behind, "I bought all the jewelry in the jewelry shop. You can go to the next shop." "Buy all of them? So rich?" Older brother Xian turned his head to look and saw a handsome young man standing behind him. Beside him stood a beautiful woman dressed in strange clothes. "So beautiful," Jiao Mei said in a low voice, feeling ashamed of her own inferiority. It was Jun Changxiao and Rose of Flowers. One was handsome, and the other was beautiful. They immediately became the absolute focus of the street. "Pa." Goshen casually threw a spatial ring on the counter and said with an indifferent expression, "There are a million profound stones inside. Is it enough to buy all the jewelry?" The boss took the ring in surprise and used his spiritual sense to check it. He quickly smiled and said, "It's enough, it's enough." "Friend." Older brother Xian took a few steps back, cupped his fists and said, "Generous, admirable." This was a polite remark. Translated into another way, it meant, "Brother, you really put in a lot of effort to pick up girls." "I, your younger brother, admit defeat." After buying all the jewelry, Jun Changxiao turned and left. On the way, Rose of Flowers asked in confusion, "Why did you buy me so much jewelry?" "Of course I'm wearing it." Jun Changxiao said, "Are you going to use it as a medicinal plant?" Rose of Flowers didn't say anything, but her heart was filled with sweetness. "I bought all the jewelry in the jewelry shop and gave it to you. My husband loves me very much." Actually, she didn't have the habit of wearing jewelry. She even felt uncomfortable wearing earrings or necklaces, so she didn't usually wear any jewelry. Jun Changxiao didn't notice at first. It wasn't until he arrived at the city lord's mansion and saw many women dressed luxuriously with jewelry all over their bodies that he realized that dresses alone weren't enough. They also needed jewelry to set off their temperament. Careless, negligent. Therefore, the first thing he did when he came shopping was to buy jewelry. He bought all the jewelry in the jewelry shop directly. This operation was a bit like a domineering CEO. He planted roses, moved the sea of flowers, and Goshen did something similar to iron. If you think it's normal, then it's right. Because people change, and change requires a process. When you get used to it, it's the same as going through the process. Take Xianxia for example. From being arrogant when he first entered the sect to compromising and becoming a disciple, never taking the sect as an honor, to living and dying with his fellow sect members now, the change was not small. Some people might think at first, how could the dignified Knight Emperor put down his pride after committing to Iron Bone? By the time the plot reached this point, perhaps no one would think about it anymore. They might even think that Knight Emperor integrated into the sect as a matter of course, for various reasons and various experiences. Xianxia stayed in the holy city for 2 days and set off with rows of flowers to return to the sect. The 10 immortal sects were intensifying the investigation of Buried Moon Pavilion. The entire upper realm suddenly became serious after the meeting ended. After returning to the sect of all times, Xianxia also began to prepare actively. After all, the star spirit world would invade 3 years later. If the immortal sects and other major forces could not resist, he would definitely need strength to protect the sect. Of course. Guoxing was not particularly anxious because he had many trump cards that he had not revealed. For example, the Million Devil Tribe soldiers in the forest. Speaking of soldiers, Xianxia was reminded of the First Revolution pill. If this type of pill was refined successfully, all the disciples would reach the First Revolution realm. Their battle strength would definitely soar. Hall Master Miao. Xianxia came to the poison refinery hall and asked, "How's the research going?" Miao Saifeng said, "We've refined many types of antidote pills, but we'll only know if they're effective after consuming them. There were too many poison ingredients in the First Revolution pill." Even as a poison expert, she could not be sure if the antidote pills refined had the effect of detoxification. She had to test it personally to know. "All right," Xianxia said, "I'll call Du Hongqian and the rest over to refine this pill for testing." "Who's going to test the pill?" "My brother." When Guoxing blurted out this sentence, he immediately realized that Gu Zhaoxi had already left. The 7th day of the month was over. If there were any corpses left, they should have started to rot by now. Wait a minute, his brother had left, who was going to test the pill? When Gu Zhaoxi was around, he did not feel that it was important. After he left, he realized that without a reincarnation spirit, there were many things that could not be done in the small mountain village. Gu Tianqing held an exquisite little box and shook it in front of his son. He grinned and said, "My son, father has prepared a quick growth pill for you. When you grow up, take it and you'll definitely be able to increase your realm quickly." Bang! Mother Gu kicked over and scolded, "This pill is extremely poisonous. If you dare to give it to my son, I'll fight you to the death." Wife. Gu Tianqing fell a few dozen meters away and said, "I've already neutralized the poison in this pill." After saying that, he fainted gloriously. Gu Zhaoxi sighed secretly, "Poor father." A few days later, Feng Guichen, Du Hongqian, and the others put down the business of the Eternal Pill Store and gathered at the Sect of all times. They successfully refined a batch of First Revolution pills with the materials provided by the Medical Hall and Poison Refinery Hall. "Everyone," Xianxia said solemnly, "who's going to test the pill?" The One Revolution Quick Success pill was refined. However, the toxicity was too strong, so someone had to test it personally. There were many tests to be done, because Hall Master Miao had prepared more than 10 antidotes. "I'll do it." Outside the hall, Lu Qianqian, dressed in white, walked over. She had been training in the 9 Heavens Mystery Realm all this time, so she rarely appeared in front of her fellow disciples. "Eldest senior sister," Li Qingyang said, "let me do it." "I'll do it." Su Xiaoma took a step forward. The other disciples expressed their willingness to test the poison themselves. If it were any other sect, many disciples would be very hesitant after learning that the pill was refined from various poisons and had a high level of toxicity. Sorry. The Sect of all times was different. This was a sect that was both silly and happy. They did not care about life and death in such matters. "Anyo," Xianxia said, "what about you?" Xianxia fell silent. As a core disciple, he should have expressed his stance earlier, but he did not say anything. After a while, Xianxia said, "If this pill can poison someone to death, can I not test it?" "Reason," Xianxia said. Yi Xingchen clenched his fists and said with a cold gaze, I haven't taken my revenge. Even though the one revolution quick success pill would not kill someone, it would have unpredictable negative effects due to the toxicity. Hence, he did not want to waste time on this. If there was no grudge between them, Anya would have taken the pill without hesitation and shouted to his fellow disciples, I'll test the pill. Don't snatch it from me. Jun Changxiao stood up and picked up the pill. He smiled and said, Of course I have to do this personally for such a dangerous matter. He was very pleased that the disciples were fighting to be the first to test the poison. Hence, the most dangerous thing was still for the parents to do. The children's mission was to grow up healthily. Patriarch. Miao Saifeng frowned and said, The toxicity is very strong. Don't be rash. Yes. Elder Wei said, You are the patriarch of the sect of all times. Nothing can happen to you. Rose of Flowers stood next to him. She did not stop her husband from testing the poison because she knew that he valued his disciples very much and would not let them test the poison. I've made up my mind, Jun Changxiao said. Everyone fell silent. After spending so much time with the patriarch, everyone knew what his temper was like. Raw? Take it with warm water. The poison will be milder. What about wine? That should work. Qingyang, bring the wine. Hua hua hua. A bowl of drunken dreaming was served. Jun Changxiao raised his hand confidently and looked at the worried disciples. He said, It's not like you're going to die for sure. Smile for me. Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma forced themselves to smile. Their expressions were uglier than crying. Woo-woo. Lu Wancher immediately cried and said, Patriarch, if anything happens to you, I will serve you many delicious Chinese delicacies in front of your grave every year on this day. Jun Changxiao's face was crumbling. This lass had already grown into a young lady, but her words were still so childish. The atmosphere in the hall was very sorrowful. The higher-ups and disciples were all silently praying in their hearts that the patriarch would be safe and sound after testing the poison with his body. Miao Saifeng carefully checked the refined antidote pills and arranged them neatly on the table. She said, There are numbers on it. After the host consumes the elixir pills, you must take them in order. N. Jun Changxiao nodded. On the other side, Sun Bukong and his medical team were already in position. They were trying to provide timely treatment if the patriarch had an accident. Woo-woo. Lu Wancher wiped her tears and choked, Second senior brother, should we send someone to clean up the spirit beast hall in advance? Jun Changxiao almost fell. In order to prevent this lass from continuing her childish words, he quickly held the bowl with one hand and picked up the elixir pills with the other. Patriarch. All the disciples cried out in grief as though it was a life and death parting. At the same time, the song Two Springs reflecting the moon echoed in the hall. Everyone was heartbroken and teary. Dear disciples, farewell forever. Jun Changxiao opened his mouth and slowly handed the elixir pills over. Just as it was about to enter his mouth, a voice came from outside the hall. I am Zitsong Dao transformed Kuan. My resistance to poison is stronger than the patriarch. Let me test the elixir. Ta. Ta. Hall Master Z carried the stereo and played the transcendental background music. He walked over with a resolute expression. Are you sure? Sure. Here. The scene changed. Hall Master Z stood in front of the elixir testing table and had a wonderful expression. He saw that the disciples were on the verge of breaking down and couldn't help but take the initiative to test the elixir on behalf of the patriarch. In the end, that fellow didn't even decline and asked him to do it. No, such a long emotional preparation. Was it prepared for me? Patriarch. Hall Master Z said seriously, you should do it. Don't waste time. Jun Changxiao sat down and said, You said that you wanted to test the elixir. Everyone heard it. After saying that, he took out the eru and played a sorrowful tune to boost Hall Master Z's courage. Woo-woo. Lu Wancher, Yao Menjing, and the others cried sadly. The current situation was that Hall Master Z wasn't dead yet and they had already entered the mourning hall to pay their respects. Z was so angry that his eyelids kept rolling up. However, since he had said it, he couldn't back down. Therefore, He remembered the sequence of the antidote given by Miao Saifeng and decisively threw the elixir into his mouth. Gulp. The sound of swallowing could be heard. Jun Changxiao stopped playing the arrow and stared at the Purple King. Sun Bukong and his medical team subconsciously moved closer. All kinds of first aid equipment were ready. All pairs of eyes were on Z. He was worthy of being called the brightest and most dazzling member of the sect of all times. Ah. Ah. Suddenly, Monster King Z Craggy clutched his neck and screamed in pain. Take the antidote quickly, Miao Saifeng said hurriedly. The Purple King's body swayed and reached for the antidote bottle nearby. However, he accidentally knocked it all over. Then, he knelt on the ground in pain. The veins on his face were bulging and looked very scary. Swoosh! Jun Changxiao rushed over and took out an antidote from bottle number 1 and stuffed it into his mouth. However, it didn't have any effect. He was still in great pain. Change to another one, Miao Saifeng said hurriedly. Swoosh! Jun Changxiao continued to bring out bottles number 2 and 3. Even after he had eaten all the antidotes, the purple craggy Monster King's face was still as ferocious as before. It's over, Miao Saifeng said. It's not working. Then what should we do? Jun Changxiao said anxiously. Sigh. Miao Saifeng turned around and said in a heavy tone, prepare for the funeral. Ah? Jun Changxiao was stunned. Hall Master Z. Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma cried out in grief. Their tears were definitely not forced out. System. Jun Changxiao roared in his heart, what should we do? It's very simple. The system said, host, put your hand on his wrist and activate the emergency mode again. As a life-saving trump card at the cost of losing 3 points, not only could it help Jun Changxiao resolve the crisis, it could also help others resolve the crisis. Just like Yao Menjing, who was sitting on him in the land of demon affinity. Then what are you waiting for? Jun Changxiao rushed over and put his hand on the Purple King's wrist. He shouted, activate it now. Ding. Do you want to spend all your contribution points to resolve the current crisis? Yes. Ding. Sect contribution points, 0. Ding. Do you want to spend all your achievement points to resolve the current crisis? Why are you talking so much nonsense when it's a matter of life and death? Just as he was about to shout yes, the Purple King suddenly stood up and laughed. Su Xiaoma, how's my acting now? Jun Changxiao's eyes widened instantly. He turned his head stiffly and saw that this guy's face was normal. There were no signs of poisoning at all. Only then did he realize that he had been tricked. Hence, he slowly shouted a few words, me. F***CK. Your grandpa. P.S. Part 5. When Su Xiaoma was working as a spy in Taishan Xingzong, he needed someone to put on a show. In the end, the patriarch sent the Purple King. Su Xiaoma's acting was so awkward that he couldn't bear to look at it. There was no choice. In terms of acting, monsters were naturally lacking. However, Z was not convinced. Why couldn't the beasts do what humans could do? If they couldn't do it innately, they could only do it later. Therefore, Hall Master Z had been secretly thinking about acting for all these years. He was all talk and no action. He needed to use a real performance to prove himself. Today's pill test was undoubtedly an opportunity. Therefore, after making sure that he could withstand the poison, he began his performance. His facial expression when he was in pain, as well as the slightest movements of his limbs, were impeccable. Even the appearance of his sweat was gradually increasing. Su Xiaoma believed him. Jun Changxiao believed him. The entire sect of all time's upper echelons and disciples believed him. This also meant that even if one was born with no acting skills, as long as they were willing to work hard, they would eventually become a qualified actor. Hall Master Z. Su Xiaoma gave him a thumbs up and said, I'm convinced. Back then, he almost broke down when he acted with this guy. Today, his performance was flawless. He had already become an actor. Phew. Li Qingyang and the others heaved a sigh of relief. It turned out that Hall Master Z was acting. Needless to say, his acting was so real that they almost thought he was going to die. The disciples' mentality and expressions were no longer important. What was important was that Xianxia's expression gradually turned from stiff to angry. One of his eyes was spewing out hot flames, while the other was shrouded in an evil light. I activated the crisis resolution mode and instantly lost nearly 2 million contribution points. You are King acting, fine, I'll let you act to your heart's content. In an instant, Xianxia rushed over, grabbed Zi's arm, and threw him over his shoulder. His left fist drew the power of the fire soul, and his right fist drew the power of evil. He crazily bombarded the other party's face like a storm, boom, 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 boom. Under the violent explosion of energy, the hall trembled violently. Li Qingyang looked up and saw the beams shaking and dust falling off. He said in shock, "It's over." Boom, unable to withstand the explosion of power, the main hall collapsed. Pooh! Pooh! The upper echelons and disciples walked out of the rubble with their faces covered in dirt. Then, they looked forward and saw that the patriarch was still riding on Hall Master Zi's body. While being bombarded by the torrential rain, the anger around him seemed to have turned into a demon. What the hell is going on? Who can tell us? Boom boom. Boom boom boom. The sound of heavy punches could be heard continuously, from day to night, and then to dawn. How long had Xianxia tortured Hall Master Zi? How long had Li Qingyang been standing in front of the ruins? He wasn't feeling sorry for Zi, but for the palace. After all, this was something that he had personally built. Patriarch. Lu Wancher walked over and said, "Take a break and eat something." Boom, Xianxia gave him another fierce punch. Only then did he stand up with an aching waist and back. The camera did not give the Purple King a close-up because he had been beaten up for an entire day and night. The scene was unbearable to watch. In the cafeteria, Xianxia's hand that was holding the chopsticks was trembling. Once he thought of the 2 million contribution points being cleared, his expression was pained as he pressed his chest against the table. Sigh. The system said helplessly, "I knew that the host would be very concerned, so I asked for the 3 points separately." After activating the crisis resolution mode in the land of demon affinity, it answered on behalf of Xianxia and cleared the 3 points directly. Just now, it asked for the contribution points first, then the achievement points, and then the reputation points. Its purpose was to make him feel regret. Luckily, it had asked for them separately and only cleared the contribution points. If the other 2 points were gone, there would probably be a barbecue on the main peak's training ground right now, with cumin and chili all over the body of the Purple King. No need to be sad. The system consoled, "It's only 2 million. Xianxia roared in his heart, 2 million is not considered money? The system said, this time, the pill did not cause any harm to Hall Master Zi. This means that Hall Master Miao's antidote pill is effective. Just treat it as spending 2 million to buy a heaven-defying pill recipe. Xianxia was startled, then said, "That's true." He was so worried about the contribution points that he forgot that Zi's poison test was successful, which meant that the pill could be used on the disciples. The sect of all times' overall strength was only at the void-piercing realm. If they wanted to reach a higher level, for example, to reach the core transformation realm, not only would they need a large amount of martial arts resources, but they would also need a long time. As long as the poison of the core transformation pill did not endanger the disciples, it could be achieved in a very short time. 2 million contribution points in exchange for the sect's collective breakthrough to the core transformation realm. The system said, "Isn't it a loss?" Not a loss, not a loss. Xianxia immediately thought it through, and a smile appeared on his face. After the meal, Goxing walked out of the cafeteria and saw Li Qingyang still standing in front of the ruins, so he walked forward and picked up the plaque with the words "Unyielding Spirit" and said, "The main hall was built in the lower realm. Now that it's in the upper realm, it's obviously a little outdated. Let's rebuild it." The main hall represented the dignity of the sect. If it was destroyed by others, it would definitely not be tolerated. However, if it was destroyed by one of their own, especially by a sect leader, yes, it would be treated as if nothing had happened. However, Goxing's words made sense. The main hall of the sect was built in the lower realm. Although its specifications were not inferior to many first-rate and second-rate sects, after coming to the upper realm, it was not enough compared to ordinary sections. It was necessary to replan and rebuild it. Jun Changxia's abuse of Hall Master Z had caused the collapse, so they could skip the demolition step. Yes. When it was said that they had to rebuild it, Li Qingyang was instantly energized. Thus, he casually ate a few mouthfuls in the cafeteria, then called for Page and his own construction team to tidy up the ruins and design on the spot. Since they were in the upper realm, the main hall had to be more imposing. After an hour of planning, a brand new main hall sketch was presented. The specifications were several times larger than before. This would naturally affect the martial arts arena and other buildings on the main peak. Thus, the reconstruction and renovation was considered a huge project. Jun Changxiao was very assured to leave the construction to his second disciple. Thus, he immediately went to the medicine hall and said, "Elder Wei, refine as many of these poisonous herbs as you can." Since the first revolution pills would not cause any harm, the next step was to plant them and strive to achieve mass production. This would allow the disciples to collectively enter the core transformation realm. Hall Master Miao. Jun Changxiao went to the poison hall again and said, "As for the antidote, we have to refine more. Elixirs required herbs, and so did the antidote. Thus, if they were to mass-produce the antidote, the money would naturally be spent very quickly. As long as it could increase the overall strength of the sect, Gosheng did not care even if he had to spend all his wealth." Spirit Beast Peak. The Purple King was lying on the bed. Apart from a pair of lifeless eyes, his entire face was covered in mosaic. The main reason was that he had been abused too badly, so it would not cause intense discomfort if he saw it. Z felt very wronged. I had successfully tested the pills for the patriarch. Why was I abused in the end? Plop. Inside the training room, Li Tian half knelt on the ground with a grim expression. At this moment, the poison in his body was like a flood, making him feel as if he could die at any moment. Fortunately, there were many antidote pills beside him. After taking them as quickly as possible, the intense pain gradually weakened. 15 minutes later. Li Tian was lying flat on the ground, sweating profusely. The pain caused by the poison attacking his body made him feel as if he had experienced death many times. Thinking back, his spine was drenched in cold sweat. However, everything was worth it because he had successfully stepped into Transformation Core Realm. Feng Gui Chen and the others refined a total of 10 quick pills. After the Purple King tested that there was no problem, the rest would definitely be given to the disciples. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the other core disciples had already broken through, so Jun Changxiao gave 9 pills to Li Tian, Sima Zhongda, and the others. As for the other disciples, if they refined more in the future, they would definitely be given more. Not bad. Sensing that Li Tian was lying on the ground like a dead dog, but his aura was already at Transformation Core Realm, a smile appeared on Jun Changxiao's face. A human's physique could not be compared to a Kuan. After taking the pill, one would have to endure the corrosion of the poison. Although the process was a bit bitter, as long as one could enter Transformation Core Realm, no one would care. Indeed. In a world where martial arts were respected, if one could increase their cultivation, no matter what kind of torture and pain they experienced, they would choose to endure it, even if it meant losing their lives. Next, Sima Zhongda and the others took the quick pills and successfully entered Transformation Core Realm from Void-Piercing Realm, increasing the overall strength of the sect of all times by a small margin. A few days later, Elder Wei divided a medicinal field for the poisonous herbs needed to refine the quick pills. The growth period was about 2 to 3 months. It's a bit slow, Jun Changxiao said, but it's better than letting the disciples cultivate. Not only that. The system said, it can also save a lot of resources. Jun Changxiao agreed with this point. Ignoring the realm and forcefully advancing to Transformation Core Realm, the amount of Xian stones and true stones saved in the process would definitely be countless. It's hard to imagine. Jun Changxiao took out the pill recipe and said in surprise, a non-human race can actually create such a divine tool pill. Under normal circumstances, human beings were best at alchemy and forging. It was unbelievable that the demonic tribe was better than humans in these 2 areas. The system said, I don't think the demonic tribe was the one who researched the recipe. Oh? Jun Changxiao asked curiously, what do you mean? From the huge size of the Devil Army, it can be seen that this is a combative tribe. Their research on Xianxia and other aspects are definitely not that outstanding. The system said. Not bad. Xianxia agreed. Every race had its own characteristics. For example, although the human race was not as strong as the other races in terms of physique and bloodline, their strength lay in their imagination and creativity. As for the demonic tribe, it could be seen from their tall and strong physique that they were born to fight. Asking them to sit down and research alchemy and medical skills was no different from asking rough men to do embroidery. The system said, since the demonic tribe did not exist in the upper realms race system in the beginning, it's very likely that they migrated from other planes or galaxies. As for the pill recipe and forging techniques, they could also be foreign products. That makes sense. It was rare for the two of them to have the same opinion and there was no argument. Here comes the problem again. June. Xianxia held his chin and said, how did they migrate here? Could it be that they relied on the spacetime worm? No. The system denied. The upper realms universe system is too big. It may not be possible to rely on the spacetime worm alone. Maybe there's a tool like the Star Spirit Realm battleship. Oh. Xianxia responded. How the demonic tribe came to the upper realm had nothing to do with him. What was the point of thinking so much? It was better to go to the forging hall and see how Master Fan's research was going. Forging Peak. Fan Yezi sat in the stone pavilion and was concentrating on the forging books obtained from the demonic territory. His eyes flashed with surprise and surprise. Hall Master Fan. Xianxia walked over and sat next to him. How's the research going? Fan Yezi came back to his senses from the sea of knowledge and exclaimed, Patriarch, these books are too professional. Not only do they record the armor forging technique, there are also many other forging techniques. After ascending to the upper realm, Xianxia had found him many forging books, but compared to the ones from the demonic territory, it was a world of difference. Xianxia asked with interest, compared to the fighter jets? They're only stronger. Fan Yezi said. The unmanned fighter jets were driven by a mysterious formation, but their bodies were forged by various ores, so he had gone to the formation hall to study them carefully. As a matter of fact, there were many scattered wing remains in the hall. The old man from Taishan was in charge of researching the formation, and Fan Yezi was in charge of studying the structure of the fighter jets. If both of them could make substantial progress, it should not be a problem to perfectly replicate a drone. Then do more research. Xianxia said, the disciples of the sect are still waiting for new equipment. The 4-piece set of Bahuang Tianin had not been popularized yet, because the ores were relatively rare. The armor worn by the demonic tribe soldiers, especially the second-generation version, was of good quality. The ores required were not high, and there were many casting molds. If they were to be mass-produced, it would not be difficult to have a few sets. Patriarch. Fan Yezi said, I'm the only one in the forging hall. Can you send some disciples over? They don't know how to forge. That's not a problem. They can just help. Okay. Xianxia said, I'll find some time and send some disciples over. Find some time? Fan Yezi rolled his eyes. He had complained about the lack of manpower in the forging hall many times, but every time, there was no one. He did not know if he would be able to wait until then. Formation hall. Xianxia walked in from outside. The old man from Taishan and his research team were still conducting comprehensive research on the unmanned fighter jets. Patriarch. Xianxia walked over and said, after the drawer of the cockpit was opened, I found this strange thing inside. Oh? Xianxia took out the mechanical device that looked like glasses and said in surprise, is this a device to test combat power? Then, he put it on. Pa. When the button was activated, dense numbers suddenly appeared on the lens. Then, it locked onto Xianxia and a series of strange words appeared. That's right. The system said, the host guessed correctly. This is the measuring device. Your disciple's combat power is 36. Xianxia was speechless. However, the system said, her defense is 24, agility is 21, and mental strength is 169. Jun Changxiao suddenly realized that these values must correspond to the physique, movement, and soul of the martial arts world. It was just a change of name. What about my master? Combat Power 267. What about me? This thing can't detect me. How am I supposed to know? Jun Changxiao took off the measuring device and threw it into the space ring. Although this thing could directly analyze one's strength with numbers, the martial arts world still relied on one's realm and understanding of the nature of heaven and earth, so it didn't have much reference value. Ha ha ha. At this moment, the old man from Taishan walked out of the mech and laughed. I understand, I understand. Understand what? Jun Changxiao asked. The old man from Taishan walked to the table covered with drawings and took out the internal formation diagram he drew, saying, according to my research during this period, I have roughly confirmed that the driving principle of these formations is soul control. Soul control? Jun Changxiao said in surprise, is it the same principle as the soul control of the mech I mentioned? No. The old man from Taishan said seriously, more professional than you. What do you mean? According to my preliminary judgment, the core formation of the mech can accept the soul of a martial artist and control all the driving devices. Is there a difference between this and the idea I proposed? The mech comes from the distant astral world. Do you think the martial artist and the soul can maintain contact? No. Even if the martial artist could control the mech by separating the soul, there would be a distance limit. If the distance was too far, the connection would be broken. The astral world and the upper realm are separated by several galaxies. There is only one possibility that the mech can still be controlled. The soul integrated into the core formation is actually equivalent to a new consciousness. The old man from Taishan said. I'll go. Jun Changxiao said in surprise, is it that magical? Come. The old man from Taishan walked to the front of the mech and opened a shell, saying, I have cracked the core formation. You can try to integrate a strand of your soul into it. Jun Changxiao walked over and found that the internal structure was not only complicated, but also dense formation patterns. Because it was different from the formation system he came into contact with, he was a little dazzled. Integrate it there? The groove in the central area. Jun Changxiao closed his eyes and separated a strand of his soul until it filled the groove in the center of the formation. In an instant, it was as if he had turned into a pilot sitting in the cockpit. Magical. Gosheng put his hand on the starting lever with a look of surprise. Who? Suddenly, the tail of the mech shot out an energy light. The intact mech instantly broke through a wall of the formation hall and flew out. Li Qingyang, who was planning in front of the ruins of the main hall, raised his head. His spiritual sense caught a big hole in the wall of the formation hall. He immediately clutched his chest and a pained expression appeared on his face. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the sky above the eternal immortal mountain, the unmanned mech flew at an extremely fast speed. Sometimes it flew sideways, sometimes it flew backwards, as if it was performing aerial acrobatics. Interesting, interesting. A smile appeared on Jun Changxia's face as he stood in the formation hall. At this moment, he was more like an innocent child playing with the remote control plane his parents bought for him. The old man from Taishuan's analysis was right. This kind of unmanned mech from the astral world could be controlled as long as the soul was injected into the formation. Moreover, what surprised Jun Changxiao the most was that the mech flew out of the eternal immortal mountain and flew far enough away. Although it was disconnected from him, it was still flying, as if someone was still controlling it. Whoosh! After a while, the mech flew back to the eternal immortal mountain. The soul was connected to the main body, and Gosheng regained control. This is too magical. Jun Changxiao exclaimed. After disconnecting from the mech, the flight path was exactly the same as what he had expected. This meant that the soul that had fused with it had its own consciousness at that stage, and even completely inherited its thoughts. Master. Withdrawing a wisp of his soul, Jun Changxiao said, can this kind of special formation be used on the mech? He was not interested in the unmanned mech, but he was interested in the internal structure of the formation. If it was used on the Diablo, not only would the disciples be able to control it remotely, they would also be able to control it in the true sense of the word. Follow me. The old man from Taishan brought Jun Xianxia to the back of the mountain. There was a mech placed there with dazzling patterns on it. Could it be? Just as Jun Xianxia opened his mouth, the old man from Taishan proudly said, "That's right, this kind of extremely special soul formation has already been used." PS3200 plus it was only 6,000 words away from 200,000. Come on, Ollie. Boom. Boom. Heavy footsteps came from the gloomy forest. A mecha that was dozens of feet tall pushed open the tree and walked over. Its eyes were shining. Together with the dark color, it looked like a ghost from hell. Whoosh, a human figure flew over from afar and landed on a big tree. Then, it issued some kind of order to the big guy. It quickly rushed into the depths of the forest, then raised its palm and shot out a beam of energy, killing the leopard-type demon beast that was moving at high speed on the spot. Not bad. Zhongyi nodded with satisfaction. Using Diablo to kill a void realm beast? Did it have nothing better to do? No. This time, he came to the forest thousands of miles away from the sect to test whether the mecha would listen to his orders when it was operated by soul and disconnected from the user. He was very satisfied with the result. Zhongyi transmitted his voice to the members of the drizzle hall nearby, reporting to the patriarch, "Everything is normal." Roger that. Under the continuous transmission of the intelligence network, the news was quickly sent to the sect of all times. Jun Xianxia took a sip of tea and said with a smile, "When fighting in the future, you just need to let them merge with the soul." The old man from Taishan said, "Although it's convenient, if the mecha is seriously damaged, the soul will also be damaged. I'm afraid it will bring irreparable damage to the disciple." "It's okay," Jun Xianxia said indifferently, "as long as the soul-refining sacred celestial art is cultivated to the out-of-body level, the separated soul will not affect the main body even if it is erased." This was the reason why Goxing had been working on unmanned mecha. Unfortunately, the mental cultivation method was too profound. Even he himself had not comprehended the out-of-body level yet. Of course. With the doppelganger formed by the Major Thousand Shadows art, even if he had been worrying about the sect and neglected cultivation, he would comprehend it sooner or later. "Master," Jun Xianxia said, "the previous 1,000 mechas and the subsequent ones have to be added with this soul array." "Elder Zhan and the others have already started to act," the old man from Taishan said. "That's good." Jun Xianxia reminded them again and then returned to his residence. He was free now. The medical hall, poison refining hall, smithing hall, and array formation hall started to get busy. After all, they had to refine elixirs, research armor, and set up array formations. This was the sect of all times. Some of the halls might be very idle, or even have no sense of existence. However, when they were put to use, they would definitely be busy to the point of exhaustion. Compared to the Spirit Beast Hall, they were still considered fortunate. Due to Hall Master Z's actions of testing the pill, Elder Niu and the others were now holding brooms and cleaning the various mountain peaks for a month. These chores were originally done by Du Kong, but since it was replaced by the Spirit Beast Hall, he could only focus on cultivating Dharma. The sect of all times was operating as usual. Jun Xianxia also had a rare opportunity to cultivate and comprehend martial arts techniques. Outside, the 10 great immortal sects began a large-scale search of the buried moon pavilion. The entire world was filled with a murderous aura. Although Jun Xianxia did not go out, the Drizzle Hall had always been collecting information, so he knew the current situation of the world like the back of his hand. Patriarch. One day, Li Luoqiu walked into the study and reported, "I just received news that the Realm Hall's men found the buried moon pavilion branch in Sea King City last night. Both sides had a fierce battle outside the city, and both sides suffered casualties." "Heh," Jun Xianxia said, "to be able to find the branch, the Realm Hall is not useless after all." Li Luoqiu smiled and said, "The investigation of the buried moon pavilion this time was initiated by the 10 great celestial sects. They definitely won't dare to slack off, so it's normal for them to find the branch based on the information provided by the Patriarch." Go ahead. Jun Xianxia put his legs on the table and smiled. "I'm looking forward to picking up the scraps. The 10 great celestial sects would definitely not allow the demon ancestor to exist. Both sides would." eventually have a winner. What he needed to do was to watch the fire burn across the river and reap the benefits when the time was right. Lingyao Wonderland. Master. The hunchbacked elder frowned and said, "The 10 great celestial sects are serious this time. The buried moon pavilion might be destroyed." Empress Lingyao, who was sitting on the throne, said faintly, "The demon ancestor is someone they have to get rid of. Now that he has been identified as a spy, the situation is not optimistic." "This Jun Changshao is not simple," the hunchbacked elder said. The hunchbacked elder said, "With just a few words in the holy city's meeting, he labeled the fiend ancestor as a spy." Empress Lingyao said, "The demonic tribe does not belong to the upper realm, and now there are foreign warships invading. Perhaps he has guessed correctly." Whether or not the demon ancestor was a spy, she was skeptical, and so were the 10 great celestial sects. But at this moment, they could only believe it. They would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. "Actually," Empress Lingyao said, "I am very curious now. What method did Jun Changshao use to blow up the 9 warships that were preparing to escape?" Out of the 10 warships that invaded, the upper realm joined forces with various experts to barely destroy one of them. Gu Zhaoxi flew out from the Sect of all times and sacrificed himself to blow it up. This was too exaggerated. Moreover, the Starry Sky Fortress was also blown up. Combining the two, did Jun Changshao already possess some kind of terrifying power that could destroy everything? The 10 great celestial sects had also mentioned this in their discussions, but they did not go to the Sect of all times to ask for clarification. Firstly, the two sides were not on good terms because of the demonic body. Secondly, if they provoked the other side and blew up their own home, it would be troublesome. What was this? That's right, nuclear deterrence. If Gosheng took out a soul bomb and placed it in the sky, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Who dares to fight me?" The final result would be the celestial sects all clasping their fists and saying they did not dare. "It should be some kind of special trump card," the hunchbacked old man said. Empress Lingyao said, "Regardless of whether it is a trump card or not, the invasion of the foreign warships has undoubtedly helped Jun Changshao. The Jia Hall will definitely not dare to offend him again." "Then Master's plan, it doesn't matter." Empress Lingyao said, "With Jun Changshao's personality, he will definitely remember the 10 great celestial sects besieging the Sect of all times. Sooner or later, there will be a day when they will fall out. As a subordinate, the Jia Hall will naturally be affected." In the dark and gloomy palace, the demon ancestor sat cross-legged in the blood pool. Crimson lines covered his entire body, as if he was being nourished by some kind of power. Phew! After a while, he opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. "My ancestor," the black-robed old man said respectfully, "the investigation has been completed. The 10 great celestial sects suddenly attacked the buried moon pavilion because they think that the demon clan is the accomplice of the invaders." The demon ancestor's eyes gradually turned cold. 100,000 years ago, these sanctimonious forces thought that the demon clan wanted to dominate the upper world, so they joined forces with the other major clans to destroy us. Now that I am resurrected, they have found a new reason? Humph. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. The black-robed old man wanted to say something but stopped. "What are you trying to say?" "My ancestor, the 10 great celestial sects think that the demon clan is a spy from the outside world. It is all because the patriarch of the Sect of all times fanned the flames during the meeting in the holy city." Pfft. The demon ancestor could not hold back the blood in his body and spat it out. The disciples of the Sect of all times had stolen the Khanate Saint demonic body. He had not succeeded in getting someone else to do the dirty work. Instead, he had let the sect become the hero. Now that he had been tricked by that guy, it was hard for him not to be angry. Despicable guy. The demon ancestor wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said angrily, "When I recover, I will destroy the Sect of all times with my own hands. Let's go. Inform all members of the buried moon pavilion that we will depart for the hidden spirit island in the West Ocean in 3 days. They were afraid that the 10 great celestial sects would find them. "My ancestor," the black-robed old man said, "there is an ancient array on the hidden spirit island. If we get close, that was set up by me in the past. The demon ancestor sneered and said, I'm afraid the 10 great immortal sects would never have thought that I still have a way to enter the demonic region. As long as we can successfully enter and control the demonic army, the entire upper world will be doomed. He he he. He 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 he. Without the connate saint demon body, why was the demon ancestor so confident that he could control the demon army? Because he was the ancestor of the demon clan, the leader of the clan. Even without the demon body, he could still command his subordinates. However, the reality was a little cruel. The demon army in the demon territory had been moved away by Xianxia. Even the royal city's treasury and all kinds of forging facilities were gone. Even if they went in, they would only listen to the snowflakes and the north wind. The demon ancestor did not know about this. He gave up the palace where he was in seclusion and took the elite troops of the buried moon pavilion to the West Sea. The 10 immortal sects were closing in, and there was no way to escape. However, it did not mean that he admitted defeat. As long as his injuries recovered and he regained his strength, he would definitely rise again and cause chaos in the upper realm. No matter what caused the demon ancestor's personality to be distorted in the past, he was now a complete villain. Sigh. 2 villains in one world. How could he live well in the future? Some people would ask, who was the other villain? Hurry and see a doctor. I'll pay for it myself. You don't have to pay me back, the West Sea. After traveling for half a month, the demon ancestor arrived at the hidden spirit island, which was described as the most mysterious place. Why was it mysterious? Because the island was located in the West Sea. It disappeared and disappeared from time to time. Sometimes it was in the east, sometimes it was in the west. It was like a wandering ghost. Even if a lucky boat or martial artist came here, they would definitely be lost in the forbidden array and turn into a skeleton. Buzz, on the beach, the demon ancestor waved his hand and the invisible array was immediately removed. Roar, roar. At the same time, a deafening roar came from the island. Immediately, a group of huge birds and beasts rushed out and then prostrated themselves on the ground as if they were worshipping. As expected. The demon ancestor said with relief, you have all grown up. The 4 black-robed elders and the members of the buried moon pavilion standing behind changed their expressions. They had only seen these strange demonic beasts in ancient books, because they had long been extinct and no longer existed. The 10 major celestial sects thought that by sealing off the demonic territory, they would be able to get rid of all future troubles. Little did they know that I had a trick up my sleeve. I had placed the baby demonic beasts of my clan on the hidden spirit island in advance. The demon ancestor said proudly. Leaving behind a few resurrection plans and leaving powerful demonic beasts on the island, he might as well call this master devil hands. Don't say it. After 100,000 years of natural development, the demonic beasts on Hidden Spirit Island had grown to a very large scale. For example, there were several hundred demonic beasts similar to the Tyrannosaurus rex, and their strength was comparable to at least 8 or 9 transformations. There were also over 1,000 flying demonic beasts similar to the ostrich, and their strength was at least 5 or 6 transformations. This was still a large number of beasts. Some of the beasts were fewer in number, but their strength was getting stronger. Some of them were even comparable to the truth-seeking realm. With such a lineup and no concealment array at the start, ordinary cultivators would definitely die if they entered. Let's go. Mogisho led his subordinates through the dense forest and stopped at an area with higher terrain. Then, he waved his hand lightly. When the formation in front of them was removed, a small city instantly appeared in their field of vision. Above the city gate were the words Spirit Vanishing City. From today onwards, this is where you will live. Yes. Thousands of buried Moon Pavilion members walked into the spotless city. Looking at the various defensive measures set up on the city walls, they were all amazed by the foresight of their ancestor 100,000 years ago to raise demonic beasts on the island and build a city in advance, sect of all times. Jun Changxiao sat in the study, one hand holding the left side of his face. His eyes glanced at the map on the table, and he muttered to himself, where will the demon ancestor hide? Although he wanted to be a spectator, if the 10 major immortal sects could not find that guy and let him recover his cultivation in a short time, he and his sect would definitely be in trouble. Without a doubt. The system said, after all, your disciple stole his demonic body. So. Jun Changxiao stood up, rubbed his temples, and said, I can't just rely on the immortal sect to deal with the devil ancestor. I have to personally go and find him. I have to take advantage of the fact that my cultivation hasn't recovered to prevent future troubles. The 10 major immortal sects have better intelligence than the Drizzle Hall. If they can't find him, how will the host find him? The system began to pour cold water on him. Jun Changxiao scanned the map back and forth, and said, since the demon ancestor left so many demonic troops in the demonic region, he will definitely find a way to enter. And then? The sealed entrance to the demonic region is in the West Sea. Perhaps he is hiding in some corner. The West Sea of the upper realm is vast and boundless. A few falling star continents can't compare to it. The host has no clue to find his hiding place. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack, the system said. Originally, Jun Changxiao had only made a casual guess and had no intention of going to the West Sea to look for it. However, when he heard its firm tone, he immediately made a decision and said, since you're going, I have no reason not to go. Whoosh, that day, Gosheng boarded the ancient warship and left the Sect of all times, embarking on the journey to the West Sea. It could be said that he left as soon as he said he would, rushing through the 9 states. This time, he didn't have much hope in going to the West Sea. His real goal was to cultivate to the peak of the revolving core realm. There was no point in cultivating, so he planned to go out and try his luck. Perhaps he might accidentally find dozens of super-large immortal stone veins. Haha. The system laughed. In other aspects, it might suspect that he was a jinx. Finding dozens of super-large immortal stone veins? Absolutely impossible. If he really found one, he would do a handstand, come on, mercilessly slap his face. Hidden Spirit Island. Several subordinates of the demon ancestor appeared from the formation boundary, and then flew toward the continent on a flying treasure. The headquarters of the Buried Moon Pavilion would be placed here in the future. Many members would arrive later, so they had to prepare a large amount of supplies and daily necessities. There was an ancient formation on the island, and it didn't change its position. Therefore, it would be difficult for the 10 major immortal sects to find it in the sea. Wait, wasn't this similar to the Demon Emperor's Gate? It hid in a forbidden area and relied on a special formation to move around crazily. In the end, it was still found by Jun Changxiao, who was good at fighting. Jun Changxiao had taken advantage of it several times. It was similar, but in terms of strength, the demon ancestor was much stronger than the Demon Emperor's Gate sect master. Moreover, he had so many tricks up his sleeve 100,000 years ago. How could he be found so easily? Huff, the demon ancestor, who was sitting cross-legged in the main hall, opened his eyes and said helplessly, although my body is becoming more and more compatible with it, my soul has suffered a setback. I'm stuck at the peak of the revolving core realm, and it's difficult for me to enter the truth-seeking realm. Forget it, forget it. It's not something urgent. He got up and walked out of the main hall. He walked along the tree-lined path to the back of the mountain. Then, he activated a mechanism, and an entrance slowly opened in the stone wall. There was a small palace inside. After the demon ancestor entered, the torches in all directions suddenly lit up. Under the illumination of the light, he could clearly see the outline of a huge pattern on the stone slab in the center. With my current cultivation, I should be able to activate the array to enter the demonic region. This array pattern was set up by him 100,000 years ago. Its purpose was to teleport to the demonic region. Whether it could break the seal set up by the 10 immortal sects was still uncertain. Swish, the demon ancestor walked into the center of the array and sat down cross-legged. Buzz. Buzz, demonic chi spread out, and the ancient patterns that had existed for a long time were suddenly activated. They flashed with red light and gradually formed layers of light screens. It can connect to the demonic region. Swish, swish, the demon ancestor quickly formed a hand seal and chanted a strange incantation. He placed 2 fingers in front of his temple and shouted, I am the only one in the world. Turn the starry sky. Swish, a stream of light flashed, and his figure gradually blurred. It worked. This ancient array that was set up 100,000 years ago was not suppressed by the seal. It could be teleported to the demonic region. Kakik. My soldiers, have you heard the call of this ancestor? The voice became weaker and weaker as the demon ancestor was teleported away. The West Sea was a very general name. The coastal continents were included in it, not just the boundless ocean. Xianxia rushed over on the ancient warship. The first stop was Sea King City, because a very important branch of the Buried Moon Pavilion was here. They had just fought with the Jia Hall not long ago. Look, it's the ancient warship. The patriarch of the sect of all times. Gosheng flew openly in midair on the official road of Sea King City, and immediately alerted the passers-by on the road. How could they have heard of him in such a remote place? Xianxia was a little smug. He did not go into the city. Instead, he rushed to the open space where the Buried Moon Pavilion and the Jia Hall fought. There were huge pits nearby, and the rocks and trees had collapsed. He could infer that the battle must have been very fierce. At this moment, Xianxia's spiritual thoughts captured an acquaintance in the battle area. He was surprised. Why is he here? Jun Patriarch. Ryu Sinan, who was carrying the sarcophagus, looked up and smiled. We meet again. Brother Liu, why have you come to Sea King City? Jun Changxiao asked. Sigh. Ryu Sinan shook his head. I was going to your sect, but I got lost and ended up in the West Sea. Jun Changxiao almost fell off the ship. Brother, the sect of all times is in the southeast region, and the West Sea is in the west. You got lost too much. Jun Patriarch. Ryu Sinan said, You're here to investigate the Buried Moon Pavilion? That's right. Jun Changxiao jumped down from the warship and put away his space ring. He then said with a solemn expression, The Zhongyue Pavilion is related to the demon ancestor, so I came here to investigate it. I hope I can do something for the upper world. Although this demon exterminator was a member of the Jia Hall, he felt that he was a good person after meeting him in Muyuan City. It would be best if they could build a friendship. Jun Patriarch. Ryu Sinan cupped his fists and said, Righteous. Jun Changxiao said, The upper realm is so big. It's fate that we met here. Why don't we go to a restaurant in Sea King City and have a drink or two? That would be great. Ryu Sinan did not decline. After all, he was exhausted after coming to the West Sea. A drink or two would relieve his tiredness. Please. Please. Just as the two of them entered Sea King City, the demon lord, who entered Moang territory with the help of a formation, entered Moang City. He looked calm on the surface, but he was actually very excited. 100,000 years ago, he scattered the million-strong demon army in various cities and sealed them. There were as many as 300,000 soldiers in the main city, including the 8 most capable generals. Gather the army. What is there to be afraid of? Along the way, the demon lord's eyes shone with excitement. Soon, he arrived at the military camp that he had built himself. He looked at the drill ground and the stage with a smile, only to see an empty space. Where are my soldiers? Where are my 8 generals? The demon lord stood there in a daze, the smile on his face completely frozen. The camera panned to the sky and gave him a close-up shot of nothing around him. Sad music started to play, snowflakes fluttered, and the north wind blew. The world was vast. A plum blossom stood proudly in the snow, only for the fragrance of his lover. Puff puff puff. Puff puff puff. Blood splattered out like fireworks in full bloom. 4th update, 3,200 plus words. I can't take it anymore. My brain is in a daze. If I force myself to write, I might not even know what I'm writing. The total word count for this month is fixed at 199459. Damn it, more than 500 words. It's stopping me from reaching 200,000. In the largest restaurant in Sea King City, Jun Changxiao sat in a high-class room and started chatting with Ryu Sinan. Those who did not know would think that they were old friends. Not long after, plates of delicacies were served. Since it was a coastal city, the cuisine was mainly seafood. Ryu Sinan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He praised, I've heard that the seafood feast in Sea King City is the best in the upper realm. Just the smell of the aroma is enough to prove it. Brother Liu, are you a gourmet? Jun Changxiao asked. I wouldn't dare to call myself a gourmet, Ryu Sinan said humbly, it's just that I'm usually very gluttonous and like to taste the world's delicacies. Masters would not starve to death even if they did not eat, but who would not want to eat delicious food? Please. Please. The two of them exchanged pleasantries and began to taste the seafood feast. I won't describe the process of eating. I'm afraid that the instant noodles in your bowl will suddenly not taste good. Not bad. Not bad. Ryu Sinan praised as he ate. Sigh. Jun Changxiao put down his chopsticks and picked up a tissue to wipe his mouth. Disappointment appeared on his face. It's coming. The system said the drama queen is about to perform. Ryu Sinan was puzzled. Jun Patriarch, why aren't you eating? Don't you like seafood? Sigh. Jun Changxiao sighed first, then stood up and pointed at the table full of seafood. He said indignantly, such good food, but it's so disgusting. It's such a waste. Ryu Sinan was dumbfounded. The seafood feast here was very good, how could it be disgusting? Even if it was not to his taste, there was no need to get angry. Had this guy's pickiness about food reached a terrifying level? Brother Liu. Jun Changxiao said, you may think that I'm picky, but in fact, the chef in this restaurant doesn't know how to cook at all. The food he makes is disgusting and soulless. Ryu Sinan's mouth twitched slightly. He only knew whether food was delicious or not, but he had never heard of soulful food. I'm not eating anymore. Jun Changxiao flung his chopsticks and sat down angrily. Ryu Sinan lowered his voice and said, Jun Patriarch, a seafood feast costs at least 10,000 profound stones. It would be a waste not to eat it. Brother Liu, please rest assured. Jun Changxiao said, this meal is on me. If it's wasted, then so be it. Hearing the word treat, Ryu Sinan felt relieved. He picked up his chopsticks and said with a smile, then I'll eat. Pa. Jun Changxiao took out a bowl of fried rice from his interspatial ring and said, Brother Liu, eat the seafood. I'll eat the food I prepared. This is? Ryu Sinan was surprised. Jun Changxiao said, fried rice made by the Sect's chef. Ryu Sinan felt a little dizzy. Instead of eating the expensive seafood feast, he chose to eat fried rice that was similar to dry food. Was this guy sick? Brother Liu. Jun Changxiao asked, do you want one? No, no. Ryu Sinan hurriedly said seriously, I think I should eat the seafood feast first. It would be a waste if I can't finish it. On one side was lobster, king crab and other precious delicacies, and on the other was cold fried rice. As long as one's brain wasn't kicked by a donkey, anyone would know what to eat. All right then. Jun Changxiao picked up his chopsticks and ate the fried rice, smacking his lips. Ryu Sinan completely let go of his appetite and ate the food on the table in big mouthfuls. But when he glanced over and saw the other eating more happily than him, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart, can this thing compare to the seafood feast? Ah. After a while, Jun Changxiao leaned against the back of the chair, scooped off the rice and stuffed it into his mouth. He closed his eyes and savored it carefully, saying, this is a real delicacy. It has absolute soul. The corner of Ryu Sinan's mouth twitched. A guy who had eaten fried rice for God knows how many nights could eat it to the level of soul? There must be something wrong with his brain. Brother Liu, come, drink a mouthful. Come. After drinking a cup of wine, Jun Changxiao continued to eat. His mouth made a lot of noise, and he looked very relaxed. Ryu Sinan was immediately affected. He felt that the seafood on the table was no longer delicious. Brother Liu, why aren't you eating? Ryu Sinan couldn't take it anymore and asked weakly, Jun Patriarch, is this fried rice really that good? Of course. Jun Changxiao said, no beautiful words can describe it. Seeing how exaggerated he was, Ryu Sinan was even more curious. He smiled and said, can you give me a bowl? Sigh. The system said helplessly, I still fell for it. All right. Jun Changxiao took out a bowl of fried rice from his space ring and pushed it over. Ryu Sinan lowered his head and carefully examined the fried rice. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Because just from the color, it was obvious that it had been cooked for a long time. What was the standard of a delicacy? It looked, smelled, and tasted good. Although the fried rice was still golden in color because it had been cooked overnight, it was obviously much dimmer. As for the taste, Ryu Sinan leaned over and sniffed. He couldn't smell anything at all. He immediately concluded that this bowl of fried noodles was at most used to fill the stomach. It wasn't a delicacy at all. Why was June Patriarch eating so happily? If he guessed correctly, this person was seriously lacking in taste. Brother Liu, June Xianxia said, eat it while it's hot. This fried rice was obviously cold. Eat it while it's hot, my ass. After all, Ryu Sinan was a cultured person. Although he was a little regretful, he still picked up the spoon. That's right. When eating fried rice, the spoon had more soul than chopsticks. From this small detail, it could be seen that Ryu Sinan was indeed a gourmet. Thinking about how Jun Changxiao picked up the bowl and used the chopsticks to shove the fried rice into his mouth, no wonder, he ate it with relish. It made people envious. A small spoonful, put it in his mouth. Even if he had already determined that the fried rice was only used to fill the stomach, Ryu Sinan still tasted it carefully like a gentleman. Because he understood the principle that every grain on the plate was hard work. Chewing, chewing. He chewed the bridge of his grandmother, chewed the bridge of his youth. In a simple courtyard, a young girl wearing an apron stood at the kitchen door and shouted, "Brother Nan, the food is ready." Wait a minute. Humph, you only know how to cultivate. After a while, the girl shouted again, "Brother Nan, the food is cold." Wait a minute. Only after being urged several times did the young man come out. He picked up the chopsticks and ate a few mouthfuls, regardless of whether the food was cold or hot, and continued to cultivate. This kind of life lasted for a long time. Until one rainy night, when the cooking girl was lying in his arms, she still didn't forget to smile and say, After I leave, remember, to eat on time, swish." Ryu Sinan suddenly came back from the past. He looked down at the bowl of cold fried rice. Manly tears flowed down his cheeks because the cold fried rice reminded him of his true love, and he remembered that he didn't cherish her. The thing that made him regret the most in his life was that he was too addicted to martial arts and neglected the woman who cared for him. It wasn't until she left that he suddenly realized that it was impossible to eat the food she cooked. Back to the topic. How did the fried rice taste? It was no longer important, because whether it was delicious or not, it reminded Ryu Sinan of the past. It reminded him of the taste when he was busy with cultivation and hurried to eat. This man. Looking at the stone coffin next to him, Jun Changxiao secretly said, "There must be a sad story." Nonsense. The system ridiculed, "If there is no story, how can I give you a chance to poach him? P.S. Please guarantee a monthly ticket." Ryu Sinan finished the fried rice. What he ate was not the taste, but the memories. "Brother Liu," Jun Changxiao said, "can you tell me your story?" Since the food was to his liking, he should take advantage of the situation and find a flaw to attack. "I don't have a story." Lu Wancher put down the spoon gently and said, "Thank you, Jun Patriarch, for your hospitality." Swoosh, he carried the sarcophagus and left. No way? He left just like that. Jun Changxiao shook his head and went downstairs to pay the bill. When he walked out of the restaurant, Ryu Sinan had already walked to the end of the street. His back was gradually drowned in the crowd. Haha. The system rejoiced in his misfortune and said, "What a waste of time." Jun Changxiao said, "This is a very gentlemanly man. I believe he will remember this meal." TSK, the system snorted. Jun Changxiao left Sea King City. Next, he would wander around the West Sea aimlessly to see if he could find any clues. On the reef by the sea, Ryu Sinan sat on the ground. He placed the sarcophagus in front of him and looked at the endless sea. He was still thinking about the feelings and worries brought to him by the fried rice. Moang region. The song of a cut plum was still lingering on the demon ancestor's head. At this moment, he was standing in the empty equipment workshop. He covered his chest with one hand and leaned against the wall with the other. Drops of blood splattered down and gathered into a lake. Why is this? This demon ancestor was very strong, but he was overly cautious. He left behind a lot of backup plans before he died so that he could make a comeback in the future, but the reality was cruel. The soldiers and generals in the Moang region, and even all the equipment were gone. Not even a strand of hair was left. A heavy blow, fortunately, the reconstructed body was very strong. If it was an ordinary person, they would have vomited blood and died. Who is it? The demon ancestor clenched his fists. His face was ferocious. His veins were bulging as he roared, "Who is it?" If anger could be measured by a number, it would be off the charts now. An hour later, he had visited all the other cities and made sure that the devil army was nowhere to be found. Only then did he return to the main city with all his heart set on it. Although his heart was in pain, life had to go on. How could the lord of the Moang clan be defeated by a setback? Although the demon ancestor's current strength was lacking, he still had the heart of a top elite. Not only could he withstand the storm, but he could also withstand the storm. No Moang army, it doesn't matter, no equipment, it doesn't matter, as long as he recovered his cultivation, he could make a comeback. The 10 Celestials, all the major clans, and the sect of all times that stole my Moang's body. The demon ancestor stepped into the array pattern that led back to the hidden spirit island. His eyes flashed with anger as he said, "Sooner or later, you will understand what a real hell is. I am the only one in the world, and I shall turn the stars." Swish, the light flashed, and Demon Alpha was still standing where she was. She had not been teleported away. In the end, she lost control of her emotions and screamed, "What the F***ck is going on?" A series of mental attacks were simply too fatal. West Ocean. A few members of the Buried Moon Pavilion who were in charge of purchasing landed on the beach of Hidden Spirit Island under the guidance of a special device. Then, they vigilantly released their spiritual senses to observe the surroundings. After making sure that no one was following them, they entered the invisible array. About 15 minutes later, the space above the ocean was slightly distorted, and the ancient warship slowly appeared. Xianxia, who was sitting on the bow, crossed his legs and said, "These people are sneaking around. It's a little suspicious." Damn, he actually followed them. Without any foreshadowing, he directly found the demon ancestor's hiding place. What a coincidence. Xianxia was wandering aimlessly in the ocean. He saw a few martial artists flying at high speed on the ocean, so he followed them on a whim. At this time, he did not know that the people he was following were members of the Buried Moon Pavilion. He also did not know that the demon ancestor was hiding on the island ahead. Swoosh, he kept the ancient warship and flew over alone. However, what shocked Xianxia was that when he was about to reach the beach, he saw the ocean in front of him. The entire island disappeared. Is it a mirage? Impossible. Those martial artists clearly went in just now. It can't be fake. Gosheng hovered in midair, holding his chin as he began to think. Could it be that there's an array that's automatically shielding the island? The system guessed. Xianxia shook his head and said, "There was indeed the aura of an array just now, but it's gone now. The entire island seems to have evaporated." He waited for a while. After making sure that it no longer existed, he summoned the ancient warship and searched the nearby waters. An island had suddenly disappeared. This aroused Xianxia's interest. After searching for about 2 days, Gosheng finally found the island in another part of the ocean. From its original position, it was at least a few thousand miles away. If not for the fact that it was very close and could not be seen with the naked eye, spiritual senses would not have been able to detect it. Very strange. Xianxia thought to himself, there might be treasures inside. Swoosh, when he got close again, the entire island had mysteriously disappeared again. "I don't believe that I won't be able to find you." Xianxia's temper flared. He piloted the ancient warship and continued searching in the West Sea. In the end, he found it 8 times in half a month. Every time he was about to reach the shore, it would disappear. It was as if it did not want strangers to approach it. Gosheng was not angry. He took out the map of the West Sea and marked his current position. As for the other locations he had discovered before, he also marked them. As expected. It's another 2,000 miles away. In this half a month, Xianxia found that the island would always disappear and reappear at a fixed distance. Moreover, from the map, it appeared to be a circle. It seemed to contain the law of strategists. The first time was here. The second time was here, clock. Turn clockwise. In order to verify his guess, Jun Changxiao piloted the ancient warship and traveled 2,000 miles from the last location. The location was exactly at 11 o'clock on the map. Just as expected, after 1 day and 1 night, the space in the sea below was distorted. It was as if the island was shrouded in some kind of energy. Jun Changxiao did not rush over immediately. Instead, he went to the first location marked on the map. 2 days later, the island appeared again. Only then did he confirm, it's indeed at a fixed location. It's moving clockwise. So what if you found the pattern? The system said, as long as the host gets close, the island will disappear. This must be related to the array inside. I can set up another array to intercept it, Jun Changxiao said. Xiao. Jun Changxiao flew to the 1 o'clock position and began to set up the array. Although he was not as skilled as the Taishan elder, he could at least show off his skills. Moreover, the main point this time was not to destroy the island but to intercept it. Even a second was enough. Huff, huff. A few days later, the island automatically rotated to a fixed location. Because of the array on the surface of the sea, there was a violent collision. Then, with a xiao sound, it disappeared for exactly 1 second. Although the hidden spirit island was out of danger, the 1-second delay gave Jun Changxiao an opportunity to land on the beach. He's here, Goxing is here, demonic region. The demon ancestor sat cross-legged outside the array and breathed. Previously, the teleportation failed because he vomited too much blood. His body was a little weak, so he needed to recuperate before returning to the hidden spirit island. The hidden spirit island was still changing rhythmically, but no matter if it turned clockwise or counterclockwise, it couldn't shake off Jun Changxiao. This guy had already entered and was standing on the beach, thinking about how to break the array in front of him. The members of the Buried Moon Pavilion had special tokens that allowed them to enter and exit at will. If he wanted to enter, he would have to break it with violence or wisdom. Let's use wisdom. Jun Changxiao was worried that if he made too much noise outside, it would alarm the martial artists who had entered before him. Whoosh, his soul scattered and merged into the array. Damn. Seeing the dense structure of lines inside, Jun Changxiao collapsed on the spot. This is too advanced and complicated. Regret. He didn't bring the Taishan elder. It was obviously unrealistic to return to the sect to pick him up at this time, so he could only sit down and analyze step by step. Jun Changxiao was mainly a little lazy and adhered to the sect's principle of not keeping idle people. So, as long as it was related to arrays, he would leave it to the array hall. In fact, his understanding of arrays was very good. Of course, it was also because he often used cheats that covered up his own advantages. There was no absolutely perfect array in this world. As long as one observed carefully, they would always find loopholes and flaws. Even if it was just a little bit, it would cause a fatal chain reaction. Jun Changxiao was like a meditating monk sitting on the beach under the scorching sun, quietly analyzing and figuring out. Even if sand fell on his hair, his shoulders would not move. A serious woman was the most beautiful. Goxing was the most handsome when he was serious. 5 days later. A cool breeze blew, blowing away his black hair. When Jun Changxiao started to study arrays to the extreme, it triggered the root of his illness, baldness. Whoosh, after a while, he stood up. The sand on his head and shoulders fell down. The sun shone on his shadow, making him look so majestic. Enough, enough, enough. Suddenly, Jun Changxiao waved his hand, twisted his waist, and sang, ah, ah, ah. Whoosh, the invisible defensive barrier suddenly dissipated. It was undeniable that Goxing's singing was amazing. However, the array stopped operating not because of the disturbance of the out-of-tune music, but because it was completely controlled. Treasure. Jun Changxiao's lips curled into a smile. I'm coming. A small island that was covered with complicated formations and constantly changed its position was enough to show that there was something good hidden there that it didn't want others to know about. Perhaps, there were a few dozen immortal stone veins waiting for him to excavate. Roar, while he was thinking, an extremely loud roar echoed in his ears. Jun Changxiao's head was shaken, and the sand behind him was crazily swept away. A gigantic creature that looked like a Tyrannosaurus Rex was standing in front of him at some point in time. Its stinky mouth was only half a zhang away from him, there were many demonic beasts on the hidden spirit island. When the array stopped, they would appear immediately. Roar, so noisy. Boom, the gigantic Tyrannosaurus rex flew into the air and crashed into the forest in the distance like a small mountain. Its mouth and eyes were slanted, and white foam was spewing out of its mouth as it fainted. Aya. Xianxia rubbed his shiny and smooth head with dead fish eyes and said in a daze, I was a little heavy-handed. The system roared. Why did the style suddenly change to a punch? Roar. Roar. At this moment, an angry roar came from the forest in front. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, one by one, the Tyrannosaurus rex raised their gigantic bodies and walked out with trembling steps. They were at least 200 to 300 zhong tall, and there were 7 to 8 of them. Soon, they were like mountains in front of the beach, looking down at Xianxia. Kid. How dare you hurt my kind? Xianxia looked up at these big guys. His eyes shone, and a U-shaped smile gradually appeared on his face. These demonic beasts that looked very similar to the Tyrannosaurus rex were very strong. They should not be weaker than a human transformation stage 7 or 8. The crystal cores in their bodies must be very valuable, the system said. There is no such demonic beast in the illustrated handbook of demonic beasts in the upper realm. They should be a rare species that is extinct. Rare species? Xianxia's eyes were burning. The crystal cores must be even more valuable. The system was speechless. This guy only saw the value of the crystal cores. Did he not see the value of the rare quality, or was it because of their ugly appearance that he had no intention of subduing them? Yes. The Tyrannosaurus rex was too ugly. Trespassing on Hidden Spirit Island will only result in death. Hoo-hoo. The 8 Tyrannosaurus rex angrily raised their feet and mercilessly trampled on Xianxia. As expected of a rare species from 100,000 years ago. The seemingly ordinary attack actually contained an extremely strong true spirit force. Demonic beasts did not cultivate martial arts, but when they reached a certain level, they could also control the attributes of heaven and earth. So in terms of body and strength, they were even stronger than human martial artists of the same level. Not to mention, to be able to be sent to the island by the demon ancestor in advance, they were definitely not ordinary. You want me to die? Xianxia's dead fish eyes were suddenly replaced by a serious expression. His style was, eyes bright like stars, nose like hanging gallbladder, face like jade. Xiao. Xiao. Before the 8 feet could press down, the cold blade light resisted the true spirit force and tore it from below. Boom. Boom. For a moment, the heads of the Tyrannosaurus rex flew out and scattered on the ground. Its huge body slowly fell down like a collapsed mountain. Swoosh. Xianxia held the green dragon crescent blade in front of him and said calmly, You're not qualified. His expression was cold and domineering. Roar. Roar. At this moment, angry roars came from the forest. More Tyrannosaurus rex rushed over with earth-shattering footsteps. Their eyes were burning with rage. As a rare species under special protection in the upper realm, how could they tolerate someone killing their own kind so wantonly? Poochie! Poochie! In the distant mountains, flying demonic beasts that looked like ostriches also rushed out. Eh? Xianxia spread his spiritual thoughts and said in surprise, Why are there so many strange demonic beasts on this island? They're more than strange. The system said seriously, they're all extremely rare species. Understood. Xianxia raised the green dragon crescent blade and said with a smile, The biggest treasure on this island should be them. Xiao. Xiao. Just as they were about to start killing to obtain the crystal cores, black-robed and masked martial artists flew out from the city at the end of the forest. They did not know that there were people outside the formation because the formation system was controlled by the demon ancestor. However, when the formation was broken and the Tyrannosaurus rex roared, they naturally realized that something was wrong. This is, seeing the crescent moon pattern on their chests, Xianxia said in surprise, buried moon pavilion? However, his smile froze in the next second. This was because there were not just a few dozen black-robed and masked men flying over. There were thousands of them. In addition, rare demonic beasts from all around the forest were rushing over. He was in a very bad situation. Pavilion Master. A member of the Buried Moon Pavilion saw the person standing on the beach and said in shock, "It's the patriarch of the sect of all times." The black-robed elder who rushed over frowned and said, "How did he find this place?" This person colluded with the 10 major celestial sects and even framed the demonic tribe as a spy. Since he dares to come to Hidden Spirit Island, don't let him leave alive. Huff huff. Huff huff huff. In an instant, nearly 3,000 members of the Buried Moon Pavilion sped up. Demonic chi erupted from their bodies, and their eyes flashed with intense killing intent. Roar. Roar. At the same time, dozens of rare demonic beasts comparable to the truth-seeking realm also rushed out. Just their roars alone seemed to have the possibility of shaking the space. "What are you waiting for? Run," the system roared. If there were only one or two truth-seeking realm cultivators, it believed that the host could barely deal with them with his peak revolving core realm strength. However, there were so many of them. If he was surrounded, he would definitely be beaten to death. Run? Xianxia shook his head and said, "That's the behavior of a coward." Swoosh. He put the green dragon crescent blade into his spatial ring and held the pocket-sized blade between two fingers. He shouted, "A man should fight fair and square." There were so many members of the Buried Moon Pavilion and so many rare beasts. Xianxia didn't escape because it was too late. If he explained to them that he was just passing by, they would definitely not believe him, so he could only fight, some people might say. If this guy didn't run, there must be a mission. Sorry, there is no mission. The reason why he chose to fight head-on was because he didn't have the ability to fight against the 10 immortal sects when they came to make trouble. He was very depressed. In short, "I can't beat them, but I can't beat you, come on, whoever is afraid is a coward." In that moment, facing thousands of martial artists and thousands of monster beasts, Xianxia stood tall and straight, looking like a true man who could support the heavens. Humph. The members of the Buried Moon Pavilion who rushed over sneered when they saw that guy take out a knife. Who was he trying to scare with a toy knife? Xianxia. The leading black-robed old man shouted, "There is a way to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There is no way you can leave this place alive today." Hell? Xianxia bent down, put on the posture of drawing the knife, and said coldly, "As you wish." There were so many members of the Buried Moon Pavilion on the island. It must be the headquarters. Since he had found it by accident, he had to settle the matter of using special means to control Yao Menjing today. Whoosh. His aura erupted, and killing intent filled the air. Xianxia hadn't used the hard blade since it was upgraded to the 4th generation. He didn't mind using thousands of members of the Buried Moon Pavilion. What's more, these people didn't look good. Killing them shouldn't be called cruel. Swish. Swish. In an instant, several powerhouses of the truth-seeking realm took the lead to attack. Although the aura they emitted was not at the peak level, it still had a huge oppressive force. Buzz buzz buzz. The space began to tremble under the disturbance of the power. Xianxia was a little panicked. If the reader was right, the 4th generation of the hard blade couldn't compete with the truth-seeking realm. He was afraid that he would be fine. He still had the escape talisman given by the big gift pack. If the situation went wrong, he could escape immediately. He had thought of a way out before the fight even started. Demonic finger. Spiritual light flash. Great demonic formless technique. Whoosh. Hoo-hoo. Several Buried Moon Pavilion experts hadn't even arrived yet, but all kinds of long-range demonic martial arts techniques were already being used. For a moment, the screen was filled with special effects, tearing apart space and distorting it. Roar. Roar. All kinds of powerful demonic beasts that were extinct in the upper realm also came over. Xianxia was completely sealed off by the 3 forces of the sea, land, and air. If he could not pull out his saber, he would be surrounded and beaten to death. Where there's life, there's hope. The system stopped him. Let's run. Thank you for your kind words. Xianxia took a step forward, and at the moment when all kinds of gorgeous martial arts were about to press down on him, he relied on the special ability of roaring and shouted, "Bankai." Clang, under the background music and the sound of knives being unsheathed, the beach suddenly erupted with powerful energy. Billowing dust was stirred up, forming a tornado that soared into the sky. The truth-seeking experts all stopped, their eyes filled with disbelief. From their perspective, the powerful energies formed by the martial arts techniques were all stagnant at the edge of the sandstorm, as if they were grabbed by an invisible hand and could not move at all. What was going on? The members of the Buried Moon Pavilion who came later were all dumbfounded. So much powerful energy was suddenly frozen in midair. It was simply too inconceivable. Roar! Roar! The demonic beasts and birds that rushed out from the sky and the forest let out low growls, their eyes gradually filled with fear. In terms of danger perception, beasts were stronger than humans. Boom! Suddenly, the sound of a heavy landing came from inside the rotating tornado. The billowing dust suddenly dispersed, and a huge scythe appeared in sight first. The head of the scythe was very long, and the blade shone with a sharp luster. Due to its shape, it looked like a crescent moon. At the top of the slender handle, two blood-red ribbons danced in the wind. Gulp! The members of the Buried Moon Pavilion gulped, but they could not stop the chill from rising. The shape of the scythe was not scary. What was scary was that the entire blade exuded an extremely strong aura of death. Smack! Xianxia grabbed the handle of his scythe with one hand and gently raised his head. It was unknown when he had put on a black robe, but a grave and stern face gradually appeared. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, forming an evil and charming smile. Wearing a black robe and holding a scythe, he looked like the god of death from hell. Who? Xianxia put the scythe on his shoulder and covered his face with his left hand, laughing creepily. Ha ha ha. Are you ready to go to hell? Bam. Bam. BAM, Unstoppable Saber, fourth form. The two lines of bold and powerful words instantly occupied the entire screen and were accompanied by a vibration effect. The few experts of the truth-seeking stage retreated in shock. When the scythe on Xianxia's back seemed to have turned into the god of death, they finally felt the crisis of death. All kinds of special demonic beasts were the first to have a premonition. At this moment, they all turned around and ran back, the fear in their eyes growing more and more intense. This was not a human being, this was a monster. This was a devil. Shwa! Xianxia waved his hand, and the huge scythe cut through the void. The extremely cold saber aura flew into the depths of the forest and swept from one side. The space on the path was ruthlessly cut apart, showing a deep and long crack. Thump! 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 The demonic beasts fleeing in this direction all stopped and looked at the space crack in front of them that blocked their passage. They were so shocked that their eyeballs almost popped out. Shwa! Shwa! Xianxia swung his scythe and slashed at the void 3 more times. Streams of light instantly split the space in 3 directions, joining together with the previous spatial cracks to form a quadrangular area, trapping the members of the Buried Moon Pavilion and the demonic beasts inside. Profound meaning. Space cage. Ryu Sinan, who was sitting on the shore and reminiscing about a bowl of fried rice for more than half a month, raised his head and looked at the boundless ocean. He said in surprise, "The energy fluctuation just now seems to be the power of space?" He was very far away from Xianxia, but he could feel the space vibration because of the space spirit in him. Let's go take a look. Ryu Sinan carried the sarcophagus on his back and flew toward the deep sea. The space energy fluctuation was always there, guiding him accurately. He should not get lost. Hidden Spirit Island. Looking down from a high altitude, one could clearly see the square space crack. The scene was very shocking. The cage was indeed comparable to hell because the aura of death was too strong. All kinds of demonic beasts that stopped at the edge of the space crack in the forest trembled violently. Even the birds were so scared that they fell to the ground. The members of the Buried Moon Pavilion were so scared that their faces turned green. With a wave of his hand, the space was cut. Was the scythe in that guy's hand a divine artifact? Ta! Xianxia walked over and stopped in front of the nearest truth-seeking realm expert. He said in a cold voice, "Where is the demonic ancestor?" The closer the giant scythe was, the stronger the aura of death that seemed to come from hell became. The pressure made his hands and legs tremble, and his scalp feel like it was about to explode. No. No. No comment. Although this truth-seeking realm expert was suppressed, his mind was still firm. He would not betray his faith because of fear. Then you can die now. Xianxia raised the scythe, and the blade in the shape of a crescent moon was pressed against his neck. He announced the death sentence in a cold voice. Poochie, the head flew out, and blood splattered. When the body fell, Xianxia came in front of another buried moon pavilion expert and said the same thing, "Where is the demonic ancestor?" There was no emotion in his eyes and words, as if he was the god of death from hell. Swoosh, over the West Sea, Xianxia flew over at a high speed. The closer he got to the spatial vibrations, the more obvious they became. An expert. Xianxia thought to himself, definitely an expert. As the spirit of the space, it was his first time encountering someone of the same element who could reach such a level. Just the aftershock alone could reach the coast thousands of miles away, too powerful. He had to see for himself what kind of expert this was. For this reason, Xianxia increased his speed. The urge to worship the expert grew stronger. After flying for a while, his expression suddenly became serious. As the spatial vibrations became more obvious, a special aura started to appear. What is this? Xianxia could not tell, so he could only continue on his way. After flying for another 50 miles, the special aura became even more intense. It was only when it entered his body that he realized, the aura of death, this is definitely not an orthodox martial cultivator. After thinking for a while, Xianxia thought to himself, could it be a demonic cultivator? Just the aura alone was enough to make one fearful. The person who released it was definitely not an ordinary demonic cultivator. It could very well be the demonic ancestor. Xianxia's expression became even more serious. If it were anyone else, they would have turned back immediately if they guessed that it might be the demonic ancestor. After all, such an expert was not to be trifled with. Xianxia did not back down. Instead, he continued to fly at an extremely fast speed. He told Xianxia that he had gotten lost and came to the West Sea. However, the real reason was to investigate the Xianxia pavilion and the demonic ancestor. Now that he had found a clue, he would definitely pursue it to the end. This was the duty of a demon exterminator. Swoosh, he continued to move forward courageously. The spatial vibrations increased in frequency, and the aura of death became even more intense. Gradually, another aura drifted over. Xianxia frowned and said, "The smell of blood." He could not be sure if the person who shook the spatial vibrations was the demonic ancestor. However, from the strong smell of blood, he could tell that the other party was definitely not a kind person. They were probably carrying out a massacre at this moment. He had to stop them. Anyone who committed crimes and committed heinous crimes could be classified as a demon. Hence, as a demon exterminator, Xianxia's duty was to exterminate demons and uphold justice. However, when he finally arrived at the area where the spatial vibrations were the most frequent, he saw that the hidden spirit island had stopped because the array formation had been controlled. When he saw the space that had been split into 4 corners, his expression gradually stiffened. Corpses were strewn across the beach, and heads were scattered all over the ground. Blood seeped into the sand and dyed it bright red. Xianxia frowned. As a demon exterminator who had battled evil demon cultivators for many years, there was nothing he had not seen before. But now, he was deeply shaken by the scene that resembled a slaughterhouse. Just the corpses alone numbered 2,000 to 3,000. The most shocking thing was that the beach didn't look too messy, and there were no obvious signs of fighting. Could it be that the victim didn't resist at all during the process of being killed, or was his corpse dumped here? Swish, Xianxia flew along the edge of the spatial rift and landed on a corpse. After confirming that it was still warm, he judged in his heart, this should be the scene of the crime. He stood up and scanned the corpses around him. He immediately discovered the problem. The victims were all dressed in black, and there was a strange crescent moon pattern printed on their chests. Buried Moon Pavilion. Could it be that this island is their headquarters? Roar! Roar! At this moment, the tragic roar of a demon beast came from the forest in the distance. There was some kind of power in the spatial cage. Xianxia could not use his spiritual senses to detect it. He could only quickly walk toward the source of the sound. On the way, he saw many demon beast corpses in the forest. In the end, all of them had their chests pierced and their crystal cores taken away. Tyrannosaurus rex? Iron-scaled bird? Ryu Sinan confirmed the species of the demon beast corpses. The shock in his heart grew stronger. These were species that had been extinct in the upper realm for tens of thousands of years. How could they exist on a small island? Boom! There was a sound in the distance, as if a huge rock had fallen to the ground. Ryu Sinan immediately walked over. When he was 100 feet away, he saw a big guy that looked like a collection of ores lying on the ground. Blood was spurting wildly from its broken chest. The golden spirit stone golem, although the demon beasts he had encountered before were extinct, according to Ryu Sinan's understanding, they were only at the core transformation realm at their peak. The demon beast in front of him, which looked like a collection of ores, was comparable to the truth-seeking realm at its peak. Eh? Suddenly, a surprised voice sounded. Ryu Sinan hurriedly looked up and saw Jun Changxiao in a black robe standing on the corpse of the golden spirit stone golem. Ryu Sinan was stunned. Could it be that he was the murderer who killed the members of Buried Moon Pavilion and the demon beasts? Jun Changxiao threw the crystal core he had just taken into his spatial ring and said, "Brother Liu, we meet again." Ryu Sinan's stunned expression was replaced by solemnity because he saw the huge scythe lying on the corpse. The aura of death was released from it without restraint. There was no mistake, this guy was the murderer. Swoosh! Jun Changxiao jumped down from the demon beast's corpse and said, "Brother Liu, you're a step too late. I've taken care of all the members of Buried Moon Pavilion here." Ryu Sinan subconsciously stepped back to keep a sufficient distance from him. Although Goxing was no longer as cold-blooded and ruthless as when he was slaughtering, because of hard-to-retract blade, there was still a terrifying aura around him that seemed to come from hell. Normal people would definitely not dare to get too close. Jun Patriarch. Ryu Sinan said in a deep voice, "You killed all these people and demon beasts?" "That's right." Jun Changxiao said. Ryu Sinan said, "That's a bit cruel." Jun Changxiao said indifferently, "They wanted to kill me, so I killed them." Is that cruel? Goxing firmly believed that if he did not use hard-to-retract blade and did not have the ability to escape, he would have been surrounded and beaten to death by Buried Moon Pavilion. Moreover, since Xiao Menjing was controlled and used as a tool to open the entrance to the demonic domain, Jun Changxiao had already classified Buried Moon Pavilion as an enemy. If he encountered them, it would be either you die or I die. Sigh. Ryu Sinan sighed. Do not misunderstand. He did not have the heart of a saint and would not feel sad for the members of Buried Moon Pavilion who were killed. Jun Patriarch. Ryu Sinan said with a serious look, "Your murderous aura is too strong. If you don't control it in time, it will inevitably disturb your mind and you will walk the path of no return." This was why he said it was cruel. To be exact, Jun Changxiao looked very clear-headed at the moment, but he was still shrouded in the aura of death. He was afraid that in time, he would fall into the demonic path and become a great demon who only knew how to kill. Fall into the demonic path, Jun Changxiao said with a disdainful smile, "If I become a demon, what can Buddha do to me?" Ryu Sinan's frown deepened. This was no longer the sect master Jun who was chatting and laughing with him in the restaurant, drinking to his heart's content. "Oh, I forgot. You're a demon exterminator." Jun Changxiao rested his scythe on his shoulder and said calmly, "Are you worried that I will become an unpardonable demon in the future and want to represent justice and destroy me?" Boom, Ryu Sinan put down the stone coffin and shook his arm. Streaks of spatial attributes circled around his fingers and said, "From the fluctuations just now, Jun Patriarch seems to have mastered spatial powers. I would like to experience it today." It was here, Jun Qi Gofei versus the demon-killing general of Jiatang. Ryu Sinan wanted to fight with Jun Changxiao for no other reason than the fact that the other party also controlled the power of space. After all, it was not easy to find someone with the same attribute. The 5 elements were common in the upper realm. Attributes such as space were very rare and could be classified as a rare species. All right. Jun Changxiao did not refuse. Using the 4th form of the Sword of Agony gave him a strong fighting spirit. But Jun Changxiao added, "It's not interesting to just compare notes. Why don't we add some stakes?" Here comes the trick. The system was not surprised at all. Ever since this guy invited Ryu Sinan for a meal, it was like a weasel paying a visit to a chicken. He was up to no good. What stakes? The loser has to promise the winner one thing unconditionally. Ryu Sinan fell silent. Of course. Jun Chang smiled and said, if Big Brother Lu loses, I naturally won't let you do anything that offends the heavens. Alright. Ryu Sinan agreed. He already had an idea. If he won against Jun Changxiao, he would let him follow him to the demon-cleansing mountain to eliminate the devil in his heart and become an upright and kind person. This was a little difficult because Gosheng was not possessed by the devil. How could there be any devil in his heart? As for becoming an upright and kind person, haha. Demonic territory. The demon ancestor was still using his ability to heal his injuries. His face was gradually turning from pale to rosy. Based on the current situation, it would take some time for him to return to the state he was in when he entered and activate the formation to return to Hidden Spirit Island. Although his condition was slowly recovering, the anger in his heart was even stronger. The soldiers and various resources in the ancestral land had been taken away. He had to find the culprit and burn his bones to ashes. Sigh. He came to the demonic territory to find solitude. If he went out and saw his subordinates and monsters on the island being slaughtered, he did not know if he could take the blow. There was no one else who could make a villain feel sorry for him. A mountain could not accommodate two tigers. Who asked the upper realm to have a person who did not play by the rules and liked to cheat? Jun Changxiao, Master Devil, please cherish this opportunity. Whoosh. Swish, two streams of light flew up from the Hidden Spirit Island and hovered in the air with a certain distance between them. The aura that emerged from them interfered with the space within a few hundred miles, causing it to gradually distort. The birds and seagulls did not dare to approach and could only choose to stay away from this place. Jun Changxia's expression was solemn. Although he had killed quite a number of truth-seeking realm warriors just now, the aura around this demon exterminator was obviously different. It should be very difficult to deal with him. The system said, if the host doesn't have a knife that can't be retracted, you'll only be abused in front of him. What a pity. Jun Changxiao said, I do. Now, this guy was so self-righteous when he cheated. He was so crazy. Jun Patriarch. Ryu Sinan said seriously, come on. He was also very cautious. After all, so many members of the Xianxia Pavilion and demonic beasts had been killed, which was enough to prove that the other party was very powerful. Swish, Jun Changxiao waved one hand, and the death scythe cut through the void, slashing out an extremely cold saber chi that contained an extremely strong spatial binding force. It was this overbearing force that made the Xianxia Pavilion members and demonic beasts unable to move. In the end, they could only watch helplessly as they died. Swish, Ryu Sinan's figure flashed, and he avoided the saber chi. You can indeed avoid it. As he knew that the other party had a space spirit, Jun Changxiao was not surprised. Earthquake palm. At this moment, Ryu Sinan passed through layers of spatial binding force and appeared above Jun Changxiao. The energy gathered between his fingers instantly materialized and bombarded the void frequently, forming layers of visible energy ripples. With a space spirit, his main combat method was to control space. For example, he had restrained the members of the Xianxia Pavilion who were escaping in Demonic Affinity City. Swish, Jun Changxiao raised the death scythe and slashed at the energy ripples. Several streams of light directly tore through the void. Ka ka ka. Ka 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 ka. Pieces of space were mercilessly sliced and instantly became riddled with scars. This level of combat was very visually appealing. At the same time, it would also bring about large-scale destruction. Fortunately, this was the West Sea. Even if the space collapsed, there would not be any danger. However, Hidden Spirit Island was unlucky. Due to the instability caused by the spatial tears, a mountain wall in the southwest corner of the island suddenly collapsed. Jun Changxiao and Ryu Sinan had just started their battle and were still in the testing stage. If they really went all out, Master Mo's home would probably be, boom, boom. At this moment, the sound of an intense battle resounded in midair. After a simple exchange, Ryu Sinan became serious. He used all sorts of spatial martial arts frequently. The sky above the island was crazily twisting and folding. There was no place intact. Xianxia was not to be outdone. He waved the hard-to-withdraw scythe and slashed crazily. The cold saber chi tore the surroundings into pieces. A spatial attribute battle that destroyed the ecological environment had officially begun. Whoever had the better skills would win the competition. Let's wait and see. Hoo-hoo, hoo-hoo. Hoo-hoo, near Hidden Spirit Island, due to the turbulence of space, it lost its original balance. The seawater began to boil violently, forming huge waves that mercilessly attacked the beach. Crack! Crack! The rocks and trees on the island were also attacked and began to collapse in large batches. Space was the foundation of the world's stability. If there was any change or destruction, the disaster would be unimaginable. Weng, as Xianxia and Ryu Sinan's battle reached its climax, the array formation system on the island began to weaken. The entire Hidden Spirit Island looked even more unstable. Boom! 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 The mountains collapsed and the waves swallowed everything. The island that had existed for 100,000 years was experiencing a huge disaster. If it had consciousness and could still speak, it would definitely cry and shout, "Stop fighting!" Xianxia and Ryu Sinan were still fighting in the sky. As they both controlled the power of space, their attacks were destructive. The battle was getting bigger and bigger, and the funds were still burning. Boom, boom, the two exchanged more than 10 moves and entered a temporary resting state. They were dozens of feet apart. With them as the center, the space within dozens of miles was filled with holes and cracks. Awesome! Xianxia said excitedly. This was the first time he had used hard to stop to fight with an opponent for so long. Based on the current situation, it seemed like it would be difficult to determine the victor. Ryu Sinan was equally excited. Fighting with a martial artist of the same attribute had greatly benefited him. Come! Fight! The two shouted in unison and began the second round of fighting. Boom, boom. Boom, the power of space exploded even more violently. The more they fought, the more exhilarated they felt. Hidden Spirit Island shook more and more. After dozens of moves, the ground finally could not withstand the spatial imbalance and began to crack. The shockwaves spread to Hidden Spirit City. The surrounding walls collapsed crazily, and the scene was like the end of the world. The streets in the city quickly cracked open, and rows of buildings collapsed. Even the majestic palace was not spared. In just a short time, an ancient city that had existed for 100,000 years turned into ruins in the blink of an eye due to the spatial imbalance. One could vaguely hear a sad song. It was the coldest. The branches bloomed. I saw the spring coming to you. Phew. In the demonic territory, the demon ancestor exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. After recuperating, his condition had returned to how it was before he entered. It's time to go back. The demon ancestor stood up and walked to the teleportation array. He skillfully formed a seal and shouted, "All Tao belongs to me, turn the starry sky." Weng, in an instant, the array flashed with a scorching light. After reaching a dazzling level, there was a loud boom, and it actually exploded on the spot. Exploded! Exploded! Boom, the demon ancestor was blown away. He landed on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Above the Hidden Spirit Island, Xianxia and Ryu Sinan were in the midst of a fierce battle. The power of space was wreaking havoc around them, and the damage caused would not be healed in a short period of time. Strictly speaking, this was not a battle of life and death, but a sparring session. Therefore, although the scene was explosive, it did not look tragic enough. Swish, the two entered a temporary truce. Xianxia said, "I haven't had such a good fight in a long time." In the past, he had always been cutting grass crazily, but today, he could fight evenly with a martial artist. The process was simply too satisfying. Me too, Ryu Sinan said. After wandering the world for so many years, all the opponents he encountered were extremely vicious. He would often choose to end the battle quickly. Only this time, he completely let loose and even hoped that he could fight for a while longer. Because of their mentality, the battle was not tragic. The two were more like old friends testing each other's martial arts. What a pity. Ryu Sinan shook his head and said, "You and I will have to decide the winner in the end." Buzz, buzz, he spread out his hands, and the power of space crazily spread out. From afar, it looked like a lotus flower enveloping him. Are you going to fight for real? Jun Changxiao held his scythe in front of him, and his expression gradually became serious. Jun Patriarch. Ryu Sinan's hands moved casually and said, "My move is called Sky-Shattering Cloud Lotus. It gathers the surrounding space to form the strongest attack." Buzz, buzz, with every move of his palms, layers of space power twisted and superimposed around him, and the lotus-like shape became more and more obvious. The space was stirred, and the seawater below boiled violently. Ka ka ka, ka ka ka, the ground on the hidden spirit island cracked faster and faster, gradually showing crisscrossing deep trenches, as if it would disintegrate at any time. In fact, the entire island was supported by an ancient array that had existed for a long time. It would not be affected by the use of space power by a martial artist in the truth-seeking realm. However, the problem was that Jun Changxiao had broken it, and it had been shut down. Only when an array formation was in operation would it be effective. If it remained in a closed state, it would lose its defense. Let alone a truth-seeking realm cultivator, even a revolving core realm cultivator would suffer fatal damage. The current situation was that the entire array formation system on the island had completely failed due to the collapse of space and Earth. At the same time, the two-way teleportation array was also affected. The demonic ancestor of the demonic domain did not know about this. He activated it when the array formation had completely collapsed. Finally, he was blasted out. The level of the array he had set up was not low, so it was very difficult to destroy it. At the same time, once it was destroyed, or even if the array exploded, the destructive power would be very serious, so he instantly fainted. Fortunately, his physical body was pretty good. If it was an ordinary body, it would have long been reduced to nothingness. That was not the main point. The main point was that the explosion of the two-way teleportation array meant that there was no way out. The fiend ancestor would be trapped in the demonic territory. He could only pray that the seal set up by the 10 major immortal sects and the various clans would weaken over time. Even after 100,000 years, the seal was still as strong as ever. As long as no one tried to break it, the possibility of it weakening was close to zero. He had entered the demonic region with the mentality of leading a million-strong army. In the end, not only did he suffer a heavy blow, he was also trapped inside. Master Devil. You're too difficult. What had the 10 major immortal sects been doing recently? They had mobilized all their forces to search the buried moon pavilion for the fiend ancestor's hiding place. Now, they could announce that the crisis had been resolved in advance because most of the members of the buried moon pavilion had been killed. Even the resurrected fiend ancestor was trapped in his home. The initiators of this situation, Jun Changxiao and Ryu Sinan, did not expect that they would carelessly trap an extremely dangerous villain in the demonic territory while they were busy fighting on the island. Others did good deeds without leaving their names, but they did good deeds without knowing. Ka ka ka, ka ka ka, Ryu Sinan was still accumulating power for a big move, and the space was still folding crazily. At this moment, if a martial artist with a low cultivation level entered, he would definitely be cut into pieces by the turbulence. Boom, boom. After a while, the hidden spirit island could not withstand the pressure of the space and instantly fell apart, turning into pieces that scattered on the sea surface. The base left behind 100,000 years ago had completely turned into nothingness today. Withdraw. Ryu Sinan clasped his hands together. Buzz. Buzz, the folded space seemed to shrink in an instant, and a palm-sized bright lotus flower gathered in front of him. Sky-bearing cloud lotus. It was one of Ryu Sinan's killer moves. The principle of this martial art was to constantly compress space. The wider the area it covered, the more essence it would gather. Jun Changxiao furrowed his brows. Just from the degree of its brilliance, this little lotus must contain explosive energy. Jun Patriarch. Ryu Sinan said proudly, although I'm only in the middle level of the truth-seeking realm, I have extremely high control over the spirit of space. My strength is no weaker than that of the upper level of the truth-seeking realm, so you must take this move seriously. Understood. Jun Changxiao placed the death scythe in front of him. Whoosh, the power of the fire soul and the power of evil instantly filled the entire blade. Half of his body was enveloped in flames, and the other half was enveloped in darkness. In the fourth form of the hard-to-retract blade, he used 2 types of spirits. This was very serious. It was not over yet. In the flames and darkness, his exposed skin gradually petrified. Ryu Sinan knew that Jun Xianxia had 2 types of spirits, so it was not surprising that he released them. But when he saw that his skin was stone-like, he was shocked. "Are you a descendant of the Stone Statue clan?" "That's right," Gosheng said shamelessly. The bloodline of the Stone Statue clan was inherited in the land of demon affinity. If others insisted on thinking so, he would not deny it. After all, he had a status. Statement: "I'm not a scammer," Ryu Sinan gradually understood and said, "No wonder you have such a strong killing intent. It turns out that you are a descendant of the Stone Statue clan like that guy." "That guy," Jun Changxiao said, "who is Brother Lu talking about?" When he was in the lower world, he had learned about the Stone Statue clan from Black and White Rakshasa, but since he ascended to the upper world, he had never seen one of the 3 major clans. "A guy who does whatever he wants." Ryu Sinan shook his head and said, "Let's not talk about him." Jun Changxiao was speechless. What was the difference between him and a cliffhanger like this? Of course, Gosheng analyzed from the other party's words that the two should know each other and might even be friends. Because the tone was full of complaints and not the anger of an enemy. Jun Patriarch. Ryu Sinan withdrew his distracting thoughts and said, "It's about time. Let's decide the winner." "Okay." Jun Changxiao no longer thought about other things. Fire and evil spirit energy madly poured into hard-to-retract blade, causing it to instantly gather the 2 colors of crimson and darkness. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A strong wind blew, as if crying. If this continued, the space would not be able to take it. Ryu Sinan spread out his hands, and a bright lotus flew over. The sky that was gradually darkening was instantly dyed bright. "Break!" Jun Changxiao held the death scythe with both hands and took a step in the air. Under the support of weapon, bloodline, and dual spirits, he directly tore out a shocking blade aura. Whoosh whoosh. The blade aura swept across the surface of the sea, and the water was directly cut open. Boom! From afar, it was as if a nuclear bomb had exploded in midair, and a spectacular mass of energy rose. Half of it was dazzling and pure white, and the other half was crimson and black. It was a tragic confrontation. Gurgle gurgle. The energy and heat continued to erupt, and the seawater boiled violently and dried up. The floating pieces of land on Hidden Spirit Island did not escape the demon's grasp and gradually evaporated into nothingness. If an island collapsed, there might be a possibility of repairing it. Now that there was nothing left, it meant that the demon ancestors' base had not only been ruthlessly destroyed, but also turned into ashes by the 2 of them. End of chapter 1562. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.